she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Non, le grand amour ne suffit pas. Seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je suis, serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté. Et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
As long as I keep digging, it will shake the world like no other news report in history. Your credible source of the unbelievable truth. That's my journalistic motto. What's the news? To put it in adventurer terms, I guess for me, it's all about the thrill of the chase. All right, let's get this interview started. Smile! Say cheese! People aren't always very fond of journalists. You know what they say, lies are soft and malleable, but the truth is sharp and inflexible. The time has come for your interview. Ready to be a star? Breaking news! Hard-hitting exclusive! Truth bomb! Morning! Did you read the paper yet? No? No worries. I'll read it for you.
This invitation is yet to be sent. He doesn't have a fixed residence, so addressing the letter has proved problematic.
Don't worry, I'll deliver it. If you find the target, report to me.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Huh? Oh. Spina di Rosula Special Delivery Squad! Mission accomplished! What would a banquet celebrating Poisson's reconstruction be without you?
Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. They call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant. Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
Step up, you thief!
Get back here! How's he so fast?
Going somewhere? Hey there! Ha! Ha! Coming at ya! This one's got your name on it!
Gotta cut my losses.
He's one step ahead. Thank you! So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed!
Please, boss, put your umbrella away!
A proper send-off! Ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that? Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me. I'm not the killer.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake. It has to be. There's no way.
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She forced my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell. I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
Hmm? You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most spectacular show in the history of Fontaine. Please put your hands together for our national icon, Fontaine's biggest celebrity, one of the 7 archons of Teyvat, the Regina of all orders, kindreds, peoples, and laws, Marina de Fontaine!
Vocal cords ready, blood sugar replenished. Let the show begin!
Lady Farina's dramatic twists never fail to amaze. You can never predict whether her next song will be a rousing soprano or a melancholy contralto, nor where her whirling dance will next lead the audience's gaze. That was a snippet from one of the most popular editions of the Steambird.
I knew you'd miss me.
Farina has an entourage of hydro-proficient companions to assist her in various capacities. To show her gratitude, she occasionally invites them to her tea parties. With the world's doors open wide before her, the notion of a stage is not so narrowly defined. While Farina is in the party, the cooldown of xenochromatic Fontamer aberrant skills is reduced. Farina's normal attack can combo up to 4 sword strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Using a charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to unleash her Pas Seul aura, dealing physical damage to nearby enemies, and changing Farina's Arca alignment. Periodically, when Farina's normal attack hits, a Spirit Breath Thorn or a Surging Blade descends on the enemy, dealing Pneuma or Usia-aligned hydro damage based on her current Arca alignment. Her elemental skill invites the guests of the Salon Solitaire into battle to support her performance. When Farina's Arca alignment is Usia, she scatters a spray of celebratory bubbles, dealing AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and summons the 3 members of the Salon Solitaire. Namely, Gentilhomme Usher the Ball Octopus, Surintendant Cheval Maran the Bubbly Seahorse, and Mademoiselle Crabaletta the Armored Crab. The Salon members periodically attack nearby enemies, prioritizing the active character's target, and deal hydro damage based on max HP. When a Salon member attacks, the strength of the attack increases based on the number of nearby party members whose current HP is over a certain percentage, and consumes some HP from them. The more characters that meet the requirements, the greater the increase. When Farina's Arca alignment is Pneuma, she summons the Singer of Many Waters, which periodically heals nearby active characters by an amount based on max HP. If Farina's elemental skill summons are on the field when she uses a charged attack, the lineup switches to match her new Arca alignment. The Salon members and Singer of Many Waters share a duration, so when the lineup changes, the new guests inherit the remaining duration. While Salon members or Singer of Many Waters exist, Farina can walk on water. After unlocking the talent Unheard Confession, Farina's elemental skill is enhanced in 2 ways. Damage dealt by Salon members is increased, and the interval between heals from the Singer of Many Waters is decreased, both scaling with max HP. The maximum buff that can be obtained this way has a certain limit.
Time to shine!
Harnessing the spirit of revelry, Farina's elemental burst creates a stage of bubbles and foam that deals AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and causes all party members to enter the Universal Revelry state. While in Universal Revelry state, each time a nearby party member's HP rises or falls, Farina gains 1 stack of fanfare per 1% of their max HP that is gained or lost. The damage dealt by, and incoming healing bonus of, all nearby party members will be increased based on Farina's fanfare. When the duration ends, all stacks of fanfare are clear. The tides of life ebb and flow like an endless waltz. After unlocking the talent Endless Waltz, when the active character in your party receives healing, if the source of the healing is not Farina herself and the healing overflows, then Farina will periodically heal a nearby party member by a certain percentage of their max HP for a short duration afterward. While Farina prefers the Opera House stage to the theater of combat, she has some insight into the common ground between battle and acting. Just a little fanfare can turn an impromptu performance into a tour de force. Furina's primary tool in combat is her elemental skill, with which she summons her entourage to assist her in battle. By switching between her guests with her charged attack, she can change her Arca alignment to suit the demands of the battle. When energy is full, Furina fashions a stage out of foam and bubbles. As she accrues fanfare from her fellow party members, she bolsters their combat capabilities, building up to a glorious finale fit for the finest opera. While I can't claim much expertise when it comes to opera, I have heard that actors often rehearse in front of the mirror. On the one hand, they need to immerse themselves in the character and the scene, and on the other, they must see themselves from the perspective of the audience to decide whether their act is emotionally compelling. I'm sure that Furina, too, has spent time adjusting her technique in front of the mirror all alone. But I wonder, who is it that she really sees looking back at her?
毕竟这场对战将会决定去与留的问题。的一个胜负还是要看后续选手们的展开以及他们在当局对局中的一个表现和打法。
雨点伤害加上扩散，叶兰也是被击倒了。
恐怖的计算，
太精彩了 ！Finally being able to relax because he knows he has made it. Oh no, he knows.
끝났어요. 끝났어요. 이거.
Congratulations for making it into the top 8.
Welcome back, travelers, to Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. Sorry, there's a little bit of a hiccup, but I'm Rin Taicho.
My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and we're back for the elimination phase.
We are, but very quickly, we need to let you guys know that we have a QR code appearing on screen right now because we want your feedback to improve this whole setup. So if you'd like, please scan the QR code and just let us know what you think and what can be improved. We'd really appreciate it if you did that.
It's positive or negative feedback, anything counts. Just tell us what your thoughts are. So
yeah, and also today there's gonna be a giveaway, a lucky draw specifically to get some coins in Genshin Impact, so you can like upgrade your cards more with fancy backgrounds and graphics and things, just to spiff it up a little bit, for sure. So, and with that, how are you doing, Leah?
I think I'm doing pretty good today. I'm really excited for this next phase of the tournament. How are you doing?
I am a little tired today because I woke up kind of early, 4:30
yeah, you woke
a.m.
up really early.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I
We were
woke
all
up
kind of like
too
doing
early.
our own form of prep work,
Right.
coming into this next phase of the tournament.
Yeah,
so.
it was pretty
Yeah.
tough, but for the last 3 days, we got to explore Shanghai, check things out, like check out the town, go places, do all kinds of cool things. But we definitely had a day where we just sat down and we just studied every little thing that we could do, because we're gonna see a bunch of new decks today.
Hopefully.
Hopefully shouldn't say that. There'll be new decks and new cards coming into play today. We're gonna have a different format. Things are gonna be a little bit different from how it was. You probably noticed right now the stream started earlier, so we're in for some long games today. So if you're new here and you need to know what's going on, here's a rule video for you to check out.
The first Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. 16 top players will be invited to Shanghai to take part in this competition, where 4 of them are selected from the Dynamic Cup and 12 of them are from the Prince Cup. This time, the Asia Invitational will be divided into 2 phases. The group stage phase will take place from January 11th through 14th, and then the elimination phase from January 19th through 21st, with a total of 7 competition days. The Conquest format will be applied throughout the tournament. At each tournament stage, players will prepare multiple decks in advance and engage in one-on-one battles. In a best-of-3 game, both players must construct 3 decks in advance, and they must not use the same character card in different decks. After construction is complete, both parties reveal their decks, ban one of the opponent's decks, and then play a game with the remaining decks. During the contest, the winner of a game will no longer be able to use the winning deck, and the loser can choose if they would like to change to another deck. The first party to win with all their decks wins the game. In Best of 5 and Best of 7 Conquest format games, both players will need to construct 4 and 5 decks in advance, respectively, and the same steps as in Best of 3 are required to ban the opponent's deck. The Best of 3 Conquest format will be applied in the group stage phase. The 16 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups by drawing lots. 4 players in each group will compete in a double elimination format. The winner of the winner bracket finals will advance to the upper bracket of the quarterfinals, and the winner of the loser bracket finals will advance to the lower bracket of the quarterfinals. At the elimination phase, except for the finals, which will use the Best of 7 Conquest format, all other games will use the Best of 5 Conquest format. The 8 players who advance from the group stage phase are divided into either an upper bracket or a lower bracket, depending on their performance, and a 3-day double elimination tournament will be held to determine the final champion. The total prize pool for the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is 500,000 yuan, and the ultimate champion will clinch a prize of 250,000 yuan. The Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. Who will ascend to the throne and be crowned as Asia's King of Invocations? Let us look forward to this epic showdown.
And welcome back, travelers. As you can see there, we are on our final 8 contestants today, and they are actually playing for the big money now, right?
250,000 yuan for first place. That is a lot.
35,000 US.
That is a lot.
That's a lot of,
and I think
that's a lot of money.
The players who are already here and got knocked out, they did walk away with around like 1,000.
Yeah, about
USD.
1,000 USD, which is the top prize you get from the Can't Still Gather.
Yeah, that we both cast, right?
Yeah, we both casted those as well. So yeah, like again, so players are here. They're gonna do the elimination stage today. So it's different from what we did a few days ago. They're doing best of 5 matches. So there's gonna be different setups. We're gonna have some data for you about the last matches, what decks people played, what cards got picked, a bunch of things like that. Just, some fun stats that we're gonna go through. And I had to look at it earlier, and there were some very interesting things shown in there. Like, did anything stand out to you?
Things. What kind of things?
Just
what
like,
are we talking about?
just things that seemed like oh, interesting, that deck got played more. Like, so here it is right here.
Statistics.
Yeah.
So I really thought it was. I mean, so Finale being first does not surprise me. That official Nahida Linny deck. A lot of players decided to bring it. It was also one of the most banned, if I remember correctly. I think it was banned like 13 or 14 times.
Yes.
I think the other section actually has the Mona variant of the Signora Thunder Manifestation deck. I would be really interested to see the statistics of like who brought that core.
Yeah.
Even though there's different, you know, there's different Hydro characters in each one. You have Yelan, Child, and also Mona. I know also in the others there is that Ningguang stall deck and also the Diona freeze deck. Dynamo, very popular, our most popular stall option. And then we have a few aggro other than Finale. We do have Mew, that Mona Eula Wander deck. And the Child variant of the Signora Manifestation deck is also aggro. So
I love how Paimon is just in that graph, just chilling.
Yeah, she's just chilling there. She's representing everyone.
Yeah,
As
I love seeing this actually. Just seeing the cast together like this. Almost every character on there is unique except for Signor and Thunder Manifestation that pop up again, because Child has that, you know, extra little flair to himself, enough to represent another team. But yeah, we're probably gonna see a lot of these played today because there's some more rules are being changed here. Oh yeah, here the lineup stats. So you do see the bans and win rates here,
so this is like the more interesting statistic for me personally. The win rate being 33% on Mew, despite it being like used so many times, right?
Yeah.
So the win rate on Finale is 56%. That is above 50%. I think it's not the highest win rate, but it's the highest win rate for an aggro deck here, I believe. Stall is performing pretty well.
Stall?
No, the Signora Child Thunder Manifestation deck is actually also aggro, and it has 66% win rate. But it also has like less games.
Right.
So,
we don't see it as often.
Yeah, we don't see it as often. So I think the win rates could be a little bit deceiving there. Here's the action card data too.
No surprises here at all.
No surprises here at all. Like Lotus Crisp is like the food to take, even if you're not running a food heavy deck. You're probably going to be bringing Lotus Crisps and maybe like a random egg or Adeptus.
Yeah, for sure.
So it doesn't surprise me. You know, Leave It to Me is probably the best quick swap other than, you know, just having Mona in your deck. Because you don't really bring Catherine, it's too predictable.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Gamblers, and then of course the Artifact Magic engine that was introduced.
Yes, Gilded Dreams technically.
4.3. Gilded Dreams, and also, you know, in combination with Liar Song, Board Princess, etc. All the new stuff that was added in this patch. Liar Song was added a little bit before, but
yeah, so if you weren't up to date with Genius Invocation TCG, because it does update a lot. The last patch had a massive update, so there's probably a bunch of cards here that newer players watching right now haven't seen before. So a lot of the mechanics were introduced in this. Well, I shouldn't say introduced, but we found ways to improve them and like make better strategies, such as what you mentioned, creating dice out of thin air.
And I'm sure we'll see them coming up later on in our matches. We'll break them down for you as they come up. But here is our elimination phase bracket today. So Rin and I are casting the upper bracket semifinals. So we will first be going into a best of 5 between LL Rise Falcon and Z Crimlet, and then we will go on to Voicen versus Wukong. Very, very excited to see all these players perform. And then of course, when Blep and Staffa come on later, they will be casting over PP Pig versus Injagi, and then Stranger versus Chikoa. So
yeah, so as you can see with the times here, we have about 2 hours per matchup, because they are going to run best of 5 today. So they have 4 decks that they're bringing in, right? Because they're going to ban 1 this time.
So the bans are always 1. So I mean, in a best of 5, you only need to win 3 out of 5 games to have the majority, right? So yeah, that's why you bring 4 and then ban 1, and you'll have 3 left to play. You have to win with all 3.
So if someone happens to bring 2 stall decks and they don't get banned, we're gonna be in for a long time to cast. So
you could bring 3 stall decks.
They could totally do that.
4 stall decks.
If you want to be very mean to your opponent, you totally could do that. But there's sort of like a triangle of strength and weaknesses. You and Blep explained to me how certain decks beat certain other decks. Not all the time, but they have
Not all the time.
advantages
They have
over.
advantages,
Yeah. Could you go over that real quick?
So basically, you have, and we've been using this terminology to. Oh wait, here first, let's get into the player data.
Right, okay.
We'll go over that a little bit later,
Yeah.
probably as we get into our first game. But yeah, so this is some of the data that we went over during the group stages. Basically, you know, as LL Rise Falcon and Z Kremlit won their respective best of threes and advanced on to the elimination phase, we were given these cool statistics
Oh yeah,
here.
these were the stats that showed up at the end of their matches. So now they're kind of just put together and put on a graph for us. So some of these might not mean as much as some others, but I like seeing something like their luck can be measured this way. Actually.
Yeah, so that bottom right statistic, the average number of
Yeah.
effective dice in the first 3 rounds is basically an indicator of how lucky they were throughout the game.
Yeah.
That average round statistic being really high for Z Kremlit is actually because he played a lot of stall. As we were
Right,
talking about, those
correct,
games can
yeah.
go on, like, your goal is to make the game go on for a really long time when
Yeah.
you're playing stall decks.
Right.
So,
And speaking of their decks right now, here are their decks today.
Wait a second,
what popped
wait
out?
a second.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Yeah,
Wait.
yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay, so Z Kremlit did bring that Diona free stall that I thought he
Yeah.
would. He won very well with it last
Yeah,
week. But I also see, so that Lenny Senor Thunder Manifestation deck
Yeah.
is very spicy.
I love seeing that. Also, Falcon brought the Ningguang double hydro deck, but they also brought Bennett, Kuching, and Ajdahas, a new card coming into play here. You groaned upon seeing it. Why is that?
Okay, so I mean, I'm sure.
Oh.
This makes sense.
Actually,
So,
yes, it does.
I will explain
Okay.
the Aishtaha deck a little bit later, but
Yeah.
you know, Z Kremlit banning that Ningguang stall, I think that makes sense. He also banned it when he was up against Chikwa. He was
right.
one of the only players who brought it last week.
Right, yeah.
As for LL Rise Falcon, I think it makes sense that he banned an aggro deck like Mew. I mean, considering we just saw the win rate
Yeah,
of
we
Mew,
did
it's
see
only
the win rate with it,
33%.
yeah.
I actually
Yeah.
feel like the Linny Thunder Manifestation Senora
Right.
deck might have been
Ooh.
better to ban, but
So we're gonna lead in with the Bennett, Kuching, Ajdahas deck. Still trying to come up with a name for that one, but as you can see there, they did bring
So-
Bennett's talent, so it is gonna have to be Bennett focused. But Ajdahas make it a
This-
great anchor for this team too.
this is Pyro Kaching.
Is it?
This is Pyro Kaching.
Okay.
I feel like the graphics are going a little bit fast, so I'll probably explain it as we get into our next game. But this is Pyro Kaching with Aishtaha there for the magic combination.
Yes, right.
Basically, for Gilded Dreams, also Aishtaha's talent, you want it to be rainbow. But
Yeah.
it does have the Pyro Kaching core, which is, you know, that Bennett talent
Right.
and having Kaching there. So,
Yeah.
and I mean, so we actually saw this. I believe it was Voicen that tried bringing Fire Station double
Yes.
Pyro.
Yeah. We did see that earlier.
So Thunder Manifestation has been the better core
Right.
over Kaching, but they use Thunder Manifestation at the deck. Anyway,
They
Z
br-
Kremlit
he's bringing the
choosing
spicy
this
deck.
one,
Yeah.
so we're gonna see Spice versus Spice today. Okay.
Spice versus Spice? Interesting. Okay.
King Squire.
Yeah, King Squire.
Winnie
Yeah.
talent. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be
Okay.
pretty cool just to see some different combinations of decks and a new card being into play here, because a lot of players, like, I'm kind of new to the game still, so I would like to see new cards being played just to see how they work in the hands of a professional. So I'm quite excited to see how Ajdahas is going to fare here against a deck that we normally see, but now it's with Linny, Thunder Manifestation, and Signor. And Linny, actually, because he's registered as a Fatui character, they still have Fatui Resonance. I noticed those cards were in there as well.
Oh yeah, that makes sense actually.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll see that in play later. But
Yeah. Anyway, the players look like they're about to begin, so let's just jump into it. Stage here.
Hello.
As you can see, the intro. They're doing the introduction on the Chinese stream here, so we get to just chat over it. So they're introducing the players here. So, because this one is the special one. Yeah, LL Rise Falcon comes out. So I was going over his intros earlier. I guess his name has like some meaning with like a bird rising, kind of like rising out of like into the air, kind of like inspiring kind of meaning to it. Yeah, which I found really interesting.
That is very inspiring. I love how expressive he is. You know,
Yeah.
he's always been very
Yeah.
expressive in his.
He's definitely had the most rest coming into this too, because he was the first person to play and the first person to just get through the first round. So he's got to see everyone play. He's definitely seen how Crimlet played
Yes.
as well.
So I mean, so Elo Rise Falcon won Group A. That was the first day of groups. Lots of pressure going in, being the
Yeah.
first to perform.
Yeah.
He only lost once. Won
Right,
4 times.
I think so, yes.
Z Crimlet actually went 4-0, but he did have a little bit less rest winning through day 2 of groups.
Just a little bit, but we had a few days off for sure. We went with Crimlet. I believe everyone went to MiHoYo HQ at the same time, didn't we?
That was really fun.
That was a really
treat.
fun experience, yeah. Just getting to see things. But regardless of that, it is time to duel in Genius Invocation.
I love
TCG.
these graphics, like in the back there, like you see them like versus you have the
Yeah. I wanted to see like how their photo shoot went and everything before they did that, because they had to fly here before us, do the photo shoot, and then the production crew had to put all the assets together, like literally the day of, well, not the day of, maybe the day before. Right, everything like looks nice and clean and polished, so it looks really cool to see all this. We were on the stage yesterday actually just to check things out. That was a really cool actually. Yeah, just seeing them how they set everything up. We got to see how the players' systems are set up too. So they are on PCs, laptops, and they have a tablet on the side there so they can take notes at the same time.
Yeah, so like in person, the stage is so much bigger. Like it feels like awesome to be there.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if it's like captured. Of course, it's captured very well, like on the camera, but like it's way different in person.
Yeah, it's way different when you're going there. Like it doesn't look big. Oh yeah, today we have a live
we have an
audience.
Speaking
as
of being in there in
well.
person.
Yeah,
wow,
check it out.
Look at our audience members.
Oh wait, are those lights that I want to go get one too.
Wait.
Maybe. That's amazing. So yeah, if you happen to be in Shanghai, I believe you can come in and watch the show from the audience. So maybe you might see some cosplayers.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing people, especially on the finals day. We're gonna have 3 days of this, right?
Yeah,
so.
3 days of this. So it's only part 1 of 3, because day 3 will be the finals. And it's a little sad that it's all coming to an end, because this has been a fantastic little vacation for me at the same time. Just being able to come here, meet you, and meet Blep, and meet Staffa, meet the production crew. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, so I'm excited. I think they're just testing to make sure everything works.
I think Z Crimlet there.
Wow,
by the way.
look at this.
I love these signs.
God, I love this. It's so cool. Look at that.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
But I think Z Crimlet there was taking notes on what he remembers that Elo Rise Falcon brought in his deck.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's one thing to look out for. Like, if you're watching the player cams, you see them, like, spinning around their pens or, like looking like they're writing down something. They are going to be taking notes on what their opponent has played. You see Elo Rise Falcon doing the same thing here.
Yeah, we have to do that, too, just so we can keep up with the game
We really
this time.
do, yeah.
This time I'm prepared. I got sheets in front of me with deck lists, so I'm going to cross them out as I go. Hopefully nothing messes up. It is what it is. I'm here to just, cast the game and do my best. Yeah, look at these guys.
I love this audience.
Look at them. Oh, it's actually full, quite full.
Yeah, it is quite full.
I want one of those signs. What are they running there?
They're really pretty.
All right, so I hope people online are doing the equivalent in chat right now. Spamming emotes, showing your love for everyone.
Speaking of showing your love for everyone,
right.
there will be raffles coming up, and they will end at the end of every match, basically.
Yep.
So not the entire set between players, but each match.
Yeah.
So make sure that you are putting the name of the player you're rooting for. So in this case, we're about to go into a match between Elo Rise Falcon and Z Crimlet, and then also your UID. We're probably going to be giving reminders here and there just to make sure you guys remember to do that. But make sure you're on the lookout.
Yeah. So it'll happen at the beginning of the match.
Yes.
Once again, you just put in their names, type it out exactly as it is, and then your UID. So, for example, you type out Z Crimlet space, and then, for example, my UID 601-842-076. If someone wants to do that for me, you don't have to.
I see.
Right. No bias, but yeah, make sure to do that. And then in the middle of the match, actually, I'm pretty sure it'll end the raffle. And then at the end of the actual match, it'll show the winners on screen. And I believe you win lucky coins, which is really handy because, one, lucky coins are kind of hard to get in-game, and you can only hold 20,000 of them max.
Yeah, there's like a limitation on how many you can get per week.
Right.
At least with like the weekly challenges.
Yes.
Otherwise, you have to go beat all the NPCs, but once you've done that, you can't really
Exactly, yeah.
get
So you get about
more.
6,000 a week if you do all of them. And
a Fontaine board.
Yeah. the Fontaine board is 16,000 right now.
16,000.
Yes, I got that.
It's like almost your total
Right.
quota. So.
And each card has a board, like the player card borders, they're about 4,000 each, right? So if you want to spiff out your deck, this is probably the best way to start collecting coins and stay on top of it. Because yeah, once they slam down 20 coins, or 20 cards, I was talking to Blef about this, and Blef was like, I gotta catch up because all my guys need to look good. Right? You can't have a static image in a guide. There's no way that you can't do that.
The dynamic skins are
they're
so pretty to watch.
So good.
Also like the gold borders and everything.
Yes, so. And then you saw the card statistics, the top 5 cards that you should gold border if you need to. Just so you can impress your opponent, you know?
I mean, also if you're a new player to the game or just getting back into it after a while, like you can use those lucky coins to purchase the newer cards out. And especially with like these larger patches that drop a whole lot of variation at once, it can be hard to make sure you have everything. And honestly, I feel like the experience of playing the game is better when you have everything unlocked already, because you could just kind of go at it and start testing things. So.
And you kind of just learn along the way too as you unlock the characters, because a lot of the characters you have to invite through the game, which is really easy to do, because if you beat them on the hard mode, you basically get refunded the invitation letter through coins, and you can just play it back again, right?
Yeah, so you have to pay the 1,000 to get the invitation in the first place. And you can beat them once, and then if you go back to the serious showdown, you get refunded 1,000. So it's kind of free to invite characters if you go through all of that, right?
So make sure to do all that, and if you forgot where to do that in game, it is in the Cat's Tail, where Diona works, which, speaking of, it was her birthday.
It was her birthday. I love the art they posted. I think she was in the tavern too.
Yeah.
And of course, we're in the tavern playing TCG
well. Yeah,
this
it's a
weekend.
perfect time. Perfect, yeah. Actually, back to the set again, their chairs got like little cat ears on the back of it as well.
So cute.
The desks too, right?
If you pay attention, like when they're showing like the players' decks and they have like the profile picture, they also have like little cat ears.
Oh, do they have little cat ears
they
as
do
well?
Have, like, little cat ears. It's adorable.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, like LL Rice Falcon has like the heart-shaped like emote.
Yeah, no, that's his taunt to draw the opponent in. Like just draw them in,
like
make it feel safe, and then bam, Ningguang burst minus 12 damage or something like that. Look at the crowd. Yeah, look at them. Yeah.
The Chikwa special going for Adeptus Ningguang burst to take out.
Oh, I saw someone with a sign in the back that said LL Rice Falcon in neon. That's kind of cool. So there's fans out there. That's amazing.
I mean, all these players have qualified from really big tournaments already. Like, this is the big tournament of big tournaments.
Right.
These players have already proved themselves worthy to be here in a lot of ways. For example, you know, LL Rice Falcon qualified through the Dynamic Cup, and Z Crimlight qualified through the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament. So,
yeah, I love the international stage. It's great.
It is great.
Everyone coming together to meet and chat. Actually, we got to kind of chat with the Chinese casters and the production crew the other day. That was very fun.
They're
actually.
awesome. They're really sweet, actually.
Right. All right, looks like we're finally getting into it. They are set up. I'm sorry, chat. We did ramble on a little bit, but that's just part of the system. Anyway, you can't have a stream with a little bit of scuff, so let's get started here with LL Rice Falcon running Pyro Kuching variant versus Z Crimlet and the I don't know, the station senor thing. I don't know.
What do we call that? I mean, it does have the Fatui resonance, you're right.
Yeah, it does. All right, give us some names, chat, so we can use them.
Yeah, give us some names. What would you call these decks?
I'll check them out during the break, and then I'll use my favorite ones coming back.
Personally, I think the deck that LL Rice Falcon is playing, I actually ran into it a couple times in random matchmaking when I was practicing.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary.
Is it?
It is definitely Pyro Kuching, but it does have Ace Taha for that magic, you know, Gilded Dreams.
All right, we won't know who gets to go first. Once again, don't forget the raffle, so type out the player's name and your UID in chat, and you can get entered into the lucky draw to win some extra coins.
Yeah, tell us who you're rooting for specifically.
Yeah.
LL Rice Falcon versus Z Crimlet. Also, I just want to point out the heart rates. So if you look at the player cams, underneath the names, you see these players' heart rates. Z Crimlet, even before coming here, has made himself known as someone that has a very high heart rate. You can already see this reflected there. He runs high with nervous energy, but he also makes really good decisions. Meanwhile, LL Rice Falcon tends to be on the calmer side, but he's also very expressive. You'll see him making fun expressions as the game goes on. So
definitely excited to see how this one goes, because Falcon has had the most rest, and he does start first today. Both players leading in with their Pyro mains, Bennett versus Linny right now.
Yeah, so Elrise Falcon did draw that Bennett talent as, you know, in his first hand, and this is going to be so important. He's definitely going to be going for that burst.
Going to be going for that burst, correct. Bennett leads in with the skill to apply Pyro.
Yeah, so...
Linny, I believe, equipped the weapon, right?
It was King Squire,
Yes.
which decreases the cost of his elemental skill by 2, so he was able to cast Bewildering Lights for only 1.
So this might concern Falcon a little bit, because what if Crimlet might be holding Linny's talent card in his hand? Right? He doesn't know that, but we know that he doesn't, right? But right now he wants to make sure.
Could also have a quick swap.
Yeah, right. But if Bennett takes Pyro damage from Linny specifically, when that talent card is on, it's going to add +2.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's got to be careful here, but maybe he's going to just play it safe. Yeah, he's just going to challenge it right now. So
you hear the audience?
Yeah, I actually did. Yeah.
You just heard like a resounding like, oh. Because they know.
Yeah, they know. All right. Ooh.
Yep, that is enough.
Oh, man.
That is enough.
Thunder Manifestation overloads Bennett out of here. Oh, man. Take a look at that.
Did Elrise Falcon not see that coming?
You never know. Maybe he forgot. Remember, he's rested enough, right? But maybe he just needs to shake off the dust a little bit, perhaps.
Unless he wanted that to happen for some reason.
I don't know.
I feel
Not
like
if
you
no.
have to be going for Bennett's burst there. I'm not
Yes,
sure
probably,
why you would let Bennett fall that easily.
Yeah. Well, that was a very quick kill for Crimlet right away. Bennett taken out. Bennett unlucky as usual.
So this is nearly, I stress the word nearly a mirror matchup, because Pyro Kaching is like a very standard, it used to be one of the strongest meta decks.
Right.
In terms of like the older meta, you would have Bennett, Klee, and Kaching normally. And then with the addition of Linny, it became also Thunder Manifestation. It actually became Linny, Bennett, Thunder Manifestation. So in this case, you have Linny in Thunder Manifestation there for that overload. It's very similar to Bennett and Kaching.
Right.
But the only difference here, you know, you have Aishtaha and Signora.
Right.
So I actually feel like Zeke Crimlet's deck is a bit stronger, especially after Bennett falls here, right?
Yeah.
Like you no longer, like
Right.
you don't even have Bennett's burst up or anything for Elrise Falcon.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Because Falcon had the deck kind of weighed in Bennett's favor, but now a lot of those cards are just going to be tuned because he's just not there. I don't believe he had an egg in his deck either. Just double checking. No, he did not. So, yeah, Bennett's not coming back this match.
I believe the artifact that was just put on Kaching from Elrise Falcon was Echoes of an Offering.
It's the lower version of it, yes. The 0 cost one.
The 0 cost one, so Flowing Rings.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, you just draw a card in that case.
Right. So you're on, Crimlet is on right now. 8 die to 6. He's mulling over his options. Could go in for a normal. Not sure if he wants to tune anything. He does. So he does do that and goes for the skill. For damage.
Actually, I think it was Echoes of an Offering. So it has the card draw built into it, and then it also has basically a Sumeru City. So if you have less dice in your hand than you do cards, you get your skill discounted by 1.
Just double checking my notes here. Yes, you're correct. Yep. It was the upgraded one. The icons look very similar.
They do look very similar.
Yeah. My bad.
Zeke Crimlet already has his burst up for Thunder Manifestation. Elrise Falcon is kind of in a tricky situation here, but I mean, it's not over. Despite Bennett falling, yeah, we do see the swap on the Aishtaha, and I honestly feel like we haven't seen Aishtaha in this Asia Invitational yet, but he is pretty strong, especially with this elemental absorption.
Yeah,
so
we will narrate how his skills work as we go here. There are options for Falcon to go. Could either skill, could normal, but no element on Signora to absorb yet. But once he does that, he does place a buff onto himself where if he takes a hit from something, he absorbs that element, correct?
yes, he will absorb that element, and also it gives him additional damage on his burst. So it's something to look out for. So yeah, we see Elrise Falcon using Aishtaha's skill, and that will give him this buff. So basically, if he's hit by an element that he can absorb, like cryo in Signora's case, he will absorb that cryo.
Ooh.
Oh, wait.
Switches to Linny. Oh, that's a scary situation. He has to take the hit. Yeah, because with 3 die left there, Linny hitting Kaching is a bad idea. So Asha has to tank this hit. Oh, and the card
there's
gets
Lenny's
played.
Talent. So Prop Arrow is going to summon a
Ooh.
Grim Malkin.
Yep.
And
Ashta
there
turns
is the
into
absorption
Pyro.
from
Yep.
Ishtaha. So now Ishtaha has a second skill that will deal 3 pyro damage instead of Geo. He
Oh.
can choose between either of them.
Correct, but it doesn't look very good for Falcon right now. Linny is ready to go. He's amped up. He's got skill food too coming in.
So this is why I was really surprised by Rise Falcon banning out
Right.
Mew, because I felt like he normally bans aggro. He's been banning Finale, right?
Right.
And I mean, the win rates aside, I feel like this deck that Z-Kremlin is playing, while it hasn't been seen before, it is very strong. It has, it has Linny, and it has a Thunder Manifestation Senora core. So
Falcon has some quick switches to do right here. So they could swap off the Kuching and go for a quick kill on Linny, I believe. They might have to play Tandoori to do that, though.
I think that would actually be not a bad idea.
Unfortunately,
you could Stiletto too.
Yeah, their die roll didn't go as well, so they're going to have to sacrifice 2 cards to do that. Or they can use the Liar to re-equip, I think. Or did they even get gilded that round yet? I don't think they did.
Don't
No.
remember if they equipped. No, that's Echoes of an Offering there. That's not gilded. So it's Vorakash's Glow and Echoes of an Offering equipped on Rise Falcon side. So there's no Gilded Dreams at the moment. So because of the dice rolls, you can't use that Stiletto. Have to use one of your Leave It to Me's and actually tune the Stiletto. And this should be enough with that weapon equipped.
All right, Kuching takes out Linny for his finale. Get it? Haha. There's no finale here. I'm sorry, everybody.
There is no finale here.
Yeah, we haven't. There will be a finale at some point anyway. But anyway, back to Kremlin. Manifestation ready to go.
So if Z-Kremlin chooses to go for Thunder Manifestation Burst here, that Lightning Rod status is currently on Kuching, and it won't change for this turn. Because it's a once per round change. So
we're
are we going for
a big hit here?
Wait, that's enough to take out Kuching.
Yep. Wow.
Look at Elroy's Falcon like nodding. He knows.
Oh, pursed his lips a little bit. Just like, all right then. Okay, so it's just Ashta left and 3 die left on Kremlin's side. That should be enough to take out Ashta.
Yeah, so
as well.
My gosh, that Thunder Manifestation skill is so good. You know, having +1 damage every time that Lightning Rod changes targets. So it was 4 plus a 2 from Tandoori. That was just enough to take out Kuching.
I don't think there's any coming back from this, because if Manifestation goes down, Kremlin has 3 cryo die left, and I guess Senora still has the Tandoori buff on herself, because she didn't attack.
I wonder if he's gonna go for Tandoori here just to take out Thunder Manifestation.
I don't think he really has a choice, because either Manifestation or Senora is gonna like take him out. But okay, that's actually a pretty decent move there to get a shield up.
Stove.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Quick swap over to Senora.
Oh
yeah.
This is just gonna be an elemental skill, and that's going to
that
apply.
Is enough.
No, wait, that is just enough.
Yeah, the Tandoori buff.
Wait, the Tandoori was. Oh yeah. The Tandoori affects all of your active characters. So
correct.
Sonora also had that +2 damage buff from the Tandoori. So the first win is going to Z-Kremlin.
You don't normally get to see that either, because when you use Tandoori, you're thinking you're just going to stay on this main character. But to be able to swap off and let another character benefit off the Tandoori is actually really, really good.
Yeah, that I haven't lost yet coming in clutch, not for the energy point, but actually for the dice that was used to swap over to Sonora. I had the perfect dice to go for that elemental skill. Masterful
play. Very good play. Love to see something like that. I almost missed the Ito card in there, actually. So just to see all that play out perfectly to Kremlin's strategy was... I'm impressed, once again.
So, I mean, that is a very, very, very aggressive deck. You have Overload reactions. You have Superconduct reactions. Oh.
Do you want to read these names?
So we have our first raffle winners here.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Congratulations to Daxelrock and Jam Burying. If you see your name up there, then congratulations. You've won some lucky coins and Primo Gems, I believe.
And then each set, there'll be another raffle. So if you didn't win this one, make sure to enter the next one, which will be coming up when we start the next one. But there you go. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Make sure you're entering. Put the name of the player you're rooting for, and then also your UID in the chat.
Yes. A fun fact about UIDs, actually. So if it starts with 6, it's a North American account. If it starts with 7, I believe it's Europe. 8 is Asia.
8's Asia.
Yeah, I believe so. I think there's another one too, but it escapes my mind. But that's neither here or there. What did you think of that match otherwise?
It was a very fast match.
Yeah,
It
very fast.
was a very, very fast match. There were a lot of things going on. It's kind of difficult to break it all down as it's going and then also keep up with it because we're trying to explain what the players are doing.
Right.
And then also account for future lines, right?
Yes.
So there was a whole lot going on there. I really feel like Edelrise Falcon overlooked that first turn kill.
He might have, normally you would see someone quick swap over to Thunder Manifestation. You'd think, okay, they don't have enough die. This is definitely going to be like a Linny focused deck. Oh wait, they can overload, which does like +2 more damage.
Yeah,
to my guys
so
here.
overload does +2 damage, and then also with the lightning rod status doing +1 onto Thunder Manifestation skill, which is already base 3. It is a whole lot of damage.
That's
6 damage
a
exactly.
ton of damage.
So it looks like Edelrise Falcon is going to try again with that Pyro-Kaching H-Taha magic deck. And of course, this is a conquest format, so Z-Crimlet winning with that Linny deck means he can no longer play it for the rest of this. Maybe Edelrise Falcon might have been employing this strategy.
Actually, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Kind of think of it. But he would end up having to match up against it later. So once again, I don't know what to call this deck. Pyro-Kaching variants.
Pyro-Kaching H-Taha magic.
Yeah.
It's a mouthful, but that's what it is. It is Pyro-Kaching core, which is, you know, it's existed since the beginning of TCG, this core.
Yeah, what do you have to do different, though, to make sure Bennett doesn't get taken out this time?
Well, there's no Thunder Manifestation overload first turn kill to worry about because he is up against a stall deck. I actually think that he's favored into this matchup. This is going to be a test of time for Z-Crimlet. Remember those average round statistics we saw? Z-Crimlet's being super high because he was playing a whole lot of stall.
He can definitely,
we're going to have to see what happens here.
Yeah, Z-Crimlet has shown that he's very calm and collected when it comes to navigating stalls decks, for sure.
Despite his high heart rate.
Despite his high heart rate. But again, I learned the other day that... I shouldn't talk about this because I don't want to spread misinformation, but... I was running today, and my heart rate hit about 165 when I was running. So yeah. So to see Crimlet, I would call it the Crimlet engine at this point.
The Crimlet engine. Can you explain that?
Well, your heart rate increases as your brain power is going off. So it's like he's just sitting there like that, just shaking. It's just a silly joke. Anyway, it doesn't matter here. All right, but something I want to go back to. So there's kind of like this like triangle kind of weakness to strength thing. So there's aggro decks, there's stall decks, and there's combo decks. Those are generally the three kind of decks that we play here. Can you explain like why is this one stronger than the next one?
So basically, in an aggro deck, you're looking to win the game in the first 3 or 4 rounds. Like you want to put out damage as fast as possible, even if you're tuning important cards just to get the right dice in like the first round or two. It's so crucial because you're looking to end the game. It's strong against combo decks because combo decks are looking to build up normally like the burst of some character. For example, Yelan OTK is a very common combo deck we've seen in this tournament so far. You know, Yelan, you build up her burst and then you use it, and it's 3 energy points, so it takes an entire turn to get it up. And then you swap to either Thunder Manifestation or Signora, and you're basically just using like minty meat rolls or anything to discount those normal attacks, and you go for those electro charge or freeze reactions depending on who your active character is, and it's a combo. You're comboing with Yelan's burst there, and it lasts for a total of 2 rounds. So it takes time and coordination to pull it off, especially against really experienced players. So an aggro deck can completely like take advantage over that and not allow you to set that up. But combo decks are good to stall because stall decks are just trying to survive. They can survive well against aggro, but the combo all kind of comes at once, especially with the magic engine. So you can get a lot of damage in a single turn as opposed to the first couple of it's kind of... I'm rambling a bit.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm rambling a bit, but it's very in-depth. So,
but we have an aggro versus stall here, so Crimlet should have an edge, correct?
Z-Crimlet will have to survive the first few rounds here. I do feel like, you know, this deck that Edelrise Falcon is running, it is aggro, but it's also kind of somewhere in the middle-ish. Like, I don't want to say it's combo-ish. I don't know. H-Taha magic is just...
I get you. Yeah, once again, like the decks aren't just like strictly that. They can be blends of different strategies too.
So the thing is, Gilded Dreams requires you to have
that reaction from Kremlin.
Oh. Wait, I missed it.
He grabbed his head and then, I don't know, he started shifting around a lot. I'm trying to review what he did here. Taking a look.
I was looking down at my papers.
Yeah.
I missed what happened here.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. And very quickly, once again, the raffle has started, so don't forget to type in the player's name that you want to support along with your UID in the same line, so you can enter the lucky draw for some coins.
Yes, please enter our draw in Astro Carnival's chat.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Falcon does have the setup he wants, and it's pretty good going in. Gonna ramp up. Wait, no, he can't. He's only got one die there. Okay. Oh, the raffle ended. That was fast.
I'm wondering if Z Kremlin auto-diced or something, and that was why he reacted that way. But it looks like he wasn't punished for whatever he did.
Well, we'll have to see.
It's so fun seeing the players' reactions to different things.
Yeah. Falcon's heart rate just spiked too, like double from what he was earlier. So now he's getting into it.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the best of 5, so he has a little bit more chances this time than he did last week. But
Kremlin did draw Lynette's talent out of the deck, though. Very important card she stole and got a sword ready. Just needs tenacity of the Millith just to round it out.
Yeah, so this is a. This is a deck, this Dynamo deck at the bottom. It's called Dynamo because you have Dia and then 2 Animo, so Dynamo. It's a stall deck, technically, but it has aggressive elements, especially, that Lynette talent is going to be very crucial.
Right.
Because basically you'll equip it normally on her second cast because it only comes into effect with her second cast of her elemental skill. It'll do an additional 2 damage if you cast her skill a second time in the same round.
Yeah, so Kremlin just forced off Bennett onto Kuching to prevent from using the burst. I think Kremlin was banking on they don't have their quick swap yet. Because Falcon was holding those die ready to do it, but it got switched out. So they either have to like go back in on a slow swap, but then quite easily, so that's a great way to kind of force Jean not to do anything here. So how it works here, if Jean does decide to use her skill again on Ajda, it'll swap to Ajda's right on that screen, but that goes back to Bennett's left. Obviously, Kremlin's not going to do that to prevent Falcon from using Bennett's burst here.
Yes.
Once that gets set up, things are going to go really wrong. Ajda's skill talent just got played, but he didn't do a move, which is very unique to Ajda. What's going on? You're laughing.
I just think this mechanic is so funny. I remember playing it for the first time, being like, why didn't anything happen? Like, I just gained dice. But so basically, it costs 2 aligned dice.
Right.
And you play the card, and you get 1 of each dice, depending. Like, so you get 1 Pyro, 1 Electro, and 1 Geo, because that's the elements you have in your team. So, and it doesn't give you any energy points.
Right.
And it does trigger that elemental absorption ability, but it's just funny to witness because he's basically using it to wait.
Right. No,
to see what
actually,
will do.
sometimes like just waiting is a really good strategy. All right, Falcon swaps back to Kremlin, trying to force him to use the rest of their die, perhaps, to swap or do damage to Bennett, but...
Yeah, this works in El Rise's favor because he will get that Bennett burst off. Z Kremlin was forced to swap from Lynette, not wanting to use Jean to send Asaha into Bennett, but then that just lets El Rise Falcon swap over to Bennett.
Just doing as much damage as they can to Bennett, but Falcon will get that burst off. He's puckering his lips a little bit.
I saw him smiling when that happened because, it doesn't really matter if Bennett falls here. That +2 damage and the healing from his burst, which is going to last for the next 2 rounds, is going to be really important. And of course, as he casts that burst, he does get the +2 healing right off the bat. So.
This is the first time I've seen Kremlin react in such a way. Hands and head.
Oh, he's definitely nervous.
Head and hand, sorry. I always get that mixed up. Doesn't matter. All right, Bennett's ability getting to work here. As you know, Bennett meta in game. Bennett also meta in the TCG. So yeah, Falcon gets his start.
Right. He's meta in both.
Right. But Kremlin is not too far behind. Drew his sword as well. Just needs an artifact for Lynette so he can get his perfect setup, but now she's down to half health, so.
I do like how, despite eating that first loss, Elrise Falcon seems very calm. Like, his heart rate is double from the first match, but he has that smile on his face. I think things are going according to his plan here. See him thinking, the thinking pose.
Yes, the thinking.
Hand on his chin.
Yes, the think. But Kremlin gets to go first here. All right, Lotus onto Lynette. Ooh, drew another Lotus. Nice, nice.
Chef Mao is so good. They changed him so that when you play a food card, not only do you refund a random elemental dice back, but you also get to draw more food from your deck.
So Krimlet can equip Sword and Talon at the same time, but that's going to eat up a lot of his die, but might need to do that just to get Bennett out of here. Also, putting the Aquila Favonia on Lynette would help too. It doesn't do that anyway. Right, she can still heal up.
Yeah, she heals when she casts her skill, and then if her health is 6 or more, she will lose 2 health at the end of turn.
All right, spread Pyro over to the other side still. So steady damage going into Falcon's side. He's got his setup, but he still has to be a little careful here.
So I want to say that Ellerise Falcon has to play around Tendori second skill cast, but without a weapon equipped onto Lynette, it wouldn't really be enough to take out Kuching. Like, so...
Yeah, needs to hold his die too, just so he has some options after this.
I think it'd be 7 damage, but it would be enough to take out Aishtaha.
Right, Bennett takes out Lynette's Lotus buff, back to being able to use his burst again if he wants to.
Those dice are so bad, by the way, for Z Krimlet.
Yeah.
4 cryo.
Ooh.
Wait, was that Aquila Favonia that was tuned?
Yeah, just tuned the Aquila Favonia. Ooh, and the pizza, and the hash brown. All right, get the skill on. Yeah, double skill, which means extra damage.
There it is. So the surprise factor for that talent equip is gone. I mean, of course, Ellerise Falcon is going to be waiting for Z Krimlet to use it. Of course, Z Krimlet has brought it in the first place, right? But now that it's equipped, Ellerise Falcon doesn't have to play around the potential of it being equipped later on. He just knows it's there.
Yeah. I'm excited to see some more Ashita play here, so let's see what's going to happen here. So he could absorb the Pyro element. Not sure if they want to do that.
I think he already has done that. So if you look at
Ishtaha's
card, he has
sorry.
that flame coming out from the bottom there. So he does have the option to do Pyro damage, but I mean, with Pyro Aura already applied onto both Dea and Lynette, I feel like he might opt for Crystallized Reaction.
I have to apologize. I'm a bit colorblind.
Well, it's okay.
Brown and reds and oranges blend in together. It's really hard for me to see. All right.
Lynette,
let's see what's going on here. All right, Jean's quite healthy here, so Jean is a great also option for this team too, to like be the anchor just in case Lynette doesn't get set up. Yeah.
So the thing about that's interesting.
What's interesting?
I was wondering if Ellerise Falcon would go for the extra damage there or play. I guess he gets a dice back anyway for Lieben, so he doesn't have to play Supremacy Pass.
Right. All right. Back to Krimlet. They're ending their turns here. All right. Lieben will proc for Falcon. Nice little ramp setup for him again. Has been drawn. Oh, the Lo-Fi showing up in Krimlet's side. Not looking good for Krimlet right now, even though he's got 3 characters on field.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the swap on the Dia. I really feel like you need to be going for Jean's Elemental Burst. And, I mean, Jean is definitely within within range of Aisha's Burst.
Falcon got a wonderful die roll. Lots of options. Yeah, and he just got back Covenant too, so...
Z Krimlet could have ended first and been able to use Jean's Burst before Ellerise Falcon could do anything.
All right, switches to Kuching. All right, on the Dia.
I feel like if you're Z Krimlet, you have to stay on Dia.
Yeah, probably get her skill out again, but you would need to tune something.
Yeah, you have
and there
to
aren't a lot of cards there.
here.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Is the question. If you're in Z Krimlet's shoes,
you could tune Mao since you got one out already. Don't really want to get rid of other things. Maybe you could replace Junior's at.
normal attack.
Just goes with a normal attack though.
Yeah, I think this is fine because I mean, once Dia falls, you don't really need her skill at that point anymore.
Yeah, usually by this point you should be equipped, but we are missing some key inventory equipment on Krimlet's side.
This is a bit rough. I do see that Ellerise Falcon's heart rate has declined over the past couple turns, by the way, because I think he realizes that he's in a really good spot here. Z Krimlet is looking to stall the game out, right? Like, of course, his deck can be a little bit more aggro, but he's really looking for, you know, that tenacity at the Millith equip for those extra shield points. I don't know about the Aquila Favonia tune earlier.
Yeah, that's a really difficult one to have to tune.
Yeah, I feel like having that healing bonus is pretty crucial against an aggro deck like this, but...
And Kuching takes Dia out, showing Fake Cat Girl beats other Fake Cat Girl. Alright, we know who the superior one is between the two now. No hate to Dia, I love Dia. But anyway, off to Jean.
So one other thing to think about here is that if Jean uses her Elemental Burst, that is 4 costs.
Yeah.
Oh,
Didn't
but
use
in
that
playing
Dixie,
Chef Mal for
replace,
free,
yep.
you can Lotus Crisp here,
Yep.
get 2 dice back.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, and the
Oh,
Tandoori.
do you go for Tandoori skill to take out? No, I don't think
you can't do
do
it on Jean. You'd have to switch over to Lynette to eat, and that's a danger move right now. She's
Wait
only got 1
a
health.
second.
Did you notice something?
Well, so Z Kremlin went for Jean's elemental skill first. I
Yeah.
think it's because he wanted the sack sword to refund that animo dice. And I think he's just hoping he survives anything from LL Rise Falcon's Age to Ha, because his burst is up
Yeah.
and will deal 5 damage.
I believe 5,
No,
yeah, with that
5
buff. 4
plus
plus 1
1.
for every element absorbed that he takes. But Jean does have Lotus, so that'll subtract 3, only doing 2 damage to Jean.
It's 5 plus 1 because of
Is it 5
the
plus 1?
pyro aura crystallize.
We'll have to double check real quick here.
So it'll be +1 for elemental absorption and then also crystallize reaction.
It still won't beat Jean, but he
Yeah, it
will
won't.
he will
Should be
get a
3.
crystallized reaction out of it, which is quite nice. So yeah, 3 damage right there.
She's on 3 health. She...
Ooh, that's a
Ooh!
wonderful dice to draw right here.
Vorakasha giving a woven. I
Yeah.
don't think that's gonna be enough though. So 4, 5, 6, no. So with the crystallized reaction, that shield point actually makes
low
it.
fight.
You have to. Actually makes it so that
Did
Tandoori
Kremlin
skill.
just tune the die by accident?
No, he had to. He tuned
Couldn't he-
everything. He's either gonna play it or tune it.
But-
So it doesn't matter. He tunes it so that his opponent doesn't know that he.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, that kind of confused me for a second. It's like, why don't you just play the dice? But that's a good point. You don't want to let them know your cards.
Yeah, because then El Rise Falcon will know that he's down one woven.
Ah,
This
right.
way, he has no idea Zucremlight
Yeah.
hasn't played
This
the
is
woven.
why they play the games and not me. I'm just here to try to showcase
Yeah,
it.
I think he had to do that. So Tandoori's skill,
Right.
would have done 6.
Alright, swaps back to Kuching.
So with that shield point on Age to Ha, he would have been at 1 health.
Fortunately, that shield point will go away from the ad. Kuching does her skill. 3 damage to Jean. Danger zone right now for
This is
Kremlin. Ooh.
very much a danger
Alright.
zone.
2 dice there. Tuning.
Tuning for Sumer City, maybe? No, Wharf.
Tuning for the wharf.
I wonder what he's looking to draw. Probably that Gilded Dreams. I don't think we've seen any Gilded Dreams from El Rise
Yeah.
Falcon yet. So next turn could be very
Right.
critical, actually.
Something to note, yeah, Falcon has no weapons or artifacts equipped right now. There's that tenacity in the middle.
Too late. It's too late. Look,
Yeah.
look at it. Look at his head and his
Krillin,
hand. Like
yeah.
it's way too late for him.
Big
You want to be
headache right
equipping
now.
that earlier on,
Yeah.
so you could, use those 2 shield
Yeah.
points. Really.
Yeah, a great way to combat that is to bring Timaeus with you, but this deck does bring Wagner for those swords instead. Because, yeah, it's just, you just gotta hope. Unfortunately, that did not go Kremlin's way, but who knows? Maybe he might be able to pull this off, but not at this point. It's looking a little rough right now. He does get to start first. He could take out Kuching right now. The question is, does he do that?
El Rise Falcon not quite drawing what he wants either. He
Right.
does have a chance to draw it with that Vorokashas in his hand, but I mean, he's sitting on those 2 Liar Song. What he really wants is, I believe he brought Yayoi. No, he did not bring Yayoi. He wants
Oh,
Gilded.
Kremlin is praying right now because Jean just took out Kuching with a physical attack.
Oh,
let's see.
look at this.
Let's see what's here. So, Falcon right now. Enough die to do anything he wants to do right now. Can Pyro Overload to take Jean out right away. Could Crystallize.
Yes, I think either elemental skill would be enough to take Jean out,
Yeah.
and then the question is, can Z Kremlin survive?
Z Kremlin could play it slow. He's got Lotus. He could take it easy. I believe his skills alone do 3 damage apiece, doesn't it?
So something I'm noting about the deck that El Rise Falcon's running, it does not have I Haven't Lost Yet. So he was actually safe to take out Kuching there in some ways.
Yeah.
Because, Aisha already uses Elemental Burst, so he's going to be 1 energy point off after taking out Jean.
I think all Falcon needs to do is the Pyro skill on the Jean. I don't think Lynette has enough to take Ashta out after that. And I
so
think
her burst will reduce damage taken by 1. So the skill will only do 2.
Right. But,
so
I guess yeah, Crimlet.
But that's
still
true because the Crimlet would not. No, I mean I think what he's hoping will happen is that Elrise Falcon does not draw magic or like any way to generate dice because at the moment he only has enough dice for 2 actions.
Right.
So if he does those 2 actions, so if he takes Jean out here, that's 1 action, and then he has just enough dice at the moment.
Oh, he does play Lotus though.
Bring Lynette down to 1.
Oh, Lotus then does his sort of magic, right, with the Ashta talent, letting Crimlet go again.
I think he's just normal here.
Yeah, normal so you can save the Animo die for Lynette's.
I think he's just normal here.
Yeah. Ooh, gutsy.
I think you have to normal here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Crimlet can't get another burst after this one because that costs just a little bit out. All right, elemental skill, the swirl.
I guess this is fine.
Yeah. Ooh, actually.
Because he refunds that 1 dice, and also actually does 1 more point of damage than if he just normal.
All right, Jean does get taken out. Crystallize added to Ashta.
Now Ashta has 2 actions, so Elrise Falcon definitely won at this point. I think Crimlet knows it. He's still gonna go for that Lynette burst here, I think. No, he's going for skill.
Right,
oh wait, skill heals for 2.
Mm-hmm. Crimlet holding his head. Let's see how this goes here.
He heals for 2.
3 damage there. You just need to tune
But
again.
he has nothing.
Yeah.
He doesn't have anything. He has no way to gain dice.
Yeah, Ashta just
so
has the
that's
burst.
it.
Will he go for it? Just a normal.
You just need a normal attack.
All right.
Yep.
Not
normal
the fancy
attacks,
finish. Just something just nice and clean kill, nice and efficient. And yeah, Elrise Falcon takes the next match. 1-1. Wow.
Congratulations to Elrise Falcon. So this is a best of 5. He's not going to be able to use that deck again.
No.
Because this is also a conquest format.
Oh, look.
Oh, there's Gulba and Navia.
Yeah, it's a Navia cosplayer.
Wow.
I think that's official cosplayer
yeah.
too. Yeah.
Amazing cosplays here.
Yeah. Navia not quite in TCG yet. Official definitely in TCG and among the favorites for the meta as well. Maybe we might see some official decks coming in pretty soon.
To see a Navia card at some point.
All right. Well, yeah, once, like you said, a best of 5. So we still have more matches between these two for sure. At least 2 more, right? Depending on how this goes.
2 more.
At
so,
least 2 more.
yeah, in a best of 5, you have to win 3 matches.
And speaking of winners, other winners, congrats to Kevin Bops and Ishikawa Hiromi for winning the lucky coins in that draw. Congratulations. Yeah. So don't forget, every set will be doing these lucky draws. So if you didn't win here, get ready for the next set where you can once again choose your favorite player and also provide your UID. And if you don't have a UID, 601-842-076. Just saying.
Is that your UID?
Maybe not. I don't know. Does anyone have their UID memorized?
I don't.
I do. I don't know why. I kind of had to because of things that I have to fill out all the time. But anyway, so that deck is taken out. Ashta finally successful in that deck. I'm very happy to see that actually, just because it's different, something new and fresh. But now coming into this match, what should we be seeing here, do you think?
What is going to be picked here? Because I mean, obviously the top 2 choices for these players are now out. I feel like Crimlet, I wonder if he's going to change it up, and instead of running with Denimo, that Dia 2 Animo deck that he played, if he's gonna go with the Diona the freeze stall that he also brought today and that he won very well with last week. As for Elrise Falcon, I do believe the Ningguang stall was banned today.
Yep.
So okay, so it's going to be
Ooh.
Yelan OTK versus Denimo. All right.
Ooh.
So for those of you watching at home, if you're not familiar with what OTK means, Yelan OTK means Yelan 1 turn kill. So basically it is a combo deck that is looking to build up Yelan's burst and then go for like basically a full board wipe in a single turn. So
and I've tried it myself. It's amazing.
I mean it's magic.
Yeah,
it
it's
runs
magic.
the magic engine. That's why it's called magic.
Or you're being very silly and standing in water while there's electricity around you. Don't do that. All right, let's see how their decks match up. There shouldn't be too many surprises here. Okay, so there is that zero-cost version of Echoes. I don't remember the name of
Flowing
it.
Rings. So,
Flowing
I mean,
Rings, okay.
Basically it's the same card as Echoes of Offering, except instead of having that built-in Sumeru City, it only has the card draw. One good thing, like, you're really looking to have as much card draw as you can with Yelan OTK because you want to get out that magic engine and really, like, make sure you can produce all those Omni dice from nothing. Here's Z Crimlet's Dynamo deck. It's, I mean, we just saw it played. It's very standard. I do think that he had some unfortunate card draw.
There's no card draw other than Lieben in this deck here. So, on Golba, if they can even get that far. Yeah, Tenacity needs to come out much earlier so they can get the full benefit of it.
So I know we were talking about, like, the state of the matchups last game, right? And how the deck, the Pyro Kachin core, is very aggro-ish.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, with Aisha there. I feel like Aisha is a really good finisher, actually.
Yeah.
Just like Sinora, even though we haven't seen him that much.
Haven't seen him at all. This is the first time.
But Stall should theoretically win. Like, theoretically,
theory,
if everything works well. But we
Right.
didn't see Z Crimlet drawing the cards that he really needed to. He didn't have the tenacity of the Millith. He had to tune his weapons other than the Sack Sword on Jean.
Yeah, very, very important weapon to that, the whole strategy of that specific deck too. Would you put, like, other cards in there for card draw? Like other cards besides Golba and Lieben? What else could you replace and put in?
I don't think there's room, and I don't know if you necessarily need to. Like, you have the Stove God for the extra card draw, but you're just looking to survive the first few rounds as your opponent uses all of their resources.
Right.
And, I mean, Z Crimlet wasn't able to do this because he didn't have the right cards at the beginning, but you don't want to sacrifice the cards that are actually in a stall deck for more card draw because you're not looking to speed the game up. You're wanting to slow it down. And I feel like there were points where Z Crimlet was all for damage when he could have maybe played it slower with swap stalls.
Right.
So there's that to consider too. But we'll have to see what happens in this next match.
See how this strategy goes. That was Crimlet's first loss in this whole event as well, actually. So that might maybe shake him up a little bit.
That was
the
because he
first loss.
went 4-0
Went
in the first
4-0
week.
in the group stage, and that was his first loss here on the elimination stage. But to Falcon's credit, these isn't anything to, like, worry about.
I mean, and these are the best. Like, we're gonna be casting the best of fives for the best 4 players so far. They made it through the upper bracket, which means they won both of their best of 3s last week. They have 2 lives going into this tournament. So I mean, if we do see Z Crimlet losing here, it will not be the end of the road for him. He will drop into that lower bracket and he'll have 1 life left.
Yeah. So nothing to worry about, but we are off to round 3. LL Rise Falcon versus Z Crimlet. And don't forget, the raffle is starting again, so choose the one that you want to support and post your UID in chat right now to enter the lucky draw.
Yeah, if you're rooting for LL Rise Falcon or Z Crimlet,
that tenacity coming in.
There
Sorry,
it is, yeah.
Don't mean to talk over to you.
You're good. But yeah, if you're rooting for either LL Rise Falcon or Z Crimlet, make sure you put their player name in the chat along with your UID.
Also, those deck skins, actually. Very exclusive. You can only get them by participating in tournaments like this.
The Prince Cup specifically, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. I think, you know...
Oof. Die rolls.
If you participate in one of those live events, then, like, in the last year, you have that card back, and it is no longer available, I believe.
Crimlet rolling 5 Dendro die in their hand right there. Wow. The heat is not here, by the way. Just saying.
Well, I mean, I guess he could use it to equip.
Yeah, he can go like a fully equipped turn. Just unfortunate that had to happen, right? Just not going your way. You want to get Dia's skill out first.
He has to tune something here.
He has to tune something, unfortunately.
I don't even know.
Those are none of the cards you really want to tune. You'd love to have the Dunyarzad set up for the next round. Maybe even get Wagner to play cheaper. Get him set up in there. The Paimon card you kind of want to get out as well, too, to ramp up right away. I think you might want to get your Tenacity equipped as fast as you can so you can take that full benefit. But Falcon right now has a wonderful die roll with that Yelan setup. They should be okay coming into this next round.
This makes sense. Z Crimlet is tuning that Paimon, probably going to be using... probably... Wait, he...
Yeah, you gotta get that on. They're going to put it on Jean, though, this time. Not a bad move, actually.
He's going to play Dunyarzad in pass, most likely. Okay, so... But yeah, LL Rise Falcon having a really strong start as well. Being able to get Yelan's elemental skill off, and then also her full energy with the Northern Smoked Chicken. And her breakthrough breakthrough stacks coming through for that extra card draw for her as well. That's one thing that's really strong about Yelan. She has card draw built into her deck, and we see that Edelweiss Falcon has already drawn the Gilded Dreams and Liar Song earlier on, and now just recently drew Yayoi, so he basically has everything he needs to produce the magic engine that we've been talking about so much.
Yeah, but Kremlin made the best from what he had there. He got to play Dunyarzad and Wagner out from equipping the Tenacity onto Jean, drawing another die so he can get them out there. And now he just drew Lieben, his sword, as well as everything else. So Kremlin's still managing to get through this with all that luck. And yes, the raffle did just end.
Yes, the raffle just ended. So, I mean, if you're watching along with us, make sure you're staying tuned for these raffles. They will be happening at the start of each match. We'll be announcing the winners at the end of this match.
So hopefully you get some lucky coins so you can get the fancy little borders for everyone or characters you don't have.
So at the top right, you can see some of the players' notes. Just keeping track of everything that's been played.
To look into the mind of a TCG player, it just looks like scribbles, numbers, letters, and words.
So, I heard some cheering before, and I think it's because Edelweiss Falcon drew that quick swap. This is actually going to be huge. Like, Edelweiss Falcon has everything it needs to make Yelan OTK, like, basically do what it needs to do. And last week, we never really saw it high roll in this sense. So we are going to see a quick swap into Yelan Burst, and then most likely some magic.
Probably not this turn here, because they probably want that free swap off if they can get Yelan taken out.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, but...
Kremlin knows not to play into that too hard. Uses Guoba.
So Yayoi 1, Play Gilded for 1, Liar Song, Play Gilded for 1. You also have Minty Meat Rolls and Covenant. So, I mean, Edelweiss Falcon might actually just go for some damage on Thunder Manifestation here. Has plenty of resources to do so.
Yeah, but Pyro Element on. Jean threatening to push off. You don't really want to waste any die switching around.
It's true, but if Edelweiss Falcon gets moved from Thunder Manifestation to Senora, then he just...
Yeah. He could just go on the Senora. I think Falcon wants to do the manifestation setup. Oh, drew an egg. That's going to be a fun little surprise.
I think Z-Crim wants to play Lieben, but
Yeah, I know. You don't really want to do that either. You don't want to leave Jean wide open to a bunch of damage that could potentially just show up here.
We might see him just slow swap to Thunder Manifestation to test the waters a little bit, you know.
Right. Interesting. Falcon could draw another card, though, in a normal. Do they need any more cards? It'll be tricky. They could also equip the Gilded Dreams.
So, I think he's doing the calculations in his head right now. Not getting the swap onto Thunder Manifestation is probably not what he wanted to happen. He does go for that normal here.
Draws another card. He gets Mao. That'll come in handy, actually, coming up to this next turn. Excuse me. Kremlin does play Lieben. Replaces Mao, or replaces Wagner for Mao.
I just saw Edelweiss Falcon like pulling up his sleeves. He's like preparing.
Oh, yeah?
He's thinking, how does he want to go about this?
Well, Yelan will take a Pyro hit from that. Kremlin could just take Yelan out, but yeah, that free swap is going to not be fun for him, which will let Falcon take more advantage of the die.
I'm wondering if Edelweiss Falcon wants to actually end here, or if he wants to play Mao Covenant. Like the whole 9 yards, basically, and go for some extra damage here. There's Mao. We'll have to see.
We'll see. Covenant does bring back 2 random element die, but that won't matter here because all those cards only need 1, most of them.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know how efficient it would be. It's hard to do all the math at once. This is why we're the ones casting here and the players are out on the stage. But you could generate a bunch of dice and do some damage if you're Edelweiss Falcon with Minty Meat Rolls, Chef Mal, Covenant, Yayoi.
Right.
Okay, he's just going to end. He's going to wait for next turn.
I think that's the wisest thing either. You don't have gamblers either on anyone, so you can't get 2 extra die upon kill.
He's going to save it up.
Wagner comes back.
Another Mal, another Liar Song. What is this? Edelweiss Falcon is high rolling so hard right now.
I'm new to the community and their terms. When you say high rolling, what does that mean?
He's getting the perfect cards right now.
I
He's
see.
getting the perfect cards.
Oh.
He has everything he needs except for gamblers, but he doesn't even need gamblers because he
Right.
has the liar song.
Falcon.
Double liar song, the other Chef Mel.
Falcon definitely wants to do the Fatui, or sorry, not the Fatui, the Thunder Manifestation play here coming up. Will Crimlet let him have that though? No. Decides to switch off to Lynette with a Vorkashi equipped so they can draw another card if taking damage. But will Falcon make the switch?
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
So
Let's see. Liar Song being played. Retrieves the Caverana. What is the play here? Switches to Manifestation. All right. Things are about to get crazy.
So, in using Liar Song on Karina, that Gilded Dreams is already discounted by 1. So he's just anticipating it. And I think...
I think that's a good move on Crimlet's part. Switch over to Lynette. Use
You
her
see
skill.
Elrice Falcon
and then
laughing
probably
here.
Surprise skill here. Yeah, because Falcon's wondering, like, do you have that talent card? What's going on here? All right.
Here we go. So, Gilded Dreams was reduced
Liar
to 1
comes
cost
back.
by Liar Song. We're going to see another Liar Song to unequip that Gilded Dreams, making 1 cost again. Yayoi comes down, which makes Gilded Dreams
Makes it
0
free,
cost
yeah.
at the moment. It's
Can
free.
create some more die. Ooh, but Crimlet does have Lynette's skill right there. It's gonna get really funny here in a second. Let's see. Mal
Chef
goes into
Mal,
play.
we're gonna
Minty
see Minty
meat roll, yeah.
rolls for
Gets
sure
played onto
on
TF. Yep.
Yes, on TM.
Did I say TF? My bad. I thought Thundering Fury
Ooh,
for some
Northern
reason.
Smoked Chicken in case, yes. you
Yeah.
were
Another Gilded coming. Oh wait, that's the previous Gilded. My bad. All right, lots of die. All right, normal attack 1 damage to Lynette.
It's gonna be
Followed
4
by
damage each normal because the Yolan
Yeah.
burst is gonna
Mhm.
come in and deal an additional 3 with that electro charge,
Right.
and then 1 piercing across the board for Dia and Jean.
So Crimlet, I think, could equip the sword and then use Lynette's talent and just take Thunder Manifestation out right now.
That would essentially end his turn if he did that, though.
Right, but I think you need to stop this threat. That is the manifestation that's going on here. Oh, decides to switch to
I think
Jean.
this is better.
Actually, yeah, that's a much
so,
better idea. Jean
you know,
still
Jean
has
a Tenacity of the Megalith on for those 2 shield points, so she's gonna be able to tank a little bit more. We do see her burst come out.
Alright, yeah.
This is pretty much what Z Crimlet wants to do here because
Yeah.
he's playing a stall deck.
Right.
He needs to
Yeah,
survive. If he
stall.
survives his turn, Yolan is already out of the game. Her burst is going to be done after this. Of course, Thunder Manifestation and Signora are very strong as a core together. You don't necessarily need that Yolan in
Yeah.
her burst, but it will definitely help to not have that combo. Like, this is when most of the damage is going to
Right.
be coming out from Elrice Falcon's side.
Yeah,
So
I
if
think
Z Crimlet can just survive.
Yeah, it's good that Lynette didn't attack too. Otherwise, the thundering spike thing from Thunder Manifestation doesn't get attached to her. So it's actually really good. Quite good. All right.
Yeah, so, but I mean, Elrice Falcon is always going to be going for those normal attacks here,
Yeah.
unless a skill would actually be enough to take out a character, because it does as much damage as a skill, and actually, no, it does more damage because of the electro charge.
Right.
Proccing, so.
Yeah, spreads more damage around. All right, swaps off to Dia.
He just swapped stalling for now. Dia is a little expendable at the moment in comparison to Jean and Lynette. She has thoroughly done her job.
Floating rings played onto TF.
More card draw.
TM, sorry.
More card draw.
Let's see, normal attack to Dia, spreading more damage around. There's another card.
He's looking for gamblers. Ooh, Boar Princess.
Boar Princess is still pretty good.
So, I mean, you could Boar Princess over... So you played Flowing Rings over Gilded, right?
Yes.
It's interesting.
Right, Falcon. No, Crimlet ends his turn.
I think what Elrice Falcon really wanted to draw was gamblers, but yeah, there's no point using Boar Princess at the moment. Just going for the burst here. We might see Boar Princess or Covenant, then Boar Princess. That could be an option.
All right, well, Thunder Manifestation's burst is out, which will do 3 damage to Jean.
That's what we're gonna see
hang
here.
on, not
so,
yet.
so with War Princess, you're gonna replace the artifact currently on Thunder Manifestation with a 0-cost artifact.
Yeah.
You're gonna have 3 dice. He's gonna tune into skill. It's gonna target Lynette, and then the No wait, no, it goes for active character. He already used the okay.
Yeah, that will take out Jean though. Coming up.
It will take out Jean.
Yeah, unfortunate.
He already used his skill with the lightning rod, so it does not trigger that way anymore.
Yeah. Falcon has an egg up his sleeve
No,
too.
he did normal attack.
Little health on Lynette's.
Wait.
Some healing coming. Oh yeah, there's a little bit healing coming up here for Jean.
Wait, no, but the Thunder Manifestation summon is gonna target Lynette.
Correct.
So I'm wondering why he didn't skill there. He could have had only Jean left up. If he did an elemental skill, because it would have targeted Lynette, and then the summon would have taken out Lynette.
I think I can see that now. Yes. We'll have to see how these die draw go.
I guess he decided the damage on Jean was more important, and also the Hydro application.
Perhaps, yes.
Because he can also go for freeze on Signora, especially with that quick swap.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So as Crimlet though, you got options here. You can equip a weapon. I believe Jean's skill with a weapon will do 4 damage. No?
It would be enough to take out Thunder Manifestation. Signora is a really good finisher, especially since she hasn't entered her Crimson Winch of Ember state yet.
Right.
She would be able to freeze Jean.
Yeah, I think
in her
that's
current state.
probably why Falcon avoided removing the Hydro off of Jean at that point. Just so they can threaten him with this.
I actually think so. That's probably why Falcon went for the normal. Didn't have to tune anything to do that either, right? So was able to use the last of Yolan's burst to apply Hydro onto Jean. So there's more reactions this turn. You can either go for extra damage with the Electric Charge or a freeze with Signora.
Yeah, Jean does have the Aquila equipped as well, so she can sustain for a bit. I'm running out a bit of time here. I would probably normal at this point. You don't want to swap or lose and get frozen here, because that would probably be GG at that point.
So Elroy Falcon has used a lot of his magic already.
Oh, it does skill anyway. Okay.
Has no Liar Songs left, but... And of course, I don't... No, Z-Chromlic does know that one of the Gilded is gone. Because Elroy's Falcon played artifacts over it, so... Interesting. Seed Dispensary immediately into Treasure Seeking Sealy. I think Elroy's Falcon's looking for that last Gilded. Does freeze Jean.
Jean gets a die and a health back from that.
Yeah, so Tenacity of the Millilith, when you're hit, you receive a dice that
oh, ends with 4 die.
is the same as the character the artifact is on. So got
I think that is a wise move actually on Crimlet's part. You don't want to let Falcon take out Lynette here and be stuck with just 2 characters. Fortunately, have to like close their turn with 4 dice still floating around. Falcon now has options here.
Huh. This is really interesting. Z-Crimlet really wanting to protect Lynette.
I think that's a good move.
I think this makes sense. I mean, Z-Crimlet is sitting on that Lynette talent. I'm just wondering... Yeah, there's no way for Elroy's Falcon to shatter Jean, by the way.
No.
Because Signora is a kindless character and can't do physical damage.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. Not in... The die don't even look good for Falcon right now either. Only 5 die can just do 1 more attack, but you'd have to tune other things if you want to do a skill to apply Sheer Cold, but I don't know if that's going to be worth it either.
Sheer Cold is already applied onto Jean. She will be taking cryo damage.
It is. It is. All right. Opts use the Hash Brown. Draws a couple more die. Ooh, actually.
Yeah, so Hash Brown gives Elroy's Falcon 2 dice from Chef Mal, both Chef Mals. So it does have 2 actions here. It's enough to take out Jean. Poor Secretlet is here with his head in his hands, just hoping for the best here. Yeah. Of course, whoever loses in this best of 5 is not completely out of the tournament. They will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
Right.
So we will be seeing them play tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, it's a tough one right now. Falcon doesn't want to necessarily use the egg here because that's just going to swirl death onto whoever gets revived. So they got Pyro, but they could get rid of that Pyro too. Are they going to do that anyway? I don't know the play here. Maybe they swap. Oh, maybe they could swap over and do some quick damage. That's always fun.
Oh. Wait.
All right. Ooh, actually, not a bad play, I think. Yeah. Crimlet kind of raising his eyebrow a little bit to that.
I'm a little confused. Oh!
Superconduct
Oh, sheer
reaction.
cold.
Yes,
It was the sheer cold from Signora on Jean.
Yes. All right, Lynette with just a Lotus in hand and a Tenacity.
That's it. That's it.
Falcon is just making sure that they're both making sure here. Oh, those dice suck.
Yeah, there's no way because otherwise Falcon does have that revive on Signora.
Yeah.
The hash especially, you know, brought her up to plenty of health.
It depends on how Crimlet uses his next skills here. He can shield, he can Lotus, he can also heal really quick with a skill.
2 actions is all Edelrise Falcon needs to end.
And that one. Oh, unfortunate. Another Lotus, but it is what it is.
You can't use any of them. I mean, all he can really do here is go for the double skill. And of course, the initial cast of Lynette's skill does heal her by 2. So, basically has 5 shield points to eat through at the moment.
Yeah.
But
be careful here. All right, skill coming in. Does 0 damage to Lynette.
But a burst is going to be plenty enough to take out Lynette, especially... Yeah, I think
Crimlet's deciding whether the burst to mitigate some further damage to draw their dice out. And then hopefully have enough.
I think he needed to not Lotus, actually.
I think he can skill here and force a revive right now. I think that's...
But Edelrise Falcon has plenty of damage to take out Lynette at that point. It's confirmed. This is definitely a win for Edelrise Falcon.
Yeah, I guess so, because that burst is how much again?
I believe... Oh, so this is actually really good for Z Crimlet, I think. That's going to reduce... So,
yeah.
In Cryo State, the burst is only going to do 4?
Yeah, 4. It should only do 4, yeah. Doesn't do as much as the Pyro one, which does 6. The Bogglecat will reduce by 1, I believe, correct?
I'm trying to remember when Sheer Cold takes place. So at the end of turn at some point, Lynette will be dealt 1 cryo damage. I'm trying to remember if it's before summons or after.
Ooh, Gilded coming in. Yeah, Crimlet gave up. Yeah.
Reaction. He was really trying to figure out how to win this one, but...
Yeah. Yeah, they just have to... They're trying to play Northern Chicken, I think. Falcon's trying to just do some math here. One wrong move. I don't know. Crimlet could win here. It just depends on what Falcon's next move is. Could be interesting. Because Crimlet did use skill on Lynette, so he could equip talent on the next one.
I think it's definitely over here. So, I mean, you could Northern Smoke Chicken burst. You could...
Ah, Constant Lotus instead. Okay. Get some more
either
dice
way,
that way
Z
too.
Crimlet goes for the second Lynette skill, tunes everything for it, but... Because burst with Sheer Cold alone is enough to take out Lynette. I think I'm just trying to remember if Sheer Cold will be applied before summons. Because no, but it doesn't matter either, because Edelrise Falcon would end first anyway if he bursts.
Falcon does burst here. All right.
But I mean, he
go into Pyro mode.
Burst and then skill, and then that's it.
They do have that thing on there. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just burst skill. So I mean, Z Crimlet is...
Can Z Crimlet heal 2 though upon skill, right?
Wait.
And they're gonna equip their talent, which should do like a ton more damage.
It's one off.
Just one off.
It's not enough. So it's 4 + 2, and with Lotus, Signora.
I like that. Wipes his brow, gets a quick drink, takes the lead now, 2-1.
Congratulations!
Look at that!
Smiling.
He's
smiling. He was really calculating that damage. We were trying to calculate along with him. You know? So yeah, with that Lotus, Signora was 4 + 3. Lynette, her second cast with her second cast of her skill with her talent deals 6.
That was a lot of math for me. So
it is a lot of math.
I'm glad that you're here to figure that out for me. I'm just here to react and just call what I see. So that's for you, chat. We're doing our best. But that was a great match, though. That was a perfect setup for like a stall and blah, blah, blah. I'm forgetting what deck was already run already. Yes, right. And now, speaking of combos, we have 2 more winners. Once again, we have Moon97266 and Psycha Cloud. Congratulations on winning some lucky coins. Go get some of those cool skins for your cards.
Congratulations, yes, for winning the draw here.
Yeah. So round 4 next coming up. What do you do?
We could have a winner determined in this next
Yes, we
round.
could,
If
yeah.
Elrise Falcon takes a third win.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, just reiterating, this is the upper elimination brackets.
Right.
So, okay, it looks like we're gonna have Mew versus Z-Kremlin again playing
Oh.
Dynamo. I do think that Z-Kremlin is favored here. It's kind of closer than you might expect.
Right.
A lot of it is going to depend on Elrise Falcon's draw and dice rolls in the first couple rounds.
Yeah.
Because with these aggro decks, like, you're really looking to get off as much damage as you can, and having, you know, the perfect dice, you don't have to tune cards, is really important. But I do think Z-Kremlin stands a chance here.
Third time's a charm, though, hopefully, right?
Third
Not
time's a
bringing out the
charm.
stall here, not forcing another match, but once again, I don't know the best play here. Honestly, I would have loved to see the other stall deck, though, just come into play.
We might see
Yeah.
some other players
We might.
take
If
it.
they go to the next round, we definitely will see it.
Tiwa took it last week, so we
Right.
might see it later in the lower bracket
Yeah.
finals. But so I mean, once again, this is the upper bracket elimination stage. So both of these players have gone into this phase of the tournament with 2 lives. Whoever loses this best of 5 will not be completely out of the tournament.
Nope.
So. Yeah, Elrise Falcon choosing to bring Mew. If you're new to Genius Invocation TCG, we've been affectionately calling this deck Mew because M is for Mona, E is for Eula, W is for Wander.
I think there could still be a better name than that.
Really?
Personally.
I mean, so conspiracy theory, I think it was Mona and Wander that had cats in their birthday cards this past year.
Interesting. They also have very big hats.
They
let's just
do.
say. They also have similar poses now that you look at the
Wait,
cards.
they do.
Yeah.
And similar color palettes.
Yeah, color palettes. Mona's floating book. Wander has the floating animal orb. Huh. Well, they did meet each other in like one of the 1.x events,
No,
right?
no, that was the very first event.
Yes,
It was
yes.
Unreconciled Stars, yeah.
A big hint to what is going on in the world of Tevat. All right, Kremlet once again bringing Dynamo or Dia double Animo.
Dia double Animo.
Third time's the charm. Will it work this time? He
The
had a
rule
pretty
of
good
3.
setup going in, but unfortunately just, yeah, the magic engine on the other side just started really fast.
Yes, I do believe Elrise Falcon kind of... I know you were asking me to explain high rolling. He high rolled. I think that was a
Yes.
good example of high rolling. He drew everything he needed to get so much damage off, and that's why we call it Yulan OTK. OTK meaning one turn kill. So, in this case, you know, this is Conquest format, so whatever decks you win with, you cannot play again. This is why Elrise Falcon is forced to go with Mew this time. This is the last deck he can play with for the rest of this best of 5. So if he loses here, he has to then play against the Diona freestall, which is not a great matchup. So he's
No.
really looking to win this game, I think.
That's torturing on its own here. But just he still has to fight 2 stall decks back to back, which can be a little draining. Maybe that's Kremlet's play here, just to draw this match out as long as he can, so they start making mistakes just mentally.
I mean, Z-Kremlin, there's definitely something to say about, you know, Elrise Falcon has been banning a lot of aggro decks, so it doesn't surprise me that he banned Z-Kremlin's Mew. But Z-Kremlin going for that aggro deck right away and immediately winning with it. I was talking a little bit earlier about how it could have possibly been used to Elrise Falcon's advantage, but now Z-Kremlin's just stuck on stall.
Right.
So we're in for very long games.
We're in for long games off the first vat here, so that's okay. I have more energy when it starts out like this. Oh. Rise Falcon with a bit of a grin.
He's thinking.
Yeah. Holding his hands.
I think he's in a very good position
Stretching
right
his
now.
knuckles. Ready to go here. Yeah.
Are you
primed
ready to
and
go?
ready. Am I ready to go? Of course. Always ready to go. All right, Kremlet just trying to get his bearings put back together here.
There was something you were saying earlier about, you know, Z-Kremlin took his first loss, not this last match, but the one before.
Yes.
So, I mean, he could definitely be shaken up a bit. I see him
Probably, yeah.
sighing on screen here.
Yeah.
Like, the stakes are very high, even though this is the upper elimination.
I love
will
that
not
person
be-
right there. Sorry, I just want to point them out. And there's the 2 cosplayers in the crowd, Navia and Fischl.
Oh, look at Navia waving.
Fischl.
Cosplays are so beautiful. Oh, is it the sign with
there's
Elrise
the
Falcon in the
on there.
audience?
Yeah.
Lots of people coming to cheer others
Yeah,
on.
love to see
Oh,
it.
look at the Raiden.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry, I
It's
didn't see them. Okay, I'll probably see them later. Yeah, because after we're done, I'm gonna go probably explore the stage a little bit, see what's going on upstairs there. Be really cool. Yeah, they have this whole place like decorated and everything too. There's more than just the stage here. There's rooms where you can hang out with cutouts with the players. Actually, there's a room with that. There's a Guoba cosplay, no, a Guoba giant like you know.
We saw it in the audience just a little bit ago, right?
Right.
Yeah, the Guoba.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things going on over here right now with this tournament going on. All right.
There's so much at stake here for both these players. Of course, this is not the last we'll see of either of them. We're gonna have to see who wins this next match coming up between Elrise Falcon and Z Crimlet.
All right, round 4. LL Rise Falcon versus Z Crimlet. Fight. That's great. I love it. Good job. All right. Let's see the hands that are here. Okay, Crimlet throwing everything back except Guoba.
The instructors for Elrise Falcon is gonna be so important.
Ooh,
you
really
really
good.
want instructors. I see there's like a perpetual smile on his face. Like you just know when something is going the right way for him. He's like sitting there smiling and like holding his hand to his chin, like thinking. Like
body language is very fun to watch.
It
when
is
people
very
play
fun.
TCG because you don't get to normally see that. But once again, just a quick reminder: the raffle is going on. So if you want to win some lucky coins for your own decks, make sure to type the player that you are cheering on in chat along with the UID right next to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
One other thing I want to point out. So the heart rate monitors.
Yes.
Beneath the names,
Yes.
Elrise Falcon's very calm again.
He's been pretty chill. It does double up when he's excited about something, I've noticed. Crimlet is just 140 is normal for him, at least for being chill.
It is.
So,
He's constantly a bundle of nerves, I think.
No, he
even
needs,
if he appears like calm, he's
right. But Crimlet needs that engine going. I need to see it at like 180. We'll see how this goes though. Standard opening for Falcon with Mona summoning the Phantom. Nothing else really played here. Crimlet kind of again messed up by the die. Can't bring out Dia's skill once again. Tunes the other die. Fortunately.
woven.
Yeah. Once again.
That's rough.
It is rough. You don't want to let them know that you have that dice coming in or not. So.
I wouldn't have tuned Woven there. I would have probably tuned Junior's Eyes, especially since he has no other companion cards in his hand. But I mean, it's hard to say. This is the perfect opener for Elrise Falcon, though. You know,
look at that.
Being able to equip instructors and also play Paimon there for the extra ramp.
Yeah.
So Elrise Falcon's gonna have a really heavy damage turn.
You got Liars in hand, and they also have the quick switch as well. All right, Junior's out on Crimlet's side. Hydro onto Jean. Raffle is ended, so hopefully we'll see some new winners with coins after this match.
Make sure you're looking out for those raffles. They will be starting at the beginning of every match, not just the best of fives, but like every single match that is played, there's going to be a raffle.
2 Liars on Falcon's side, grabbing his head right away, trying to strategize what he wants to do here. Crimlets. All right. Crimlet.
Oh, these dice
Head
are
in his
not
hands,
helping. Those were the dice he needed before, and now he doesn't have any animo. He doesn't need the pyro anymore.
Oh, the headache just sinking in.
And he already had to tune to use Dia's skill. This is really unfortunate.
It is not going well for Crimlet today. Yeah, shaking his head in disbelief here. Unfortunate.
Elrise Falcon's heart rate is coming up a bit here. You know, I feel like at the beginning of match 2, after he took that first loss, it started the game at about like 130. And then it's just kind of been going up and down depending on what's happening. But now that we're actually in this match, you know, he's getting a little bit more excited about things. Gonna have to see. I do believe we're gonna see a skill coming out of Wander and then a bunch of normal attacks to basically
just gotta start right now. Just Wanderer just goes crazy in the academia and just starts wrecking havoc on the other side.
Yeah, the instructors is gonna keep refunding animo dice with every swirl reaction.
Yeah.
So it happens up to 3 times per round.
Yeah. Like I said, he's got the instructor cap now. He's the teacher.
So I mean, Zcrimlet, not the best dice, but did draw Paimon, also Tenacity of the Middle Earth, and another Woven. So there is something he can do here.
Stall.
He's gonna have to stall quite a bit, yeah.
Oh,
Huh.
another Paimon coming in a little bit clutch here.
Huh.
Could get Tenacity equipped right away. All right, does get the extra card for Tunes Paimon. Fair. All right, forces a switch off a Wanderer. Probably a very good play, but Mona can do a quick swap back on.
Yeah, so I mean, Elrise Falcon, I believe, ended on Mona and already used the quick swap, so it is a slow swap, but Elrise Falcon was smiling there for a second because he saw Z Crimlet tuning, which means he knows that Z Crimlet has to tune again if he wants to use Jean's elemental skill.
It's a big indication about what is going on the other side.
And this is the perfect thing that Zekrimlet can do, because I'm pretty sure he's going to go for that Tenacity of the Millith equip, most likely onto Jean. But so Wander's normal attacks are going to go onto Jean and not swirl anything.
Right.
He's going to have to go for skill here if he wants to...
He does, yep.
Yep.
Keep spreading damage. I think that's the play. You just do what his job is to do, is to spread damage.
He did have to tune for that, though.
He did. But he does have another normal attack on the next round, so if he so wishes to use it. Uses the tenacity on Lynette, actually.
Lynette. I think that's fine.
That's okay. I believe that is a good move.
Lynette is ideally your finisher in Dynamo.
Right. Usually because you bring your skill, and your skill card is a really strong surprise attack if played properly here. All right, Falcon could do a quick normal onto Jean and spread more Hydro around and do more damage.
So this is actually kind of perfect for Zekrimlet. I mean, it's not perfect is a stretch, I should say. But Elrise Falcon is 1 dice off because he had to use it to swap over to Wander again.
Right.
So Wander's not really able to go for another action here.
No,
it's
but
going to force Elrise Falcon to go to Mona and lay down the light.
Yeah, but he does have a very threatening Wanderer burst now after getting that many attacks off.
Yeah, but imagine if Zekrimlet hadn't swapped Wander onto Mona, he would have already had the burst up and been able to use it.
Right.
So, not that he would have used it on Dia, but
I think it's still a really good spot for him right now. He's got like a quick one-hit kill coming up here. Kremlin got some good dice though. Yeah, Falcon determining whether to keep the Animo die there or the Cryo one instead for Eula. It'd be very interesting to see how this round goes. Okay, I think he kept... I missed it because it moves really fast as it goes away. Keeps the Animo die, it looks like. No, the Cryo die.
So Zekrimlet's going to be looking to stay on Dia here. Because Elrise Falcon... Oh, wait. Huh.
Switches to Jean.
She's going to...
Quick swap. Swirls.
I see. But we do know that Elrise Falcon's sitting on that quick swap. So I think we're going to see it come out here into Wander Burst.
Yep. Yeah, if Falcon can prevent Jean from healing here, it's going to be bad news for Kremlet.
I'm trying to think, is that a Lotus Crisp in Zekrimlet's hands? Because I feel like he probably should have played it.
Probably wasn't expecting that, though, either.
Well, you have to... These players are definitely, like, they know what their opponent has. They know there's quick swaps. The reason why Zekrimlet swapped to Jean here and threw Mona onto Eula was to avoid a quick swap in the first place. So...
All right, Wanderer Burst coming in. Will it finish
That will
Jean?
be enough.
Taken out with 7 damage. Jean removed. No burst for Kremlet. This is not looking good right now.
Yeah, you see Zekrimlet's reaction there. He really did not want that to happen. I think he needed to Lotus there.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. There is tenacity on Lynette. They got Wagner, so they could definitely pull up that sword too and get ready for the next round. But they are down 6 to 4 die here. Falcon's got options.
Elrise Falcon has been playing these matches just so well, I think.
I think, yeah, Falcon high rolling, like you said. Kremlet just very unlucky today with card draws.
He's also their luck is definitely evolved here. I think Elrise Falcon is getting what he needs. Meanwhile, Kremlet is kind of struggling a little bit in the RNG factor. But
ooh, Liar Song being played. Brings back instructors.
He's refreshing it.
No,
he's putting it on Eula.
Not a bad move because Hydro is now on Kremlet's side, so he can threaten freezing them just to take them out of the turn.
Yeah, so Elrise Falcon knows that Wander has done his job basically. There's no real need to keep Wander around.
Ends their round 5-footing, but they have Lieben on the field, so they're leaving dice for Lieben to pick up. Haha. Anyway, Kremlet, don't look at me like that. Kremlet could probably draw up the sword here. But yeah, just having that Hydra on both characters right now, just not a good spot to be in.
Wait, this is so rough for Kremlet. Because, okay, so you see that card in Elrise Falcon's hand, the Fresh Wind of Freedom, 0 cost, Arcane.
Yeah.
Elrise Falcon knows he's in a very good spot right now because all he has to do is, if Kremlet ends on Dia, then Elrise Falcon takes out Dia.
Weapon Gacha sacrifice.
And freezes Lynette. And then Kremlet can't take any actions next turn.
It's just
Or, you know, Kremlet ends on Lynette and Elrise Falcon sacrifices Wander and then freezes Lynette and then Kremlet has to swap to Tia. And it's just, Either way, this is not
Yeah,
good.
it's
This is not good. This
It's
is not good
right
This
now.
is not good.
They're gonna be a Lieben ramp as well here. There's lots of dice on Falcon's side here, and they have instructors equipped on Wander if they want to get just some more. Let's see. Yeah, keep your Animo, keep your Pyro. Ooh, yeah, Falcon's got a good die setup. Let's see here. What other cards did we get? All right, 10 V10 dice. Let's see. Falcon's turn. Up against Lynette.
So, Elroy's Falcon ideally wanted to sacrifice Wanderer that last turn. That's why he ended on so many dice. He could have taken another action, but he prioritized going first. He's definitely looking to clean up with Eula, not with Wanderer. Doesn't really want to swirl the Hydro off of Lynette either. I think he's going to be forced to swap to Mona.
Yeah, probably the best move here. Then Mona can just keep Hydra on should she stay on there, but she also has that quick swap ability. Oh, they swim off to Eula. Okay, interesting. Yeah, there's no real threat to Eula here.
Alive at this point. This is really rough for Secret though, because what do you do?
Incredibly rough. Because if they switch to Dia, they could just fresh win.
You
Then
just fresh
go
win.
back with a buffed elemental skill on Eula's side, freezing Lynette and just ending the game. It's just not going to work out for Crimlet at this point.
There's no quick swap in Z Crimlet's hand. So, even if he manages to keep Dia alive some way, it doesn't matter.
Free sword equipped.
I think this is the best thing you can do here. Because you're not going to be using those dice anyway, right?
No.
This kind of means that Z Crimlet can
Here's the freeze.
stay alive a little bit.
Right, dice come back to both sides. Crimlet has to switch off the Dia. Fresh Wind is going to get played here. It has to. Fresh Wind eliminate Dia right now. Oh, not yet. Oh, they're just going to give them the turn. Interesting.
Wait, why didn't you Fresh Wind?
Maybe they want to just draw out Crimlet's die.
He's going to play literally everything here because...
Yeah, ramp. Ooh.
And there's no point. He's going to have to Lotus.
Yeah.
Might as well play the Wagner.
Oh, delay. Yeah, stall. Yeah, another Lotus coming in. Ooh, okay.
Might as well play the Wagner.
Let's see. What does Falcon have to do here now?
Elroy's Falcon only has one action left on his side because there's no way to generate more dice at the moment.
Oh, that one coming in clutch.
Just equip it. Just equip it for...
They can't.
Just, no,
well, yeah,
use
they
the
can.
dice.
That's right. Yeah, they gotta use all the die. Yeah.
Forget it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And they got enough to ramp too. Leaving. That's great. Oh gosh. Okay, maybe Kremlin just proved me wrong. He's still got a chance. It's gonna be interesting. Let's see. So.
Oh, that extra Lotus in Secretman's hand.
Yeah,
it could actually come in clutch.
If Falcon didn't burn his skill there.
No, he didn't draw the Wolf's Gravestone.
No, lost the weapon gacha.
He's gonna go for a Mona skill to the Hydro.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so.
Can't believe he lost the weapon gacha right there.
But Lena's just gonna get frozen again next turn. This is so bad.
See, well, I think Lynette gets the heal here. Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna lose 2 health from her skill,
Lynette
though.
still, I mean, Krillin still has the Lotus in hand right now. Ooh.
It's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough.
Let's see what happens here. Hash brown too. Ooh. Wait, they
only
can
play one
refresh
of them.
tenacity.
There's no point. There's no, because it doesn't refresh
Oh right,
the
yeah, it doesn't
shields.
refresh the shield. Right, that goes on the next turn.
It would, like, you're basically spending 3 dice to gain 1 back if you do that.
Right.
Because you would get the dice refresh.
Yeah.
But
I think their best bet is to play the Boggle Cat just to soak up a little bit more damage.
I think you're right. I think
Yeah.
if you're Z Criminal here, you have to go for the elemental.
Oh, they got
burst.
Mouse too. Oh, they do skill. Okay.
No. Oh wait, no. You don't go for burst here. You go for skill because
Yeah,
it kills
he's
you.
hoping. Wait, the talent card is on Lynette, right? I don't think it was yet.
It's not on Lynette, but like you are confirmed to get frozen here. So yeah, here's the problem.
Okay.
Elrise Falcon has 2 actions. You see him smiling here. Every normal attack or skill he does is going to put the blue counter on that summon up by 2, right? So it's going to be 3 + 2 + 2
Right.
damage at the end here.
Another heal.
3 + 2 + 2. 3, for
Let's see.
7 damage. That's it.
All right, skill coming in.
That's it.
5
Double skill.
Yeah, nothing there.
Extra
Crimlet's
damage, yeah, that's
already
it.
taking his headset off.
That's it.
Ah.
Look at him stretching.
And we get a burst finish, 9 damage from the Lightfall Sword, and Falcon advances to the next stage. Crimlet not out yet, but unfortunately falls to the loser's bracket.
Congratulations to LL Rise Falcon for taking the first win in the elimination phase in this tournament. Of course, yes, this is the upper bracket semifinals, so Secretman will be dropping to the lower bracket. We'll be seeing him play tomorrow, but for now, LL Rise Falcon is our victor.
Wow. Yeah. That's amazing. Sorry, I kind of got lost in the last little bit there just because matches tend to get long, but fortunately the winners who are very patient watching also win some stuff here. I cannot read any of these names. I'm not going to even try.
Paul Mariosot.
That works, I guess. Congratulations for winning 3,000 coins for your own TCG decks. Wow. 3-1 though. Cool. Actually.
3-1. So I mean,
yeah.
LL Rise Falcon ate that first loss, but it was against, this is probably why he's banning out those aggro decks, because he lost against the one that Z-Crimlet brought, but then he went and won.
Also, we have a redemption code to give to you guys. You can get 3,000 coins right now if you just input this code into the thing. So more coins for you to get. I would do it. These coins are hard to come by, so
they're kind of hard, especially if you're getting back into the game. You might not have the lucky coins you need. They can go away pretty quickly, especially if you want that Fontaine board. So yeah, there's a redemption code in the chat for all of you to use.
And it's only able to get till the end of today, our time.
11:59 p.m. UTC plus 8. Just make sure you're watching that time, converting it to your own time zone. So
I'll get the conversions for you when we come back after the break here, but we're gonna look through the player stats. And I guess we can discuss more things about it because so much has happened there. I'm kind of sad that we didn't get to see Diona's deck get played in, considering it's her birthday as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. So I think Z-Crimlet was confident that he could get a win with Dynamo against the decks that LL Rise Falcon brought.
Right.
But like I was trying to say earlier, LL Rise Falcon has been banning ever since the group stages finale, mostly very aggressive decks. So we banned that Mew out and left the Lini Signora Thunder Manifestation deck open, kind of ate the loss in that first round, and then just beat the stall decks with his own very aggressive decks.
Only be one stall deck because Crimlet kept replaying Dynamo.
Yeah, he kept playing it again. He had confidence,
but like, luck of the draw with the dice, the cards just not going his way, and unfortunately gets, well, at least he still has a shot. He only gets sent down to the loser's bracket, so he still has 1 life left to get through the tournament. So
he does have 1 life left, and I mean, so the ends of these matches have been very tense to watch. There's just so much going on that it's really difficult to express it all in the moment, right? Like for example, that last match, LL Rise Falcon opting to go for the double Eula skill just to make sure he gets that extra damage in, because after you use Eula skill once, if you use it again, it's additional damage with Grimheart. So and then whether it's a skill or a normal attack, that damage is going to go on her burst summon and just deal a whole lot of damage at the end. So like it basically went according to plan for LL Rise Falcon. I feel like he played that really masterfully, being able to get the freezes off against Lynette twice in a row there.
Yeah, I feel like just the setups with the 3 matches with Dynamo now, just a little sloppy though, so I couldn't really do anything to like combat against that. Whoa.
It's really hard. The average rounds being pretty high. I mean, Z-Crimlet did bring stall with Dynamo.
Yep. Average number of effective die in the first 3 rounds. That's pretty high actually. To have almost 6 usable dice right off the bat.
It's pretty high rolling. I do remember... I think LL Rise Falcon also had a high average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds before as well, if I remember correctly.
That's still very, very high. So basically what that stat means is the amount of die you get on the first 3 turns that can be used by your active character.
Yes. Which
is really good because generally when you lead in with your active character, you want them to do everything you want them to do without having to tune anything or swap or anything like that. So that's luck, actually. So maybe LL Rise Falcon needs to do a bit of gacha at the end of this day. Maybe not Crimlet so much. Maybe avoid that today. You're feeling a little gacha hungry.
Now that this, first best of 5 is over, I do agree with you. It would have been really nice to see that Diona freestyle deck come out again from Z-Crimlet. He played it so masterfully last week.
Yeah, he did.
I'm kind of wondering why he chose to keep going with Dynamo again and again. Maybe it's for that flexibility, because if you play that if you play the Giona free stall, you're kind of locked into that stall strategy,
Right.
not going for the extra damage. But yeah, coming up soon, we're going to have the next part of the upper bracket semifinals, Voice End versus Whip Kong.
Ooh, that's gonna be a fun one. I remember Voice End being super chill
Very
coming in through the
calm.
group stage.
Very calm.
Yeah, very calm. We've gotten pretty chill about everything as well. So this is gonna be a pretty intense match coming up because a lot of actions are just gonna be done very, like, probably almost no reactions. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah. So Whip Kong.
Yeah.
He went 2-0 in both of his best of threes, but there was something that I was not watching at the time. I was like, I was trying to think about something else and I missed, but he was going to egg one of his characters to revive them and he just ran out of time on the clock.
I remember that. I was watching you two cast that one. I was in the room kind of like listening in. I'm like, oh, he ran out of time. But everyone was like, I think most people were confused because they weren't expecting that.
Yeah,
everyone was focused
like,
on like everything else.
Yeah. Like we were trying to figure out like the different lines that he could take to basically survive there. He ended up winning the game anyway, which is funny enough. Like how did he win that game?
Yeah.
But yeah, wondering if he kind of reviewed his matches and caught those couple
at
mistakes.
this stage, you don't want to mess up on things like that. Letting a timer run out, that's just not good. You even get a sound to let you know, hey, time's running out. You better do something.
I remember I was playing some practice rounds just last night, and I swear, you use that extra time to think.
Yes.
And some of these players really go down to that last second because they're trying to think about every single little thing. You have to do a lot of math in your head. There's different lines that you can kind of explore ahead of time. It's especially like on the stage, there's so much pressure too. So I understand the time running out, but like as soon as that like timer sound comes in, I'm just like,
I couldn't do that. If it gets that close, no thanks.
I start rushing.
I'm just gonna tunnel vision on my strat. I just hope it works. Maybe that might catch the opponent off guard. But hey, that's the fun in just watching these players play and seeing how things goes. Because yeah, even if you're really good at the game, you got good rolls, just one little thing might mess everything up. Fortunately for Wukong, it didn't. But hopefully he doesn't make that mistake again today.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And, Voice and very calm players you highlighted before, so.
Yeah, TCG's fun game. Very fun game.
It is a fun game. It is a fun game.
I only recently got into it about last year, April-ish, right? When I got to cast for Cat's Tail and then host for another tournament. But that was like the first time I got to see professional players doing stuff on stage, which really got me into it. So
yeah, it's really interesting, being a caster for these community level tournaments because they seed into the Prince Cups, and then the Prince Cups seed into tournaments like this that are more global, so to speak. So I mean, we have Prince Cup champions here from different tournaments. But
well, we're gonna see how the rest of the players play, so we are going to take a quick break before we start the next match, so don't go away. There are more TCG action to come back to.
See you soon.
yet?
When will she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je suis, serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Opera walks the line between truth and fiction. For though the story is fictional, as far as the characters are concerned, their fate is real. Therein lies the rub. Are you and I the audience, or characters on the stage? Nobody can know for sure. After all, nothing is easier to fool than the senses. We know only one thing for certain, that the prophecy is true. Because in this show, the prophecy is a part of all characters' fates. Don't believe me? So, you still haven't noticed that I'm not even speaking to you. This is just a recording playing in your head. Now, do you see? The prophecy has come true, and everything has been lost to the Great Flood. And you are the only one I have left. And so, while fate may seem like it's playing cruel jokes on you, only fate will not deceive you. Unless you can first deceive fate itself.
son courant fait danser nos vies et la cité est nourrie ainsi que toi mon doux amour. Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais.
Camera operator. That can be a pretty technical job. Are you really up to it? Wait, you put no thought into finding a good camera angle, and the characters weren't in the shots. Positions, everyone!
Nice to meet you. I am Navia, the president, leader, commander-in-chief, executive director, and boss of Spina di Rosula. Hey there! Yeah! Ha! Umbrella warfare, I guess. Fire!
All right, cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready.
Whoa, Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Props and lighting set the scene. Actors can get their makeup done. Extras, go over your positions. Camera ready, get the clapperboard. Actors to your position. Lights, camera, action.
Enough, villain! Pay for the death of our mother!
You're just as naive as her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me?
Your crimes are evident!
Drop your weapons. Justice will prevail. Not bad. The actors' emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take. We'll move on to the next scene.
You mean...
Did you really think you'd get away?
Chevras.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell.
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine. Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, the good kind of waves.
Welcome back, travelers, to Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. I'm Rin Tai Cho.
My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And welcome back, but before we begin, once again, we want to make the show even better. So on screen, there should be a QR code for you to scan in. Leave us your feedback. Let us know what we can do better, things we can add, things we, can improve upon. Anything you want, just let us know, because we want to make this the best experience for you guys, and we want to be able to keep doing this ourselves, right?
So I mean, if you have anything positive or negative to say, both are good. Just scan that QR code with your phone or whatever device you have and tell us your thoughts. So
yeah, and watching today, we have raffles going on and lucky draws as well. So please stick around, because we will be giving out coins to use in-game for Genius Invocation TCG. So you can unlock characters faster, get better skins for your characters, decks, layouts, anything you want with the coins, that is, at least. So make sure to keep watching. Anyway, we're moving on to our next match already.
Ooh, wait. So this graph looks very similar.
It's like a perfect shape almost.
It is.
Actually, yeah.
The overlap is so much, actually. Yeah. So, I mean, these are the statistics from the group stage that we were casting over last week. Voicend and Whipkong, of course, came out as the victors in the upper bracket with 2 lives on day 3 and 4, respectively. So average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds is very high for Voicend, actually.
And here are the decks. Ooh, what do we got here? We got Hu Tao, Chongyun, and Xingqiu in a team?
Wait. So Voicend tried to bring Fire Station last week and it got banned. I'm wondering if it's gonna get banned again. I really want to see that deck with the trio, the Liyue trio played.
So instead of Mew, we got Mess. Sorry.
Wait, Mess?
Yeah, well,
Mess?
Mona, Eula, Sucrose. But anyway, Fire Station and kind of Fire Station gets banned.
Kind of Fire Station.
So
it's like so the Ace deck that was banned on the right is kind of like Pyro Kaching, except instead of Kaching, it's Thunder Manifestation, then Ace Magic. Crazy. Ooh.
I'm excited for this deck. I love to see like lore style kind of decks together. Is there a name for this one? I'm not familiar with it.
There is. I am not remembering it, unfortunately. I mean, obviously these 3 are best friends in the game, so you could probably come up with any name related to that.
Just friends.
Liyue trio.
Right. Maybe Chef Mao on the board. Yeah, Chef Mao's there, so Xiangling's still kind of around, hanging out.
This is a combo deck.
Yeah.
And here's Finale, very aggro.
The Finale, Egg, Tandoori, yeah, pretty standard. Oh, Catherine's in here.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Catherine's just chilling over in the corner over there. Hey, I know it's like, okay, you're gonna know I'm gonna switch, but sometimes you want to instill that kind of thought into them. Maybe you might not, maybe you will, who knows, right? You could play around that strategy, right? Sometimes making the most obvious setup, you can just like go, no, and just like turn on itself.
So the reason why Catherine isn't really played is because the quick swap is very, you can see it coming, right?
Yeah, I understand that, right?
So
well, we're gonna have to see how it goes.
We're gonna have to see how it goes. There's a chance that it could actually be a pretty good addition.
All right, so anyway, the match is about to begin, so let's just jump into it. All right, onto the stage. We're going to see the intros for Voicend and Whipkong coming up here. We are watching the Chinese cast.
Right. Are we going to get the amazing player intros like we did the start of the last one? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, this is for this specific part of the event, the elimination stage. So just the 8 players. We're on to 3rd and 4th players today. Voicend looks pretty excited right now.
Very excited for a very calm player. Yeah. I think he's being very expressive.
They all get these cool windbreakers too.
It's true, yeah. The shell jackets. Oh, there we go. The pose.
The sign ready to go. The arms crossed. That's my classic as well. Love to see it. All right. Oh, I can hear people in the crowd cheering.
Yeah, we can hear the crowd cheering. That's awesome.
Yeah. We've got the hand up. While fixing his... Oh, not fixing. He's pointing at his brain. Love it. Does a wave piece. All right.
啊
That's cross as
谁将在
well.
无风之地奏响高天之
Alright.
歌
So-
敬请期待八
So
强第二组
one
的
thing to know
台
about
局对
the
决。
upper bracket semifinals. So both of these matches that we're watching today, like the first best of 5 that we watched, and also this one, there's 2 players that qualified from the Dynamic Cup, and then 2 players that qualified from the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament. So
Set up. Poison sitting in there, ready to go.
I'm getting ready to go.
Get
I'm
the heart-
so
that's the-
sure. Yeah,
that's
there's the
thing.
heart rate monitor.
Yeah, that's for the heart rate. That's how we're tracking them.
I'm so sure we're gonna see these players bring out those pens and getting ready to take notes of what their opponent is
Yeah.
playing and everything.
Because yeah, there's a handful of new cards coming up into this next match actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very interested to see what they play first here.
I think I saw a card in there that a couple cards in one of those decks.
Which one?
Very excited to see them. It was Golden House and Where's the Unseen Razor, which is like kind of
Oh.
like an older.
Unseen Razor works sort of like
It's like Liar Song but for
yes,
weapons.
It is, yes.
So.
And Golden House is, I believe, how there's another card that works similar to it. It basically, I believe it is you.
It's another discount card.
Yeah, you're able to equip any equipment, I think, not just artifacts or weapons. Then it reduces the cost, I believe. I haven't seen it played in a while. Here's the crowd again. That Fischl and Navia are really hanging in there. I understand how cosplay can be, especially when you have to hang out in it for hours. And they're like, oh, we're on camera again.
The cosplays are very nice,
Yeah,
though.
I love it. I had my own Navia cosplay recently. It's very fun to wear.
I love these signs. They're so
yeah,
bright
they're
and
very
colorful.
cool.
You know, people coming to cheer on.
I like that guy's fit right there,
Yeah,
right in the
the-
front.
you see the
Love
Raiden
that.
thing?
The vest with the turtleneck and the hat. Love that combination. Ah, yeah, fashion is very fun to like mix and match and try different things on. Hence cosplay just falls into that line for me. Oh, voice end.
Voice End is definitely just you have to mentally prepare. You know,
Yeah,
you're
just
sitting here waiting for the game to
he's
start.
bouncing a little
Nerves
bit.
are high. Yeah,
Yeah.
he is bouncing a little bit.
A little bit. Wukong looks like, yeah, he's taking a little deeper breaths, just a little bit. Getting his notes in order. Smiles. Fixes his wrists.
Yeah, Kong, I hope he will be making his decisions a little faster. I hope he has a little bit more confidence in the lines that he sees.
I'm sure he's replayed that moment in his head over and over again not to do it again. So hopefully everything will be okay.
I do think in the upper bracket semifinals, like between these 4 players that we are personally casting over today, the underdog to look out for is Kong. So, but I do think that, you know, it's anyone's game to win, and whoever loses here will not be out of the tournament entirely either. So, you see these players, yeah, there is the note taking.
Yeah. Serious mode right now for this Ingenious Invocation TCG. Back to the crowd. Everyone's cheering. Guy on his phone with a sign holding out. Love to see. Oh no, he looked up. All right.
I love
there we
how
go.
bright the signs are too, like
Yeah.
the little light wands and
I
everything.
hope there's more cosplayers tomorrow. Can't just be Navi and Fischl there. I can't cosplay. I have to host. I'm sorry, you guys. Otherwise, I would easily.
Cosplaying is fun.
It is very fun. I have
have
too
very
many
nice
cosplays. though.
cosplays.
Way too many. Way too many cosplays in my house for right now. And there's still more coming in. Fortunately, I guess. Alright, they are still getting set up.
Yeah, I do think we're going to be seeing this game start very soon.
Yeah. Yeah, we are working with what we can in Genshin Impact, as there isn't like an official mode for like these kind of setups. We are working with what is in game, but there's a pretty cool system now where you can spectate both sides and see everything, provided everyone is within the same co-op world. So you would have that be joining one person's room and then 2 others would come in and spectate each side so we can see both.
I just heard the music change. I think
Yeah.
we're about to get into this game here.
Here we go, yeah. Voice
Voice
End
End.
versus
Weepcon.
Weepcon. Will this be the Voice End
Oh, wow.
in this round?
Oh,
or
wow.
will Weepcon be up in this round? If you had to take the I out of his name there, but it doesn't. I'm trying.
I see.
I hope Blep and Safa are cringing in the commentators.
So if you see the thing on the bottom right, by the way, there is a raffle ongoing. So it starts at the beginning of this match and it will end sometime in the middle of it, I believe.
Yes.
So if you input the name of the player that you are personally rooting for along with your UID, you will be entered into a raffle to win some lucky coins, I believe Primo Gems as well. So make sure you do that. Tell us who you're rooting for. We want to know.
I think it's just coins for now, unfortunately. I would love Primo Gems. Definitely would get more people to play. But hey, the coins are still pretty good. They're hard to come by, and you only can hold a certain amount. So if you are capping out on your coin wallet, here's a great chance to try and top it up.
I mean, the lucky coins are definitely, you know, very important if you're looking to expand your repertoire of cards.
We've kind of just heard the running out timer again, just because we kind of didn't switch out yet. Voice end leading with Xingqiu. Looks like who will probably lead in with Fischl as usual, perhaps. Be interesting to see here. We're still taking some notes down here too, using up all his time. Yeah, there's that timer again.
These players are definitely going to be looking out for the cards that each of them have played.
Yeah.
It's going to be very important to track those resources because a lot of them are single-time usage or, you know, maybe like once or twice per round.
Yeah.
So, especially, you know, like we basically have the Liar Song, but for weapons in one of these decks. It's called Where is the Unseen Razor? So it functions very similarly to Liar Song, where you can unequip a weapon in this case and play it again for only one cost. You normally pair it with something like Moon Piercer, which we see there, or King Squire. So just basically reducing the cost of skills. I think both these players are going to have to be tracking these things very much because it could be the difference of a few dice.
We're not having the best die setup right now. They only have one Electro die for Fischl. Generally, you would like to lead in with an Oz, so you would need 2 more. But they do have enough for Nahida. They could just quick swap right now if they want to. But probably don't want to do that either. Voice putting his mouth in his shirt. I do that a lot when I am nervous and trying to think as well.
Yeah, so Weep Kong is definitely going to have to be tuning some cards here to bring up Fischl's skill. If you are him, you are looking to be dealing damage as quickly as possible. Finale is a deck that wants to end the game in, you know, 3 or 4 rounds. Ooh, that quick swap tuning.
Quick swap being taken out along with the Iso card. Just to get Oz out, though. Good play, though. All right, Voice playing... That was a 0-cost one.
Yeah, that was
so
Heart of Kavarina's Brilliance. So basically when your active character is hit and it has the artifact equipped, you draw a card. And that's exactly what we saw from Kong, you know, tuning one of his copies of I Haven't Lost Yet, now draws another one because he also equipped that same artifact onto Fischl.
Yeah. All right, swapping. Yep, equipping to Nahida. Gonna probably swap over to her. Yep. She's gonna get her skill off on the next turn. What's then playing Northern Chicken. Okay. They're burst up and they have 3 die left. Probably going to equip the polearm, perhaps, or maybe some Chongyu. To Xingqiu, taking Dendro. Sidon, they get back their Covenant.
Yeah, so if you're Voice End, you're kind of in the exact spot you want to be in. Those 3 cryo dice are not ideal, though. That's the only issue I'm seeing here, because you really want to be going for Xingqiu's burst.
Yeah, they will equip that to Hu Tao, who gets 3 shield provide because it is a polearm that favors Liyue characters. You get a shield point per Liyue character in your team, so pretty good Hu Tao setup. Yeah, three shield points.
This is a combo deck, so you'll get up Xingqiu's burst, and then you'll skill on Chongyun, and then I think you normally go to Hu Tao and activate her skill, and you're basically doing a whole lot of damage with each deck. Voice End's got
a good setup here. Oz is gonna put Hydro back, or not Electro, sorry. It's been a
it's
been a day.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, there. Hydro Oz now, everyone.
Also, that raffle has ended for this match. We will be announcing the winners after this match concludes. If you are just tuning into the stream now, make sure you're here for the next match. At the beginning, we will be starting a raffle for lucky coins. So you will be entering basically the name of the player you're rooting for and your UID. So
yeah, and if you have a very funny name, I will have to read it out on screen. So hopefully you win if you do that. We'll have to see how that goes here. I will make a funny pun if I see one, so please do. Give me something to make a joke about. I've been practicing all day yesterday. But no, we're not right now. All right, so Voice End does have enough to burst for Xingqiu. They're getting both Sealies out for good value coming up.
Wait, so if he uses his elemental burst here, that electro charge, does that activate Nahida's seed there? No, it doesn't.
No, I think you have to take damage for it to activate. Goba gets played on Uikon's side, pulls out the Lyre and Boar Princess. Pretty good cards.
So we're most likely going to see another skill from Nahida to spread those seeds onto Chongyun and Hu Tao.
Yep, that would probably be your best bet because once Hu Tao has her shield up, which he doesn't normally get, right? It's going to be a bit tough to bring it down. Especially when she's got swords flying around pretty soon here. So you're Uipkong. Do you just go for it? Do you set something up prior to doing that?
So, I mean, there's a couple of things you can do. One line is to use Nahida's skill and go for her burst. Another line is to actually swap to Linny, and yeah, so I guess this is what Uipkong wants to go for at the moment. I mean, the dice aren't really in his favor either way, unfortunately, but I don't know, maybe he's looking to produce some magic with Yayoi, Lyre Song, Boar Princess, but doesn't quite have.
Right, rain swords onto Linny. This doesn't work like Yelan, where Yelan gets a whole turn of doing it provided you have it up. Xingqiu is limited by how many he can do per burst, which is just 3, I believe.
Yeah, so basically Xingqiu's burst works differently from Yelan's. Yelan's is per round, so she has 2 rounds to basically apply Hydro with every normal attack no matter what character you're on. For Xingqiu, it's the same, but it's per normal attack, and so you get 3 of those rain swords. They're not rain swords, but and then he's just used 1 of them, so he only has 2 left. Of course, it doesn't last per round, so you can kind of hold them and not use your normal attacks. Which, I mean, maybe Voice End is just applying Hydro right now for reactions later down the line.
Yeah, because you got Freeze and you got Vape as options here. We're running that timer again. Really using all that time to calculate the best move he can possibly do.
Boar Princess, which is a little confusing to me, considering I would have personally tuned the Boar Caution.
Well, Xingqiu will get taken out from Oz coming up, and Chongyun will have a pyro element attached to him. Excuse me.
Yeah, Voice End has no option but to end here. I don't really think if you're Voice End you want to Covenant swap.
Yeah.
And I think if you're Weepkong, you actually want to swap Nahida and skill to get that Burning Summon, also spread the seeds. It's going to be a whole lot of damage for him. Your Voice End having to end here, because no dice left unless you use Covenant, right?
Right, yeah.
So kind of forced into a corner with this.
He's also going to have to use a couple of cards on the next turn, otherwise he's going to burn some cards by the Sealies proccing by accident.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, gotta watch out for that too. We've seen
He's
how important it is.
2 cards at the start of next turn.
Seen how important it is if you burn 2 cards by accident. Sometimes it's okay, but other times has not been very favorable for some of the plays.
Inzaghi, that 11th card being Gilded Dreams, that was so...
That was heart-wrenching to watch.
It was very heart-wrenching. So Voice End's going to have to play 2 cards because he's going to draw 2 cards, putting up to 6.
Yeah.
And then each of those Sealies is going to give 3.
I'm running the timer again, stressing me out, but okay, tunes the artifact.
Tuning for Cautious Glow. That's exactly what I thought he would do. Spreading the seeds with his skill onto Chongyun and Hu Tao.
There will be...
Oh!
Ooh, we got a Burning Ring. Oh, onto Hu Tao, yeah.
Okay, this makes sense because the Overlord is going to send Hu Tao onto Chongyun, and Chongyun is going to be used to freeze Nahida, so she can't burst.
Yeah, and all those shields will be removed too, so you can get rid of that shield problem as well. Those won't refresh.
Seeds coming in.
The Seed of Skanda.
Seed of Skanda.
Yeah. All right, Pyro onto Chongyun, one who cannot handle the heat sometimes.
His Yang energy is too high.
Too high. But will he roll high on this turn? Ha ha. Ha ha. Let's see.
I mean, it's all a little bit of cryo. Oh wait.
Oh, too much pyro.
Wait, but Hu Tao.
Yeah, Hu Tao could totally play on that, off of that.
Because you're gonna skill on Chongyun.
Yep.
And then swap.
Does he do that though? Plays Golden House. Plays Gilded on the Chongyun.
Yeah, so that discounts.
Yeah. Plays Lyre again.
Golden House will discount a 3-cost weapon or artifact by 1.
Yeah. Re-equips Gilded back to Chongyun to generate some more die. The magic dice engine going on. Freezes.
Slightly magic.
Slightly magic. Some magic.
Slightly magical.
Yeah.
It's enough magic to work.
Alright, the egg is out. Sealies are procs. Poison has a full hand now. Look at all those cards. Wow.
Yeah, so with
Catherine
skill. Oh my
Catherine
gosh,
too
the
official.
Catherine.
Gonna force an
Wait.
overload.
Yeah, this does overload Chongyun onto Hu Tao, but I
Yeah.
actually think this is what Boysen kind of wants.
They do have the dice
Like,
advantage at the moment.
Because with Chongyun's skill out, doesn't matter which active character you're on, any normal attack is going to be dealing that cryo and
Correct.
hydro because of Shincho's burst still being up.
Right.
So I actually think the overload is not great.
Maybe
This is what-
maybe they're just trying to pour as much damage as they can right now. Poison definitely trying to figure out the best course of action right here. They have some room. Shift Mao into play. Will we get a Minty or no? Probably not. Oh, they will. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Hu Tao about to go a little crazy.
Arena on the Hu Tao for the extra card draw. I mean, this is going to freeze Fischl.
Yep. They do draw a card. 2 more damage from the reaction.
Now, Kong is in a very tough spot because if he swaps Linny, Linny will almost certainly be frozen here, but then Voisin will be out of freezes or Hydro application in general after that. So, no, actually,
Chef Mao is played.
Hydro would still be applied onto Linny, even if he swaps Linny.
Sweet Madame onto Linny draws the Adeptus Temptation. Ooh, that could really help Nahida on the next turn if they can get it set up correctly.
It could.
Yeah.
That Gamblers, so Voisin is sitting on 3 Omni, has Covenant and also Gamblers, applied Minty Meat rolls. So basically the next 2 normal attacks out of Hu Tao are going to be 2 cost only. Also has, where is the Unseen Razor and...
Yeah. They could equip Gamblers right now. Normal attack, take Fischl out, correct? And then get 2 die back. And because they have Minty, they could normal attack Chongyun. That might finish him off. Or not, no, Chongyun, sorry, Nahida. Other side, my bad. Or depends on what character Kong goes to.
So, because of Chongyun's Frost Field, there's no Shatter in play.
No.
Because it's going to deal cryo damage with each normal attack, but with Shincho's burst, it will be enough to take Nahida out here, I believe, especially with the weapon equipped onto Hu Tao.
Yeah.
So Nahida will fall to a normal attack here, and we could very well see if Gambler's equipped.
Yes, that's what I'm probably.
I think Boysen could just win in this turn.
Yeah, that's
actually.
what. Well, not completely. They still have Linny to deal with, but being a commanding lead at that point.
Could you just freeze Linny next turn?
True. Yeah, they could do that. All right, still coming in. Play Gambler's Covenant, normal attack, probably.
Could be a line.
Yeah. Boysen looks pretty content right now. Oh.
I think this is just to stall out. Probably anticipating that Kong has I haven't lost yet, not wanting Linny to get that burst off.
Yeah.
So this is going to force Kong to swap again, and this is not a great situation for his first game. I think he's not gonna have enough dice even with I haven't lost yet to do anything on Linny.
Right.
Nahida is not a good finisher on her own, even with her burst.
I don't see Voice-End writing. I wonder if he's just thinking in his head what to do here. Being able to sort out that many notes of math at the same time.
So Voice-End is, not only a very calm player, but he's very confident in his moves.
Right.
He thoroughly thinks things out, and then he will act quickly because he's confident in what he decided to do. As opposed to Kong, as we saw, last week, he really fumbled that one game. He somehow won that game, but he let the timer run out, right? And didn't play the egg and ended his turn really early because he just wasn't certain. So here's the Gambler's Covenant.
Might have the tune, yes.
He's gonna have tune, doesn't matter. He's gonna get 2 Omni and it's gonna have 1 more normal attack to do with the Minty Meat rolls. It's gonna be huge for Voice End.
Huge play here. I believe they can do one more normal and take Nahida out,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Wouldn't they
one
be
more
able to
normal.
just burst on this next one?
Burst. Did Xingqiu, was Xingqiu eliminated this round? At the beginning of this round, or was it last round?
Well, I don't. Hang on a second here. I'm a little lost again.
It's okay.
Yeah.
So burst is 3 costs for Hu Tao. If
Right.
I haven't lost yet, can be used, then yes, voice end could burst. But I don't think
Yeah.
Xingqiu was eliminated this round, so not enough dice to go for Hu Tao burst. But you know,
Get
re-equipping
those
that
shields
for the
back on,
3
yeah.
shields.
Love it. Unseen Razor coming in clutch here.
We found the Unseen Razor.
We found it
where,
now, yeah.
Where is the Unseen Razor? Right there.
Well, we still didn't see him, unfortunately. But he's here to re-equip 3 shield back on Hu Tao. Not looking good for Wukong right now, though. Just Linny on his own.
I think Voice End has this in the bag because basically the Linny is going to be frozen. Even
Yeah.
if Chongyun falls, that Frost Field is up for 1 more round.
Right.
So just a normal attack from Hu Tao will be enough to freeze him.
Yeah. But let's see how far Wukong can take this match here. It's his turn. Yeah, all he could do is really just overload onto Hu Tao. He'll be playing right into Voice End's plans here. Can't switch.
No, this
Yeah.
game is definitely just over. I mean, you could even quick swap if your Voice End and go for Hu Tao Burst.
This is where that joyous celebration will actually come in handy. Right?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, it could come in handy right here to cleanse off the Hydra off of Linny, as it would apply Pyro mixed reactions and just vaporize but do no damage and leave no lingering effects.
Voice End really, really played that last round so well. You know, making Wukong keep swapping around to avoid that I haven't lost yet burst on Linny for that extra damage, I think was so critical. Because this game is essentially won for him.
Yeah, I appreciate that Wukong is trying to search all options right now. Still. Using up all that clock. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there goes again.
Really, really needs to think about some things.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, there's the egg. I didn't see he had an egg in his hands.
Yeah, unfortunately, I also forgot about it, but buy some time. I think Voice End was taken aback by that a little bit.
I think Kong is forced to swap over here to Nahida.
Yeah.
Actually,
that might be a really good move. They do have the Ito card in their hand. Oh, Gamblers as well. This could actually be pretty good. Gamblers onto Nahida. Maybe that's just a red herring.
Wait.
They have that. Oh, Catherine.
Oh, wait, Catherine.
Catherine
Wait,
playing.
Catherine.
Yo.
Wait, it's Catherine.
Catherine proving everyone wrong here and showing that she is still very viable. You can see it coming from a mile away. Catherine doesn't care. Catherine says, I can do this.
Wait, tuning?
They're going to go for the 5-cost elemental skill. Yeah, to spread the seeds over to both.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, seeds on the Hu Tao. Unfortunately, no elemental auras on Hu Tao at the moment.
Right.
You know, Hu Tao, I believe, has that Gamblers equipped, and so is going to refund 2 Omni and taking out Nahida here.
So we have the Ito card right there, and we got the. That's still not
Wait,
enough, though.
It's not enough because the shield points.
Yeah. Even then,
There's
not
no
enough dice
reactions.
to burst and use
It's
the
not
food.
enough, yeah.
Yeah, can't use it quite yet.
I ended up not going for the I haven't lost yet burst. I think because Wukong wanted that 1 extra healing, but it is not enough. Hu Tao's burst does do 9.
Yeah,
Then he falls here.
Ooh, close. That was a nice, almost comeback for Wukong. I like to see him just keep trying until the end.
Yeah,
yeah.
No, definitely. I mean, that's what it takes when you're on the big stage.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you can capitalize on a hole in your opponent's plan, right?
Yeah.
Even when it's down to the wire like that, there are things you can do to actually survive just a little bit longer to regain that advantage. So, I mean, Wukong not giving up there, right?
Yeah, caught me off guard too, actually. I wanted to make a good pun for Hu Tao taking out Linny there. But I couldn't. It was just the finale of Linny. Hu Tao sent him to the funeral parlor, unfortunately, at 50% off. Maybe. I don't know. I tried. It doesn't matter. I'll try harder next
We
time.
haven't seen Sino play today, so of course us casters have to make
That's
all the
my
puns
job
in the
today.
world.
I'm Sino today.
Hi, Sino.
Hi.
I'm Leah.
I wish we would see Sino be played a little bit more, actually. I feel like he's a fun character.
So, I mean,
oh, yes.
we have our raffle winners
Right.
from the last match. Congratulations to Nana Osaka 57 and I Love Celebi. So, I mean, of course, this is just another reminder. So, at the start of the next match coming up, you can also enter the raffle to win some lucky coins. You just have to enter the player that you're personally rooting for in that match and also your UID.
Yeah, so make sure it's player name, space, and then UID. So it's in one very neat line. And if you don't have a UID you want to use, 601-842-076 if you want to. It'd be very funny if I actually see it pop up. Let's see if we can make it happen. Anyway, but let's see what Uipkong can make happen on screen today. What deck do you think he'll lead in with coming in with what's left?
I'm not sure. I really want to see that. I believe it was him that took the Sucrose deck. Of course, so this is Conquest format, right? So whatever decks you win with, you can no longer play.
Right.
Unfortunately, we will no longer see that Xingqiu Chongyun Hu
Nope.
Tao deck. That was very fun to watch,
Yeah, very
actually.
fun,
Very
yeah.
older deck. It's fun to see that working so well here.
Oh,
So
they're leading in with not, it's sort of Mew, but not, which will be going up against Dynamo, it looks like.
Wait, so Voice Send also took Sucrose. Both of them took Sucrose. Interesting.
Yeah.
We're not going to see the Sucrose for Wukong yet, but Voice Send is playing.
It's Mew variant, but not quite.
It's Mew, but it's not Mew because there's no W, there's no Wander. It's Mess.
It's Mess Sucrose now. Me Sucrose.
Versus Dynamo.
Wait, can we rearrange the letters differently?
How would you
EMS.
rearrange them?
No. E, Eula. M, Mona. S, Sucrose. EMS. It's like a delivery service now.
Okay, so chat, if you have any names for these decks, we'd love to hear them.
I have great names I can use. That's my job, chat. It's not my job. It's your job today. Come up with better names for us. But I'm excited to see. I'm curious to see, because Sucrose works a little bit different where she can force swap characters too, but to the left side, right?
Yeah, so I mean, it's the opposite of Jean, which is, it's kind of funny to see them in the same deck together because you kind of
just like
throw
toss
people
people
left
around.
and right.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sucrose does toss to the last character, not to the next one with her skill.
Right, yes. All right, let's see. Oh, they are running Sucrose's talent in this one as well. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Something stands out to me here that looks a bit weird. I can't put my finger on it.
Sacrificial fragments here. Fresh Wind of Freedom, Tandoori Egg, Double Wagner, Jinyerzad, Vanarana.
Doesn't look too off, actually. Looks okay.
It's basically Mew, but built a little bit more around Sucrose rather than Wanderer. So
Curious to see how this goes. I think it could do pretty well.
I think it could do pretty well too, especially, you know, with the instructor's sacrificial fragments combo on Sucrose. She's gonna have a lot of swirls and really high damage.
Right. Also, because with Wander, you have to use your skill on like the active character, but after that, normals would go to the character on the side.
The next one.
Yeah. Sucrose will just swap over to that character that gets affected by the element anyway, so they can continue swirling just by skill.
Yeah, but then the way you combat that is by slow swapping.
Right. But
so
still,
it's a little bit.
It's a little tricky.
It's a little tricky. You have to think about it, like in the middle of the match. Like you have to really be intentional with your decisions because the character you are on is going to matter so much.
Yep.
In many ways.
And Dynamo is just pretty standard setup as we've normally seen. There isn't much draw power other than Guoba in this deck, so hopefully Upquan can get his equipment set up before anything happens. There is 2 Lieben though that can kind of help. I think the last deck we saw only ran 1 Lieben if I remember correctly. Might be wrong, but it didn't happen or help anyway. So
yeah, we're definitely going to have to see if the luck of the draw and the dice is better for Kong this time. Unfortunately, you know, Zcrimlet tried playing that Dynamo deck 3 different times and just wasn't able to get a win with it.
So we need to get Dia's skill out and then just some good dice and card builds after that just to get that stall deck going. But even then, if they do get it going, they could play aggressively if they wanted to. I think that's the magic about Dynamo, that it is stall, but it has the flexibility to also be very aggressive at the same time. Just my kind of deck. I like those kind of like, what do you call it? I don't know what to call it right now. The word just escaped me. I'm a little tired.
Mid-range.
Mid-range.
It's like mid-range.
Sure.
So it's not, you know, if you think of like the triangle of like combo, aggro, stall, it's not at like the point of the triangle, but somewhere between.
So a name for aggro and stall together. Stall grow.
Stall.
I'm sorry. Sorry for breaking everyone's brain here. Anyway.
Stalgro.
Stalgro.
Okay.
Stalgro. What?
Okay. Yeah,
I can picture right now. Bluff and Staff upstairs right now, shaking their heads. Like, we gotta get Rin out of here.
Probably. Oh, look at
Please.
our lovely audience members
Yeah.
here today. So I mean, if you happen to be in Shanghai, please stop by.
Again, cosplayers in the crowd right now. It's been 2 hours. I would be not comfortable at this point, but hey, props to them. Honestly.
I bet they're having fun.
I bet they're having a great time, right? I'm jealous.
It's really excited to be, you know, like in front of this big stage. And of course, if you're here, like we see some of these people with signs and like holding up like phones with player names. Like if you're here to cheer on a certain player, it must be really exciting to watch them in person.
Yeah.
At an event like
then
this.
I think as this the TCG scene grows, we'll see even more players come to the spotlight.
Oh yeah.
And that could be you, chat. You can
It
enter this
could be.
yourself and become an amazing Genius Invocation TCG
Invocator.
Invocator.
A genius invocator.
Yes.
But it could be you.
Could be you next.
It could be on the stage.
All right. All right. Well, it looks like they're about ready to go. Round 2. Voice End versus Uipkong.
Uipkong. Voice End. Fight.
We're having fun. We're just here to just watch these games and cast them as we go. All right. Ooh, double Wagner right off the bat. Voice End's got the Claymore, which is like the good Eula anchor setup we got there.
I wonder if Voicen's actually going to keep it though, because with the Wagner, you played 3 different weapons in your deck in order to use Wagner to draw a weapon. So
Right.
maybe he's going to put it back and
Probably
just
put
keep a
it back.
Wagner.
Yeah. Get one of the catalysts to come out. I think
Maybe he
he's settled with what he has there. Can ramp with Liebman just in case the dice go wrong. Vorkasha also a very nice card to equip early.
Whipkong has Light of Fuller Incision, affectionately known as Lo-Fi.
I've called it Lo-Fi just because I don't like saying that name every time. But remember again, the match has started, so the raffle is on. If you want to enter the raffle, all you have to do is type in the player that you want to support, along with your UID next to them in the same line. Just make sure there's a space, and you'll be entered to the raffle to get some coins.
Yes.
Right.
Please tell us who you're supporting.
The
today.
dice roll. Kong did not get that second pyro die for Dihya. Wait, there they are. Plenty of them now. Perfect.
Voicend has great dice for Whipcomb. That's a lot of pyro.
Mm-hmm.
That's.
I mean, Voicend's got a good hand there too. Enough to do what he needs to do.
I think so, yeah. I mean, you'll Mona skill. You'll probably have a very similar start to Mew, where you're going to be going to Sucrose. Does not have instructors, and the catalyst he has in hand is 1,000 Floating Greens. He did put that Wolf's Gravestone back.
Yeah. All
Gonna
right.
see if he plays.
Wukong skills out as usual. Did take his time doing that. He's still calculating on what to do with his hand there.
Actually, Voicend has a really good start because you can play Dunyarzad, Wagner, Liepin after Mona skill.
Yep.
It's not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Voicend just weighing his options and right now. Heart rate pretty good.
Heart rate pretty good. I mean,
yep.
he's very, very calm player. He's proving it again today. Whipkong, his heart rate is a little bit high right now. He did eat that first loss, but I mean, as we saw in the first best of 5 that we casted earlier between LL Rise Falcon and Z Primlet, you know, LL Rise Falcon did eat that first loss as well and ended up winning the next 3 matches. So, I mean, it's anyone's game still.
All right. Lieben played to pick up the rest of the die and Vorkash onto Jean. Voicen could, as you said, play Wagner and also just, well, they can't. They have 2 Animo die there, so they can't really do that. Opts to swirl with Sucrose. Hydro everywhere. All right, turn off. We go. Heals. Takes Pyro. Dia takes Hydro. Do you see something?
Yeah, so, I mean, Voicen did play Lieben, I guess, just to see what support cards he would draw. Did not end up playing Wagner and, like, throwing the dice to Lieben like I thought. Actually ended up going for the swirl on Sucrose. I guess, you know, the difference between Sucrose and Wanderer is that you don't have the option to go for that normal attack on the next active character, so you really have to time your swirls right if you're Voicen. So maybe this was the better play.
Let's have to see how this goes here. Ooh. Funky looking dice. Tandori. Upright Glez. Alright. Uipkong still on Dia. Will they swap off? Would you
Might
swap
see a
off here?
stove. I mean, so I know stove has been played round 3 or later, but in this tournament we've seen a lot of round 2 stoves.
Yeah.
Just because it's basically a free strategize, you're really trying to see like what you can get, especially in these early rounds when you're even when you're playing stall, you're up against the aggressive deck and you need all the resources you can get to pull off an advantage against your opponent. So we might see Kong going for that stove.
Yeah, no key artifacts or weapons in his hand. Well, I think there's one there. But yeah, we'll have to see how this goes here.
Ideally, you have Wagner, so you don't have to spend the 3 dice to equip the sword. But I mean, if you have nothing else to do with those dice, or if you really, really need the equip at the expense of the cost of equipping it, then we might actually see Kong going for that.
I'd love to see what Kong is writing down, if anything. I want to know what's going on in his head right now.
He definitely runs the timer very low, right?
Yeah, he's running it low right now. It switches to Lynette's, though.
Slow swap onto Lynette. Interesting.
So Sucrose could just skill or just normal attack that keeps spreading Hydro around.
I think if you're Sucrose, your skill does more damage.
Right. And you will also swap them off so you can continue to swirl onto the next person affected by Hydro. They have enough. Do they have enough dice to do it? They have enough to do a skill and then a normal for another swirl if they need to.
So this is where you really want like instructors or even sacrificial fragments if you're voice in, because you will keep refunding those animo dice with each swirl you do because it counts as an elemental reaction. Or her skill in the case of sac frag. So
yeah, voice in weighing his options right now, thinking about that. Double Wagner, Junior Zad out on the field. Oh, he's Junior Zad, not on the field, sorry, in his hand.
Has double Junior Zad. So, I mean, he already used the... It's like once per game draw from Junior Zad. You get to draw another companion card if you play one. But with that second Junior Zad, he could actually... Junior Zad Wagner, get a weapon.
Yeah. And Junior Zad brings out a companion too, correct?
Yes.
I believe.
It's once per game.
Once per game.
So, he already did it once. Got the second Wagner. But now with that other Junior Zad, he could do it again. One more time.
Yeah. Uses skill, forces a swap over to Jean. Draws another card. Ooh, they got sacrificial fragments.
Sacrificial fragments is going to be a pretty good equip, especially if Voicing can get down the Junior Zad Wagner.
Yep.
Because basically it'll be a free equip next turn.
Opera Epicles played, but they don't have the advantage in equipment on Wukong's side. Swaps over to Mona. Voice End plays Junior Zad. Plays Wagner. They draw the Claymore now. And Timaeus. I think, yeah, Voice End's got a good setup going on here so far.
It's a very good setup. Those 3 Omni are going to go to Lieben, deciding that ending on Mona is more important.
Yes. Get that free swap onto the character you want to play next here. Wukong running the time again, going over his strategy. 5 dice left on Jean.
He could match the ramp with ramp of his own. I think that's what we're going to see here. So, I mean, Junior Zad's coming down, which tells me he's going to play that Paimon card. But I really feel like if you're Wukong, you want to go for that weapon equip as well.
Tough call,
he has to choose one unless he stows.
I think if he weapon equips, Opera Epicles will proc, and then he could play Paimon.
Oh, he would have to tune.
Tunes the Lotus.
So I mean, yeah, he could equip the sword, and then Opera Epicles would proc.
Yeah.
And then he would get Animo dice, and because he already tuned, he'd be able to play Paimon for 2, 2 Animo. That is true.
I think that's what he's gonna do.
Well, he tuned for some reason. I'm wondering. Yep. So Light of Foliar Incision. It's not the sword he really wants, but it's one he has. So.
Oh, another Paimon. Nice.
I don't think that's what he wanted to draw, but.
No, it's still something. We'll get a good ramp. Both of them will. Lieben will proc on Voice End's side. Ooh.
Killer Favonia.
Voice End has just enough room for Lieben to add more cards too. Let's see here.
Oh, those dice rolls for Kong were not that great.
Not that
Still
good.
not
Still
that
not
good.
that good either. Yeah.
But maybe with the light of foliar incision, it could kind of act as some dice fixing, so to speak, because each normal. Well, no, because it's gonna be a random dice that you get back. It's not gonna be genes.
All right.
It's not gonna be Animo.
So on to Mona right now. Equipping the lamp onto Sucrose.
Yep, so that's gonna buff elemental reaction damage, as well as doing an additional point of damage. So every swirl is gonna do 2 more damage.
Which is Sucrose uses skill. Spread Hydro around once again. So Sadia.
That did 4 damage.
Wow, look at all those cards for Santander. Goal by getting played on Wukong's side, pulls Millilith, Junior Zad, and another die. With, It sounds like you're thinking about something.
Tenacity the Millilith could definitely come in handy, especially, you know, those 3 cryo there. We're probably going to see an equip. Also, I think, you know, having that quick swap onto Jean is so crucial. Voicen cannot reliably swap back onto Sucrose without Lotusing, or else he risks losing her.
You play the quick swap for that then?
You could.
And get the burst out too, right? No talent though.
Yeah, the burst won't do too much. The talent card will do +1 damage on her summon if it absorbs essentially be Hydro.
You want to make sure Jean doesn't get that heal off though. So you can set up Eula for some really quick kills with the gravestone. Is that what it's called again? I can never remember the name
Wolf's
of that
Gravestone,
sword.
yeah. Okay, so Voicen using Lyre Song on the Gilded Dreams that was on Sucrose and re-equipping it for 1 cost onto Eula to generate 1 Cryo, 1 Omni. This Lotus is going to protect... Okay, so it's going to be a slow swap on the Sucrose. Lotus should protect her.
Let's see here. Or does Wukong opt for healing?
Wonder if you actually just tune and burst. I don't think you need that other Junior Zod.
You'll have to tune at least 3 more cards though to get this one going, unfortunately. Oh, actually no, they have that extra die, so just 2 more cards.
It is 4 costs.
Yeah.
So you have to tune. Well, I guess you could play the Woven.
Yeah.
Or tune it.
Yeah, or tune it so they don't know.
Or tune it. Depends on what he wants to do here.
Yeah.
Jean's Burst could be pretty good for, you know, keeping Wukong very healthy.
I think that's the strategy you should employ, because this is a stall deck, right? You don't want to get too greedy with opportunities where you can attack.
Could also opt
Ooh,
for
Tandoori. I think he is going to go for it, actually.
Yeah, so Tandoori's skill is actually going to be enough to take out Sucrose.
Yeah.
Tuning a Kilophonia.
Dang.
Second time we've seen that sword tuned today, I think.
Does they equip Gilded onto Lynette?
Do you play the Woven or tune it?
Is that coming out?
Wait, did he mean to do that, or was he gonna tune it?
If I'm thinking for myself, I probably mistook something.
Oh, the Tenacity of the Millilith. I think he meant to tune a Junior Zod, ended up having a tune Tenacity of the Millilith. Yeah. I am wondering then if he's going to just play that Paimon, because he didn't opt to play the Wolf in there, so.
I, for some reason, thought it was Gilded this whole time. My bad.
Gilded is on Voicen's side. You don't really run the magic in Dynamo. You run the more tanky artifacts like Tenacity of the Millilith. So.
Ooh, okay. Excuse me. Oh, all right. Voicen ending his turn on Mona. So gives him some options again.
Opera Epiclase.
Yeah. Oh, they could. Ooh, hang on.
Giving another animal dice for Jean. So, I mean, Wukong could tune everything into a burst if he wants, or he could match the ramp with ramp of his own.
Right. And there's no Hydra going on to Jean, so should be safe on the next turn. Because even with that Gravestone equip, it won't take Jean out completely. It's like watching chess again. We can't really talk about what's going to happen until they do something. All I can talk about is Wukong is going to run the timer again.
You could also swap off to, like, say... Okay, interesting.
Normal attack?
Normal attack, light of foliar incision will get... Oh, it's an animal.
Yeah, another die?
I mean, you could play Wolfen and Paimon if you want.
Yeah, really. I mean, Wukong definitely making use of the time and figuring out his strategy here. Ends the phase.
Huh. I guess he's saving Paimon for tuning. He does already have a Paimon played.
Yeah.
Floating one. That quick swap is going to be really important.
Very important coming up here. Let's see how this goes here. Ooh. Not terrible. Good die roll for both sides.
So we saw a bit earlier, it was Elrise Falcon playing Mew, right? And getting those freezes timed so perfectly on Lynette. And, you know, Kong does have Hydro Aura applied to Lynette here.
Yep.
I think Wukong is in a slightly better position than Z Crimlet was. However, I think one thing to look out for the rest of this match is how Voice End plays this.
Oh.
Because Eula will be the finisher here.
All right. Eula does get the gravestone on this next turn.
There's the other classic. Look at double to your side. You can play Paimon for one.
Yep. But there's going to be some trouble coming up here. Yeah, probably the best move you need to do here. Get your characters back up and healthy, just so it doesn't drop below gravestone execution range.
Here we go. Quick swap onto Eula. That first skill will only do 4.
Right.
2 plus the 1 from the weapon plus another 1 from the freeze reaction. And then with that Grimheart and also with the Wolf's Gravestone equipped, this could be very, very hard for Wukong to avoid taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah. Weighing out his options once again. Plays the pizza on Dia.
On Dia. I think it's going to be slow swap here. Yes. Basically, he's just trying to stall out this round.
Yeah.
Then most of the Hydro will be off. I mean, Mona is still there. There is also another quick swap in Voice End's hand.
Yep.
Another Liar song and 2 Gamblers and Instructors. A lot at his disposal right now. That Tandoori as well.
Yeah. A lot of good options going on here. They did play Gilded too on Mona. They could recall it with Liar.
Yes. I actually think it's on Eula. I don't know. I don't know which artifact is on Mona. I know there's a Gilded on Eula. Might have both of them out at the moment, actually.
Yeah.
You could be right about that. By the way, you could go for some magic.
Wukong is coughing.
Oh no! Drink some water.
Yeah. I need to drink some water. Gosh.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah.
You too, chat.
Hydrate. Please. Still weighing out his options. This is a very, it's almost like watching golf now.
It is
Very
very
calculated.
you know, like TCGs can tend to be slower paced, but it's because you have to spend, you know, this timer, you have to spend it thinking about your next moves. Like, all of the action is currently happening in Voice End's head right now as he's figuring out what exactly he needs to do.
Yeah,
And then he's going to show us.
Oh, he just played the Liar.
I got a Liar song.
All right, Gilded off of Eula. You only have a little bit of time left, though. Back onto Eula.
Yes, another Gilded onto Eula. So,
First skill, 7 damage to Dia.
yep, because Grimheart, so that pizza brought Dia above the break point. That was what Kwong wanted here.
Quick swap. Over to Lynette. This is their skill. Heals back to 10. You tune and burst Lynette? No, you wouldn't bother.
It
One
would
dice
not
left, yeah.
do enough damage, I believe, to take out Lynette, because the -2 damage from Lynette's skill will only come into effect if she is above 6 health. But I think you do tune skill.
Wasn't tune something.
Probably gonna tune that other sack frag. You don't need it because Sucrose is gone.
Yeah.
Could also tune the other gamblers, I guess.
Could do that, yep. Unless you want to give sack frag to Mona. No, they do for the
Yeah, at one point you might be able to. If
Yeah.
Wagner gets 3 stacks again, you can equip it for free onto Mona, so it wouldn't be the worst thing. You don't need both copies of
Will we
gamblers.
see a skill or a burst here? We will see the burst instead. 4 damage, and we'll do
Wait a second.
3 extra.
That shatters.
That will shatter, yeah.
It shatters, so...
Oh, Fresh Wind also coming into Voice End's hand there. Actually, really good setup coming up here.
If that's a Lotus in Kong's hand, I wonder if he needs to... No, because... It would only be eating up the hydro damage from Mona. He might... I mean, it would bring Lynette above... Jean's Burst should actually keep her above breakpoint.
Yeah.
Because if he ends first, then Jean's Burst will heal Lynette. But I think he is
playing Hash Brown.
going to hash here
Playing
and play
Paimon,
Paimon for
yeah.
1.
Chef Bao. Oof.
Oh, could have used that Chef Mao before.
Yeah, could have
for
come in
sure.
earlier. That's okay.
So I think Lynette's could be at 1 health if I'm doing math. No, wait, because she was 6 HP, so she lost the 2. So yeah, Kong is forced to sacrifice Lynette here. I guess Jean is gonna be the finisher.
Let's see. There's
Minus
that reaction.
5 because
yeah.
of the shatter on the
shatter,
freeze.
yeah.
Physical damage.
Love physical damage. Love to see it. That's me. Round 5. All right. Pretty even matchup so far, health-wise, I feel.
I think Kong is having better survivability. And I don't know if it's because of RNG factors or if it's because the Wanderer version of Mew is, just slightly stronger, has, an edge. I know Voice End didn't really draw the instructors on time for Sucrose, or Sackfrag, really. It was kind of mistimed, I think.
Ops for normal attack.
Yeah, for the dice refresh with Lo-Fi.
Yeah. Voice End, be careful, though. They are all within a lethal of Jean. It would be really cool if Dia could get a burst off in a round. That'd be kind of fun to watch. I don't think I've ever seen Leah's burst go off during this whole tournament.
Dia's burst is not commonly used. She's included because her skill applies a Pyro Aura and then also has a damage reduction as long as she's alive. So that's like her main use in these decks. It's like part of what gives them the stally factor because the damage reduction. But her burst doesn't actually do a whole lot of damage on its own, I believe.
I think
it's also a
just be
prepare
fun to
skill.
watch. Yeah.
It would be. It would be something different. Like Mona getting that kill the other day.
Yeah, there's a lot of kills by characters you wouldn't expect. I think Yelan also got a finisher on one
yeah,
match some time
yeah.
ago. Voice End wearing his option still. Could play Fresh Wind. Well, maybe not on Jean yet. Oh, they quick step over the Mona, though.
Yeah, this is pretty good for Voice End. So using his last quick swap, you can go to Mona, skill Jean. She has Hydro Aura on her, and then
quick swap back.
Yeah, quick swap back because the Mona is passive.
Ooh.
So basically, Kong is going to be in the freeze zone. We do know Voice End is sitting on that Gamblers as well.
Yep.
So depending on how Kong plays the rest of this game, this could actually spell the end for him. Like Voice End is, definitely playing very consistently between last week and today's showings. He is definitely, earning this title as a very calm and confident player.
Yep. More calm than me right now, that's for sure. I'd be just going as fast as I can. I do not have the patience for thinking this long. I can tell you that right now. I'm not sure how chat plays, but I might just be one of a kind. I'd just be like, just go, please. I'm suffering here a little bit. We see a tune.
I'm tuning that Paimon because you're not going to be using it at this stage in the game. Bit too late in the game to be playing it. You're looking to end the game, like either...
Yeah, Voice End definitely didn't need it, and is also just buying some time to think about it. Strategy some more here.
If Eula had Grimheart, I believe Tandoori would have been enough to take down Jean, but she did not.
No, but they're going to do Tandoori right now, because they both can use it, remember? Yeah, 3 damage from Mona is still kind of scary.
That is very scary. Kong is out of quick swaps. And I mean...
I think Fresh,
look how relieved he is. Freshman to Freedom is going to be enough.
Yeah, and Gamblers is on... I don't think Gamblers is on anyone right now. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Gamblers is going to have to replace one of these artifacts here. And Voice End, so Mona is not good at dealing any more than 1 point of damage. But here's the problem.
I think Voice End messed up. Yeah, he wanted to go for the kill,
He's one
but
dice short.
Has to use the burst.
He is one dice short here.
Yeah. I don't think he meant to do that. I think he was hoping like Mona could do like enough damage to take D out, but yeah.
Mona cannot do more than 1 point of damage at once unless she has her burst. So, I mean, now she can do 2 damage.
Right.
I think Voice Hand actually made a mistake.
Yeah, I know. I think so. But just based on his reaction, too. Uses the egg to bring Sucrose back. That's fun. But that'll swirl. Okay, yeah, if they go there, it won't do that. We should end their turn. Okay. Yeah, I think...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second. I think... Oh my gosh, Opera Epiclace coming in for the extra. Wait, he's gonna... Wait a second. Voice made a mistake. Made a very, very grave mistake.
Oh, no.
My full heritage is gonna be...
No. Wow. Oh, my God. What a grave error. Holy crap. Yeah.
No.
That one little slip up cost him the game. Wow. Gene returned. Jesus.
I hear the crowd clapping in the background because that was such a twist. Voisin was so excited.
Yeah,
he knew he had it, but then he made a mistake because he was too excited.
This is why you don't rush. When I was saying rush earlier, you take your time and think about it. I do this often myself. I know exactly how he feels when you see a very clear path to victory, but you forget one simple thing, that once you use that Tandoori on Mona upon skill, you don't get it again on your next one. So
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rin, but we do have 2 more raffle winners. So Baba and Serenity will with the 3. Congratulations for winning the raffle.
I love these names.
Another reminder to the audience. So there are raffles ongoing. At the start of every match, you can enter into a raffle by typing the player's name that you were personally rooting for in that match, and also your UID. So you have the examples on the board here. Just wait for our cue, I guess. There will be another raffle coming up, but...
Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Just the names are really funny here. You okay?
Yes. That was unexpected, you know.
It was very unexpected.
Voicend, I think, had it if he didn't stay on Mona, but he was 1 dice short even with the gamblers on Mona.
Yeah.
He really needed to swap to Eula there, I think. Because even with Fresh Wind, yeah, the gamblers only gives 2 Omni, and it's not enough dice to swap to Eula for the kill, so...
I think he was not thinking about switching to Eula, though. I think he was still thinking Mona would do enough damage, but the Handori only buffs your first attack, and after that you can't. So I think he was thinking that Handori was still going to buff Mona to do enough attack damage.
I think there was definitely miscalculation somewhere, and it was, like, in the sense of, like... He was too excited. He thought he had the game in the bag, and he was too excited, and he went for a move that was 1 dice short. He was 1 dice short, so...
Yeah.
Of course, this is a conquest format, so Whipclaw did win on that Dynamo deck and can no longer play it. So he's going with Finale, I think again. I think he played it... Did he play it earlier?
I think so, perhaps. Well, it'll be a mirror matchup coming up here, so really...
It is a mirror matchup.
Yeah.
Voicen versus Whipclaw mirror match Finale.
Yeah. The finale.
It's not the finale because we still have more games after this. It's not the finale.
Yeah, well...
It's not the final...
It's really testing me a little bit because, wow, I don't have the stamina these players do. I'm going to admit, right? This is pretty tough for me to be able to, like, keep thinking and calling out the shots going on here, so...
You're doing a great job, though. I think, you know, we're definitely on our A game today, so...
I think I'm on my B game, honestly. I'll try better tomorrow, though, so... Yeah, they're going to get set up, but, yeah, so hopefully we can see something really cool happen here.
Yeah, mirror matchups with these decks, we've seen them played a whole lot here, but, you know, I feel like because there's, like, so many tiny things that can happen in a game that change the tide of it, it's really hard to say how it's going to go. Like, even whoever goes first, they might not get the advantage at the end there, but I anticipate this match is going to be over very quickly.
Yeah, I kind of want a speed round, please. I just want to see something go fast here. All right, well...
This is definitely the match for something fast to happen.
Yeah, well, this is definitely your standard finale, except Golden House I don't normally see played in these decks, but maybe that might give Voice an edge.
Yeah,
here.
so Golden House will decrease the cost of a 3-cost weapon or artifact by 1. It has to be originally 3 costs, though, so...
Yeah. All right.
You can see what that gilded there for sure.
Wukong's version. Oh yeah, it has the Catherine.
Yeah, Catherine, right.
Catherine did kind of appear to come in clutch at one point, but still wasn't quite enough. Will it be enough this time?
I feel like, you know, I remember Ark told me that one morning that this was a very spicy card he included. He didn't tell me what it was, and as soon as I saw it, like when you were casting over the match, because fortunately when I was casting it got banned. So I didn't get to see the spicy card that I talked about, but Catherine was a spicy card in his own finale deck. So I haven't seen it perform the way they wanted to just yet, I think.
So maybe you might be right that, yeah, not the best card to bring into here, but I have hope for it. Maybe it might come around eventually.
I would like to see it do well. I would like to see it do what the players are envisioning it should be doing.
I personally like those plays where you bring in anti-meta, essentially. Cards that don't fit into decks, but still working out somehow. But you are definitely playing on the like 1 in 100 chance that the thing that it's best suited up against shows up. So
I mean, it's that, and then it's also like it's kind of like mind games with your opponent. Like if you are picking something that your opponent is not familiar against playing, like for example, I think you know that deck with Xingqiu, Chongyun, Hu Tao.
Yeah.
It's a very old TCG deck, and it's not commonly played these days anymore, and I feel like it just performs so well because you have to really think on the spot about how to play against it again. You probably don't have a lot of practice if you're coming into this tournament, or even like expecting to see something like that here. So I think it performed well because of that factor, as well as because it's just a really good combo deck.
Just wondering if the crowd is playing a factor into this now, because they are playing in front of people who are reacting live to them,
we can
right?
hear them. We can hear them through the microphone at some points.
I wonder if they can hear them through their headsets, because that could play into the advantage a little bit if you know like something's coming when the crowd reacts a certain way, right?
That's definitely true.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's the cost of having a live audience, though.
Yeah, because TCG, you don't normally play face-to-face with anyone. It's all through Genshin Impact client. And there's no chat between them, but there are servers where you can like talk with each other as well at the same time.
And you know, like you are aware that people are watching your games even when you're on the big stage like this, but actually having like a large audience here, like in hearing them, it has to add to that like nerves factor, right? So I mean, look at Wukong's heart right here beneath his name.
Once again, the raffle has started for this round, so if you want to enter and win some lucky coins, type in the player that you are supporting along with your UID. And I've been seeing a lot of UIDs that start with 8 because this is Asia time.
It
so
is,
definitely going to see more Asia players awake at this hour. So shout out to anyone from my community who might still happen to be watching. I'll definitely cheer you more if I see a 6 show up as one of the winners. But we'll see how that goes here. All right, Wukong takes the first turn, leading in with Fischl as you would. Very good die right off the bats. Hope we get some Dendro here. No, unfortunately. But
I think Pyro's okay, so you can go for a different line if you're calling. You can go Fischl skill into Linny instead of going into Nahida. But I mean, Voice End with those Dendro dice were most likely. Ooh, actually, wait, Voice End he's gonna have to play Gilded as a dice fixer, I think.
Yeah, which isn't necessarily bad. Something.
It's just unfortunate, I think.
But he did get that extra Dendro and Omni.
Gonna have to choose one card as well.
Yeah.
That's a really unfortunate start. I mean, when you're playing a deck like Finale, and of course if you're new and haven't heard us explain this 10 times over in the past,
I know TCG is very like, there's a very strong community that kind of knows, but we do want to attract new viewers to the game, right? So.
But yeah, Finale, in Finale is Fischl, not Nahida, Linny. Of course, Finale, as you said last week.
It was pronounced finally by some people, but I believe the right term should be finale.
It should be Finale because it is Linny's grand finale.
Yes. Ooh, Quickstop being tuned, but Wukong did bring Catherine, so maybe he doesn't need it. We'll have to see how that goes.
Wait a second. Wait. I missed. What did Wukong tune to go to Nahida?
He tuned this quick swap. I think he slow swapped over, didn't he?
Wait, why not just go? Interesting. I feel like he could have went to Linny, but I guess he really wanted to go to Nahida.
Yeah, he really wanted to just the basic setup. He's doing his math right now about it.
I guess he thought it was worth it.
I love that they have no die, but they're gonna run the clock anyway to think about their strategy.
Yep. I mean, it's a very valid thing to do.
Yeah,
because
no,
it's
I'm
the only
not.
time they have to think.
I'm
right?
not blaming
Yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah.
But I will think from a viewer standpoint, they're probably a little frustrated. Just saying, right? It is what it is, right? This is how you play the game. Voicen certainly does not mind you. He gets the time to think about this as well. But we'll have to see how this goes. Wukong does have 4 cards over Voicen's 2. Voicen taking a deep breath. Yep, they're just staring each other down.
I do hope that Wukong, I mean, he's taking very clear notes about things, and this is important. This is like part of his playing process for, you know, making note of what his opponent has already played, what they might still have, and everything. But I do hope he doesn't run his timer out again. Right. As for, so there is a little graphic at the bottom right of the screen. The raffle has ended for this match. We'll be announcing the winners at the end of this match. If you are watching along with us and you weren't able to enter this raffle, you can always enter in the next match. It will be at the start of next match, and we will give you a cue when that begins. So just be on the lookout.
All right. Okay. Turn 2. These are fast decks. All right, Guoba getting played because Wukong really wants something. Pulls 2 food, though. Sweet Madame and Lotus Crisp. 2 very popular foods. Maybe not so much Sweet Madame. Lotus Crisp, definitely the #1 card played in everyone's deck during this competition.
So if you're Wukong here, you did this start where you tuned some of your cards in order to go Nahida instead of Linny. And now you don't have the best dice to really go for Nahida's second skill into her burst. So, I mean, you could definitely tune. You could also try playing Chef Mao as a sort of dice fixer by Chef Mao, Sweet Madame. You get the dice back, see if it's Dendro. But I think he has to figure out what to tune here. He does, like, when you have a mirror matchup like this in 2 very fast-paced decks that are aggro, like Finale, it's kind of...
Goba also played on voice and side.
Going first is very important.
Yes, it does.
Going first is very important.
Yeah,
so Wukong has her burst up, and Voicen is kind of mirroring her movements, but the mirroring is going to stop here because that Nahida burst up on Kong is definitely an advantage.
Right. He doesn't have the die for it, though, so he does have to tune things for it.
We'll have to tune for it, but it might be...
Will it be worth spreading seed onto the other side, though? Because that is a very big part of this deck's strategy. So might be worth sacrificing. They did play Board Princess. Maybe they are like, they're lining up for it. So they will do that.
So yeah, that Boar Princess will refund an Omni die when Nahida goes down. Voicen is anticipating a burst from Kong in order to activate that Boar Princess.
Unfortunately for Wukong, he does have to tune 3 die.
So the thing is, he's a tune for Nahida's burst, but he has the option as well to play Gamblers. If he wants to avoid paying for it, he could even Liar Song Gamblers. He could also, like I said earlier, play Chef Mao as a sort of dice fixer.
Right, yeah.
I think it's just gonna depend. I think if you are Kong and you're taking these lines to build up Nahida's burst, you are going to go for it. So it's just the question of what he's gonna do here. So yeah, Chef Mao is coming out.
Yep. Good call.
Sweet Madame probably on Nahida, if I had to guess.
What if Lotus Crisp?
That's a 1 cost, so I mean, you could do that. I'm wondering if Kong is going to. Oh, he does. Lotus Crisp. Interesting.
Oh, and he draws out the Adeptus Temptation. Still has to tune a bunch of stuff though. So Liar Song.
Yeah, so Liar Songing the Vorukasha just so we can play the Gamblers for free, and so that burst will refund to Omni. Does have to tune for it, unfortunately. Did not get Dendrodrius from playing the Lotus.
And a Sweet Madame in exchange for Nahida's burst, who now takes out Imposter Nahida on the other side.
Boom!
Gone, just like Ruka Devada. Who? I don't remember who we're talking about. Anyway,
that?
I don't know.
Never
heard
the
of
mushroom?
her.
The Rukashava mushroom?
mushrooms? Yeah, well, they're not in this game. I just see Nahida right now.
So, if Voicen picks Fischl, then Kong can comfortably stay on Nahida and go for another skill to get those quicken procs. And also, of course, with her burst up, that's going to deal another point of elemental reaction damage. Every time an elemental reaction happens on Kong's side, he gets damage buff. And this is the problem that you face when you have these mirror matchups between such an aggressive deck like Finale.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Voicen's Nahida dropping, you know, even though he played Boar Princess for that extra Omni, he's going to have to figure out how to get back on track here. He's at a slight disadvantage because Kong was able to get the burst off first and take out Nahida.
Probably for Voicen, you might want to play Mao and heal up Fischl so you can get some die back as well. Maybe try to look for a burning reaction if you can get the pyro die for it without having to tune anything.
I mean, I'm also eyeing that Strategize. I don't know if Voicen wants to risk going for Strategize. Does have Yayoi on the field.
Yeah. All right, equips.
Part of Kavarina's brilliance
Yeah.
coming onto Linny is your cost.
Probably
Free equip? Why not?
Yeah, free equip.
Why not?
Buy some time as well. Any action you do buys you a little bit more time. They're definitely taking advantage of it. All the time in this game being used today.
Does he chef Mao sweet madame?
That's the thing that I'm thinking of, right? Or does we switch to Fischl to do a fun proc? No, they are procking for prop arrow.
Tuning the Strategize.
Right, Lotus Crisp does not let Linny take Nahida out, but procs the seed and adds more summons to the field, which might be devastating. This is where the mirror match starts to like split apart.
So I do believe that if you're Kong, you just stay on Nahida. I think you just go for a skill here.
Spread some more damage as much as you can.
Kind of knocks Linny down by 2 health, but also applies that Dendro Aura, which if Voicen doesn't swap off of Linny, will trigger a quicken reaction at the end of turn with Oz. So we'll see if Voicen actually goes for the kill, or I don't know why you would.
They'd have to tune. They don't have anything right now they can use.
I actually feel like you might just end.
Yeah, probably, or at least set up. Mao and the chicken once again.
Could even Vorokasha onto
Vorokasha
Linny.
on
Wait, no. So you Vorokasha, he still has Boar Princess, so that's gonna refund an Omni.
Yep.
Hang
Second
on.
Omni, right? Because Nahida went down with the first one.
Yeah.
Oh. Do we tune too?
Wait, is this the Chef Mao Sweet
play.
Madame play?
I would figure so. Goes on to Linny, perhaps?
Oh my gosh. So one thing Voicen could do as well in playing Sweet Madame, you could actually swap the Fischl.
Yep.
And use Oz. Oz will actually take out the Hida because of the quicken stacks.
Yep.
And then there's going to be a whole lot of summons
Fischl.
damage onto probably Fischl.
And they draw Hash Brown.
Hash Brown, not bad. Yeah, so I think that's what we're going to
Fischl.
see here. I think we're going to see Oz summon again. Of course, we know Kong cannot
Can't
respond
swap off.
here.
Nope.
Yeah, used Lotus before.
Yep.
But I mean, I don't know. You don't really need to protect Nahida anyway, so.
I mean, she did get her burst off, so she did fulfill her duties here for this team.
I think this is also good for Voicen because that Oz summon is going to be applying Electro onto Fischl, who already has Electro Aura on her.
Yep.
So.
All right, let's see how this round. Oh, hang on. Voicen still gets to play here. Probably refresh their Oz. Yep. No, just a normal attack, actually. Not going to refresh.
Guess not wanting to use the Quicken stack.
Yeah, probably not.
So it's going to be extra electro damage onto Fischl. So it's going to be.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't have to refresh anyway, because if you wanted to, you could just bring it back the next round. All right.
Should be 4 damage on Fischl.
2. Then the overload. 2 more.
No,
oh,
it's
3 more.
It's,
5 more, yeah.
Never mind, it's
Sorry,
5
plus
damage.
2, yes. Plus 2 on reaction.
Plus 2 for overload. And then also the seeds are going to proc.
Yeah. All the seeds
And
are
another
gone.
1 on Linny.
All right. Ooh. But
Board Prince is a little bit too late.
Linny has a clear shot at Fischl right now, too. They could do some fun damage.
So, I think Voicen played that last round very well. I know I was talking a little bit about how, you know, Kong going first means he kind of has an advantage in some ways. He was able to get off that Nahida burst, but Voicen responded very well and actually regained his own advantage, I think. Lenny does so much damage.
Lenny does amazing damage, especially if you have his skill talent card in your hand, adding 2 more damage on anyone affected by Pyro. I believe I was talking to Blep about this earlier, but he has the potential to take out a character within the first turn if set up correctly.
Yes, if you do have his talent.
Yeah.
I don't recall if Voicen and Whipcomb, if either of them brought Lenny's talent.
No, not in these decks. I believe
think it was in
other
our
decks.
first
Yes,
best
there
of
were
5.
Lenny's in there as well.
Specifically in that match with Thunder Manifestation Signora.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm looking at Whipcomb's hands. There's not really a whole lot going for him. That Boar Princess isn't gonna do anything. Yayoi not gonna do anything without Gilded Dreams. So his cards aren't gonna help him.
He could just as easily prop Arrow and force Fischl to swap over, or he can let Fischl hit him instead and get swapped over to other Fischl. Chicken coming into play. Chef Mao granting them
Might as well.
another die.
Might as well. Of course, you know, Nugget's Burst is up for the rest of this turn, so any elemental reactions on Kong's side are going to deal an additional
I feel like
damage.
he probably wants a normal Fischl, so Fischl might pause him. Yeah. So it will force... So technically, in theory here... Wait, hang on. That was
prop arrow. Yeah,
It's
so
a
I mean,
normal
it's
attack. Yeah.
technically a normal
I
attack.
think it was going to go the other way around.
Ooh, that I haven't lost yet for Voicen could
Yeah.
actually come in clutch here. Voicen still has the Seeds of Skanda on both Fischl and Linny, but I mean...
Voicen could have a fun setup, but they have to sacrifice Linny somehow. Give the Ito card to Fischl, and then she can finish it off with the burst.
She could officially finish
She could officially
it off.
bring the finale to the other finale.
Officially bring the finale.
Officially. Yeah, that Volgal Cat might be a problem, though. Perhaps. We'll have to see here. Yeah, maybe Voicen probably thinking that play, maybe not. I don't know, from just what I see at first glance. If he can somehow sacrifice Linny to proc Ito into Fischl, Fischl can burst and just remove everyone off this board. Especially with that Adeptus, but I don't really have enough dice for that.
I'm also thinking, as they're running down their timers and thinking, I'm thinking about what lines he could possibly play here. I really do feel like Voicen has the advantage here.
Your board Princess? I think he just do normal here.
I think he's anticipating, like, he wants to sacrifice Linny here, as you were saying, and give Fischl that I haven't lost yet burst, because, I mean, it will take out both Linny and Fischl at once, and Kong has to see this. He has to play around it.
Yeah, it won't be enough. He needs to take out Linny here for it to work. Voicen has just enough dice for that. Oh, they're tuning. Let's see what's going on here.
Wonder if we're going to see Bewildering Lights just for the extra healing onto Linny.
Perhaps.
It will also consume... Yeah, Bewildering Lights from Linny, -6. It's not quite enough. It's not quite enough. And that does heal Linny for 1 because it consumes that prop surplus stack.
Ooh. Tricky.
This is...
That would have been such an amazing play.
This is kind of exactly what Kong wants. This is going to force Voicen to actually go for an elemental burst here.
Yeah, actually...
What Kong has to do here is end.
Yeah, Kong has to end.
He has to end.
Has to end here.
He has to end. Does he see it?
He's thinking. He has to have
Does
it messed
he see
up.
it?
I hope so. If he has all his notes together, he's like, oh, there must be the Ito card on the other side. What's it called again? I haven't lost yet?
I haven't lost yet.
I haven't lost yet.
So if Kong ends, he wins. If he doesn't end, he loses.
So the best strat here is to not do anything. I love it. I love that strat. Winning by doing nothing. Well, I mean, you had to kind of get up to this point doing something.
Kong.
So. Running that time.
He
ends the turn! Oh my god! Oh no. Well, hang on. Hash brown onto... I can't do it on... Oh yeah, you could. The 3 health. Will that be... Let's see. Well, I don't think it matters.
He can't do anything else. He has to end. So, I mean, that's it.
Let's wait. Well, that's
Is it?
I don't think so.
No, wait, hang on.
Actually, yeah, because Fischl can just... Hang on, let's see here. Wait. Okay.
Wait,
yeah.
Fischl is.
I think Voicen has it actually.
Hang on a second.
No,
Hang
no,
on a
no,
second.
no.
Hang on a second. Hang on a
So-
second. Nope. Okay. Didn't draw anything. He didn't draw.
So Oipkong can only take out one character, but Fischl will
That's
just
it.
easily wrap up. So this is
That
Voicen's
hash
game.
brown actually came in clutch.
So once again, Fischl will officially bring the finale to Oipkong here.
The hash brown came in clutch.
It did. Yummy hash brown. Gotta love it.
Clone's card draw has not been great for the past
my
couple
gosh.
turns. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
forced to take out Linny here, and I think he knows. Like, just a normal attack
There
is
you
enough.
go.
No need to go for the I haven't lost yet burst
Yeah.
on Voicen's side. And congratulations, Voicen.
Wow, yeah, look at that.
2-1.
Rub those temples. Yeah, you earned it. Hard match. Hard match just for one win. Very tough. Yeah, no, we were excited too because he had it. Oh, wait a minute. Hash browns.
That was what he had to do there.
Yeah,
That
it
what
was
he
exactly
had to do there.
He identified it right away, but that hash
Mhm.
brown just was that oops. That little backup plan. Wow.
That these matches, like, even though they're mirror matches, even though we've watched these decks against each other so many times
Yeah.
in the past, like, week and a half, they're so tense at the end, right?
Yeah, it was
So
Kong's
much
advantage
tension.
too. Oh, look at that. We have our winners for this round. Someone from NA. MPA 4OG. I don't know how to say that. That's hard. But then we have Nana Iro as well winning. Congratulations on getting your lucky coins. Go use them, skin your cards with the gold borders, or buy new cards that you don't have.
Yeah, congratulations. And once again, so at the start of the next match coming up, you can also, if you weren't able to enter the raffle the previous match, you can enter it yourself. Just say the name of the player that you are personally rooting for and also your UID, and you will be entered into that raffle. We will give you a cue when it starts.
All right. 2-1. Going in
2-1.
best of 5 today, so we could potentially see 2 more rounds.
We could potentially see 2 more rounds. So, I mean, in a best of 5, you have to have the majority of matches, which is 3. So, we could see another 3-1.
Yeah, we could totally see. Oh, hang on. We just got something coming in. The raffle will win Primo Gems, actually. Oh, more incentive to join, guys. So make sure you join the next match, because once it starts, you have to put in their name and the UID.
Yes, and
yeah.
I think the redemption codes coming up are the ones that give lucky coins. So make sure that you're looking out for those redemption coins, redemption codes as well for those lucky coins. So
Pretty cool. Actually, yeah, enter my code in now, guys. Please. 601-842-076. Right? Agreed? We have a deal. Yes. Thank you. What? I need Primo Gems too. Doesn't matter anyway. All right. Anyway, like I said, 2-1, we're going in. It was the finale for Voicen on that deck, but not quite the finale for Oipkong. You bring it back. So.
yeah, so I mean, this is Conquest format, so
Yeah.
any deck that these players win with, they can no longer play going into the next match. So of course, that was the finale for Voicen's finale as he won with that deck. So I believe the only deck he has left, is it that Mona Yula Sucrose deck? If I'm remembering correctly, did he win on that one yet? I don't think he did.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he did. So he has to win on it. And I have yet to see if it's going to be stronger than the Mew, the Mona Yula Wanderer variant.
Yeah.
I think, not drawing that Instructors early on really hurt him.
Yes.
But he did play the deck well. I think it has potential. We're just going to have to see.
I'm just excited to see different cards play in this high tournament. That's what I actually was hoping for this elimination stage, to kind of break away from the standard 9 characters we had used, because every card has to have unique characters. They can't have same characters shared across each deck. So having that 4th deck bring in all kinds of people, and also like forcing some characters off their standard teams onto other teams just for that flexibility. And we've seen it work a little bit.
We might see more of that in the finals, but we
Yeah.
have seen very interesting variations today. And yeah, so Oipkong is going to go not with finale, but with the Senora Mona Sucrose pick, which I really want to see this played actually.
Yeah.
And of course, Voicent has won on both finale and the Liyue Trio, so forced to go onto that last deck that he has.
Oh, both sides running Sucrose in this next match.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't believe we're actually seeing Sucrose versus
Sucrose.
Sucrose.
What a sweet treat for me today, isn't it? Yeah? Get it? Anyway, while the players get set up, I don't know how the Sucrose is supposed to work with the other deck. What? I'm having a great time here, okay? I'm trying to make myself laugh. Anyway, not Mew today. Now it's Mies or Mess or however you want to pronounce
So
it.
this is almost a mirror matchup if you think about it, because the only difference is really Eula versus Signora, and I do think that Signora is a better finisher, perhaps, maybe. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah.
I mean, obviously this deck functions more like Mew does, except instead of Wonder, you have Sucrose, and you do have that talent for the additional point of damage when she absorbs. Oh wait, so Weepong's also bringing Sucrose as talent.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, talent card for the extra point of damage with elemental absorption.
They're bringing the old version of Venti's Archon
Wait,
card.
so they have.
Oh.
It's basically when the crane returns. So.
But it's for the whole round. So every time you use a skill or no more anything, it automatically switches to the next character.
Yes.
I find that card super fun to play, where you just combo and combo and combo by switching and switching and switching, especially if you can get it set up correctly.
I didn't see the food, but I wonder if fish and chips was brought. I know that the new Mondstadt Resonance card along with fish and chips is actually like a really popular choice for some players. I didn't see if that was brought though. We're gonna have to see in the match coming up, but I did notice that the support cards for that Signora deck vary from the Mona, Eula, Sucrose deck. You know, having the Gilded Dreams magical combo instead of instructors. So, look at the cosplayers here.
It's the same too.
Yeah, it is the same too.
I want to pretend
love
the guy in the hat
cosplayers.
is like one of Navia's like bodyguards.
It is. It is.
He got the hat. Yeah.
The
he's
silver
ready.
Melis, yeah.
So 3 cosplayers in the crowd today. I want to see double that tomorrow, Shanghai. Come on. 6.
I mean, if you're in the area, maybe you could stop by.
Yeah, come in and show us your cool cosplays. All right, round 4, right? Yes, it's 2-1 right now in Voice End's favor, correct? Was it? Yes.
Yes, and so just another reminder, because it has been a while, this is a double elimination format tournament. So, I mean, we are casting the upper bracket semifinals, so whoever loses here will not actually be knocked out of the tournament. They will be knocked to the lower bracket, and we will be seeing them compete tomorrow, actually. So, just have to stay tuned.
Yeah. So once again, round 4, Voice End versus Uikong.
Fight.
We're having fun today.
We are having fun today.
Yes. All right, raffle is on right now, so don't forget to enter to win some Primo Gems.
Yes, so you enter, basically, you enter by putting the player's name that you want to win or you think is going to win, and also your UID, and you'll be entered into a raffle to win Primo Gems.
Ooh. Let's see. All right,
going first
round
here.
leads in with Mona.
It should be 2 Mona skills. Both of them should be going for Mona skill first.
Mona?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, they got definitely one of them. Wukong keeping the Pyro.
I see Voice End. Okay, no, he hasn't re-rolled yet. I was wondering what those Dendro dice are being kept for, but...
Probably to equip. Get some artifacts going.
So, Freshman to Freedom on Voice Inside versus Stove God for Weepong. I think, you know, Weepong's deck is going to be pretty aggro, actually, but has the potential to play it a little bit slower because Signora does have that revive and can kind of, like, last for longer.
Probably
Both
would
sides do
just
have those freeze and swirls.
probably would just run the same thing, right? You gotta just mirror match this part at least. You want to get that Phantom out there.
Yeah, so I mean, both of these players are going to be going for that Hydro application, most likely going into Sucrose Swirl if they can. I do think that Weepong has a little bit more flexibility with Signora because, I mean, Eula, I think, in that deck is going to be your finisher after you do a whole lot of damage with Sucrose. But for Weepong, I mean, Signora is definitely a good finisher here because of her transformation into Crimson Witch of Embers, but we might see a situation where he chooses to go to her sooner than later to actually go for freeze reactions rather than swirls.
Right. I'm just trying to get my notes in order here, so I'm ready for this one. Right, we are in for another long match. These two definitely love using up that clock.
Yep, so the Mirror Mona summons here.
Yeah.
Weepong has had to go first quite a bit today, but I mean, we saw that going first doesn't mean you win the game in the last match, so...
Oh, no, never. We've seen it before. Someone goes second and has to kind of take a different path. Sometimes it can come out okay with it. Oh, Voicen swaps over to Sucrose, plays Gilded Dreams on the Sucrose. That should give him enough die to swirl, should they choose to, or do they want to tune or play Paimon and get set up for the next round, or even Sacrificial Fragments onto Sucrose.
Also, I didn't catch which 3-cost artifact that was onto Mona. I do believe it was Tenacity of the Millilith, so we'll see if I'm right about that. If we see a dice being refreshed here, then it was.
It was not. I believe it was Vorkasha. I don't know if it was a 3-die. I think that went onto Sucrose. I believe.
Oh, it might have, yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been Vorkasha's Glow.
Here, Sucrose talent card out. Raffle is ended. If there is one more match after this, you can enter on the next one.
Or you can wait until, you know, Steph and Blep.
Yeah, it
Staffa
depends.
and Blep come on to cast.
If Voice End wins this match, then Blep and Staffa will take over. If Wukong wins this match, we will sit here for round 5 finale. Probably having to see finale, right? I believe someone has the finale deck still. All right, Sucrose forces a swap to Eula on Voice End's side, but everyone has Hydro on Wukong's side, so kind of dangerous right now.
Kind of dangerous indeed.
Yeah.
You know, I do think that those 4 cryo dice are probably going to go for Gilded Dreams equip, honestly, just to fix the dice.
Right.
Because you can't send 2 of the same element to Lieben. Wukong is in a really tricky situation here. We might see a swap to Signora. However,
well,
she would get frozen.
Yeah, Voice End might put Instructors on Eula before swinging on there. No, switches back to Sucrose instead.
So Wukong forcing Sucrose back onto Eula, and
He's Stove God, draws I Haven't Lost It and the Liar. So they have potential to do it again, so they choose. Or they can tune the last 2 card or die into Lieben.
I don't think you would ever tune anything here. I mean, you would have to tune the food and maybe Sucrose talent.
I didn't mean to tune. I meant just to like leave them there.
Oh,
I kind of
leave them there,
use
yeah.
the same word for the same thing a lot.
I think you definitely have to Liar Song Gilded because you are missing 1 dice to swap on the Signora to actually use.
Oh, tuning.
Yeah, this makes sense, I think. So in Voice End's deck, it's going to function very similar to Mew, where Sucrose is going to be your first damage dealer, and then Eula is going to be your final like finisher.
Yeah.
So essentially, putting Sucrose under threat is more important for Kong than switching to Signora and maybe going for like it would just be regular cryo application on Sucrose at that point.
I think Voice End doesn't want to hit Sucrose here to proc that die so they can play Lieben or let Lieben proc for the next round here. Yeah, they're opting to put Instructors on Eula. I figured they would do that. So Wukong won't get that ramp set up, but we'll switch to Mona.
Oh, this is good though for Wukong because he ends up Mona, so he has that quick swap at the start of next turn, so he can kind of go where he needs to go depending on what Voice End does. This is kind of the good thing about, you know, if you end second on Mona, then you can kind of respond to whatever your opponent does first. It's very strong.
Yeah, that's a very good strategy.
Strong finisher, yes.
All right, the die. Voice End looks okay, could be better. Wukong gets cryo. Yeah, they have enough options there. Definitely an option for Eula, but they'd have to think about for Sucrose if they want to tune something. But they only had Lieben out, so they won't get anything yet. Because Lieben only has 1 die right now. Voice End sent all the die back. Oh, what's he looking for? Interesting.
It's hard to know. He does have every single weapon in his deck that he could equip. We might actually see him staying on Eula at this point, especially with all the Hydro Auras on Wukong's side.
Yeah.
Maybe he might go for some, like, one aspect of control in Genius Invocation TCG is actually using freeze reaction, so.
Giving Wukong the decision here by swapping off the Mona. All right.
It's kind of forces Wukong's hands because he uses that quick swap here, and Voice End will have a quick swap at his disposal next. Ooh, we do see Sucrose's talent card coming out along with her burst, so this will give an additional point of damage on her burst summon.
And constantly apply Hydro because Hydro is on
Yep.
Mona, and that's actually really good for this.
If the Hydro was
Hydro Summon.
Absorbed. Yes,
Yeah,
it's a
no,
Hydro
that's
Summon now.
actually a really good strat for this kind of team. Oh.
So, I mean, now it doesn't matter as much if Sucrose is swirling that Hydro because,
Right.
you know, that summon does have 3 usages. So 3 turns of Hydro damage onto whoever Voice End ends on.
Back onto Sucrose. Quick swap. Do they trigger the Tenacity passive, though? I know Voisin does not want to do that.
I mean, so Voisin could send Weepkong back onto Mona, and then Weepkong's gonna have to slow swap and use a die to
Ooh, the lamp.
go on to anyone else. So I think that is what we're gonna see here. Also, yeah, that 1,000 Floating Dreams is gonna do an additional 2 points of damage on elemental reactions.
I forgot about the swap on skill.
Yeah, so Mona's quick swap was already used.
Right. No, I meant like when you proc Tenacity, but if you force swap off of them, it won't proc.
Right.
Yeah. At least I think it was Tenacity on there. Forgive me. It's been a long match, so starting to forget something.
I didn't catch if Weepkong has Tenacity as Millith in this deck. I do think he equipped a 3-cost artifact at some point at the start of the round with those 3 pyro dice. It wasn't gilded because it would have given him dice.
Right.
I
Considering
didn't
Sucrose,
catch it. I didn't catch it.
Sucrose does have 2 shield each round, so it probably is Tenacity. Probably something I should keep keeping track of, but yeah, trying my best here. Right, off the Mona again. Only 1 die can do a normal. They couldn't go for another gilded equip here. Would cost them quite a bit though.
So yeah, I do believe, so Weepkong is running Tenacity of the Millith, Gilded Dreams, Voracash's Glow, and 1 copy of Gambler, so I think it is Tenacity of the Millith on Sucrose.
Oof. Alright, off to Senora. Threatening them with a freeze right now. What does Voice End do? They don't have their quick swap. They don't want to lose Sucrose here, probably not yet.
If you're Voice End,
you do have Lotus you can protect, yeah.
I think you want to swap Weepkong off of Senora.
What do you tune though? That's a lot of good cards right there. I think.
Yeah, Junior's odd because you're probably not gonna end up playing that Paimon anyway. So I mean, it looks like Voice End's gonna go for the burst. I guess wanting that Hydro Summon as well. So we have mirror Hydro Summons on the board. Unfortunately, Sucrose does not have her talent equipped on Voice inside.
Okay, heals on the Senora. Still Hydro on everybody here.
Finally, Weepkong gets the leave-in proc.
Yeah.
Those, you know, the cryo and Hydro dice are gonna go to leave-in and give Weepkong 2 Omni and a card.
Yeah.
2 cards.
Voice End giving Weepkong the opportunity not to leave in some dice on the board here, so Leave-in can absorb the dice and make more stuff.
Wow.
What do you mean, wow?
What a pun. I can't believe this.
All right, the other Leave-in comes out just to gather the rest of the dice, so nothing is being left around there. All right. Here we go again. Round 4. Let's see how this goes here. Let's see.
So, Weepkong is going to be looking for cryo now, I believe.
Ooh. Those are some pretty good die rolls on both sides, actually. Very good.
The Yayoi Gilded Dreams Junior's combo could actually be pretty good here. Ooh, that Sheer Cold is also going to be applied on the Sucrose. So, Sucrose is going to take that 1 point of cryo. It's actually going to be enough to take her out unless Voice End can manage to do something here.
Will the Lotus Crisp prevent that?
I think it would, because it's cryo. It's not piercing damage, I believe. I could be wrong, but it should just be cryo application. 1 point of cryo application. So it's gonna force Voice End to swap regardless because Sucrose is frozen. Does not have a quick swap until now. Now he does.
Yeah.
Now he does.
Right. So we could swap over to.
The Sheer Cold moved though.
Oh, doesn't move. Interesting. I didn't know.
Because I see the point of cryo underneath Mona here.
Yeah.
So I think Voisin is actually in a really good position to clean up here. We could see a swap on Eula and a freeze on Signora. The only thing is if Voisin has enough dice to actually do something here.
Probably want to swap over to Eula, right? I think they can go for a forced... Actually, maybe they don't want to do that. Maybe just a simple freeze would just stop Signora and just kind of leave her there. So you don't want her to be able to burst. Not yet, at least. Or do you get the Phantom out? Yeah, swap over to Eula. I would
I think you have to do this. I think you have to go for the freeze. I don't think you equip Wolf's Gravestone.
Don't do that yet. You don't want to let her spawn into, or respawn into Crimson Witch. Because that could just end Eula, actually. Yeah, so yeah, freeze here. Ooh, just enough to keep her alive.
So whoever Weepkong swaps to is going to be frozen here. And the unfortunate thing is that, you know, he does have a quick swap going from Mona to Sucrose, but he will be at 2 dice. It's going to force Weepkong to actually go for some play with Gilded Dreams there. But everyone already has an artifact. Right. I don't think you want to replace the Tenacity of the Millith that is on Sucrose. But if you're Weepkong, you can probably play Dunyuzad into Yayoi into Gilded on either Signora or Mona.
It's looking really dangerous right now, though. Both 2 characters on the Crimson is below lethal range.
Yeah, Dunyuzad into Yayoi, and then free Gilded Dreams equipped because there's artifacts on each of the active characters at the moment. So basically this will enable Weepkong to swap to Sucrose and actually use a skill on Eula. And it's gonna it's gonna swirl the Hydro onto Mona and Freezer.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take out Sucrose.
Yeah. Voiced unfortunately does not have enough Wagner stacks to equip Claymore on the next round. Otherwise, he could probably just clean up this game here. He does have Fresh Wind, though.
He does have Fresh Wind, but I don't think he's going to be able to really do anything here. I actually think Weepkong has the upper hand here. So yeah, Gilded Dreams is going to replace Tenacity of the Millith. It's interesting, but the elemental reaction here is going to enable Weepkong to draw cards with Gilded Dreams passive too. So Chef Mao looks like gets many cards because there are many reactions.
I think all Voicin needs to do is just play Paimon here and just ramp up for the next turn. You got Freedom. You can quick swap to Eula. You could... well, it depends if they stay on Super, so that'll be challenging here. Oh, the Gambler's coming in. That's going to be super handy, actually.
So he played Timaeus to try and draw an artifact he could use. And those last 2 dice are going to go to Leaven, which is, you know, also a form of ramp. He gets to draw more cards as well. We'll see what Voicin draws here. But yeah, that Hydro Summon doing so much damage. It is enough to take Mona out. And now Eula is left to fend for herself. Of course, Signora is about to transform into the Crimson Witch of Embers here on Weepkong's side. So
the Tenacity on Sucrose is going to be a bit of a thing to work around. But if Voicin can get that Claymore equipped...
So, Sucrose does not have Tenacity of the Millith anymore. It was replaced by Gilded Dreams. So, the shield points are now gone for Weepkong. Of course, he could play the double Chef Mao and Lotus. That's something you could do. But Signora does have her Burst Step. Actually, I feel like if Weepkong goes to Mona...
Yeah. If... Ooh, Voicin needs to put Lotus on Eula right now. He has enough to take out each character with 1 hit by the Gravestone. It's going to be tricky here.
Yeah, Sucrose does not do enough damage on her own. There's nothing you can really equip here in order to take out Eula.
I think what Voicin needs to do is use Grimheart. Or not Grimheart, sorry. Burst. Freeze Sucrose, force a swap over to someone else. Which gives Voicin the chance to equip Gravestone Gamblers and Fresh Wind to take out one of the other 2.
Still, I think what you do if you're Weepkong, like you basically have this confirmed one because
Yeah.
you can play around Fresh Wind by letting Voice End take out, both Sucrose and Mona. And
Yeah.
then you burst on Signora.
Yeah.
But I think you have to make sure you get some initial damage onto Eula to actually, make sure you finish her with that burst. Unfortunately, Sucrose is not going to apply any elements on her own to Eula, so there's not going to be
Yeah.
elemental reactions with
Well,
Signora's burst. I almost wonder if he just swapped to Mona.
well, it'll be Voice End's turn first here. He needs to decide what to do.
Oh, true.
Yeah. I believe he should play Lotus, though. Using Tandoori is not going to help because Signora's burst will finish Eula. So let's see what he does. If he plays
Doing a
Lotus,
whole
I
lot
think he
here.
wins.
I think he's going to Wolf's Gravestone. Maybe Gamblers. I don't know. So if he Fresh Winds here...
He shouldn't Fresh Wind here. He needs to force them to swap so they waste a turn. Then he can eliminate them easily.
Wait, actually, Voice End going first here means he wins.
Yeah.
Because Fresh Winds, Gamblers, Wolf's Gravestone, Takeout, Sucrose, and then Mona.
My friend.
You have enough dice.
Oh.
And Signora's Burst, especially with Lotus, I don't think Signora's
Nah.
Burst is enough.
Signora's burst should do 6 damage, no?
With Lotus, though.
I don't think he Lotus, though. That's the
He
problem.
can Lotus. He Fresh Wind. He can Lotus now.
Oh, is he going to do it now?
He can Lotus now. He can Lotus now. He can, yeah, he
yeah,
Lotuses
now he
now.
does it. Okay. There he
And he
goes.
skills, so now he even has the
Yeah.
Grim Heart for the extra damage. So, it's not possible to come back from this. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. That's it.
What if... Wait.
That's it.
Can
Eats
Wukong
through
play
Lotus.
Lotus?
It eats through
would?
Lotus
Okay.
because Grim Heart stack on Eula. He's
Yeah.
skilled first, just to make sure you have that extra damage. Also,
Right.
Wolf's Gravestone's gonna deal an additional, I think, 3 damage if you're under 6.
Oh, the egg!
Oh, wait a second! Wait a second! Wait a second! Wait, no! No
Egg
way!
play, and then you could play that Venti card actually too, just to like do it in style here.
I don't think you would. I don't think you would, because you don't want to swap to the next character. You want Signora to be taken out, and then you want to cause an elemental reaction. You want to revive Mona here and go for the Vaporize reaction. This should be on Mona. Yep. I saw Wukong celebrating.
he does
was
play.
like, yes,
he
wait,
does
why'd
play
you
the.
play
He
it?
does play the old Venti card though. I think he wants Signora to keep doing things. Oh, and Gilded goes
But
on.
if you burst, I mean, I guess
He's
you
got
do
a
enough
burst.
damage with your skill.
You just have to remove the
I guess he
the
does
shield.
damage.
You'll have enough to do skill after that too.
Oh, I see what he's gonna go for. So he uses skill first to take out the Lotus, and he's gonna end with a burst. I
Yeah.
can't believe he drew the egg.
That was huge.
Oh,
Oh
he
my
has to, like,
gosh.
he knows it's over. Wait, it's just quick swap,
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow, gosh, we're going to round 5. Sheesh, here we
6
go.
damage on Eula is just enough to take her.
Oh my god, that was an amazing finish.
Congratulations
Nicely, yeah.
to Wukong for the win against Voice End here. That egg coming in clutch. I know it's been such a hit or miss card
Yeah.
over the past week and a half, like we've seen it perform like very poorly in some cases even, but
Yeah, sometimes just not helping the situation out.
I do remember, like, I keep bringing this up, but last week Kong still won that match, but playing that, he didn't play the egg on time, and it would have
No.
saved him. He still won the match anyway,
Yeah.
but he didn't play the egg on time. But
You know who did win though? Our winners in the chat. Sunny Lee, I think that's how you would say it, and Lemon Unicorn.
So you've
Congratulations.
won 1,000 Primo Gems. We misspoke a little bit earlier. It's not Lucky Coins you're winning, but it's 1,000 Primo Gems.
1,000 Primo
Yeah, it's a
Gems.
whole lot.
That's
so,
a lot.
I mean,
Wow.
when the next match comes up, this is going to be happening all day.
So
There's
chat.
going to be raffles. Make sure you enter at the beginning of the next match. If you say the name of the player that you want to win or you think is going to win, and then also enter your own UID, you stand a chance at entering this raffle for 1,000 Primo Gems.
So chat, let's make a deal. You want to put my UID in there? 60. I forgot the UID now because we've been at this for too long. 618420076. That's what it was.
But congratulations again to
Yeah.
our winners.
Yeah, the longer these matches go, the more primos you get. So make sure you cheer both of them on because that works.
That's true. We get more
Yep.
matches, more primos.
We get more matches, more primos for you guys. But wow, we're going to literally the best of 5. 2 and 2 right now.
It is 2 and 2 right now,
Wow.
so this is truly a best of 5. Of course, you know, Conquest format means you cannot play the decks that you've already won with. So this is going to be their final decks here. It's going to be Finale for Wukong versus Voice End's, essentially Mew.
The Mew,
but with
Mew
Sucrose
variant
instead
with
of
Sucrose,
Wanderer,
yeah.
yes.
The Alchemy deck, I guess. I don't know, just because Sucrose in there. So, gonna be interesting. You got a fast. Well, they're both kind of fast. One is definitely combo, right? The Mew variant, yes.
So it's aggro. These are both aggro decks.
Oh,
I
are
actually
they?
feel like
Sorry.
Wukong's Finale is a bit favored to win, but I mean, as with all aggro decks, it's really going to depend on basically the draw, your card draw, and the luck of the dice, because if you have to tune a lot to get into that damage early, you're trying to deal as much damage as quickly as possible with both of these decks. So here we go. Voice Ends, Mona, Eula, Sucrose. Free Swirl. Very aggro.
We got an egg in here as well. Double Paimon, Fresh Wind.
So I really feel like this deck is very similar to Mew, which is Mona, Eula, Wanderer, as we've seen very frequently. And you know, we saw the deck statistics earlier on today. You know, that deck only having a 33% win rate, despite being like played so many times. It was brought by I think it was 10 different players that brought it last week, like during the group stage. So I feel like this variation is actually a little bit weaker than the Wanderer variation. It's hard to say, but it hasn't performed well so far. And so I want to see it have a I want to see it do well. I want to see it do what it's supposed to do.
I think, to Voice End's credit, just because that egg showed up just really messed up the plans. Like, that was just too perfect timing for Wukong there. Right? And once again, Wukong's Finale with Catherine. Right? Very strange card that a lot of people probably don't agree with in here, but maybe that might be the difference.
Ark referred to it as a spicy card, so that is how I will refer to it, as he also brought... It's spicy because it is variation. I mean, Catherine... it's notable enough for us to point out, right? It's Catherine. So, I mean... She has existed since the start of TCG. Yeah. She's only one cost now, so you can play her with Seed Dispenser for free, actually.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess, as you said, variation is spiciness, right? So a seasoned adventurer like the head of the Adventurers Guild, adding some flavor to the Finale deck. I'm having a great time here, guys. Just trying to keep things funny and fun around here.
My name is Leah, and this is Sino. Welcome.
I had a Sino cosplay.
Oh.
Yeah, I did it before. Anyway, we're going to go to the stage right now for the finale round. Get it?
Okay, this is actually the finale.
This is the finale round.
For us, at least. We'll be casting more tomorrow.
We will be casting more tomorrow. Staffa and Blep will be taking over for the lower brackets coming up. It's been a long second round, though, but congrats to both these guys for making it. None of them will be out. One will just have to play a little bit longer by being knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yes, so I believe that we're going to be seeing the lower bracket semifinals coming up after this. So the players who are playing these best of fives today are not going to be playing again later today. They're going to be playing it tomorrow. But we are casting the upper bracket semifinals at the moment. So basically, whoever wins here will be advancing with 2 lives still.
Yeah.
And whoever loses here will be falling to the lower bracket, and they'll have one last chance, one last life to prove themselves worthy.
All right. I saw the cosplayers still in the crowd. Shout out to them once again for sticking it out. It is uncomfortable to let your makeup run under the lights and everything. Just
This has
sitting.
to be like a super fun event to be present at, though. You know, like the stage, I feel like as beautiful as the stream is, like seeing it in person is a different experience entirely.
For sure.
So being a player here on the stage has to be...
Just standing on the stage just felt really
standing
good.
We were standing on the stage yesterday taking photos. It was amazing. But yeah, here we go.
All right. Round 5. Will this be the voice end? Or will this be Wukong's finale? We'll see today. Voice end versus Wukong, round 5. Start. Fight.
Start. Fight. Oh yeah, it's fight. Sorry, my bad.
Doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I'm proud of myself for that one.
That was great. You set that one up really well.
Yeah, no, I had that one up my sleeve for the longest time. I just did not imagine we'd get to like round 5 here. All
At
right.
least it's not stall versus stall.
No,
We might see
but
that
the
later.
way they play, it's like stall versus stall. Anyway, raffle ongoing right now. It begins. Choose who would you want to support moving to the next by typing in their name along with your UID, and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems.
That is a whole
And you
lot of
want
Primo
these streams to
Gems.
go longer because more people get more Primo Gems.
And of course, you know, after we're done casting this best of 5, we
Yeah.
will have 2 other amazing casters coming up to provide some entertainment to you guys. And there should also be these same raffles going on, so stay tuned for that. Your 1,000 Primo Gems per match.
Yeah, especially with the new characters coming out pretty soon. Yeah, the quote-unquote Cloud Retainer and Gaming coming into play here. Can't wait to see if my theory was right from a few months ago when I
I'm
put
so
one down.
excited. I really love that theory of
Yeah,
yours.
that was the first time I went off on doing some lore. All right, Mona leading in with a Phantom on official. Will official respond with the same? You have to tune something to do that. Maybe you might have to use Gilded to fix your die.
This is a pretty standard start, so I mean,
Yeah.
if you're official here,
Yes.
you're gonna play Gilded Dreams as a dice fixer on Linny. This is fine.
Yeah.
I think Weep Kong might actually end up swapping to Linny
Yeah.
this time if he's going to opt for that.
Yeah. Dunyarzad coming out. Will they play Wagner to draw another friend? Yes.
I believe
And
so.
a weapon. They
Is
draw.
it going to be Levin?
They won the
It's
sack frag.
Hmm.
And
Wait a second.
Lubin. But yeah,
he
there's
has
2
to
Animo
tune
die.
for it.
Yeah.
Wait, did he auto dice that? Did he?
Hmm?
So you can like select your dice.
Oh,
like the ones
right.
you want
Yes,
to spend.
correct.
So I'm not sure if he had 4 Animo or if he used, I think it was a cryo dice or something like that. But he's gonna have to
Yeah,
tune one.
he tuned
yeah.
Tandoori for the Hydro. Yeah.
Wait, was it Tandoori he tuned?
I think it was a Tandoori he just got rid of. It was a card definitely on the end, so it had to be a food.
Ooh, if it was a Tandoori, that is rough. Of course, and with Kong having a tune as well, but doing a different line this time than they did before. Not
Overly
going
lights.
to Nikita for
Oof.
her burst, but we're going to Winnie instead. Wait, Bewildering Lights, not Prop Arrow. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, go for that damage.
No Grim Malkin.
Yeah. All good. Still works. You got Oz there chilling.
The raffle, by the way, for
Yeah.
this match has ended, so we'll be reading the list of winners. There will be 2 who won 1,000 Primo Gems at the end of this match. Just wait until then.
There's that spicy Catherine showing up there.
Wow.
The seasoned Adventurer Guild providing some variation to this otherwise, you know, pretty normal deck that we see now. I like to call Nahida with anyone like some kind of like radish recipe.
That's
some kind of like spicy stew, right? So yeah, Pyro makes it a spicy radish stew, but Fischl being there, I'm not sure what she does to the stew here. Maybe you just put it in a
I
microwave.
think of like Electro. I think of like those fizzy candies.
Oh, I wouldn't want to
Pop
put
it
that
in
in the
the mouth.
stew
Or like
though.
sour candy.
Maybe Nahida might, but not me. Anyway, Voice End's turn on Eula. Could freeze Linny right now.
I feel like we saw a very similar hand last game where Voice End just drew like every single weapon in his deck.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, he has a
Dang.
lot at his disposal here. That sacrificial fragments should be going on to Sucrose.
Probably
or
the
maybe he
Sucrose.
wants that with some floating dreams.
Depends. More damage or preserve your die.
I mean, you get damage on sac frags as well, and you can also
I
equip 1,000
think-
floating dreams on Mona.
I think Voice End should just threaten Weep Kong right now. Equip that Claymore and throw your sword out there. Throw a switch.
I mean, you could definitely
Yeah,
do that.
there it
Yeah,
is.
that's
Yeah,
what's gonna
let's threaten
happen.
like my
Eula
boy.
is the
Yeah.
active character here. Wolf's Gravestone on Eula, most certainly going to be a freeze, but I mean, looking at Weep Kong's dice, we're probably going to see a swap to Nahida anyway.
Ooh, nice. So that's going to be a big hit coming up from Eula coming on the next turn here.
Ooh, Stove. What are you
God.
looking for?
Gamblers and Yayoi.
Maybe Tunyarzad for free Catherine play, but
They
I think we're just going to see a regular Catherine.
Yeah, I think oh wait, no, Linny's frozen right now, so they can't go that route. Maybe a quick swap onto Nahida just to get some damage going, but there is, yeah, Lotus there.
I like how this deck plays both
Oh.
Catherine and Leave It to Me.
Probably
Because,
the-
I mean, the Catherine basically
5
gives you
die.
a free Mona passive, and then you also have Leave It to Me because you
No,
need it.
that's just 3. I got excited for a second there.
Yeah, this is going to
Still good.
force Voice End to swap off of Eula, or
Yeah.
else the seeds are going to be spread. Of course, we might go for that anyway.
Oh, never mind.
And a
They went for
Grimheart
it.
stack.
Yeah, they went for it. They could normal swing and take Nahida out right now, actually.
And they could.
Yeah.
They definitely
I
could.
like this. I like the aggro play right now. Just Let's go out swinging, take them all out.
Both these players are playing very different lines in these decks.
Nahida could just try to spread seed, though. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Everyone gets the seed. Oh, these two are playing really aggressively this round, yeah.
I don't think you have to go for the elemental burst on Nahida. Actually, just having it up is like kind of a threat in some ways. It's kind of saying like, you should take me out or else I'm going to burst you next round. So, I mean, Wukong is going to get to end first if Voice End chooses to actually swing on Nahida.
I think Voice End burst alone does 2 damage, correct? I believe. On Eula, without anything equipped.
It's either 1 or 2 cryo damage, and then wait, Fresh Wind of Freedom.
Because I think he's gonna burst here if he tunes something.
I don't think he's gonna triple tune. It might just be a normal, and then he wants to end first. But a burst. You ideally, if you're gonna cast Eula's burst, you're trying to build up stacks on it, so it does a whole lot of damage at the end of round.
But you can still push some damage onto the other side.
You could.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would be enough. Would it be enough to take out Nahida?
I don't know if he should have Fresh Wind there, because he's only going to get 2 die back.
I think he wants to end first. He wants to turn advantage in the next round.
That works.
So
that
that's
makes
why
sense.
he Fresh Winded. He's going to look to...
I think he's calculating right now if the burst will take Nahida out, and then the Lightfall Sword will add damage to the other 2.
Looks like he's gonna
or he might
burst.
he might skill.
You were right
he
about
gives
this.
him a burst, actually. Okay, so he will take Nahida out. Probably will.
because Wolf's Gravestone is actually going to be a +3
right
onto that burst. So you are right about that. And Wukong is forced to go to official and cannot end first because of Fresh Wind.
Right. Even with the chicken, that's not gonna. Well, it's gonna help prevent the kill in the next round. Maybe.
So it's gonna do.
It'll do
3 damage on official. It's just physical damage.
Just out of range of the lethal though, because Gravestone at 6 damage should be an instant kill. But they're gonna have the quick swap off of official to Linny anyway, which they can. Catherine is there. And
so 3 damage, just leaving Eula at 1 because those seeds are gonna proc here.
Yeah.
That Sweet Madame bringing official above that break point for next turn.
Yeah, will Voice and have enough health to work with after this? They're gonna have to act fast here. Oh, I like this. Very aggressive all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, so these players are on their 5th match of the day. They're definitely feeling the exhaustion and also the nerves of being on stage in front of such a huge audience, right?
It's definitely more exciting though.
It is more exciting. The stakes are higher. We are in the next phase of the tournament. This is our first day, the elimination.
I think Voice End is deciding whether or not to keep that Hydro die, and hoping that he gets a bunch of Animo right after this one.
See Voice End talking to himself a little bit, really thinking about what to do here. Voice End has proven himself to be like a very calm player. His heart rate is a little higher than it was at the start of this best of 5, but I mean, there's so much riding on this one match.
So he did toss that Hydra, but he didn't get any Animo over that. He got a bunch of Electro, which Wukong could use himself, as he only got 1 Electro, but he's probably not expecting to keep Fischl in this round. He's hoping for Pyro coming up here. Oh, actually, Voice End just pulled the egg too. Oh, you look at just come back and jump scare, actually.
Wouldn't have her Wolf's Gravestone.
No, it wouldn't, but could be funny. Could be very funny. Because you could get Mona just like the Hydra, so anything you could get a quick freeze.
Wukong is sitting on Adeptus. I haven't lost yet. Burst.
Yeah.
Also, Gamblers. Could Gamblers Fischl for Oz summon? But I mean, Wukong doesn't really have.
I think Voice End's deciding whether or not to remove the element so they can swirl it onto Linny.
Maybe Wukong slow swaps onto Linny here and sacrifices him, or maybe even quick swap Gamblers.
Can't right now, because the Fischl either gets frozen here, or just normal hit. It's a tough call. Okay, they're gonna opt for the freeze. Okay.
I think you have to do this.
Actually, that's a really good move. Yeah.
This has to be quick swap, I think.
Has to, otherwise, Eula's just gonna one tap everybody.
Quick swap, Gamblers. Remind me of the artifact that's on Linny.
Linny? I believe it was Gilded.
Is it Gilded?
You can played right at the beginning. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so this is perfect. Fire Song under the Gilded to unequip it and re-equip it for 1 dice. It's gonna basically give Wukong an Omni and a Pyro to work with.
Yeah.
Is that a slow?
No, that's a quick start. It's Catherine.
Catherine!
Yeah.
I forgot Catherine's here!
Catherine is there to once again add variation, some spiciness, as the head of the Seasoned Adventurers Guild.
Has to be Gambler's equip here. You have to go for it. No stacks of prop surplus right now on Linny.
No.
But I don't think, you know, after taking out Eula, I don't believe that either Mona or Sucrose will be able to take Linny out with one shot.
Yeah. Voice also has a die problem right now.
Yes, that is true as well.
Right.
So if Voicen wants to use an elemental skill on either Sucrose or Mona, he's going to have to tune everything in his hand.
And that egg is going to be really important coming up here.
It could be. It could be. It could be.
I feel like it will be.
This is actually a really, really tough spot for Voicen.
Right. Well, Linny is going to bring Eula's finale in a second here. And then we're going to have to see who he swaps over to. It's going to be very important this next play. Let's see. Chicken.
Sweet Madame, it's going to bring Linny above a potential breakpoint. Wait a second.
All right. Who does Voice End pick?
Wait a second. Was that a mistake?
How so?
Let me get back to you on that.
Okay.
Let me get back to you on that.
All right. So Voice End has to decide here to go on to Mona or Sucrose. Sucrose, he can quick swap, but he's going to have to tune a whole bunch of cards. You don't want to let Wukong go twice here.
So Wukong can't Adeptus Burst. I'm not sure if Adeptus Burst would actually do...
He does get rid of the egg, forces a swap.
Enough. But, like, Linny was already above breakpoint is the thing. Maybe he was anticipating that Sucrose would be able to equip a weapon. But, I mean, Voicen was 1 dice off being able to do that.
Right. So Wukong can't play the Ito card on this round because Nihida done previously.
So I think it was a mistake earlier, by the way. So, Wukong went to use Sweet Madame on Linny to maybe bring him above a breakpoint, but then he took 1 piercing damage anyway because it brought him to 6 HP. And if he's 6 HP or above, he takes 1 piercing damage.
Well, let's see. Back to Linny. Slow swap. Only 2 die left for Voicen. He's just going to have to either swap over to Noah, which probably might be a good idea here. Could be, because Linny would, or unless Wukong wants to end with 5 floating die. Alright, Voicen ends his turn.
I think you still burst here if you are Wukong. I really feel like that Sweet Madame was a mistake because, I mean, Linny took the damage anyway, and that's food he could have used to Adeptus Burst.
Yeah, both their heart rates are going up right now.
It definitely,
I mean, really
Kong,
intense here.
Kong has to not run out of time. Kong has to actually make an action here.
Tunes
Is
the
going
quick
to tune into
swap because
burst.
he's expecting
No, he's skilling. Okay.
Skilling, keeping the burst.
That will heal him for 1 because it's going to consume that prop surplus. But I just... Okay, he's ending on... Linny. I don't like this. I really don't like this. I feel like Kong has made a few mistakes in the past couple rounds. I don't like this position for him. Voicen is in a pretty good position now.
Yeah, I believe Sucrose skill should be able to finish Linny off, right? Provided they get the die. They have a very short hand of cards right now, too, so that's very unfortunate. And Gildan might be able to help them out, though. Ooh. Yeah. They gotta play Gildan on Sucrose.
Really
on Mona, actually. Okay.
For Voicen, but yeah, this is
I guess they could do that, yeah. They could just tune another card.
Because Voicen is anticipating ending on Mona anyway. Because they're gonna stay on Sucrose.
They're gonna force
take out Linny. And then the overload is going to be enough to take out Sucrose.
Yeah.
But hang on a second. Mona can't deal more than 2 points of damage. Hang on a second. The I haven't lost yet burst should be enough. Wait, I haven't lost yet Adeptus Burst. Wait, you don't even need a depth. Did you just finish here?
Yeah. Wow. What
exactly 4 points of damage. Wait, Weepong wins the best of 5.
Wow. Well done.
Weepong is your.
That was such a back and forth.
Winner.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
That was such a back and forth. I
Yeah.
really felt like Weepong made a mistake there, but maybe I was wrong. He wouldn't have taken the piercing damage if he hadn't healed with the Sweet Madame. So it really didn't matter either way. He could have had the Adeptus for burst, but it didn't matter in the end. It didn't matter in the end. You know, sportsmanship between these two players, though. You know.
Yeah. Well, that was a friggin' amazing matchup. 3-2 go in Wukong's favor. My head's reeling from that match a little bit. My bad.
You're good.
Yeah, no, it's long matches today, but wow, that was. I'm just happy to see like Sucrose get some play into this game, seeing different cards. We got some winners again.
Once again, we have 2 more raffle winners. Congratulations to NT Underscores and Caldrum09. You have won 1,000 Primo Gems. Of course, at the beginning of every match that these players are going into, there will be a raffle starting. The way you enter it is by saying the name of the player you're rooting for, as well as your own UID. So, I mean, we will have other casters coming on very soon to remind you of those raffles. Because for us, this is our
last one, and I'm very thankful that I'm here getting to do this, but it is pretty exhausting to be able to go through all that.
Definitely requires a lot of stamina. So again, we have another redemption code up here. This is for lucky coins, 3,000 lucky coins this time. Please take note of the time that the code expires, though. It will be 11:59 p.m. UTC +8 today. So
just to make it easy for you guys, it is less than 7 hours from now. They will not be valid, so make sure you get these in, and you should, because you can only hold so many coins in game, and there's only so few ways to get coins to, like, customize your decks and things. So.
And who knows, if you pick up Genius Invocation TCG yourself, maybe we could see you on the stage and cast over your game someday. So
I would love to see more people play this game, especially more people working on the game to figure out more decks to play, so it just kind of goes outside the meta, but it is what it is. This is why the champions are here, to showcase why these decks work the best, and to be able to come up with some other decks that could work in this situation, like cards that you wouldn't normally see, like Sucrose showing up into here. We saw Hu Tao, we saw Chongyun, Ashtaha, like more cards being added in. I can only imagine once we get to the finals, there's gonna be so many different cards, and I'm hoping I get to see an Amber deck in there, because I know there's some Amber decks out there that do work.
There are some Amber decks out there. I think they've fallen a little bit out of favor. Just the current meta is so strong.
Yeah.
With the artifacts engine.
Yeah. But there's like variants of decks that you could just easily swap some characters in, and it's sort of will still work. Like how we see Sucrose like filling the slot for Wander and Mew, or in the Yelan Magic OTK.
We saw that Shincho, Chongyun, Hu Tao deck performed very well, actually, and it is an older deck too. So I mean, to see it brought here and perform so well, like I think we can definitely see some more variation.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
It actually is going to take these players who are so used to, they're practicing these meta decks. It could take them by surprise even. So
yeah. So we are gonna get the player data for that last game. They're just doing some calculations right now, but. Yeah, that for between us, that'll be our last match pairing for today. And
here it is, the
not Wukong though. Wukong will still be playing for sure. Actually, so will Voiceden. He's still in. Wow.
Yeah, so we were casting the upper elimination semifinals, so we will see both these players tomorrow.
Average elemental burst, 1.
Only one.
Only one. Yeah, come to think of it, I think Fischl was like one of the only bursts I saw from Wukong's end. I don't think I've seen anything else. Can't think of one at least.
Average rounds 4.4. The games did go on a little bit longer. I mean, there was some stall being played.
Yeah.
But there were also some faster paced games. It's just they went on a little bit longer because the players were really going down to the last second on those timers, just thinking through the lines, right? So they might have felt like longer matches, but they were actually pretty short in terms of rounds.
I love Wukong's pose here, pointing toward his head.
Yeah.
Because he does like to use up all that time to think and really strategize. He's got so much, like, space up there to just, like, fit everything in. It just frightens me a little bit how much he can think. Thinking really hard. Brain power. Strong. But anyway, yeah, so that is their match. We still have tons of matches to go. And as I was saying earlier, I don't know if we'll be casting together the next couple of days coming up. We might be. I
yeah,
think
we're
that's
gonna
up
have
in
to
the air.
see
Yeah.
what happens, but I mean, for now, once we head to the break, we're gonna be exchanging with Staffa and Bleb. So look forward to seeing their casting.
Yeah.
You know, both are very excellent casters, and you know when they come on, they're gonna be casting the lower bracket semifinals. So we're going to see, I believe it is Inzaki versus PP Pig and Stranger versus Chikua. So very exciting matches, and whoever loses those actually gets knocked out of the tournament entirely.
There's going to be some heartbreak here coming up. So definitely some more emotions probably be seen. So don't miss that for sure.
3 different Prince Cup champions.
Yeah. For me though, I'm kind of glad I get to go on a little break. Come to think of it, actually, it's pretty tough to do this. So props to just like shoutcasters in general. I know Staff is a professional one, and you and Blep have been doing this for so long. Yeah, this is not an easy gig for sure. So
it's really fun. Like I genuinely enjoy it, and especially as we get to see players appearing on the stage again and again, like we see familiar names. It's just really fun watching their journeys and like seeing how they build themselves up to be actually like professional TCG players at this point.
Yeah.
You know, it's been going on for about the past year or so. This specific tournament, the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational, is basically the culmination of the past, you know, year's efforts. There are a lot of players here who have already qualified through live tournaments, but you can see on the screen we will be having Inzagi versus PP Pig, I believe, coming up very soon here. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and you do tons of research into the players' histories and backgrounds. So I think that's something to like really highlight and appreciate. So thank you very much for doing that, Leah. Anyway, we're going to go on our break, so make sure to stick around for the next matches, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Journalism is a dangerous profession for anyone who pursues the truth wherever it leads. But no one embraces the totality of danger and truth quite like the Steambird's poster journalist, Ms. Charlotte.
Let's get this interview started.
Wherever there's a lead to a new scoop, you'll likely find Charlotte and her custom-made camera companion, Monsieur Verite. So if you're ever on a fact-finding mission, consider inviting her along. She will, no doubt, be of great assistance. Charlotte's normal attack can combo up to 3 strikes, taking aim at targets with Monsieur Verite, then dealing cryo damage. With her charged attack, she consumes a set amount of stamina and, after a moment's preparation, deploys Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage. Periodically, after Charlotte uses a charged attack, a Spirit Breath Thorn will descend, piercing enemies and dealing Numa-aligned AoE cryo damage. When her elemental skill is tapped, Charlotte's dauntless determination as an ace reporter kicks in. She snaps a quick photo with Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage to enemies in front, and applying Snappy Silhouette to a limited number of them. Snappy Silhouette periodically deals cryo damage to affected enemies throughout its duration. When her elemental skill is held, Charlotte opens Monsieur Verite's viewfinder and enters composition mode. In this mode, the viewfinder range gradually expands until it reaches its maximum size. Charlotte can move freely and change direction during this time. When the skill is released, Monsieur Verite deals cryo damage to enemies locked in the viewfinder and applies Snappy Silhouette as if the skill were tapped. If the viewfinder has reached its maximum range, Focused Impression is applied instead, which deals greater damage and has a longer duration. Composition mode can only last for a limited period and affect a limited number of enemies. After unlocking the talent Moment of Impact, Charlotte's elemental skill cooldown is reduced when enemies affected by Focused Impression are defeated. The amount by which the cooldown can be reduced in this way within a certain duration is limited. Charlotte's flair for photography is the finest feather in her journalistic cap. After activating the special analysis zoom lens, holding her elemental skill does not trigger composition mode, enabling her to take photos in a rather unique manner.
Hard-hitting exclusive!
Charlotte's elemental burst forms a steambird sign from condensed ice, creating a newsflash field and dealing AoE cryo damage, while healing all party members by an amount based on her attack. While the newsflash field is active, Monsieur Verite will periodically attack opponents inside, dealing cryo damage. In addition, active characters within the field are continuously healed. The amount of HP restored is based on Charlotte's attack. Different people with their diverse perspectives offer fresh angles of approach on breaking news. After unlocking the talent Diversified Investigation, Charlotte gains a set healing bonus for each Fontanian party member other than herself. For each non-Fontanian party member, she gains a set cryo damage bonus. Reporting the news takes Charlotte right to the scene of unfolding events, and with her wealth of experience, she knows to expect the unexpected. Charlotte's elemental skill is her primary means of assisting in battle. By holding the skill, she can target more enemies and apply Focused Impression to them, periodically dealing cryo damage, and creating excellent opportunities for elemental reactions. When energy is full, Charlotte's elemental burst can quickly heal all party members to keep them battle ready, while also creating a newsflash field. Thanks to Monsieur Verite's periodic attacks, she is able to collect crucial evidence from every angle before it disappears for good. Journalism is said to have its roots in the business of intelligence trading, driven purely by profit. In stark contrast, today's journalists are expected to hold themselves to a set of high ethical standards: integrity, veracity, and impartiality. I do not believe people can be truly impartial. What is true to one person may not be so to another. My words, for example, contain numerous subjective opinions, which may sound like nothing more than a tall tale to others. If Charlotte were willing to interview me, I'm curious to see how she would deal with my subjectivity. I'm only joking. My story would bring her nothing but trouble. What she doesn't know can't harm her.
The curtain rises once more on the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational Elimination phase, and we thank all travelers watching at home for being our attentive audience. My name's Dafa, and it's an honor to be here once again.
And I'm Blep at Blep the Cat.
Yep. Thank you once again for joining us here, and of course, thank you to Leah and Rin for starting the day off with a bang, and for all of you for watching as well. If you guys have any comments to share with us about what you think about the stream, what you think about the tournament, what you think about the cast, anything you want, scan the QR code right now at the bottom of the screen to provide valuable feedback to us. Your opinions are always very important to us, so thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I've been casting for Prince Cups quite a few times. I can really see the improvement. I know a lot of it is from the viewer feedback. It is very valuable. You know, we get these highlight intros in the Invitational. That's new, to the Prince Cut circuit, and I love them. And I think it kind of just shows like how the scene is growing and how the tournaments and stuff are really taking into account all of your valuable feedback at home.
You do gotta love all the improvements that have been introduced to the TCG scene as a whole. This is one of them. We got the player data for our next matchup up on screen here. PB Pig versus Inzaghi, and that is something.
Yeah, that is. Okay, so we had a really close overlap in our previous one, I think, between Kong and Voice End, but this is even closer of an overlap. These are like the most even distributions I've seen.
Yeah, it's nearly identical, basically.
I think, yeah.
Elemental reaction, rounds, effective dice are effectively the same. But now we look at their decks, and that is where variation comes into play.
I mean, you'd think so, but actually looking at the decks, they both brought 3 of the same deck. Actually, I see I see the Ningguang double Hydro, I see the double Anemo. So actually, wow, this is like super even. And the only difference, of course, is that double Pyro, and of course the Mona variation of the Signora Thunder Manifestation. Ooh, okay, it's really interesting. I think you have to, so they both bought 2 stall decks, 2 aggro decks. I think because of that, they both have to ban a stall deck, but no, okay.
Ooh, okay.
All right. Ooh.
PP Pig going to go in a slightly different direction than what you recommended here, banning out the finale deck, whereas Inzaghi has taken your advice and gotten rid of the Ningguang stall. So that's gonna change things up a little bit now that we're going to have only 1 stall on the side of PP Pig, and he's actually gonna start straight off with it.
With double Nemo, yeah. I mean, this is a really interesting dynamic that we saw kind of changing from what was the best of 3. You know, in best of 3, you ban 1 deck. There are only 2 decks left. It's very easy to eliminate one of your opponent's strategies. Obviously, with how the decks have come out here, though, it's not possible. So it's really up to you. Do you want to play the aggro into stall, or do you want to play the stall mirror a little bit more? And it looks like they've gotten their choices.
Ooh, already starting things off today with the stall mirror here. I'm definitely going to have a rough time here, so relying a bit more on Blep today, but I think the deck lists are looking pretty standard, right?
Yeah, the deck lists themselves are pretty standard. There is one interesting card that we're not going to see, actually. I believe Voice End in his Ningguang double Hydro did bring Passing of Judgment.
Ooh,
it was that arcane card that we saw, I believe, Teresa
I
use. So we're not going to see that one on camera, unfortunately. You know, Inzaghi obviously does know these deck lists beforehand, but yeah, we'll have to see how this match goes.
Well, without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce our intrepid contenders here as we jump on into this video. PP Pig versus Inzaghi for our first lower bracket match of the Asia Invitational's elimination phase. We are up there on the stage, beautifully produced by our production crew, and our very first player going to be walking up, it is going to be none other than a decisive and stone-faced individual, particularly powerful, perfectly precise, with plentiful potential, PP Pig.
Oh, what an intro. Wow.
Yeah, you got
I love what you did there with his name.
Yep, gotta play around with that. But of course, that means that his opponent deserves an equal honor. Walking up onto the Cat's Tail stage, we have the first place in Prince Cup Southeast Asia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau. A methodical but risk-taking individual with a friendly face, but some fangs to show up on stage. It is Inzaghi.
What an intro. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, Inzagi's a player I've met with personally. He is very friendly if you meet him in real life. He's all smiles, but you know, he's a very competitive player, all serious, and ooh, that fist bump.
It feels like there's a bit of tension in that fist bump. These players, they're friendly, you know, outside the stage, but once you are in that stage, once you're in that game, it's all hands on deck.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have a lot of time to talk through here. And one of the things I want to highlight, one of the things I'm gonna really love casting this bracket is we have an interesting situation. We basically have this lower bracket where 3 Prince Cup champions are going to fight for their lives. Everyone you see playing for the rest of today have no more extra lives left. If they lose one of these sets, they are eliminated from the tournament and they get away with the top 8 prize money, which is still very substantial, but they lose that opportunity to play for the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that you've gotten this far, you obviously don't want to walk away with just consolation prizes, right?
No.
Yeah, you get something. But everyone is here to become that champion. And everyone in the audience here, thank you for joining us. You're here as well to watch and see what the fates of these players are going to be. And for those of you joining us at home as well, don't worry. If you've been tuning in with us since the start of the day, you know that every single game, there's going to be a raffle happening. So keep those fingers warm because you're going to need to type out some stuff to participate.
Yeah, we'll definitely get into the raffles. Obviously, they begin when the game starts. So, you know, hold off on your typing. I was in chat earlier. We saw a lot of spam unintentional times. Do keep an eye out for those announcements and those graphics on screen telling you when you should enter. But yeah, I actually tried to enter a few times just because I think it would have been funny to have my name pop up on screen.
It would be.
I didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it is a raffle, it's a gacha. And earlier, Rinden mentioned that they were just going to take the person in the hat as Navi's bodyguard, but I get the feeling that actually was the intent.
I think it's
just based on the way he's sitting there, so terrific cosplay.
Before the bodyguard was sitting one seat back, but you know, I guess now that Fischl seems to have left the building, the bodyguard has been promoted into the right hand, but looks like we're going to jump into the game pretty soon.
Yep, we are going to be entering our first lower bracket match of the elimination phase. Like you mentioned, Bleb, one of these players at the end of this best of 5 will have to cut their journey here at the Asia Invitationals short. So both PP Pig and Inzaghi will be putting their lives on the line.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I believe we actually saw something similar. So this is going to be very reminiscent, if you remember, of the double Anemo played by Chikawa into Z Krimlet's Diona stall. Basically, these are stall decks, but the lower one, the double Hydro, stalls harder than the Lynette version. Lynette version has more weapons, it's a little bit more aggressive, and has more tools to kind of be mid-range. But in a stall versus stall, you know, when there are 2 decks that are very similar, the one that kind of goes a little bit above the other deck tends to be favored.
That is true, that is true. If you guys see in the bottom right, raffles ongoing. How do you participate, you may ask? Tell us which player you're supporting, who you think you're gonna win, and include your in-game UID as well, so that we can tell where to send the rewards if you're selected as a winner, and our raffle winners will be announced at the end of this game.
Yeah, and it's 1,000 Primo Gems for 2 people. I mean, that's actually really impressive.
Oh, very impressive indeed. But now that we are jumping in, like you mentioned, Bleb, there is going to be some slight variations, even though this is a stall v stall matchup. But disregarding the deck lists themselves, in terms of the players, who do you think is more favored, just based on how they've performed?
We saw the matchups and the data, kind of their statistics. I would say this is the most even, like even the deck choices. And you know, PvP actually has quite a lot of achievements. They came up top 16 Dynamic Cup. They actually have qualified and come up in very good results in other tournaments as well. Notably, they came top 3 in one of the Cat's Tail Gathering tournaments. So both have really good tournament results. And I think both had a similar strategy coming in, you know, especially from, if you were with us for the first set of games, you saw how different the decks looks. And that's because these players are adapting to what other players are choosing and trying to counter pick against their opponent. And I think both of these players kind of tried to think that they came up with a very similar kind of answer to the question of what to bring against each other. Because again, 3 of their lists are shared.
Yeah, it's always very interesting because we go into these tournaments with a sort of public meta that the community has built up, but the longer the tournament goes on, it starts developing its own tournament meta as well. And these players are trying to out-meta one another and have kind of ended up in a very similar place overall. For now, though, the game is going to be starting off. Inzaghi going to be choosing to start with Kokomi, which I don't believe is the regular starting character, right?
No, and even PP Pig, you saw him starting with Lynette instead of Dea.
True.
I think that's actually going to be a concession. Again, in this matchup, PP Pig knows that he's kind of the inferior stall deck, right? Inzaghi is the one that's going to be stall hot starter. And I think that start on Kokomi, I think Inzaghi's plan was to try and go on Kokomi, expect the Dea skill, and then end first, so that he can cleanse the Pyro immediately at the start of the next round. But PP Pig not playing into it. So already the mind games are starting, and I love it.
I can see where you're coming from here. Being able to get rid of that initial Pyro application would have been huge for Inzaghi, because it means that PP Pig is not able to swirl, but they have kind of out-mind-gamed one another, resulting in literally 0 elemental application across round 1.
Yeah, very little happening as well. And Inzaghi choosing, of course, not to use Kokomi's skill. You don't want to do that in a situation. If ever Inzaghi applies their own Hydro to their characters, it's almost going to be really bad for them. So they're not going to want to use any of the skills until that Dea Pyro comes in. And again, this is just really similar to the Diona match. If you remember that game between the Diona double Hydro, you know, we saw the double Anemo player refuse to use Dea's skill, and the Diona player refused to use Xingqiu or Barbara's skill because it's so important to deny that elemental application.
Ooh, we can see that Inzaghi was praying for good dice, but unfortunately, his prayers are not answered this time. He has some Omni to work with, but otherwise, these are not elements that you want to see there. PP Pig as well, not the best, but at least some stuff to work with.
Yeah, PP Pig is going to be able to put down Dunya Mao here, see what companion comes out on top. He's at a decent hand. Unfortunately, the weapon he drew was Lo-Fi. I think that's the one you want the least. Well, actually, in this matchup, it might be a little bit better than the Aquila Favonia, because again, damage is not too important coming out of the Ningguang burst, Ningguang deck. And I think for Inzaghi, the important card we're going to be looking for on his side is, does he draw the Adeptus and set up the Ningguang burst? Because the sacrificial, if he gets the Ningguang weapon, sacrificial fragments into a fully buffed Adeptus burst, it's 12 damage, which actually goes through all the defenses of the double Nemo deck. So he'll be able to take out one character through a tenacity, and that's going to be really crucial for him.
Yeah, it was the highest single strike overall during the group stages as well. Happened twice with 2 different players, but that is something that PP Pig will need to be very wary of. So my question with the approach in terms of this game, right? We know that PP Pig, like you mentioned, is sort of the inferior stall deck because it's kind of a mix of some aggression and some survivability. The question is, do you try to go more into survivability to try to maybe out-tempo the Ningguang stall, or do you just go hard into the aggressive part of your deck and try to take him out early?
I think it really depends on the card draw. You know, if people had the Lynette talent, because I think that's going to be the big way for him to come back in this matchup, we would have definitely seen a very aggressive opening. But not having drawn the talent, and also not drawing the sacrificial sword here, instead drawing the Lo-Fi, is going to need to put on the brakes a little bit. Luckily, so far, their match. The one thing to be looking out for in this matchup is who has the more dice generation. Right now, they're both on 1 tenacity, but of course, Inzaghi does have that Tenshukaku in hand. And if he starts playing that, along with even the Barbara talent, we could see him start to kind of progressively get more dice advantage on PP Pig, and then out-heal and out-damage him completely.
Yeah, that's always going to be the question when you're playing against a stall deck, because the goal of this deck archetype is to build up a dice advantage by stalling and basically doing whatever you need to make it so that your opponent runs out of resources before you do.
Yeah.
And in this case, even though PP Pig himself is on a stall deck, like you mentioned, still kind of inferior. I feel like the Ningguang stall definitely has more dice generation overall. So it's going to be quite the hill to overturn, right?
Yeah. I mean, I do like what PP Pig is doing. Again, not starting on Dea at all, because what essentially this does is it locks out Inzaghi of being able to effectively use Barbara and Kokomi. We see that Barbara talent in Inzaghi's hand. He would really love to play that, because every round that's out, he gets 1 dice from swapping. So that's another way to generate dice advantage. But as soon as he equips that Barbara talent and uses a skill, he's going to get Hydra on himself and he's not going to be able to prevent that. And then the swells are really going to be more value than that extra dice would have been.
And that is true. So it is a similar sort of lockout situation that
Yeah.
we saw. I can't quite remember which players were involved. I believe one of them was Zikrimlet because he was the only one who brought
Chikua,
the...
yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, Zikrimlet Chikua, where both players were locked in, not using their respective skills to avoid providing free value to the opponent while cleansing.
Yeah.
But I do feel like the longer that goes, the more disadvantages it actually becomes for the player who typically would be favored.
Yeah, it definitely is true. I mean, I think PP Pig is doing exactly what you want to do. So if you are a fan of this double Anemo Lynette deck and you find a lot of problems playing against another stall strategy like Ningguang or Diona, it's very good to remember not to really rely on Dea so much. And Lynette really becomes a key character here because she just outputs a lot of damage between her burst and her skills, especially with the talent. I think PP Pig here particularly really looking for that talent, whereas Inzaghi is really looking for Adeptus. Like both of those cards are going to drastically change how this matchup is going to play out almost immediately.
So make sure, viewers, keep your eyes peeled. Those are the cards that we are going to be looking for. Whenever these players draw, we see who's going to be able to grab it first. For now, though, Inzaghi actually going to be eating quite a bit of damage onto Ningguang. It's not too much of an issue in a deck like this because you have so much healing and defensive options built in. But there have also been cases in the past where Inzaghi did like make some slightly risky plays and lost characters as a result.
Yeah, it's been Inzaghi's definitely had a rough time in the group stages. Again, all of these players, you know, had to get through the group stages, are in the lower bracket, so have only one life left. But Inzaghi is one of the 3 players, I think, that have burned a card on camera, obviously overdrawing over 10 cards, and particularly in his case, it was a gilded, a very important artifact card that we've been seeing a lot of in the tournament. So, you know, really needs to slow down his play. His heart rate, though, is going very high.
And this is something we see quite commonly in Inzaghi as well. I think there are definitely players who typically are on the higher end of this heart rate spectrum and some players who are on the lower end. Something in particular I've noticed is that a lot of the players from the Dynamic Cup tend to have lower heart rates.
They do.
So that's an interesting fun fact.
Yeah. I don't know what maybe it's the food.
Maybe.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's so crucial here. Just like Inzaghi normally be able to tank a lot of damage in the stall deck, but because he's being denied the use of both Barbara and Kokomi, he's gonna have to really leverage his cards rather than his skills. So we see him there equipping that was the 2-cost artifact equivalent tenacity. I believe it's a General's Helm. So not gonna give you the dice when you get hit, but still gonna be able to generate 2 shields every round, which hopefully is gonna be enough to survive the onslaught.
Yeah, defensive value always going to be good in this matchup in particular, as long as Inzaghi is able to survive against any aggression PP Pig comes out with. He should come out on top in the long game. So it's going to be up to PP Pig here to decide how he wants to overcome this. We talked about the Lynette talent, but the Tandoori also going to be pretty important to maybe snipe off a character.
It is, and we see PP Pig leveraging the Lighter Foliar Incision, aka Lo-Fi, quite well there. You know, able to get you a dice back on normal attack. So Lynette is able to do about 3 damage every normal attack. Going to be able to do at least 3 every round just on 8 dice. So pretty powerful. Again, I think Sacrificial Sword would have been the preferred weapon here, but in the end, still gonna be the same amount of damage coming out. And Inzaghi's in a bit of a tough spot. He does draw both Hydra Resonances, and I think that's gonna be really important here because that, again, he's gonna have to rely on his cards. And if he can start to threaten Ningguang's burst, PP Pig can't safely be on Lynette when she's at least in range of about 12 HP worth of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the timing that PP Pig wants to avoid at all costs.
Yeah.
Inzaghi switching out to Ningguang here actually pretty risky considering how low she is. But since PP Pig is using Lo-Fi, it means that the skill is not coming out, which means that the threat of the second skill talent is not there. So Inzaghi is still okay with this, but for how long?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to see those Hydro Resonances come in, probably refresh that Jade screen momentarily. Again, players just, even though the plays are obvious, we've seen that in the last game as well, players are taking all the time that they need to think through not just this current action, but any future actions and what opponents have. And definitely in particular, Inzaghi is thinking about Tandoori and the Lynette talent in particular, because that does add up with a weapon equipped to a total of, I believe, 8 damage.
Yep.
8 damage in one go. So again, one of the really good tools that this double Nemo deck has for just being able to put out a lot of damage in one go.
Yeah, that is the whole reason why this double Anemo deck really started to rise in the meta,
Yeah.
right? Having Lynette as an option to anchor when in the past a lot of Anemo decks were lacking that potential finishing damage is why you get to see this now and why the deck leans a little less away from just stalling in general.
Definitely.
But right now, it is still very difficult because unfortunately the Lynette talent has not showed up yet. Inzagi's still playing around it, going to Kokomi, which is the only character right now who could survive that full burst.
We're probably going to definitely see, Inzagi's going to try and run PP Pig out of dice, then probably go back to Ningguang in order to skill one more time and potentially threaten a burst next round. But you have to keep in mind also, once Ningguang's burst is up, PP Pig can't do what he's doing right now, which is staying on Lynette without any fear of a counterattack.
So would the wise play for PP Pig now be to start matching the swap stall?
I don't know if that's necessary right now. I think PP Pig does still need to just keep laying on the damage. Even without triggering the swells, with that lighter falling incision equipped normal attacks add up quite a lot. Again, Inzagi can't actually use Kokomi or Barbara's skills right now, which makes this a pretty tough matchup. But if he's able to take out someone with Ningguang, surprise PP Pig and take out, notably, most importantly, some of that equipment, that's going to quickly turn the tides in your favor. So this game's going to look a little weird. It's going to be like a lot of nothing for a little while, and then in one go, one of these players is going to completely change and turn the tide of battle. It's either going to be PP Pig being able to take out Ningguang because Inzagi left her vulnerable to a skill, or it's going to be Inzagi being able to take out Lynette specifically, right? Lynette is really the threat here from the double Nemo deck, so it's kind of a dance between these two powerhouses from each side.
Basically, if PP Pig doesn't have the 1v1 duelist character, then there simply isn't enough damage left in the Dynamo deck to be able to deal with the amount of healing that Inzagi has. And Inzagi, unfortunately, still going to be dancing around between Kokomi and Barbara. PP Pig trying to see if he can threaten something. But yeah, Inzagi not biting on the bait right now.
Yeah, he's a source. Inzagi, again, it might have looked funny there, but Inzagi playing around the Woven, being which PP Pig does have in his hand, being able to get an extra skill out of Lynette, so not going to go to Ningguang yet. Either way, the kind of the way it works with these stall mirrors is whoever starts accumulating more dice gets to swap stall more, and they get to dictate the flow of battle. So I think Inzagi is really looking for an opportunity to play Tenshikaku. And once he's played Tenshikaku, that's going to start generating even more dice over time. But he needs a window for him to be able to safely do that.
What would be the marker of such a window? Like, what do you need to see in order to say, okay, now is the time to play Tenshikaku?
I mean, I think this turn might be it. Your opponent hasn't really piled on a lot of damage, and I don't really see... You could skill here, but the danger here is if you skill, then your opponent gets to go first. Next round. Okay, so he's going to still skill.
Still going to be delaying the Tenshikaku play. Now, the whole reason why Tenshikaku is included is that the earlier you play it, the more value it generates, because you get 1 dice every round. The more rounds there are, the more you get. But Inzagi is still delaying on that and actually going for the skill, which you mentioned is risky because now PP Pig officially will have turn prio.
Yeah, turn prio. I think Inzagi's deciding, yeah, he's going to do it. It's very important here. He doesn't risk losing Ningguang to a Tandoori. I think, yeah, Tandoori skill would have taken out Ningguang there. So very astute there for Inzagi to swap off onto Komi. Does have to burn a Woven, so very costly for him, but would have been even worse had he not done that.
It's definitely much more worth trading a Woven than trading Ningguang here, because one of those is very clearly going to be the win condition. Another couple of draws comes out. Unfortunately, still neither of the cards we're looking for, but Inzagi did pull out the Stove God, so perhaps he can use that to dig the deck for that Adeptus.
Yeah, he might be. I mean, we'll probably see it played on the crucial turn where he actually sees a window to use Adeptus. The other thing Inzagi has to play around, I said, the double Emu deck can't put up enough defenses to survive a Ningguang Adeptus Burst. The only exception is Lynette's Burst. Lynette's Burst obviously providing an additional 1 shield, which at 13 is exactly enough to survive a Ningguang burst. So PP Pig's going to really be looking to leverage that Lynette burst. And I think that's what you'd want to do in this matchup. You know, having talked to some of the players, it is a tough matchup for the double Nemo deck, but the correct way is to leverage Lynette and her burst repeatedly to just try and out-damage your opponent over time.
So based on the way that PP Pig has been performing thus far, this is definitely a matchup that he has at least some practice in.
Yeah, for sure.
Being able to immediately recognize that starting off with Lynette is the correct thing to do. But on a stage as big as this, and considering all the pressure and the eyes of the audience that are on them, I wonder if that will affect the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, almost certainly, you know, we've seen quite a few mistakes on camera, and it's not because, you know, these players haven't practiced thousands of games, it's just because the pressure is so high and you don't have enough time to make all of the decisions, all the calculations you need, no matter how good you are. So it's especially with these mirrors, you know, where, you know, everything balances on a single action, right? It's either going to be Lynette taking out Ningguang or Ningguang taking out Lynette. That's really all that matters in this game. There can be any amount of posturing, swapping between characters, but that's all the two players are focused on. And if they can make that one calculation correctly, then that wins them the game.
We've already described in the past how stall versus stall is kind of like a chess match. But I think in this particular matchup, it's even more so because there is a very clear king on both sides of the board that players want to protect. But Inzaghi can actually finally use something here on Kokomi.
And we saw this actually with one of Chiku's matches in his win into the lower bracket against, I forget which player, but, you know, when he wasn't given the opportunity to safely go to Ningguang, we just saw Kokomi normal attack a few times, burst, and then normal attack as healing. That is one way that Inzaghi can generate heals without having to apply Hydro to himself. It's with that normal attack Kokomi burst. So we'll want to see him go into this line, but if he does commit to this line, he has to be very careful not to lose Kokomi here, because then he's just wasted a lot of dice on nothing.
He still has to consider whether or not PP Pig actually has the Lynette talent in hand.
Yeah.
Because right now we know that he doesn't, but Inzaghi does not know that. And the Tandoori is still a risk as well. So as long as he's able to keep track of these two particular cards in the opponent's deck, then again, he will be able to continue controlling the flow of the game.
Yeah, Inzaghi swapping to Ningguang. PP Pig choosing not to play into the Tenacity there. That would give Inzaghi free dice. And yeah, with Tenacity equipped to both sides, it kind of becomes a even extra layer of strategy here to be like, are you going to give your opponent the dice? Is that more important? Or are you going to keep swapping around and prevent the attack?
Yeah, it is quite unfortunate that PP Pig wasn't able to get slightly more aggressive cards early, like getting Lynette Talent or maybe getting, like you mentioned, the Sacrificial Sword instead. Because being locked into normal attacking and buying time until he's able to get his tools has allowed Inzaghi the time necessary to actually get his characters kitted out. So now with the double Tenacity, with the healing in hand, it becomes that much more difficult for PP Pig to actually remove anyone from the field, even if he does happen to draw his damage now.
Yeah, I think we might see Inzaghi finally drop Tenshikaku. There's really nothing else that makes sense here. And PP Pig right now is in a safe spot. You know, he has to play around basically 5 dice, right? 5 dice is what Inzaghi will need for Ningguang into Adeptus Burst. Ooh. Using the second Woven. Okay. Oh, is he going to do double Tenshukaku?
Could be, yeah, actually.
Big ramp turn.
So we got a big investment turn here from Inzaghi.
That's actually really huge, because now PP Pig knows that both Wovens are out of play. So he's going to have a much easier time. And again, these players, if you see them kind of leaning over to one side, they are taking notes. They know exactly what is important in the opponent's deck and what to play around. And Inzaghi is doing a big ramp turn now, but that does mean it's going to make him a little bit more predictable for PP Pig. Now PP Pig knows that as long as Inzaghi is below 5 dice, there's no way for him to generate an additional die in order to Adeptus Burst.
Normally this move as well would be risky when you're against a slightly more aggressive deck, but since he has been able to buy enough time until PP Pig only has like 1 action's worth of dice left, he feels that it is safe enough to go for this, and this is going to pay off heavily, because after this round, the chances of PP Pig being able to secure any sort of tempo basically goes down drastically.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see PP Pig drop the Paimon here. It's almost, there's really nothing else that is worth doing. Your opponent has so many shields, and you need to match those die as quick as you can, because at least for the next 2 rounds, by dropping that Paimon, PP can keep up with Inzagi's dice production. Inzagi's going to get 2 off of those Tenchikakus, but PP Pig's going to be able to match that with his own 2, but his is limited, right? PP Pig only gets 2 rounds of dice, and then they're gone.
Yep. Gonna be another draw here. Still no Adeptus nor Lynette talent. PP Pig was able to draw the Aquila Favonia, but again, that's not really going to be the weapon you're looking for in this matchup.
I mean, you can see PP Pig has no damage on his side, and that's because Inzagi is spending all of his dice making... you know, it's a little fitting that the Ningguang deck is making investments.
Yes.
For the whole game. Like, that's just... She's just like, you know, sitting back and be like, I'll spend some money and dice here and there, and you can damage me all you want, but I'm going to be, in the long term, going to come out on top.
Yeah, it is very thematically accurate to who Ningguang is as a character.
I know.
So that is a true observation. I get the feeling people may have made this link before, but it is quite interesting. And then we see, like, after all the investments are made, after the whole Jade Chamber has been completed, at the opportune time, Ningguang will drop it out of the sky on your head.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, the Adeptus Burst is going to be the equivalent of the Jade Chamber landing on most likely Lynette. Actually, that Hydra Aura, now I think about it, is going to be pretty critical because that's going to add the +1 damage for Crystallize. So now, even through a Lynette Burst, Ningguang can take Lynette out. And PP Pig has to play around that because, you know, there is at least 1 quick swap, I believe, in Inzagi's deck. And he has to assume there are 2, actually. So there's a pretty good chance that PP Pig, or I guess Inzagi, is able to threaten Lynette here. So PP Pig might not be able to safely stay on Lynette without equipping something like a Lotus. But the problem is, if you equip a Lotus, then and your opponent has it, they can just wait you out and wait until the Lotus goes out. And you only have 2 Lotuses in your deck. Right? PP Pig is running with limited amounts of resources, and it's really just a battle of both dice and cards here.
Yeah, and that's even more true when you're up against, like, the Ningguang style. Right? Inzagi is perfectly okay with just wasting the rest of the round if the Lotus Flower Crease does happen to come out. And it can be very frustrating to play into this, because PP Pig wants to do something. This would normally be the position you're in because you are on the stall deck, but when you're against a stallier deck... then you kind of get to experience the opposite end of the situation.
It's very... Again, you want to be 1 step above your opponent in most cases. Like, you know, if you have an aggressive deck, if you're a little bit slower than the opposing deck, that generally means over the long term, you'll be able to get more resources and win a longer matchup. And that's what we're seeing Inzagi here do very well. And here we go.
I'm going to use that burst as well. Once again, get some damage reduction as well onto Lynette, just to try and see if they can defend against a burst from Ningguang if it does come out. As of right now, despite what it may look, right, PP Pig, all his characters are on full HP. For those of you who may not be as well versed, the game is very much in Inzagi's favor.
Yes.
So it's a weird one. And the longer the game goes, the more in Inzagi's favor it becomes as well. So I do feel like the opportunities for PP Pig are already closing.
Yeah.
And basically, if he's not able to make something major happen this round, as long as Inzagi doesn't make any obvious mistakes, the game is already his.
Yeah, Inzagi, you know, you can see him there having equipped all of those helms and tenacities with the help of Timaeus to feed extra die. He has 2 shields on all the characters every round. So he's perfectly happy cycling between each character, letting them eat damage on those shields, and then using whatever dice is left over to generate energy or get healing or play ramp cards.
He has those tools right now. Still has Libin for ramp, still has Hydro Resonance if he really gets in a sticky spot. So the resources of the Ningguang stall deck are really good at just exhausting whatever your opponent throws at you. It's not a flashy style of playing, but it sure does work. So we'll have to see what happens, but already I am in a state where I feel like PP Pig doesn't have the tools to win this anymore.
Yeah, not drawing that Lynette talent is going to be huge, because the Lynette talent, of course, adds +2 damage to the second use of a skill. So that's really 2 damage that PP Pig is missing out on every round, and that's even more time for Inzagi to take advantage of the Tenchikakus. And you can see that the Hash Brown on Ningguang are actually really important. If Ningguang was at 6 health there, the swap would not be safe because, as we said before, you know, the skill talent with a Tandoori would be exactly 8 damage and would have been enough to take her out through the shield. But as it is, she's perfectly safe. Ooh, but PP Pig leaving himself exposed to a Tandoori burst here. Or does I think Inzaghi has to dig for it. Surely, this is the time.
Looking at the effective, Lynette has 2 shield, 10 health.
Oh, there's no weapon. There's no weapon.
No weapon on Ningguang and no Adeptus as well. So yeah, and with the number of dice he has left, he's not gonna be digging for it just yet. Inzaghi, basically, he is playing the role of someone who has all the time in the world. Yeah, he can take this as slow as necessary. And PP Pig just wants to rush the game up, but there's no way of doing that without putting himself at some risk as well.
Yeah, and PP Pig here does get through that round. But yeah, definitely without that equipment, then the magic number here for PP Pig is going to be 11. As long as he can stay above 11, he is safe from Adeptus Burst. And we'll probably see a swap off here from Inzaghi. Or just an end. Actually, an end would be fine as well.
Yeah, either way still works because Inzaghi has a lot of freedom to play with right now. The way that this deck works gives you a lot of tools in exchange for just basically prolonging the game. And that's why it can be very exhausting to play against right now. especially in the first game of a best of 5. This is going to hurt for whoever doesn't come out on top.
Yeah, this is quite a mental tax on the 2 players and probably the viewers at home. You know, this is going to be a very... It's so tense as well playing this matchup. Because again, one wrong decision, one damage miscalculated could mean the end of the game. And with how closely matched both of their deck choices are, it's very important to win the close games. Ooh, PP Pig did finally draw it.
Yep, finally the Lynette talent is going to be showing up in his hand, along with Stove God as well. Though at this point, there's not a lot you're going to be pulling for except like maybe Sack Sword. Right. And even then, I'm not too sure how much value it's going to produce. Unfortunately for Inzaghi, still no Adeptus, so that's very deep in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, he's also just looking for that sacrificial fragments because I think... I mean, Lynette is on 9, so that is going to help. PP Pig is thinking about this kind of stuff, although the Hydro application is also gone. So PP Pig is safe right now at 12.
Yep.
So not a problem. But yeah, that Lynette talent is going to be important. And yeah, we see him immediately go for the skill here because he's just anxious to get that talent on as early as possible.
Yeah, and you could see in Zaghi's face as well, the moment that skill came out, until now, PP Pig has been consistently normal attacking to take advantage of the lo-fi dice discount. But now that PP Pig has skilled for some reason without changing his weapon, it's a very clear fact that, hey, I have talent.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a pretty interesting signal. And, you know, it's really hard to, like, see these things, but, like, these kinds of things matter in these high-level games, right? How long your opponent takes to think, what cards, how many cards they're tuning to dice. All of those things that you normally don't pay attention to start mattering a lot. I think even earlier in the first set of games, we saw, I believe, Z-Criminal tune a Woven. And normally that would look insane, but, you know, a couple people in chat pointed out, yeah, that's the correct play because you want to hide the fact that you don't have a Woven anymore from your opponent, even though usually you just play it instead of tuning it. So tiny things like that do add up, and that's what it takes to... Those are the kinds of skills that's going to make the difference between making it to the finals and winning everything and not.
It's always kind of scary how much thinking has to go into these, like, because you're not just metagaming the decks, the cards themselves, you're also metagaming what your opponent is thinking, how much information you're actually handing over the course of the game. For now, though, it's still going to be very difficult. We see that Inzaghi does definitely want to play on Ningguang this turn because of how much Geodice he has. So going to be putting on some defensive options.
Yeah, equipping a Lotus Crisp here. Yeah. Again, Inzaghi does have to ration his healing cards because he doesn't have access to any of the skills from either character. So, it's kind of a race. It's the race between Inzaghi's healing cards, trying to mitigate the damage from the talents and the weapons, while setting up extra die to make, to kind of take over from there, or PP Pig gonna be able to just threaten Ningguang enough that Inzaghi is forced in some awkward situations, and already he is a little bit.
Yeah, PP Pig actually does have the full damage combo right now with Lynette talent, with Tandoori already having used skill once this turn as well, but Ningguang is on 13 with Lotus, so...
Yeah, 13 with Lotus.
Even a Ningguang Burst Adeptus would not break through that.
No, not even. But we might just see a normal attack from PP here just to not use up all of that Lotus. If he uses the skill here, that Lotus doesn't get full value, but a normal attack would, I believe, go 2 shield on the Tenacity and then 2 more damage for the Lotus. So kind of denying 1 point of mitigation on Ningguang there. I kind of like that quite a lot. It kind of saves your dice. You know, it means Inzagi's probably going to swap over to Takomi, and then you actually have the option of taking out a character. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he is definitely debating the possibility of an Adeptus in hand, because Lynette is, I think just, 12 HP right now exactly. So that would be enough. Though without weapon,
Without weapon, yeah.
That's fairly safe for him to do.
Yeah, I think PP, it's so important to counter. And this is where those Wovens are going to start mattering. I mean, I think it was correct for the most part for Inzagi to have used those Wovens to kind of push those Tenchikakus. You know, whether you get a dice immediately or whether you start generating them over the long term, obviously better to just to get more dice. But that surprise factor does mean PP Pig doesn't have to play around, you know, here Woven into sack fags into burst with Adeptus, which Inzagi could have done had he not shown both Wovens already.
Yep. So all of these do add up over the course of
really
like when you come to these really long games, it's a test of mentality, of endurance, of how well the players are able to keep track of the situation. But now PP Pig, understanding that he is actually able to match the dice of Inzagi, still gonna continue whittling down Ningguang. And now it is definitely at a point where it's very risky for Inzagi to leave her active.
I'm actually interested that Lynette didn't use a skill here. Oh, there's that Sacrifice and Adeptus. Oh.
Unfortunately, no dice to be able to play them both this turn.
Yeah, you see Inzagi kind of making a face there. I think he wished that those had come earlier, because he's actually in a very risky spot here. He doesn't have a clear window to safely equip Ningguang. He almost has to swap off here. There's no way, and he's 1 dice short. And again, it's no accident that Inzagi right now is 1 dice short of taking out Lynette. You know, PP Pig has calculated that he's not under threat of the specific cards that he needs to work around in Inzagi's deck.
Yep. So all of these actions, no matter how small they are, even if it just looks like, oh, he's just switching to a character to wait out a little bit longer, it is still calculated to make sure that they are not giving away their king chess piece at an inopportune time. So, all things considered, due to how long it has taken for this Sacrifice and Adeptus to come out for Inzagi, PP Pig isn't completely out of the game just yet.
No.
And he is actually going to use that Lynette talent.
Yeah, you might as well equip it. It's going to swap over. Okay, so what I think Inzagi's going to do is going to play the Manarana and end. And that's going to give him a window with those quick swaps. If PP Pig doesn't swap off with Lynette, he is going to lose it, I believe, to the damage at the start of next turn. Because Lynette, with the Tenacity and the shield, is going to be at 12. But Ningguang has the sacrificial frags into Adeptus Burst. So PP Pig doesn't... It's kind of crazy, but I think he has to Hash Brown Lynette now or swap off. If he doesn't do either of those two things, he's going to lose Lynette.
Yeah, it would be way too risky for him to stay on Lynette here. And I feel like he would definitely be aware of this possibility. Now that the game has gone this long, the likeliness that Inzagi doesn't have like a quick swap or a weapon is very, very low. So even though Inzagi hasn't been playing in a way that implies he has these options, you still have to consider it.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Oh, wow. Actually gonna do it. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah, PP Pig noticing that play there is not gonna fall for the trap there. Oh, that's as long as these stall mirrors go, it's so exciting to watch sometimes because it's like these tiny decisions that are really unintuitive. Like you usually don't want to hash brown someone on 9 because you're wasting an HP. But it is extremely important that PP Pig did that because if he had not, he just loses on the spot. And he needs to identify that.
And staying on Lynette as well gives him some options to play around. An option, like a different path would have been to switch to another character, then Lynette is no longer at risk. But because he wants to be able to hold on to his quick switches to try and match Inzagi, he goes for the slightly less efficient but probably better play.
Yeah, you want to stay on Lynette because basically any other character that PP Pig is going to swap to is going to be worse. I mean, he does have that Wagner on 5, so he has the option of equipping Sack Sword or Aquila onto Jean and then letting Jean do something. But because we have that Lynette talent there, because it's a Tenacity, there's no more efficient character than Lynette here in order to deal damage. And so Inzaghi would love it if PP Pig swaps over to Dea or Jean or uses one of their skills, because that's 3 dice that aren't going to Lynette.
This turn, though, is going to be very dangerous for PP Pig. He's going to need to be able to play around this. We see the attack from Inzaghi because he is aware that with Weapon, Adeptus, plus a Crystallized Reaction, Lynette at full health will still fall to a Ningguang Burst.
Yeah, so PP Pig has 2 options here. He can equip Lotus and keep going on Lynette, or he can be forced to swap off. Ooh, he doesn't. Wait, he doesn't equip Lotus. Wait.
That could cost him.
Wait.
This
no,
is an
no,
opening.
No.
How much dice would it take to go for? Oh, wait.
3, it's 8 dice.
Ningguang also needs to get Jade Shield out first.
Oh, you're right. Oh my gosh, there's so many things to keep track of. You are right. Okay, I totally forgot about the Jade Shield there. So Inzaghi is making the calculations. But of course, if Ningguang can survive a hit from Lynette. So I think what Inzaghi is calculating is how much damage can come out of Lynette. Because if PP Pig, if he can get Ningguang above that threshold, then that where she's safe, then Inzaghi can make the quick swap Jade screenplay and force PP Pig basically off of Lynette. And then set up basically for a future turn, I think. Okay, so he's going to quick swap. I believe we're going to see a hash go down on Ningguang to bring her to 10 effective health, which should be enough to survive Lynette. If you don't hash here, it's really dangerous because I believe a skill was already used.
Yeah, right now with 8 effective HP, Ningguang is perfectly in range of a Lynette second skill Tandoori weapon. That would be 8 damage exactly. So he has to heal, or he would basically be throwing here.
Yeah, and I think Inzaghi's also deciding, does he want to equip the sacrificial fragments here? And he is going to. That makes sense. It will refund the die, so it is worth it in the end. Wait, did he miscalculate Jade?
Does he have Jade Shield right now? No,
he
right?
doesn't.
He does not.
Oh, it's still lethal.
What? That's enough? What?
12.
How is that enough? I'm gonna need to check this again.
Oh, I think Lynette was on effective. Oh man, there's so much to keep track of. Okay, so sacrificial frags, burst is 6, 7,
it's
10.
6 plus 1.
10 exactly, but I thought Lynette had a shield.
Yeah, it's 10. Ooh, that's weird. Okay.
Okay.
I'm a little confused now, but PP Pig definitely regretting not using one of the lotuses in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the beginning, 1 point of damage misstep is all it takes to lose this matchup, right? And
that is a massive
if you
play.
miss one thing, if you miss one effect, one status, you know, on a character that you kind of overlooked, that's all the difference it takes. And that's Inzaghi perfectly identifying the situation there, calculating on his fingers. You can see him there just like counting off. It's like, is it actually enough? Double checking his math, and wow, okay. I mean, that pretty much is going to close the game here. PP Pig does have a slight window here because Inzaghi invested so many dice into that move. He is also out of dice, which is very crucial. I think what PP Pig needs to do is go to Dea and swap. Yeah. So what you need to force Inzaghi to do is to end, because if you attack into Ningguang now, you'll give him a dice to swap off a Ningguang. But with this, I believe PP Pig can go. Let's see. He has a Nemo in hand. Ningguang is at 9 effective HP. Oh, he'd love to have the Lo-Fi at this point. I think Lo-Fi would have given him enough attacks to actually take out Ningguang here. But because Jean's skill swaps Inzaghi off of Ningguang, that might actually come to be a disadvantage.
Yeah, it means that he won't be able to finish off Ningguang. I think at most he'll be able to get a kill on Kokomi.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's going to be very difficult for him because we weren't really able to sell the impact of what happened there because we were shocked by the math. But that was a burst onto Lynette, which, like we mentioned, both these players are focusing their entire strategy on this one character. It is either that Lynette or Ningguang, and in this case, Inzaghi was able to figure out in time and take advantage of PP Pig not going for the defensive Lotus play to finally remove that character. And now the game shifts very heavily into his favor, even though he has run out of dice this turn. PP Pig needs to make the most of this window because after that, there'll be no coming back.
Wait, hang on. Is this enough die?
I'm wondering. Chef Mao is producing a lot for him right now.
Okay, so at the very least, I believe this puts PP still at 2 skills here. Having to use a Woven there, very astute, not overdrawing, playing Stove Guard. Oh, actually, wait, normal attack into skill is going to be enough. That's going to be just enough.
Oh, normal attack into skill is enough. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's a bad trade for... Oh, man.
Ooh, okay. The tides have shifted once again. This is why the game is always so interesting. We literally just mentioned that Izaki is like notably in the lead now that he's taken out Lynette, but PP Pig was actually able to find the singular line with the Tendori into the Chef Mount dice, into the normal attack, then skill to actually do perfectly the amount of damage necessary to remove Ningguang from the board. And that means that Inzaghi no longer has any means of actually doing solid damage.
Yeah. I think, oh man, there's so many high-level plays here. The really important thing to identify there, you know, after Lynette went down, PP Pig went to Dea and not Jean, because PP Pig needed to stall that one round to force Inzaghi to end. If Inzaghi had ended on any other character than Ningguang, then PP Pig couldn't have made that play. So that was a really important thing to identify. You know, losing Lynette there was big, but I think PP Pig trading his Lynette for Ningguang is very much worth it, because at least for double Anemo, you have a secondary backup carry in Jean. Inzaghi doesn't, right? Like, all of his eggs were in the basket that was Ningguang, and yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a painful, maybe still a slow finish, but I believe it is going to be the end. Because Jean by herself can really just carry for the rest of this game.
Yeah, quite easily as well, now that she has that sack sword too. Inzaghi, like we mentioned, this deck is heavily focused on Ningguang. Unlike the Dynamo deck, which does have a secondary carry in the form of Jean, after Ningguang is gone, there really isn't going to be a lot of damage coming out of Barbara and Kokomi. And you're not going to be able to just out-survive this situation unless you can like force PP Pig to run out of cards entirely. And I don't think that's happening when we look at his hand.
Yeah, PP Pig would have to make a pretty big mistake here in order to lose the game from here on out. It was more than enough healing, still has a lot of food. And yeah, I think Inzaghi is probably thinking like where he misstepped in that matchup to kind of miscalculate and lose him the game. You know, I think maybe wasn't playing around that Woven. I think that Woven PP Pig had been saving from the beginning. Let him do an additional attack in that round, which was just enough damage for Jean to take out Ningguang there, even at 8 effective HP.
It's a very difficult line to calculate, because you would think Ningguang with Lotus and that amount of HP would survive anything that Jean throws at him left. Yes, because Inzaghi actually went for a more aggressive play there to take out Lynette. Because I think he may have hyper-focused on it a little bit too much, that once I remove Lynette from the game, I'm going to win. And it's unlikely that Jean would have the necessary tools to actually punish my aggressive play here. But guess what? PP Pig found it. That one singular thread left.
Yeah, and it was exact, by the way. I really want to point that out. Like, it wasn't just, you know, a uncalculated kill, but he needed exactly that much damage in order to do it. And, you know, again, this matchup is just on a knife's edge. It's like Inzaghi calculated that 1 point of damage needed to get through Lynette's defenses, but PP Pig seeing the line there, that is 1 point enough to take out Ningguang. And yeah, Inzaghi is really thinking as hard as he can about how he could possibly win, but we're really going to start seeing PP Pig and Jean just take over the game from here. I mean, they are not even needed. I don't really think Barbara and Kokomi can by themselves get through Jean here. And I think, especially, does Jean have is it sack sword, or did they put Aquila on?
Jean is on sack sword.
Okay. Because I know Aquila was on PP Pig's hand. If he had switched over the weapons, he had like double Wagner at some point. If he had switched over the weapons, then it wouldn't even be close. But sack sword at least isn't going to get a lot of healing, but he really has the option just to heal.
Yeah, I don't think PP Pig is in need of any direct healing right now, because he still does have the hash and the double Lotus. Even gonna equip the Tenacity. That's been sitting there for a little while, but I think that's basically going to be the nail in the coffin now.
Yeah, between Tenacity and you know, the pizza and the hash browns, like, Barbara and Kokomi are very good, but they're not enough to eat. They don't do very well at dealing damage. And I think, you know, PP Pig, first of all, very well played in this matchup, knowing how to play this specific matchup, because it is different than any other ones. It would deny Inzaghi a lot of his options and kind of force him into a position where I think he had to burst on Ningguang there because once the Lynette talent comes down, he really ran himself low on like his Hydro resonances were gone. I think at least 1 or 2 pizzas and hash browns were gone. And pretty soon, you know, PP Pig was going to catch up to all of the shields that he's generating. And those Tenchikakus didn't quite have enough time to generate value. So I think he did need to go for it there. But unfortunately, he was really 1 dice short. You know, if he had that 1 extra dice somewhere, and that would allow Ningguang to safely swap off onto a different character after bursting, then this game would look really different.
I think a play like that also is a good way of kind of separating the different play styles of the players we have in the tournament here, because I think based on what we've watched so far, there are definitely pools of players that would have made the same play as Inzaghi and players that would have just gone for the safe route regardless of the opportunity that was presented to them. So it's very interesting because the same decks piloted in different ways, even in like similar situations, can make a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, the skill levels of these players, and these two especially in PP Pig and Inzaghi, are so close together, and it's these tiny edges, the tiniest of things that will matter. But yeah, we're seeing how dominant Jean is going to be in this matchup between Kokomi and Barbara. It's very not fair.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much you can do about it, right? Barbara is not as tall as her sister. The Coxar comes out to get the Barbara burst, just to keep himself in the game a little bit longer. Ordinarily, when you see the Barbara burst come out from an Ningguang stall deck, that would be like, that's it. There's no way it can catch back up anymore. But this is actually a catch-up play by Inzaghi instead.
Yeah, but I mean, that hash brown is almost as, you know, as good at catching up PP Pig as that 8 heal was, because the health on Jean, as long as it doesn't dip below like 4 or 5, is not going to matter for Inzaghi here.
It's a rough spot because Inzaghi definitely went into this match as the favorite deck. And he got a golden opportunity to take out Lynette after dancing around one another for so long.
Yeah.
And it's not like he really put himself at that much risk as well with the Lotus. He had a good amount of effective HP. But yeah, just enough damage from PP Pig. It can be pretty difficult to calculate those fringe plays. So what worries me about this is how this might affect Inzaghi going forward in the series. Because again, this is only game 1.
Yeah, this is game 1. It's going to be very long. You know, it might even be better. I know he's trying to like not, you know, maximize the chances by still trying to keep himself in the game here. But the longer this game drags on, the longer it is he's going to have to play in this best of 5. So, I mean, at the very least, you can't fault these players for trying all of their outs, but there's almost no way that the Ningguang deck can come back after losing Ningguang. Because, you know, maybe if the deck ran a second Sacrificial Fragments, which I don't believe this one does. Some lists we've seen do, but no, there's a single copy here. There maybe was a world where you could Sacrificial Fragments on Kokomi, so a normal attacks are powered up by 1, and that could maybe eat through the weapons that Jean has, but as it stands, you know, with a single catalyst damage, no reactions left over, it's really just over. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's tough to, I mean, it's really hard to do that in the situation, but in this spot, you know, it might just be best to just start ending turn, let Jean finish the game, and just go to the next one with a fresh mind.
Yeah, obviously the players don't want to just have to concede. They're technically not allowed to concede in the tournament, but yeah, what you presented is a way of basically ending the game sooner to try and preserve a bit more of your mentality. But players do want to try and keep themselves in the game. Sometimes mistakes happen, especially like as long as some of these games go. So you can't really give up on even the slightest chance of victory. It's just, again, the question comes out, will this drain Inzaghi?
I mean, I think it has to. I mean, both players are even out of cards at this point. So, I mean, so the only route Inzaghi would have is if he can outlast PP Pig through the 2 Paimons and the Liban, then PP Pig has no more ways to generate die, and so he's down to 1 Tenacity and the weapon. And Inzaghi at least has the 2 Tenshukakus, so...
That is true.
In that world, Inzaghi can use 1 more skill than Jean, but the problem is every one of Jean's skills is just so much more valuable than a normal attack or even like Inzaghi can't even use a skill from Barbara or Kokomi now because they're going to apply Hydro and then Jean's Swell is going to add even more damage. So he's forced to only normal attack on those two characters. And so even if you have another normal attack, it's not worth it. I mean, I can see him like rubbing his eyes there. Like honestly, at this point, he's really tiring himself out for no reason, because I believe like it's basically checkmate at this point.
Yeah, but there is still the possibility, because
I mean, I don't think there is.
Because the thing is, if Barbara and Kokomi just keep normal attacking and then they build up into burst, they can actually keep themselves alive. So Inzaghi knows he can't win anymore. But he could force a draw.
Oh no. Okay, okay. So I guess that is it. The line is to force this into 15 rounds. So for those of you in chat who might be confused what they're talking about, because you probably personally have never come into this situation before, but bit of trivia: in any game of Genius Invocation, if the game goes to 15 rounds, the game ends. It literally ends. And I think in the match history, it's recorded as a loss for both players. But for the purposes of the tournament, if the game gets to 15, it's counted as a win for both players. So both decks have a win tallied up, and they're no longer able to use those again. So you know what? I did forget that. So never mind. Inzaghi is perfectly allowed and should be playing for that result, because that is at the very least better than a loss.
It's actually all considered pretty good here.
Yeah.
Actually, if anything, I want to check after this what that means about whether you can still select the decks going forward.
You can't, because they count it as a win. Once you win with the deck, once you win with the deck, you cannot choose it. So basically, by doing this, we'll I think essentially put this down into almost like a best of 3, where the two players are down to 2 other decks that they can choose, and then again, it's the first person to 3 wins, right? Because of the Conquest format, that doesn't actually change. And yeah, now that I look at it with a fresh perspective, wow. Okay, so I mean, this is the mentality you need to be a champion player. You know, even when everything looks to be out of your favor, you need to play to your 1 out. And Inzaghi here has identified that is getting this game to 15 rounds. All right, we're in for a long one, Stuffer.
We really are.
Because I mean, it's not going to be easy to get to 15 rounds, but I think once Inzaghi gets through the next Paimon round, he's going to have 2 more dice every round than PP Pig. And PP Pig at 8 dice can only deal, what's the maximum amount of damage? It's 4, 4, 4 if you do 3 gene skills, right? So that's 12, assuming perfect dice. But of course, once those Paimons and Libans run out, PP Pig can't actually do that every round. So it's probably going to be like 10 damage a round. And assuming Inzaghi can Barbara Burst every round, he has 4 shields and then 4 HP. The math is like really close. Okay.
Like when you consider the numbers themselves, it feels very close. But when you consider reality, sometimes things don't quite match up. PP Pig actually gonna finally use that second Woven in hand to actually get 1 more skill out. Does a good amount of damage. This is going to be an important opportunity because Barbara and Kokomi are both not quite close to their bursts yet. Except he has double the dice of PP Pig.
Yeah,
so he can quite easily build that up again.
Yeah, he is 1 short in order to... He's 1 short in order to do 2 skills. But of course, the 2 dice are going to go to Vanarana. So yeah, we're going to see a burst here. And then we're going to pass the turn around. Okay, we really need to know what round this is, just so
this is round 10.
This is round 10? Okay.
Yes. So we still got a bit of time, you know?
Okay. I mean, not to kind of detract from the match too much, but we're gonna be here for a little while. Actually, no, we'll watch this next turn unfold. 'Cause I think the next turn is critical for PP Pig. He's got 4 die coming off of Paimon Aliban, but those are his last 4 die. If PP Pig doesn't close out the game here, I believe Inzaghi has a window to force a double victory / draw. I mean, that would kind of be very poetic to be like these 2 stall decks, perfectly balanced.
Yeah, and both sisters as well, right?
In this kind of mirror match, and the result is a double draw. But yeah, actually, Inzaghi able to match 12 die exactly as well. But 12 is actually very dangerous. That's 4 skills from Jean, which is a total of 16 damage that's going to be coming out. And yeah, PP Pig's just going to... And his dice are actually really good. I mean, one of the things that would have held him back was if he had not rolled enough Anemo die, but all of those Omni die coming in, he has enough cards to tune. You know, the Lotus Crisps don't matter. The Anemo Resonances don't matter. Those are 4 cards that are going to go towards tuning Anemo die for when the moment matters. I mean, he could Lotus to generate 2 die for Chef Mao, but at this point, I don't think that's worth it because that's only going to put him up to 11 dice, which is not enough for another skill.
I can't believe we're still doing these sort of calculations when it's come down to this point. This is how this match has gone. This is how we're starting our cast today, Vlad. Like, I knew we were going to have a tough spot going into a stall mirror.
Yeah.
I was not expecting this.
Well, the good thing is, I believe if PP Pig wins here, or whoever wins, if PP Pig wins here, then there's no more stall mirrors. If Inzaghi forces a draw, there's also no more stall mirrors because it eliminates PP Pig's one. Of course, Inzaghi, if you remember, banned the other Ningguang double hydro, but you can see him shaking his head. He's playing for the correct line, but look at the health on his characters. The shields are down. Each character is gonna go down to a Gene skill.
Yep.
And yeah, he's gonna have to normal attack here, but it's not enough. It's gonna put Barbara up to 5.
Yeah, and he's got no healing in hand anymore. Kokomi now will die to a single Gale Blade. Barbara can survive a hit, but I don't think it's quite enough for her to get burst out, is it?
It will be. Barbara will be able to
is.
burst, but Jean actually gets 2 normals here because of the Chef Mao. So we'll probably just see a normal attack, Lotus into a second normal attack, and then end, or just one normal attack and wait. Because at this point, I mean, okay, I said it was over before. It wasn't quite over. Now it's over.
Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
It really is difficult to tell sometimes because we cannot look into the future here. As much as we wish we could, we can only do so much. And while it did look like Inzaghi would have the tools necessary to be able to like consistently heal himself until a tie without the cards to work with from deck anymore.
Yeah, and that weapon.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. Yeah,
you can see Inzaghi smiling. I think he knows that like he was playing for that one thing and he thought it was close, but yeah, that one crucial turn where PP Pig was able to turn Liban into those extra dice and have Paimon go off on the same turn. If that hadn't happened, if PP Pig hadn't stacked that many die in one turn, I think Inzaghi could have maneuvered a position, but you know, very well played there from PP Pig. Kind of knowing how to play this matchup from the beginning and avoiding the instant lose scenario as completely.
Pig has kind of rolled cringe dice actually.
I mean, and what does it matter, right? Like even if there's no way Barbara doesn't have the ability to go through tenacity. Like that's kind of what it comes down to. She does 1 damage no matter what you do. Tenacity already is 2 healing a turn. So at the very most, Inzaghi can deal 1 damage to Jean every round.
And despite the cringe dice, like you mentioned, it's going to be enough. Inzaghi finally going to throw in the towel after probably the longest match we have had yet here at the Asia Invitationals. PP Pig secures game 1.
Yeah, and again, that even though the ending was not even close, you know, that whole matchup came down to that single crucial turn. Right, and not only that, but the build up to that turn, right? These players are planning all of this out from the beginning. You know, PP Pig staying on Lynette, just waiting and waiting until that talent was drawn. And then even when he drew the talent, what ended up really becoming crucial was just Inzaghi not calculating the correct amount of damage.
Sometimes that's all it takes, and sometimes all it takes for you to win 1,000 Primo Gems is to be selected as one of our 2 raffle winners. So congratulations to Minsu Vip, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and RNG Plays YT.
Yeah,
because you both just got 1,000 Primos.
That easy. Wow.
Yeah. Wish that were me.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying in the chat there, but there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people watching, and thank you for all for tuning in and also sitting through that if you're with us. Again, stall matchups do drag on for a while, but they're very fun to watch, especially for an experienced player, because there's so many decisions, so many things that go into whether you win or lose, right? But yeah, very unfortunate for Inzaghi there, identifying the line. I think, you know, not during that sacrifice. You know, he drew the sac frags very late, and he didn't have a good window to equip it, and the window he chose was 1 dice short of being a safe play. And PP Pig had that one window, of course, to play that Woven, you know, have the Tandoori into a normal attack skill to punish that move. And yeah, after that, it was kind of just a chokehold.
But that means that PP Pig will no longer be able to bring the Dynamo deck forward. He's gonna be going with Finale for game 2, whereas Izaki actually gonna be switching things up here. Up until now, players have just been keeping the same deck they lost with in game 1, but he's gonna be bringing in the Mona Signora Manifestation.
I'm actually really surprised because, you know, the 2 decks that PvP has left are aggro decks, and they should go unfavorably into the rest of Inzaghi matches. Although, either way, Inzaghi has to play kind of those stall into aggro matchups. It could be, you know, he's playing the unfavorable one to get it out of the way first. Because I think this one is a little bit closer. I won't say unfavorable, but this one's a lot closer than I think the other ones are going to be. That Ningguang deck is going to be really good into the last 2 decks that PP Pig has. So we'll have to see. Maybe his plan is to, you know, he knows that viewers at home want this to go to more games, so you have more chances to win Primo Gems. So he's kind of extending the series out by playing a little bit risky of a matchup. But again, we've seen finally on camera, and it's been the most banned decks, and players are the most afraid of it. So there's a very good chance that he kind of just wants to get a win in now because he knows that this is going to be a tricky matchup at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't think it's a matchup we've quite seen yet for this variation of the Signora Manifestation combo with Mona. These are both going to be fairly aggressive decks off the bat. So it's going to be
matches.
interesting to see how they match up into one another. And I think, considering things, maybe there is some strategic value to Inzaghi's choice, because after playing Ningguang Stall for 12 rounds, maybe a quick win will give him the energy and momentum he needs to claw back into the series.
Yeah, and both decks, I mean, I've not seen this. I don't think we've seen this matchup on camera because a lot of the players who brought this Mona variation also brought Finally and tended to ban it out from the other side here. But looking at the card choices, nothing too out of the ordinary. Of course, both players running an Egg, and we saw, if you missed the matchups from earlier today, you know, Egg can turn the tides of these very close aggro mirrors, especially coming into round 4. You know, a round we have a lot of excess dice. That Egg coming in, being able to spend that to gain an extra action can be huge. So really going to be looking out for that one.
We'll see, but I do definitely like this variation of Signora Manifestation a little bit more than the others, actually, because I feel like it allows for these 2 newer character cards to actually shine. Where a lot of other decks, like say the Tartaglia variation, is kind of a very child show. Yelan OTK needs you to spend a lot of time on her, and then sometimes you won't get the combo out. So,
of course,
you know, like we want to see what these new cards can do.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 characters have been the most popular. As you said, they've been in a variety of decks, but I think out of all the characters used, you know, Linny, Signora, and Manifestation are probably the 3 most used characters. And we saw statistics for deck usages overall, but I believe if you look at the individual character choices, those 3 are going to come up continually as the most selected and used characters for the players.
I certainly wouldn't doubt it. We would need to see statistics to be 100% sure, but yeah, I do feel like that sounds about right. But going into game number 2, it is time for these players to truly reset, because that was an exhausting start to the series, and hopefully it is not going to affect them as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, we want to see Inzaghi kind of come back here, you know, extend the games out, because there are raffles ongoing.
Yep, make sure you guys join the raffles. Last game took quite a while before we were able to announce. This one should be quicker. So again, include in the comment the player you think is going to win, who you're supporting, as well as your in-game UID, so we can send you the prizes once we've selected some winners.
Yeah, and look at the throwbacks here. Okay, people electing to keep both artifacts. I think that makes sense.
Was able to draw out a Liar Song as well, so if he's able to get a way to discount the artifact, then this could already produce some dice advantage starting off. But now in terms of dice rolls, looking pretty okay actually on both sides.
Inzaghi with very good dice rolls. Yeah, with all of those Omnis, he's going to have a couple of options here. He can elect to go to Signora or or Manifestation here. Let's say who goes first, because it actually matters. So PvP going first is actually, I think, better for
It's actually... I feel like it's actually quite good for PvP.
It is actually. No, yeah.
Because if Inzaghi went first, he could eat an element on Mona, then insta quick swap. So this basically guarantees quicken, unless like Inzaghi doesn't skill on Mona and just switches instead.
I mean, you should better avoid the quicken, at least in the initial one. But the reason why I think this is better for PP Pig to go first is This is going to prevent, I believe, an application going onto any of these other characters. So Mona's going to skill here, and then going to be able to safely swap off and either tank all the damage on Fischl, who's the least important character after using her skill, or be able to, you know, waste a cryo application from Signora.
Yeah, we will see what the choice ends up being. Unfortunately, no quick swap. If PP Pig had one, he would be able to just guarantee the quicken here, but this will at least allow Inzaghi to switch over. He is going to go Manifestation, and there is that Manifestation damage that we've all grown to know and love, question mark?
Yeah. Ooh, okay, so one thing Inzaghi does have the ability to do, you know, Manifestation does give you +1 damage, although that's not going to refresh at the beginning of next round, so never mind. That is not a play. I was gonna say, you know, he could use Manifestation skill at the start of next round with Gamblers, but of course, until Fischl uses another skill, he will not be able to get a bonus damage, so it's only going to do 3 damage and not 1. And actually, Inzaghi ending here is not ideal for him, because no matter what he does on Manifestation, it will most likely target Fischl. And so PP Pig's going to have to very safely keep Linny and Nahida healthy.
But I wonder if it might be kind of worth to just keep Fischl at 1 HP. Like maybe like later on in the game, a stray Electro Charge would be able to just take her out without needing to worry too much about her. So not too certain, but for now, Inzaghi going to be sticking with the flexible option of making sure to end on Mona.
Yeah, and I think this is the right play for 2 reasons. One, you're eating the Electro application from Oz and wasting it on Mona, and 2, you actually want to end second in this one because you want your opponent to skill on Nahida so that a Manifestation's Lightning Rod is targeted on her. So very good play there by Inzaghi, recognizing that that is the best line in this situation.
Yeah, not to mention Mona providing the quick swap means that the Hydro application can immediately go into Electro Charge once Inzaghi is able to attack again. So pretty good lines here, and if you guys saw, the raffle has ended for this game. So if you didn't make it in time, make sure to keep your eyes peeled once we go into game number 3. For now, though, we'll see whether PP Pig can outmaneuver the potential damage coming out from the Thunderbird.
Thunderbird, aka Manifestation, aka Many. So many names. I think
many names.
I think that has the most names so far of any TCG card, and it's still contentious. Names. Oh my god. I thought we reached peak pun with Rin here in the previous cast, but apparently we're still bringing our A game with these puns here.
Yeah, we gotta get the puns out.
Action doesn't stop. Ooh, those dice actually look really bad for Inzaghi. 2 and 2.
And it's quite unfortunate. And the cards in hand are pretty useful for him as well, so it's gonna be hard to tune some of those. PP Pig does have Yayoi now, so...
Yeah, PP Pig's hand is kind of insane right now. He's got the Dispensary, which allows him to play any of those 3 1-cost cards for free. If he plays Yayoi, he has Cavarina, that 0-cost artifact, into a free Gilded. So he's effectively sitting potentially on 3 skills this turn. So that can really start piling on the damage. Whereas Inzaghi doesn't have that same combo. You know, we see Yayoi there, but no Gilded, no Lyre Song, notably either. So you have to see what he draws off of that Guoba, the stove card.
I think for now, PP Pig probably does need to do a little bit of dice tuning because he just has no Dendro to stay on Nahida. And an option would be to just not stay on Nahida because, like we mentioned, the Hydro Aura would do a lot of damage once the Lightning Rod has been attached.
Yeah.
But without Quick Swap means he would be giving up turn prio, basically.
Yeah, giving up turn priority and also wasting dice because you're probably going to swap to Fischl here and then swap back to Nahida. But it does leave Fischl open to just getting taken out. And, you know, if I think if PP Pig does that, Inzaghi's going to be perfectly happy just to get that Gambler's equipped there. So I don't think that's what we're going to see.
I feel like the play... Yeah, I think the play is to switch to Linny instead.
Okay.
Because this basically means that Inzaghi cannot safely switch to Thunder Manifestation.
Yeah.
Because that would be quite a lot of reaction damage. Does go for the Stove God. Gets Mao and the artifact right there.
Yeah. Mao is okay because a free Mao into Lotus is pretty strong here. Gonna give you a pretty safe avenue to swap into Manifestation, but without any reactions going down on Linny, not gonna do a ton of damage here.
I wonder if the play is just to avoid reaction by going to Signora, but that also doesn't quite feel right.
Yeah, you kind of want Senora to stay healthy as long as possible, because really, not flipping her and keeping up her revive. Of course, Senora is a card that does come in with a revive, provided you don't transform into Crimson Witch of Embers, which happens if you drop below 4 HP at the start of your round. So that's a crucial thing to look out for. If that does happen, it is a lot of damage. The damage race is very close with these two decks, so Inzaghi definitely wants to avoid that from happening.
We're now going to be able to draw a good amount of food now, giving Inzaghi a bit more options, since earlier he definitely had the much worse hand compared to what PP Pig had. But he is going to stay and scale on Mona, which I think is actually not a bad choice.
Yeah. I think you're kind of forced into this spot. You don't want to take damage on your other two characters, and your opponent hasn't really given you a good reason to use a skill here, but we're going to see this Yayoi engine come online right now. There's going to be a lot of free dice. Yeah. You can see Inzaghi's reaction there. He, these players have played against this so long, but it's still no less frustrating to play against. It's just so powerful, the amount of extra actions I can get out here. But at the very least, Senora will be able to freeze Linny here.
Do you go for the freeze here? I think
you have to. Freeze would deny
Linny. Would still have to... Actually, no. He can basic attack. That would be enough.
I think you want a skill here, because if you do trigger a freeze with the skill, the follow-up damage from Senora will reapply Cryo onto Linny, so you'll leave an extra element for a future reaction. So I think it is worth tuning one. I mean, your hand is kind of not great right now. Yayoi isn't really doing anything for you. You could equip Cavarina here. Maybe play Yayoi and Caverna for free, but then you can tune maybe one of the Lotuses. But the Lotuses are probably going to be very important going forward. So, unfortunately, yeah, having... Oh, okay, so he's going to tune one.
Okay, it is a hash brown, though, so I think that's definitely more worth to get rid of compared to the Lotus here. Considering the amount of aggression that is going to be coming out of the finale deck, Inzaghi going to be forced to make some exchanges, but I think it's still in a state where things are actually quite okay, especially since Inzaghi has actually been able to do a lot more effective damage onto PP Pig's side of the board.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Inzaghi decides to do here, because at 3 dice remaining, he's not going to have enough to swap and skill again on anything, so we might just see him go back to Mona, maybe equip that Heart of, that Vorukasha's Glow, which of course will draw him an extra card when Mona takes damage at end of turn, but also heal her for 1. Yeah.
I think that's probably the play here. I don't really see any other lines to go for at this point that would create big enough of an impact to, be a better option.
Yeah, you really want to save as much damage as you can on your 2 key characters here. Because I think Inzaghi in this matchup wants to play the game a little bit slower, right? PP Pig's going to be very aggressive to start off, but Inzaghi has kind of the defensive tools with the Mona Summon, soaking up damage, but also that Senora Revive actually being very crucial at generating extra value as well. But PP Pig's hand is just so good. He's going to be able to drop... Actually, I'm surprised he didn't drop a Seed Dispensary into something like that Sealy on his turn.
Yeah, he could have quite easily gotten 3 attacks out this turn, so... Might be a bit of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know what, you don't have any food in your hand, and again, Dispensary only works once a round. So if you play a card this round, then you can use it again in the next round, but even one missed attack on Sealy could end up mattering a lot, although he does have a Liaison on his hand. He might actually be going for, another follow-up attack with Liaison, but looks like no. Huh.
Actually, I think he will go for a... Ooh, okay,
Yayoi.
okay. Goes for the Yayoi. Yeah, that should discount the Gilded to be free once again, which means Nahida can actually get another attack out. And that's going to be quickened. And that means that this end phase damage, is it enough?
That was the plan.
Is it enough to lethal Mona?
I believe it is, because this is going to be 3 damage plus the trigger, and then Overload is going to be enough. Yeah, Mona's going to go down here.
Ooh, very well played there.
Okay, so that was the plan all along. Yeah, PP Pig was anticipating that, saving that Yayoi, and kind of, this is why finally is so fearsome of a deck, is this combination of Yayoi into a free Gilded, just being able to generate an extra skill out of nowhere and really ruin your plans.
And specifically keeping the Liar Song in hand until the very end of the turn as well, just to try and trick Inzaghi into ending turn early, thinking that PP Pig wouldn't be able to do a lot more. With Mona gone, that means quick swaps are gone, but he did just draw the egg.
He just drew a quick swap and an egg. Okay, so I think things are still okay for Inzaghi because, even though PP Pig was able to generate all of those dice, it still takes cards to use it up, and you know, over time you don't have infinite Liar Song, so that's one less Liar Song to worry about. You know, PP Pig is kind of out of gas, and Signora's gonna be able to freeze Nahida here before she bursts, which is gonna be really crucial.
Yeah, Inzaghi does still need to worry about the potential breakpoint of a Nahida burst with Adeptus.
Yeah.
But Signora is pretty comfortable here at full health. And yeah, if you get the freeze out, then that will no longer be an issue. What he has to be very afraid of right now is taking out one of PB Pig's characters, because I haven't lost yet into either Linny or Fischl here would actually do quite a lot of damage.
Quite a lot. Although Linny's super vulnerable right now. He has a lightning rod on him.
Ooh, that's true.
So Inzaghi does have the quick stop. There's a freeze there is very important because you need to deny the Nahida burst this round. Simply too much damage over the course of the round to do. But if PP Pig doesn't go for a quick swap and gets his Linny sniped, then it's going to be a really tough round for him, even with the I haven't lost jets. So we're most likely going to see a quick swap, maybe even a Tandoori this round. As Linny is probably going to need to soak up one more hit. Yeah, here come the Chef Maos.
So it looks like he is going to be planning to go for the Tandoori here. And if he's going for Tandoori, he is most likely going the quick swap.
Yeah, this is... that double Chef Mao is just so huge for PPK. You can see Inzaghi shaking his head. I mean, this is the board that is kind of perfect, right? PP Pig was able to get 2 dispensaries into both double Yayoi and double Chef Mao.
And he drew Adeptus and Egg from Chef Mao. Wow. PP Pig is high drawing from his deck this round. Inzaghi seeing the quick swap as well, just leaning his head back, thinking like, how does this man have so many good cards in his hand?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. You know, I think he is going to have to go for that Thunder Manifestation line. Most likely going to get Gamblers and at least better do 2 skills this round. So that is going to, however, leave him very vulnerable to Fischl. And yeah, Signora being at 4 is actually really important here. In fact, we might actually, maybe we'll just see a Signora burst.
Signora burst.
Yeah, at least get that 2 HP there. Take out Linny and get Signora at a little bit higher HP. And then rely on overloads to try and finish the game.
Yeah, I think that actually is the play.
Although that will lose, so that I haven't lost yet Fischl burst. That's going to counterattack.
I haven't lost the official burst. Oh yeah, he has Adeptus as well.
Yeah.
And just about enough dice to do it with Leave It to Me. So Inzaghi has to play around that.
I don't think you can play around. I mean, you know, you don't have to play around anything in Inzaghi because your opponent already had one of the best draws you can do out of finally. Just getting all of that dice generation right off the bat was so hard to come back from.
What is the correct move for Inzaghi in this situation here? Like, he does have a quick switch and Lotus.
Yeah.
It looks like he will be going over to Manifestation here. And that will be enough to take out Linny. But with Linny gone, then I haven't lost yet comes into play.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is his best line. If he stays on Signora, then there's no way for Signora to take out Linny without using her burst. But if Signora bursts, then he does lose immediately to that. I haven't lost yet Adeptus. Not even Adeptus, just I haven't lost yet burst out official and then set up the kill the next round on just Manifestation. I think this is his best line. You know, you use the gambles here. You at least get 2 skills out. You probably will have to eat the official burst, but Signora will still be alive, which is the important thing.
Ooh, actually gonna tune his I haven't lost yet as well.
Yeah.
Will successfully take out Linny, and with Gamblers now, this is actually a little dangerous for PP Pig. Even with Adeptus Fischl burst, it's actually not enough to take out Manifestation because of that Lotus.
Yeah.
So he does have to consider things right now.
I mean, I think you almost... I guess the other line is you could just I haven't lost yet and then end and revive like Linny as a potential option here, just to use up all of your dice and then just burst next round. And just not go through that Lotus. I think that's definitely an option here. I don't know if I like it that much. I think dealing as much damage as you can on Fischl seems pretty good to me. Because Fischl's going to be able to tank basically any hit next round from Manifestation as the active character if your opponent goes first. Although I guess if Manifestation gets 1 more skill off, then you'll be forced to end first. I think it's worth it though. Like, if you trigger Quicken here, it's very good for you because that Oz is going to do extra damage at end of round as well. Yeah,
that is fair, yeah.
I think you just Adeptus Burst. Like, you want to save that egg for next turn. And you could also save it for Nahida, but I think Adeptus is too important.
He will need to tune probably his I haven't lost yet in order to Adeptus Burst.
You shouldn't need to. Fischl
Actually,
burst
wait,
should be
yeah,
3.
no.
Yeah.
It's
so he
I
has enough
forget it's
dice.
black dice.
Yeah.
So yeah, he can just go for it.
I
Right
like that.
now, that would be 6 damage to Manifestation, 2 to Signora, 7 damage actually because of the Dendro application. That would
Ooh.
drop. Ooh, no burst.
Okay, gonna save that burst. I guess he wants to burst after Signora transforms.
That makes sense. But at this point, Signora would transform next round regardless of how much health she's at. So if he's keeping those 2 dice, but he can't exactly tune to
No, he's not gonna
revive
tune
either,
2,
unless he
yeah.
tunes 2.
I mean, I think it's fine letting those 2 dice go to worse. Oh, he's has to tune that egg. Yeah, I think tuning egg is still correct. You need to... Oh.
Lightning Rod should be on Fischl right now since Linny was already taken out. So the burst on Manifestation is actually pretty good because it basically forces a kill on one of PB Pig's characters.
Yeah.
I feel like not going for the burst here may have been a mistake. And he's not even gonna use the last 2 dice. Yeah, I think that was a misplay.
I think with with Inzaghi out of cards, I think PB Pig still has the advantage here. Losing Fischl is not a huge deal if you have turn priority because the Heater Burst coming at the start of next round is going to be enough. Oh, okay, never mind.
Ooh.
Right, that's a Vorakasha.
You always forget that end turn healing. So actually that changes everything.
That changes everything. Okay.
That is not a misplay. That was me not counting once again. And we do get another Gilded for PP Pig, so
Yeah.
even more dice to play around with. Having turn priority means that he can basically win this turn since he still does have Visual Burst with Adeptus.
Yeah, so skill there, of course, refreshing the Quicken on Fischl, which is very important, but also now leaving him with a Quicken stack without any Adeptus here. So yeah, we're going to see a burst here without, not even needing Adeptus.
Yeah.
But PvP has so many dice in his hands. He's got that second I haven't lost yet, because Fischl inevitably is going to go down to Signora. But with Egg, between Egg and Gamblers and oof, it's too much. I think Inzaghi hopefully isn't feeling too discouraged because I believe, you know, looking at the board state here, PvP did high roll quite a bit. That double seed dispensary, you know, into the Maos and the Yayois was simply too much to overcome. Even though Inzaghi does have his own Yayoi and Chef Maos, Inzaghi wasn't able to draw into his own Gilded early enough, and also didn't get to pay for those with dispensary. So this really just, in a very close matchup, this came down to who could just generate the most rolled amount of dice, and that ended up being PP Pig.
Well, with the Manta Knight Phantasmagoria, one Lightning Bird takes out another Lightning Bird. And that's going to be only Signora left for Inzaghi. Goes for the Adeptus Burst, just a handshake as things finish off because there's no way to take out both characters anymore. 11 damage, actually quite a lot.
Yeah, PP Pig does even have an egg to back this up. Like, even if he didn't have that, it would have been close. Yeah, both sides trading Adeptus Bursts. Well, at least PP Pig didn't go for the final bad mana move of reviving another character with egg, just to show Inzaghi that he had everything, but... Oh, that was a really bad defeat, I think, after a very difficult round 1, especially.
Inzaghi definitely attempted to switch out decks to see if he could regain some momentum by changing up the playstyle, but PP Pig gets one over him once again with victory in game number 2 after basically drawing every single card he could have wished for from the deck in quick succession. And now... one game is all that separates Inzaghi from the end of his journey here in the Asia Invitational.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for him to come back, but before we get to that, we have some more winners from the chat.
Yep. Congratulations to De La Hoya 629 and Ardian Tobagas. If you see your name up here, you are one of our raffle winners for game 2, and that means you got 1,000 primos waiting for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of primos.
It sure is.
You don't also forget there was I think a redemption code floating around as well for Lucky Coins. You know, I believe it is pinned in the chat in the Twitch. So if you are there, please go put that in. Lucky Coins almost as precious as Primo Gems for the TCG player. I know I am very low on those, so I am thankful for that.
I could probably use some of those. I should plug in that code myself after this because I am definitely missing a good number of TCG cards myself.
I mean, that Fontaine board is really pricey.
That is also true.
It is very beautiful, so highly encourage you to all use those funds wisely for whatever you want. But yeah, Inzaghi now in a pretty tough spot. You know, again, all the players in the lower bracket, the 2 sets that we're casting today, they've already lost their kind of extra life in the group stage. They're coming into here with elimination on the line. So if Inzaghi loses one more game, that's it for his journey in the Asia Invitational. He will take top 8.
With only one deck to play, and he is actually going to be bringing the Fire Station deck. I did name this previously, didn't get to use it because it got banned every single time, so I am definitely going to be calling it Fire Station as much as possible. Inzaghi going to be staying with the Mona Signora manifestation.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a good idea?
I mean, I guess he must think that this matchup is actually it's going to be one of 2 things. He either thinks that this is going to be a terrible matchup anyway, or like the most unfavored one, and I have to play it no matter what. I'm just going to get it out of the way. But I guess he must think that this is favorable, or at least gives him more flexibility to play around the aggressive openings more so than the stall decks. But yeah, I'm also pretty surprised. I mean, obviously these players know better than I do, but at the very least, I'm very excited to see this deck in action. It was banned, I think, both times that PvPig had the option to play it, or all 3 times, depending on how many matches he played in the group stages. But players are very afraid of this deck, despite him being the only one to actually use manifestation in this deck.
Yeah, this is basically the old Kaching overload with manifestation just directly subbed in for Kaching here. Very scary because the amount of damage you get from Bennett Burst on top of the Pyro Resonance can just snipe characters off without much issue at all. And we did see a Catherine as well in PvPig's deck, so there's some flexibility there to match with Mona.
Yeah, I do wonder actually, maybe the Ningguang deck doesn't match up super well into that because how much power this deck has to be able to take out characters in one big hit. You know, with Overload and Pyro Resonance and Thunder Manifestation's talents, actually 9 damage that comes out all in one go. And one of the ways you defeat stall decks is if you can take out their characters in one shot. They don't have the time to get value from their healing, and so in a lot of other matchups, it's pretty close, but maybe that's a particularly bad one. But either way, we'll have to see if Inzaghi can mount a comeback. He's going to have to reverse sweep this.
It doesn't matter how bad of a matchup any of his decks have left against this, because if he wants to move on in the competition, he has to win against Fire Station with all 3 of them. And that is going to be absolutely terrifying, especially when we consider like past performance. Inzaghi does seem like a player that wants to play off some momentum. And he's basically had all of it taken away from him this series.
I mean, it's a tough bracket, right? Again, we have 4 Prince Cup champions in the lower bracket, and 3 Prince Cup champions in the lower bracket. And PvPig, again, you know, from results in Diamond Cup, also a very capable player, obviously worthy of a Prince Cup title himself. So, I mean, I almost feel like the lower bracket, just in terms of the opponents, is more terrifying than the upper one. And even more so when you have no safety net.
It definitely is. It's quite interesting to see as well, because like you pointed out, PvPig is the outlier here, being the only player in the lower bracket that is not a Prince Cup champion, and yet here he is putting a Prince Cup champion on the rope. So if after like all the fire and flames, it's actually PvPig that makes it out of the lower bracket, that would be quite the story to tell.
Something. Yeah, and actually, funnily enough, you know, he is the one player that isn't a Prince Cup champion, but we actually have one. We have one player from each Prince Cup and then a representative from the Dynamic Cup. So this lower bracket is like the full representation of all of the tournaments and invitees in here. But yeah, we'll see if Inzaghi can mount a comeback here.
Is it going to be the Fire Station that comes out on top, or the Water Station, the Water Ice Station?
I don't know.
It's just a nice, cool drink.
I mean, who knows? We haven't really seen Freeze play that much. It's very much a Mona manifestation deck.
Absolutely. But it is game 3. That means we got another raffle for all of you. I'm sure you guys have picked up the memo by now. If you want the chance to win 1,000 primos, enter the comments which player you think is going to win, as well as your UID, and you stand a chance to have your names read out by us on the cast.
Yeah,
that's quite an honor.
Yeah, it's priceless and worth more than 1,000 primos.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even. Yeah. I mean, you're probably rooting for Inzaghi here if you like primos, because if he wins this, we go into another game, you get another chance to win here. But either way, I mean, I always root for the underdog. So being down 2 games, I mean, the posture of Inzaghi right now is kind of heartbreaking to me right now, because you can see he's very much looks defeated after those last 2 games. They were very close, but just like the tiniest edges have allowed PvPig to kind of get the momentum in this set.
I think when you compare these two players directly, PvPig is definitely the one that would be better in a situation where he's like down 2-0. So Inzaghi, unfortunately, being in this position instead means that, yeah, it's going to be very tough for him to try and overcome this mental block. And as we see the game progressing, PvPig already has Bennett Burst ready. So it's going to be quite scary. Inzaghi does do quite a bit of damage here, though.
Actually, one crucial thing and that we kind of missed at the beginning, PvPig did get to go first this round, and that's actually super important because if PvPig had gone second, oh no.
He top-decked it.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's actually huge.
He actually drew Bennett talent with the strategize. He did not have that. And that's like really big in this deck particularly. The raffle has just ended.
Yeah.
And
I think PvPig won his own raffle there drawing that Bennett talent. So many times, you know, I've cast these tournaments and it's always the Bennett talent comes one turn late and that's so devastating. But the fact that it came in right on time for PvPig, Inzaghi's not going to be happy to see that. And I was interrupted before, but it was so important that PvPig goes first because in this matchup, if Inzaghi had gone first, he would have had turn priority and ended first, which would have allowed him to threaten Bennett before getting that burst off. But because PvPig was going first, was able to get 2 skills and end before Inzaghi, he's completely safe pretty much from anything that Inzaghi's deck can pull out. So this talent is going to be really devastating.
And now that the Fantastic Voyage has come out, it doesn't even matter that Bennett still has the Lightning Rod on him. He is basically expendable at this point. Yes, it's nice if he stays alive to potentially get it out again if you're not able to end the game in time. But yeah, that's not usually the win condition. Even if Inzaghi is able to finish off Bennett here, it's still going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think it is important you finish off Bennett here just to get rid of that talent. So one of the ways PvP can really snowball this game out of Inzaghi's reach is if he manages to play in a way that manages to let him refresh Bennett Burst. A second Bennett Burst with talent would be completely unwinnable, I think. So it's very much worth it for Inzaghi. He has that Gamblers in hand. He has Manifestation talent, so he's going to be able to draw quite a lot of cards and generate quite a lot of dice. You know, he does have Gilded right now, but I think it is worth it to re-equip with that Gamblers. Maybe it's too important, though, with Lyre Song. This is actually a pretty crucial turning point. Does he replace Gilded right now for Gamblers, or does he draw an extra card, but deny himself 2 dice? He's going to re-equip.
He's going to get rid of that.
That's actually really unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough choice to have to make, but I think it's still better to go for that extra dice at this point, because if he is able to outlast in terms of dice advantage this turn, then he might still be able to grab some advantage back for himself, because PvPig, you want to avoid giving him too many chances to go in. And I do like that Inzaghi went for the Hash Brown play as well, because you have to play around Pyro Resonance here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's actually one very crucial point. And we see, of course, PvP with the Pyro Resonance hand. So as a reminder, you know, Pyro Resonance plus a reaction plus Manifestation passive is exactly 9 damage. So without something like a Tandoori or something else, then it's not enough to take our Manifestation here. But might see PvP just go for it anyway, just to get that damage out.
I think this might be enough actually still.
Oh yeah, it's 11.
Bennett Burst.
Yeah, Bennett Burst. Right. I don't normally play with Bennett Burst.
That is so much damage. It's actually crazy because you do 3 damage, plus 1 from Lightning Rod, plus 2 from Bennett.
Yeah.
I've already lost count. So my math is not that good, but we did see 11 damage. So instantly, Inzaghi is on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaghi still had to Hash Brown there, because if you didn't Hash Brown, you still lose to Pyro Resonance, but if your opponent doesn't have it, then it's important you Hash Brown there in order to survive the extra hit. But, I mean, this is kind of the tough up where your cards just don't line up well against your opponents. And I think we saw that in Game 1 as well. Oh, sorry, the previous game, where PvPig's cards were just a lot better than Inzaghi's at the right time. I mean, we saw very similar boards where both had Yayoi, both had Chef Mao, but in terms of timing and when those cards came out and how much dice you had to spend to play them, PvPig was in a clear advantage. And in an aggro versus aggro matchup, it's all about the numbers. It's about who can put on the damage faster and more efficiently to kind of take the advantage here. And with that Bennett Burst there, with Manifestation, who is the main damage dealer on Inzaghi's side, I think is really seeing his chances at making a comeback go down pretty fast.
Even going to be able to use I haven't lost yet on the same turn here. Not sure if he's going to burst. I don't know if he needs to, but
yeah, I think you still burst. I mean, it's more efficient. You have so many tools and you're just so far ahead. Okay, it's still going to just be a normal.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I think we are witnessing the swan song here for Inzaghi, because how do you come back from this situation?
Yeah, and this freeze from Signora isn't going to be that good, because next round Bennett Burst is still up, and PvP is going to have the advantage. And even though he didn't really utilize the healing this round, next round is when that healing is going to be really adding up. Signora can't actually apply... I mean, we've kind of talked about this during the Jean matchup as well, right? Jean versus Barbara Kukomi. Those two characters can't apply enough damage to get through Jean's tenacity and her healing. In this situation with Bennett Burst up, Inzaghi can't. Oh, I really like this Liven play here. Saving that Hydro Aura for next round.
I think that is wise. It's much more important for him to make sure that PvP can't use his dice next round as compared to now. He technically could have still frozen because the Mona summon would apply Hydro at end turn, but getting dice advantage as well is basically the best that he can go for.
Yeah, so PvP is going to have to see if he can end the game on clear here, although...
What are these dice?
Wow. The other thing is PvP has a line where he could revive Bennett and just start normal attacking on Bennett to heal him back up. And he drew a second talent, so he could even redeploy Burst here, start the cycle all over again. Oh, man.
I can't remember if Inzaghi had a fried egg in hand. I feel like he did.
I think he did. He might have... So I think he drew at the beginning. He might have put it away because it's not a card you want at the beginning. But we'll have to see. Oh, that is a fried egg in his hand. So he does have the ability to revive Manifestation, which probably is going to be required if he's going to do anything. But he's going to really plan out his moves carefully.
The problem if he were to bring Manifestation back out here is that if Signora attacks and freezes Manifestation, Lightning Rod will not get reapplied to Manifestation. So that wouldn't be the most ideal either.
I think you're okay with that. I mean, if Manifestation takes a freeze here and then gets dealt 1 extra damage, because you won't be able to get that healing, then it'll still be vulnerable to a hit at the beginning of next round, or just 1 attack from anything. So I think it's fine. You're kind of forced into that play. If Manifestation gets any healing out this round, you're just doomed. Yeah, so Elemental Skill is kind of forced play here. There's really nothing else that you can or want to do in this situation. Ooh, second Lotus.
We have to note, though, that Klee is still also a very efficient character. The number of attacks she can get out in 1 round with how her charged attack works with skill is very scary. Especially when you add on to the fact that he does have Northern Smoke Chicken in hand. So even without reactions at this point, just the Bennett Burst would be enough for Klee to potentially 1v1 Signora. But we will have to see. Signora Burst is still an option if he's able to build that up.
The problem Inzaghi is going to face here, though, is if he does... So one of the ways Bennett Burst can be really annoying, if you're not used to playing with it, is if you... The healing is actually very important. If you deal too much damage and let your opponent basically get more value out of Bennett Burst, that's actually worse for you. So in this spot, Inzaghi actually doesn't really want to hit Klee too much. Like, if he can keep Klee at 7 for this turn and survive, that's actually optimal. You don't want them to get any value from Bennett, because any damage you do with Signora is just going to get healed right back up with Klee. So I think even a normal attack here might not be out of the question.
The thing is... do you really want to just play around that timer for now? I mean, you could wait and hope that you survive until next round when the Bennett Burst runs out.
I mean, I think you have to. I think you have to, because you're not winning this round. There is no way Signora on that amount of dice is going to be able to chew through a Bennett Burst. So yeah, like I said, that normal attack makes the most sense. Keeping Klee up, it's actually very important. If he skills there and brings Klee back down below 7 to 6, then Klee just gets to heal back up to 8. So in fact, he's actually saving himself damage by normal attacking there instead of using the skill.
For now, it does look like PvP is just going to use a Lotus, because why not? He still has so much value food in hand that you can afford to just use one here. And that may allow him to get some good attacks out. Even going to be pulling out the Opera. So now Klee has potentially 3 or 4 attacks, depending on how the combination goes. Yeah, this is looking very tricky for Inzaghi.
Yeah, and Inzaghi also has Lyre Song and Ball Princess in hand, but no good artifacts to use them with. And I mean, that's kind of the trouble sometimes with this Magic Engine. We've seen it be so powerful, the combination of Gilded Dreams, Lyre Song, and Ball Princess into re-equipping artifacts. But it is very possible to draw those cards out of order. And sometimes, if that happens at the wrong opportunity, you know, it's just really bad.
Looks like Inzaghi will go for the revive. So Thunder Manifestation, welcome back to the land of the living. At least that is some damage, because the thing is, PP Pig, I feel like actually has enough dice to break through Signora this turn, even through Reincarnation.
I think he does.
So having like an extra character to maybe eat a hit is quite important right now for Inzaghi to keep himself in the game.
But there's really nothing Inzaghi can do here because he's so low on dice, right? You're not going to swap to Manifestation this round. I mean, we might see a swap just to eat damage and try and keep Signora above 7, but he's not going to be looking to... You know, the wrong move would be to try and get through that Lotus. So he's just going to end.
He's ending the right play. Does he still have... I can't remember what artifact was on Signora. I don't think it was gilded,
I think he has to end because Manifestation is the one that's going to do the most damage. And he has that quick swap. So I think what he's setting up for next round is a quick swap onto Manifestation and then hope that Signora can finish because it'll leave... let's see. You'll leave an Electro. There'll be a Cryo Application on the opposing Manifestation as well. So Signora can burst that down. I think this is the right move. Again, any damage you deal this round is just going to get negated, especially after that Lotus. So even though it's painful to end here and waste 2 dice, this is the right move. And I think ending on Signora is smart because you want to keep 2 characters alive as long as possible. The one problem, or I guess the one weakness of these Overload double pyro decks is they're not good at dealing 1 damage, right? I mean, you see like the Nemo Swell decks, any decks with Electro Charge, like they're very good at taking out outfield characters on 1. But for PP Pig to take out the Manifestation on 1, he's going to have to commit 3 dice no matter what. It's going to have to be a skill. So I really like this play from Inzaghi here. It looks like Signora will probably go down and force a revive. I think PP Pig should just go for the attack here. It is 1 basically extra point of damage. Whether or not you proc the revive this round or the next one, it doesn't matter. And you already have lost turn priority. So you might as well build up to that Clee Burst because that might actually come in to play. So I think he is going to want a Clee Burst at the start of next round.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to look at it and see if there is any alternative way of going about it. But yeah, what you say is correct. No matter what, Signora is going to transform next turn and have Burst available. So may as well get that energy for yourself. End turn. Inzaghi now will have a 9 damage burst actually because of the melt.
Yeah, but I think with that Lotus in PP Pig's hand, so I mean, one of the outs Inzaghi had, if your opponent doesn't have Lotus, you can burst on Signora here, take out Clee. Your opponent's Manifestation takes you out, but you have exactly enough to take out the opposing Thunder Manifestation with your own skill. But that Lotus is going to seal Inzaghi's fate, I believe, because it's going to allow PP Pig's Manifestation to tank that extra hit from Inzaghi's own Manifestation. I mean, I think Inzaghi played exactly how he needed. Honestly, I don't really see a particular moment in that game where he made any missteps, but the opponent's draw was just simply too good. And again, I think, honestly, this came down to who went first. If Inzaghi had gone first this round, the game looks very different because he gets to threaten Bennett. But PP Pig does manage to win that coin flip of going first in this match and doing so in a situation where he was already 2 games ahead. I mean, it's devastating for Inzaghi, but that's kind of how GITCG can go, how Genius Invokation can be sometimes. But once that Lotus comes down, we're going to see Inzaghi, I think, I mean, he knows this is coming. Like, this is the one card that PP Pig needs, and of course, he does have it.
That's really all it comes down to, huh, sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, all things considered, Inzaghi put up a very good performance here despite losing characters so quickly and so early. But with that end turn, we can see PP Pig finally breaking out of his stone-faced nature and actually celebrating his win. 3-0 clean sweep to PP Pig as he knocks Inzaghi out of the competition and keeps his journey alive.
Yeah, you can see the grace of these 2 players there. PP Pig's very... I mean... Despite being a 3-0 sweep, PP Pig knows how close a lot of those matches are, and these players realize what a lucky hand looks like. I think PP Pig knows that he drew so well in, I think both rounds 2 and 3, right? 2 and 3, his hands were so good. They just lined up so perfectly against what Inzaghi had. Really, the one game that was kind of very close and that maybe Inzaghi could have done differently was that game 1.
Yeah, the heart of the cards was on his side this time, just like it's on the side of
Stevilerborn
Yeah.
and Dive into the 9. You two are our raffle winners for this game.
Stavelli Reborn. Stevelelli Reborn.
I don't know. Yeah. Your name is cool though. Like we can't pronounce it, but that just makes it cooler.
Yeah, congratulations. We had a lot of winners here. I mean, unfortunately, PP Pig did, in a 3-0 does mean we all have less chances at going for the raffle there, but very deserved win. And here is the code, of course, for redeeming lucky coins.
Yep, we mentioned this earlier. This is a redemption code that you guys can use in-game right now. If you're lacking some lucky coins to get some new cards or to get that very fancy Fontaine board, as you mentioned, then make sure to redeem it. It is only going to be valid until the end of today, so you don't want to miss out.
End of today, our time. So it's going to be a couple hours from when the stream is live. Because if you're watching this stream after the fact on a VOD, check the time quick, because you might have a couple of hours to do it. But if you're watching live, you still have about 6 or 7 hours to redeem that code. So make sure you get it done, because lucky coins are hard to come by.
They definitely are. Like, you'd have to wait every week and make sure to grind out your lucky coins. So this is just a chance to be able to get some extra for this week as well. If you're just one card away from building that new meta deck, then this is one code you don't want to miss out on. But man, that was quite the match. I think
the match.
Neither of us expected it to go this way, right?
Yeah, I mean, it really was unfortunate. I think that, that first match was very close, and, one wrong decision, one wrong calculation really decided that matchup. But then the next two were just really unfortunate. I don't think anything Inzaghi did was particularly out of line. It's just PP Pig had all of the tools in those matchups, and I mean, that's kind of just how TCG is. I mean, all of these players here understand that. They've been on this spot before. They've won tournaments off of their own good luck. And it is unfortunate though, but Inzaghi is our first player eliminated from the top 8 in the elimination bracket. I mean, it's called that for a reason. And yeah, and PP Pig will have one more chance to prove his mettle moving forward. We'll be facing off, I believe, against the winner of the next match for, again, another opportunity to come back and maybe perhaps take the championship title.
Now, we are getting into the point of the competition where even Prince Cup champions are starting to bow out of the competition. So these matches are getting even more intense, and the players have to be even more on their A game every single time they walk up onto that stage, because every single thing is going to matter. Whether or not you can overcome if RNG is not in your favor, whether or not you can keep your mentality in the game, even if the first couple of sets don't go in your favor. And in this case, PP Pig was able to keep his head cool. And we can see in the numbers here, that is a pretty high single strike, but that game one definitely pulling the average rounds up real high.
Very high there. Yeah, I mean, I think that was 12 rounds you said, right? Yeah, so that was quite a long game here, but very well earned victory for PP Pig. Definitely a favorite, I think, in the group stage that he was in, but getting knocked down to the lower bracket, but definitely proving that he has what it takes to go toe-to-toe with other Prince Cup champions.
Looking at the heart rate as well, something that I did point out earlier was that PP Pig as a player typically has pretty low heart rates.
Yeah, it's true.
So considering that he's about even with Inzaghi throughout this whole series just shows how close some of these games got.
Yeah, and despite these numbers looking very high, this is actually pretty tame for what we've seen from past participants here. I mean, there's a lot on the line here, so, high heart rates are to be expected. We don't want players to... I think if you look too relaxed, you're going to get knocked out and make too many mistakes. So it's good to see these players at least have a little bit of anticipation going into their matches.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate end for the journey of Inzaghi, but he has definitely put up a great show while he's been here in the Asia Invitational, and we wish him all the best, and to see him on stage again whenever we have the next tournament. And of course, congrats to PP Pig for making it through once again. But we do still have one more match before the day ends, and that as well is going to be exciting because it's going to be between two Prince Cup champs.
Yeah, so there's going to be two... Yeah, we're already knocked out one Prince Cup champion. We're going to see another one go home. The question really is which one. Is it going to be our Prince Cup champion from Korea, from the Prince Cup Korea, or is it going to be our champion from the Prince Cup Japan? Unfortunately, one of them will get knocked out. We only had one representative from each of those Prince Cups in the tournament, and as luck would have it, they are facing off against each other in this elimination bracket. So
it does mean that we will officially lose representation from an entire Prince Cup.
Yeah.
at the end of today. There's not too much we can do about it. As we can see up on screen right now, it is going to be the match between Stranger and Chikuwa. Both these players actually had somewhat mirrored journeys as well, both losing their first game in the group stage, going into the lowers, and then making it all the way here. So there's a lot of parallels.
Yeah.
But that parallel line is going to be cut short for one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really, you know, all of these matchups are so close. You know, I really, it's hard to favor any one person. And I think in that matchup particularly, because of how close in skill level these players are, it's so easy for just, you know, a good hand to really come out on top and maybe a good matchup. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens in the next round.
Yep, sometimes that is all it takes. But for now, we're going to jump into some highlights for this matchup here, as well as take a short break before we go on into Stranger versus Chikuwa to end the day. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll see you later.
Opera walks the line between truth and fiction. For though the story is fictional, as far as the characters are concerned, their fate is real. Therein lies the rub. Are you and I the audience, or characters on the stage? Nobody can know for sure. After all, nothing is easier to fool than the senses. We know only one thing for certain, that the prophecy is true. Because in this show, the prophecy is a part of all characters' fates. Don't believe me? So, you still haven't noticed that I'm not even speaking to you. This is just a recording playing in your head. Now, do you see? The prophecy has come true, and everything has been lost to the Great Flood. And you are the only one I have left. And so, while fate may seem like it's playing cruel jokes on you, only fate will not deceive you. Unless you can first deceive fate itself.
It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that? Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me. I'm not the killer.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake! It has to be! There's no way!
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She'd force my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell. I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
Hmm? You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
Lady Farina's dramatic twists never fail to amaze. You can never predict whether her next song will be a rousing soprano or a melancholy contralto, nor where her whirling dance will next lead the audience's gaze. That was a snippet from one of the most popular editions of the Steambird.
I knew you'd miss me.
Farina has an entourage of hydro-proficient companions to assist her in various capacities. To show her gratitude, she occasionally invites them to her tea parties. With the world's doors open wide before her, the notion of a stage is not so narrowly defined. While Farina is in the party, the cooldown of xenochromatic Fontamer aberrant skills is reduced. Farina's normal attack can combo up to 4 sword strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Using a charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to unleash her Pas Seul aura, dealing physical damage to nearby enemies, and changing Farina's Arca alignment. Periodically, when Farina's normal attack hits, a Spirit Breath Thorn or a Surging Blade descends on the enemy, dealing Numa or Usia-aligned hydro damage based on her current Arca alignment. Her elemental skill invites the guests of the Salon Solitaire into battle to support her performance. When Farina's Arca alignment is Usia, she scatters a spray of celebratory bubbles, dealing AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and summons the 3 members of the Salon Solitaire. Namely, Gentilhomme Usher the Ball Octopus, Surintendant Cheval Moran the Bubbly Seahorse, and Mademoiselle Crabaletta the Armored Crab. The Salon members periodically attack nearby enemies, prioritizing the active character's target, and deal hydro damage based on max HP. When a Salon member attacks, the strength of the attack increases based on the number of nearby party members whose current HP is over a certain percentage, and consumes some HP from them. The more characters that meet the requirements, the greater the increase. When Farina's Arca alignment is Numa, she summons the Singer of Many Waters, which periodically heals nearby active characters by an amount based on max HP. If Farina's elemental skill summons are on the field when she uses a charged attack, the lineup switches to match her new Arca alignment. The Salon members and Singer of Many Waters share a duration, so when the lineup changes, the new guests inherit the remaining duration. While Salon members or Singer of Many Waters exist, Farina can walk on water. After unlocking the talent Unheard Confession, Farina's elemental skill is enhanced in 2 ways. Damage dealt by Salon members is increased, and the interval between heals from the Singer of Many Waters is decreased, both scaling with max HP. The maximum buff that can be obtained this way has a certain limit.
Time to shine!
Harnessing the spirit of revelry, Farina's elemental burst creates a stage of bubbles and foam that deals AoE hydro damage based on her max HP, and causes all party members to enter the Universal Revelry state. While in Universal Revelry state, each time a nearby party member's HP rises or falls, Farina gains 1 stack of fanfare per 1% of their max HP that is gained or lost. The damage dealt by, and incoming healing bonus of, all nearby party members will be increased based on Farina's fanfare. When the duration ends, all stacks of fanfare are clear. The tides of life ebb and flow like an endless waltz. After unlocking the talent Endless Waltz, when the active character in your party receives healing, if the source of the healing is not Farina herself and the healing overflows, then Farina will periodically heal a nearby party member by a certain percentage of their max HP for a short duration afterward. While Farina prefers the Opera House stage to the theater of combat, she has some insight into the common ground between battle and acting. Just a little fanfare can turn an impromptu performance into a tour de force. Farina's primary tool in combat is her elemental skill, with which she summons her entourage to assist her in battle. By switching between her guests with her charged attack, she can change her Arca alignment to suit the demands of the battle. When energy is full, Farina fashions a stage out of foam and bubbles. As she accrues fanfare from her fellow party members, she bolsters their combat capabilities, building up to a glorious finale fit for the finest opera. While I can't claim much expertise when it comes to opera, I have heard that actors often rehearse in front of the mirror. On the one hand, they need to immerse themselves in the character and the scene, and on the other, they must see themselves from the perspective of the audience to decide whether their act is emotionally compelling. I'm sure that Farina, too, has spent time adjusting her technique in front of the mirror all alone. But I wonder, who is it that she really sees looking back at her?
As we witness the trophy before the Shanghai skyline, we welcome you back to the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals for our final match of the day of the elimination phase. My name's Staffa, and once again, welcome back.
And I'm Blep at Blep the Cat. We saw some really cool matches in the last one, but yeah, we're about to dive into our last match.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting one once again, and thank you everyone for joining us on this amazing adventure. If you guys have any feedback that you want to share with us, opinions, things that we could improve, things we're doing good about the tournament, the stream, the games, the players, us, make sure you guys scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen and let us know. Your feedback is always very important to us, so thank you very much for those of you who are willing to share with us what you think.
Yeah, and really that you people watching back at home right now are the most knowledgeable at what would make this viewing experience better for you. So, you're the most qualified out of everyone here who, you know, have been working hard to make this event happen and knowing what would keep you watching, I guess, even more. So yeah, definitely let us know your feedback. It is very, you know, important to hear that kind of stuff.
For those of you who did just join us, now we got to witness PV Pig's secure victory against Inzaghi, but now we're going to watch 2 Prince Cup champions.
Yeah, so we have these statistics here of the players and their kind of how they performed in the group stages overall, and we saw a very even matchup in the last one, but not this one. It's very different.
Ooh, yeah, Chikuwa just maxed out in strongest single strike and average rounds, as well as even bursts.
Yeah.
And now we get to look at their decks. And there is something interesting there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, Chikuwa did bring that Ningguang double Hydro deck in the group stage, but elected not to bring it, and instead is running that Bennett Kaching. Ooh, okay, well, never mind. Those decks are going to be banned.
Players just deciding, I don't want anything different this game. And you know, it's kind of understandable because they want to be in the matchups that they're more used to playing against, especially with their tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty good set of bans from each side. You know, the Bennett Kaching deck, we saw it once on camera already, but Bennett particularly has been a little bit underplayed, I think, for the tournament. You know, it wasn't seen as one of the top meta decks of the series, but it's proven to be very powerful.
We get to see the first decks that the players are going to be bringing to the field here. And like we mentioned before the break, this is going to be a matchup between 2 champions of the Prince Cup. And these are unfortunately the only players remaining from their respective Prince Cups. So after this, we're only going to have 1. So which of these 2 players are going to make it out on top? Let's show you. Champions in their own right now face off on the Cat's Tail stage to determine who will be the victor. Our first player, cool and collected, calm and expressionless, but a player that is no stranger to the spotlight. Champion of Prince Cup Korea, Stranger, takes the stage. And on the opposite end, it is of course going to be the happy-go-lucky man of the Asia Invitationals. Very expressive, but able to pull out hidden weapons when necessary. The champion of Prince Cup Japan. Give it up for Chikuwa.
It's kind of crazy. It's really,
Literally pulled out a hidden weapon.
Wow. Okay.
I can read the future.
So much difference between the personalities of these 2 players. Like, Stranger has always been very reserved. His emotion doesn't really show during his gameplay. And Chikuwa is quite the opposite. Very expressive, wears his emotions on his sleeve. And again, like, I always think if you look over at his table, you can see exactly what he has in his hand, just based on his facial expressions. But it's gonna cool to see these 2 players play. And actually, both these players have taken the stage before. You know, actually, you should have, you know, these 2 players were both present at WCG Busan, have played not directly against each other, but in that same tournament.
That is the case. I do remember from all that time ago as well. Both of these players were individuals that I had a lot of expectations on overall. I actually went in thinking that Stranger would just be the favorite to win it all, and then he actually got eliminated first. So that just defied all expectations right out the gate. I imagine he's definitely got something to prove after that sort of performance.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's so... You know, it's so close with like all of these professional players. You know, these matches can come down to 1 or 2 decisions in the game. So even a very capable player, a 1 wrong slip up could cost you. And of course, as we remember, this is the elimination bracket. So one of these 2 players will be sent home after today.
And we got our entertained audience in the crowd right there, right in front of the stage as well. We did highlight how having live audience with eyes on you can definitely have a certain degree of effect, especially on players who are newer to a physical stage. But both of these players have been there before, so I don't think that's going to be a big problem this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like I don't see our Navia in the audience anymore, so I guess they had to leave to take care of more important things. and maybe something else called them. But I mean, thanks for everyone in chat who is currently sticking with us. It has been a long day, and we're about to get to the last match, but it is getting pretty late for some people, and definitely here as well for us. I mean, honestly though, if you're in chat, you are still hoping for this to go to all 5 games, because as you remember, there is a raffle that is ongoing for every single match. So the more matches that do get played in this best of 5 means more chances to win Primo Gems.
For those of you who may have just joined us now and may not know what Blep is referring to, there are raffles happening every single game, not every match, every game. So it's very easy to participate as well. You just have to type something in the comments. We'll tell you what to do after this, and you stand a chance to win 1,000 Primo Gems.
Yeah, no, don't quite start yet. And I know I was in Twitch chat earlier watching the first set, and a lot of people were spamming them when the raffle was not ongoing. But as we are about to jump into the first match, this is going to be a very interesting one, I think.
It's going to be very interesting because one of these 2 players is going to be ending their journey here again. And we'll find out whether or not the other can bring it to a close. It's gonna be Stranger versus Chikuwa, and there's your marker, guys. The raffle is ongoing. Type in the comments right now which of these 2 players you think is going to come out on top, and include your UID so we can send you your rewards if you're chosen.
Yeah, Stranger here electing to use this Tartaglia aggro deck. Again, we've seen Signora Thunder Manifestation paired together several different ways. We've seen Mona, we've seen Yelan, and now Tartaglia is a favorite of competitors, I think, of Prince Cup Korea. We've only seen this deck out of them. Must be something that they're very fond of playing here. I do think this is going to match up not great into the finally deck. Fischl, Nahida, Linny, of course, another popular choice for everyone in the tournament. And yeah, we're seeing a non-Signora start, mainly because, you know, the finally deck can threaten Tartaglia into round 1 before he gets a chance to burst.
Yeah, the Tartaglia variant of this deck typically is aggro, and we have seen a lot of players in the group stage just stay on Tartaglia to build up his burst, because there typically isn't anything that directly threatens him on the opposing side. But here, we know the dangers of the finale deck. If you stay on one character too long, they are going to get sniped out from under you, so that's something they want to avoid at all costs.
Yeah, look at the hands. Stranger's got an interesting one. Oh, very quickly playing that Gilded Dreams there. Oh, he's going quick. Wow.
Ooh.
He knows this opener. Okay.
I mean, I like it. I do enjoy when players are able to make their decisions very quickly, very efficient. It shows us a degree of confidence, but it has also caused mistakes. Not just in the past. I feel like we saw that today as well. So you got to be able to reach a balance.
Yeah, and I think Stranger's really just playing to the dice that he's been dealt here, and also just in this matchup, knowing that he can't stay on Tartaglia, is going to go through another very powerful opening that players identified very early. This combination of Signora, Manifestation. So what's going to happen is we're going to see Stranger go to Manifestation, and Manifestation is going to be able to use his skill and target Fischl, even if she was off field, and that's going to use up that Cryo application and allow Signora's follow-up passive there. You see that Cryo Biting Cold or Sheer Cold is going to... Oh! Okay, I was going to wonder. So Chikuwa is going to choose to play around that combo by swapping off of Fischl.
You're not going to be able to escape the Thunder Manifestation regardless if you do get that Lightning Rod applied. So choosing not to get Oz out to make sure that he's not vulnerable to the Sheer Cold combo is pretty smart, but will slow down his momentum somewhat.
Yeah, so both sides basically taking slightly unusual lines for each deck to play around each other. So already the mind games and kind of the chess games are happening here. But Chico's dice are not very favorable for him right now. He doesn't have a Gilded to help fix his dice.
Kane just started as well, so obviously does not have the cards necessary to be able to tune those away, nor any ramp to feed it into. If it really comes down to it, he may actually be forced to round 1 Stove God.
Yeah, and actually one of the really crucial things, so Stranger, because he played that Gilded round 1, we see in Chico's hand that blue card second from the left is Opera Epicles. Now remember, that will fix your dice, but you have to have more equipments, cost equipped than your opponent. But because Stranger has that Gilded, he's at 3, and Chico doesn't actually have enough artifacts or weapons in hand to beat that, and so he's not actually able to use that Opera.
Yeah, that feels bad as well, because that could have been the difference to get a Nahida skill out, and then that would have been a burning reaction to do even more end phase damage. So sometimes these small things really do make an impact. For now, it looks like he's
Ooh, is he actually gonna tune 2
He's gonna
cards?
tune that. Yeah, I mean, I think tuning Opera is very good here because you're not really going to have to bank on being able to use it anytime soon. And yeah, he's gonna prioritize the skill.
Alright, gonna be able to get the burning out. No reaction from these 2 summons, but it's still okay because that's going to be able to also whittle down the manifestation to pretty low health. And hopefully you guys have been able to participate in our raffle because it has just ended for this game. But don't worry, if you didn't make it in time, we still have more raffles coming in Game 2.
Yeah, and I feel like Game 2 is going to go pretty quick. Oh, Chico drawing another Opera, and that's basically a dead card for him at this point. So only going to be able to use that for tuning. This opener would have been so good if Stranger didn't have that Gilded. But Stranger now having that Gilded Dreams equipped, denying Opera, and Chico really having to pray for dice here because he's running low on cards. Oh.
You really wish he was on the other side of the board right now with dice like that.
Yeah.
That is not good.
Look at the confident plays out of Stranger here. Immediately just switching to Tartaglia, knowing that what he's going to do from the beginning. Oh.
If he had enough dice, he could have actually built up enough to adapt this burst on Nahida this turn.
Yeah, Chico, I think, was really hoping for Gilded. If he had drawn Gilded there, it would have unlocked his Opera in his hand, would have fixed his dice, would have been the perfect card for him this round. But he misses on that, and now he's in a really tough spot.
Yeah, what is even the play at this point? You cannot afford to tune. You can't even really switch to Official and Skill because you need to tune a card for that as well. And again, no ramp to feed his bad dice into. It's just a really bad spot. And where did the Stove God he had earlier go? Did he?
He played it. He
did play it. Okay.
Yeah, so he drew 2 cards there, drawing into Opera and that Heart of Cavarina there. I think we're just going to see a normal attack. So the really awkward thing is he can't even swap to Fischl here because Fischl will just get frozen by Tartaglia.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, Chikua is just in a really... I mean, Stranger seeing this normal attack is going to be really happy.
Yeah. It's immediately clear when you see Chikua tune to normal attack that he has basically the worst dice in the world. So that's like a go-ahead for Stranger to do whatever he wants this round without having to worry about being punished.
Yeah, and Chikua there just hoping to draw something off of that heart trigger, but not finding it. And Stranger with a full hand... You know, not under threat of Nahida at all, and yeah, being forced. Not even Linny here isn't going to do anything. Ooh, this is not a good.
What he's basically doing by switching to Linny is to try and put Stranger in a situation of, I don't have dice for Nahida, but maybe I have dice to do something here, and maybe intimidate Stranger into switching off.
No, what I think he's going to do here, he's going to bait Stranger into using up his dice on Linny, and then going to go to Fischl to at least skill one more time. I mean, that's all he can do with his dice, and yeah, Stranger is even going to not allow... Well, I guess this is still fine. Now you can go to Fischl. So either way, this works out.
Actually may have worked. Like, I think Stranger was actually intimidated by the possibility that he had Pyro dice instead. So, if that was the play from Chikua, it actually did pay off in this situation. But Stranger still gonna get turn Prio with the Paimon ramp.
Yeah.
So Chikua still gonna be forced to tune a card if he wants to go for Oz here.
Yeah, and actually that's gonna be really good because Oz is gonna go down, but it's gonna eat an extra element Electro on Signora, so denying another reaction. So Stranger, I mean, obviously his hand is much better and dice are much better than Chikua's here, but playing perfectly to really take advantage of that situation. I mean, you know, I think a lot of TCG players see the RNG in this game with the dice and the cards, but a lot of what makes a difference between, you know, an average player and these best professional players is how you can take advantage of both good and bad RNG. You know, how do you weather the bad RNG to turn a bad situation in your favor, but also how you stay on top of a good roll and a stumble from your opponent to keep the advantage.
Chikua did just draw the King Squire. Probably wishes he had that last turn. Would have made a big difference.
It was a huge difference.
Right now, still not quite having good dice. He's able to re-roll once, but this doesn't inspire a lot of confidence.
Dude, and look how comfortable Stranger is sitting with 3 Omni and 2 Hydro, just perfect. Oh, come on, Chikua.
Come on, come on.
Oh, okay.
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 Oh, that's nice, actually. Okay, that makes up for the dice that he was robbed of last turn, but he really had to give up a lot of his card advantage in order to keep himself in game.
Yeah, a lot is going to bank on the Sealy, right? The Sealy is going to trigger the Chikua pretty soon, and he's going to need to draw some very good cards off of that.
Yeah, what is quite nice to look at right now on the board is the fact that every character has a different element like applied on them. Like they've actually
Wow.
danced around
Wait.
elemental applications so much
crazy.
that both rainbow decks have their elements applied on a different unique character.
Yeah, it's full representation. You know, it's very fitting of our fully representative bracket here with one participant from each of our respective tournaments. Now with 2 decks with one element of the respective characters just applied. It's poetic.
What would have been massive for now for Stranger is if he had managed to draw Fatui Conspiracy. Because
yeah,
he's
for
definitely
sure.
running that in the deck. If he had that, that would be so much damage on Chikuwa's side.
Yeah. Well, no, I was actually thinking back to, you know, Curisa ran, what was it? Joyous Celebration in his version of Finally. And this is the spot where Joyous Celebration would really like just completely turn the tides in your game. But obviously not a very strong card in most games, because most games don't look like this. This is actually a very unusual state for the game to be in. You can see these players are taking time with the decisions because this is pretty unusual for both of them.
Chikuwa actually gonna stay on fish. If he had a quick swap, it would definitely be going to like linear Nahida.
I think so.
Unfortunately, he still doesn't have it. So he's gonna try and match Stranger being on Signora for now.
Yeah, I mean, both these players are really playing around those elemental reactions. So Stranger normally probably would have wanted to go to Child, but choosing to stay on Signora to threaten the freeze if Chikuwa goes onto Nahida for burst without a quick swap. But neither side with quick swap right now is turning this into a real battle of strategy.
Yeah, the way the characters have been matched up as well is every character actually has the element of their opposing enemy.
Oh, it does.
So now that he switched to Child,
Wow.
if you want to avoid being hit with Hydro, you have to switch to Nahida. But Child has Dendro.
Yeah.
So if we keep seeing this dance, there's basically not going to be a reaction this game.
Yeah, no reactions, but I think in a world where there's no reactions, it heavily favors the Tartaglia deck because it can output more damage even without reactions than Chikuwa's Finally deck. Finally really relies on reactions for Nahida and her seeds to output good amounts of damage.
Tartaglia also going to be able to do some piercing damage with Riptide. So if Chikuwa doesn't try and force out, he did just draw the quick swap.
He
That's
did.
actually massive. Unfortunately, he has 3 Dendro dice.
Yeah, not going to matter this round, but that's going to break the symmetry of this kind of stalling. But yeah, we're almost certainly going to see a Nahida burst here. Just too much value. Going to set up really for a pretty brutal next round because he has that Nahida burst, adding +1 to any reaction damage, and has lined up all of these reactions. So he's going to be able to pick what reaction he wants to trigger on what character at any time.
Stranger's still doing a very good job, though, of making sure he has turn priority. The fact that he's setting up all these support cards now means that he definitely wants the end turn before Chikuwa is given that opportunity, and that is going to happen. But interestingly enough, this actually allows Chikuwa to finally get a quicken proc off.
Yeah.
So with Nahida burst as well, that's actually a good amount of chip damage.
Yeah, he is. Oh, not our first reaction of the game. I think Manifestation did eat one earlier because of that seed, but only the second one, I believe, to occur this game.
Not going to be using the seed dispensary proc. That's quite interesting. Like, you'd think you just set up Yayoi.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I like that. There's really, I don't see a downside of using Yayoi there. I don't think the game is going to go longer than the next round. And dispensary only triggers once a round, right? You can't reuse that dice for a future turn. So I'm actually very surprised that he didn't choose to play at least one of his cards, particularly Yayoi.
What I am going to say right now is that Chikuwa has been getting incredibly lucky this game that Stranger has not drawn either of his Fatui Conspiracies. Because the finale deck is so vulnerable to it, and Stranger just doesn't have it.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things we've seen more polarizing about the decks that run Fatui Conspiracy is, you know, the way they're built, they do really, their matchups are really skewed based on whether they draw Fatui Conspiracy, but not only that, which particular element gets rolled. But here we go, Stranger, again, playing very fast, knowing what he wants to do.
Yeah, he's already built up a burst on Tartaglia as well, so that's going to be 7 damage coming the way of Chikuwa, and none of his characters will have enough health to survive that, nor does he have actually a Lotus. So this is almost guaranteed to take a character out. Not to mention that because the element was taken on Child to do Quicken, now there's no way to actually threaten him from the board.
No, and that Lotus makes him very safe there. And yeah, with all the energy used up, there's no Adeptus burst out of Chikua's side to be able to punish Tartaglia here. So Child will definitely be able to get his burst off. But so Chikua basically needs to figure out which character to sacrifice. It's not going to be Linny. So you either stay on Nahida here or go to Fischl. Going to Fischl makes the most sense. And that might be what we see him do. Ooh, Ball Princess.
I mean, playing Ball Princess definitely makes sense because you know someone is going to fall here. But
yeah. I mean, Ball Princess makes me think he's going to stay on Nahida and let Nahida go down. Maybe use another skill here.
He does have the dice to do like 5-cost skill here. And that would spread a good amount of damage in terms of seeds. But is it really worth it?
The 5-cost definitely, I don't think, is worth it. You want to make sure you keep some dice parity with your opponent. If they get too much ahead of you, then you're kind of vulnerable to being sniped out. I mean, the game's still very close, right? Like, Tartaglia's burst is going to do a lot of damage, but it is going to overkill no matter what Stranger does. And one of the benefits of kind of Chikua in this matchup is he's going to do damage in small increments a lot easier. Oh, there's that Fatui Conspiracy, but it's very late.
There it is. It's quite late, but I think it will still be useful. It's just whether or not Stranger wants to play it this round, because if he plays it, he would only have enough dice left to do one attack.
Yeah, and he does, though, have Gilded into Liar Song. So he could elect to play a Gilded here, maybe on Signora, and then return it and be up to at least 9 dice this turn. That will let him play Fatui Conspiracy. There's a very big risk here of playing Conspiracy is if you roll Cryo or Electro, it's very easy for Chikua to then swap to the other character. Let's see what he gets.
Oh, we cannot see it. We need someone to click on that.
This is suspense.
Oh no. Okay, we'll only find out afterwards, but Nahida will fall here to 8 damage from the Childburst. Chikua already expected this since he allowed Nahida to remain in front. The question is how to play around it now.
I mean, it's very important we know what it is. If it's Cryo or Electro, I think it's pretty quick for either for Chikua to go to the character with that same element. So I'm gonna guess it's not it's maybe Cryo. I'll have to see. Chikua's not feeling okay, so this is where Chikua's expressiveness comes in handy. He doesn't look too phased by the Fatui Conspiracy, so I think it might be a Cryo one. That might have been a low roll from Stranger Side because he really needed any element other than Cryo or Electro, so mostly a 50-50.
What's unfortunate right now is if Chikua had I Haven't Lost Yet, Fischl Burst would lethal 2 characters.
Oh yeah, and with that Gamblers, that would have been really big, but still going to equip it. Huh.
So what is, equip? I'm kind of surprised he would equip.
I believe King Squire here kills because
he does.
Quicken, or maybe this is just enough. Yeah, this is enough with Nahida, so he doesn't even need King Squire. Although, yeah, King Squire is going to be safe for Linny, so is going to take Tartaglia out here. But I think Stranger knew that was coming. You know, he played his own Ball Princess. After Child Burst does go down, it is pretty much fine. Oh, about to find out what Fatui Conspiracy was.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it.
It's got to be Cryo. There's no way. Okay, it's Pyro.
It's Pyro.
Okay, okay. I think that's fine. It doesn't change any breakpoints there.
Now it's an interesting sort of situation. Because both players are going to be on 2 characters and one of them having only 1 HP. Stranger actually going to go straight into the double Liar Song Gilded. So Bear's basically topping up his entire round's worth of dice again to get priority over Chikua. Even plays the second. Don't know what element that one is.
I really need to know. Okay, so this is going to put Stranger back up to 3 dice after that Gambler's refresh.
Now we get to see the Pyro Fatui Conspiracy, but we don't know what the second one is.
I think as long as it's not Electro, it's just great for Stranger. Because I believe, yeah, Signora is pretty much perfectly safe this round, and all Stranger needs to do is end first, and he basically has the win next turn with a Signora Adeptus Burst. So I believe Stranger should have this match. I mean, it was very much in his favor from the beginning. Chikua's had to play a very uphill battle to even make up for all of that bad dice in the first round. But unfortunately, Stranger, I think drawing both Fatui Conspiracies and rolling great elements is almost too much to come back from.
Yeah, even though it took a while for the Fatui Conspiracies to actually appear in hand, it's still so debilitating to a deck such as this. Okay, it was Hydro. So Yeah, this is going to be a difficult spot to come back from because, yeah, Signora Burst, more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, Chico kind of forced into this play here, so very well done, Stranger. Gonna take that first game pretty convincingly.
Stranger, victory in game number 1, and we actually get to hear the applause from the audience as well. That was very well performed, being able to play around the potential early game risks of remaining on Tartaglia, instead starting on Signora, and despite not drawing the card that would basically give him victory on a silver platter until like the mid game, it was still more than enough.
Yeah, and I think one of the highlights of that game was like both players chose to do an unusual opening and play around each other. So both got off to non-optimal starts. But before we get into kind of the analysis, we have some winners again.
Congratulations to Reign of Meteors and ZXR Stan, because you two are the winners of the raffle for game number 1, which means that you've just won 1,000 Primo Gems. For those of you who are wondering how you might get a taste of the action, just wait for game 2.
Yeah, and you know, again, that match was just so much of both players playing around each other's decks, but Chikua really stumbling a little with that dice, having to tune a lot of cards there. Almost managed to recover, but again, those Fatui Conspiracy is really coming into clutch at the end game. One of the things that you'll see a lot in a lot of these games is it'll come down to the last round where both players have an abundance of dice, but not enough time to use it. And Fatui Conspiracy is one of those cards that lets you kind of get a turn ahead of your opponent, right? Because you spend 2 dice to add an effect, add an elemental application, but without using a skill. And so that is really pushing the aggro power.
Yeah, and Finale wants to play hard and fast in the first couple of rounds. The fact that Chikua had bad dice the first couple of rounds means that he couldn't get his momentum started. Looking at their deck picks for game 2, it's going to be Stranger bringing a Mew, Chikua sticking with Finale, and it feels like it's been a while since we've gotten to see Mew actually.
Yeah, I think most players today, especially in the upper bracket that we saw, they elected to bring that Sucrose variant of Mew, and I think that was kind of, again, playing around this tournament metagame, because the wider metagame that everyone else is playing doesn't matter anymore, because you're playing against other people that have the same knowledge now of what decks people like to play that are playing, and so we saw a lot of the Sucrose variant, but Stranger here sticking kind of to the tried and true formula that he's kind of used in the group stages with that standard version of Mew with Wanderer, Mona Eula, Wanderer here, and also with that Tartaglia aggro deck. So, I mean, maybe this is a smart decision with all these players trying to like mind game the opponents and counter pick what the opponents might be doing. If you think your opponent is going to change up the deck to counter you, and then you change up your own decks, but then your opponent plays like the standard lineup, maybe that's bad for you. So, who knows? We'll have to see if Stranger does have the advantage here.
Yeah, basically the counterplay to the counterplay is to do nothing.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
double negative becomes a positive. So we'll see whether that logic works for Stranger here. In terms of the deck list, I don't think it's anything too unusual.
It's
once
standard,
again,
yeah. I mean, oddly enough, this Mona Eula Wanderer deck it's been picked a lot in the group stages, but it's gotten not very good results actually. I think if I remember we had those statistics from the group stage at the start of the day. I believe it only had like a below 50% win rate. So despite being very popular, it hasn't been proven to be very strong.
And here we see Chikua's deck list for Finale as well. Unfortunately, was not able to get the dice necessary in the last game. And even though he does have a single King Squire to try and make up for those situations, it literally appeared the turn after he needed it. So sometimes the fates are just not kind to you.
Yeah, I think a lot of that game was decided by that Opera Epicles. We see those 2 copies in there. One of the new cards in this version. Again, it does fix the dice. It basically spend the dice and you can generate 1 dice of your active character. So normally it'll allow you to fix your dice, but if you're ever at an equipment disadvantage, as we saw Chikua was in that game, it's a dead card, right? It literally does nothing for you if you lose that advantage. And the Mona Eula Wanderer deck is one deck that's very dangerous to play that card against, because it often has 5 cost of equipments right away, right? It'll either have Gilded or Instructor on Wanderer plus a 3-cost weapon as its ideal start. So if they get the ideal opener and you draw your operas, then it's not going to go good for you.
Yeah, especially like when you consider that Mew typically only wants the skill once on round 1, it gives them a lot of extra dice to use on ramp or equipping, depending on what they're able to draw in the starting hand. So we're going to need to keep a close eye on the first couple of cards that Stranger is able to grab here, because that may determine whether or not Chikua can actually tune the dice he needs.
if a similar situation to game 1 happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chikua looked pretty calm at the end of that first set. I think he knew that he was very much not favored going into that matchup with the opening that he had against Stranger's opening. So not going to let that phase him. You know, finally is what I think it is still the most played deck, but it's also the most winning deck, right? It's been banned a lot, but in the games that it doesn't get banned, it tends to win quite a lot of its matchups. So, you know, playing the odds, Chikua is still very much favored, I think, in this matchup. And I mean, it's really hard to tell because, you know, the Mew deck can high roll its way into a victory against pretty much any deck. Like, if it gets its ideal starting hand and there's any stumble from the opponent, it's so hard to come back.
Yeah, it's definitely more emphasized in this matchup in particular. Obviously, any deck versus any deck, if you roll well and your opponent doesn't, that's basically a 100% win condition anyway. But yeah, when you have a deck like Mew that just wants to get set up, if you are able to high roll, then the difference really starts building up, especially in those first couple of turns. So as we enter into game 2, make sure to tell us which player you think is going to win in the comments along with your UID, because the raffle is ongoing and you may have a chance to be one of our 2 lucky winners.
Yeah, definitely you have to type in the chat to get a chance to win. And if you root for the underdog and they get it, that's even more games for you to win more prizes, because every game has a raffle. And Stranger's hand here is actually pretty good though. He has an Instructors and then Wagner, so he's guaranteed a weapon plus artifact opening.
But he's not going to have enough dice to play them both, so that is going to be the major difference. Unfortunately, once he gets both equipped, Chikua is going to have a hard time matching up, because in terms of weapons, he really only has that King Squire. So
I mean, that can come in pretty clutch. You know, having King Squire plus Gilded is going to let him should guarantee him equipment advantage for any operas that he draws. And it's still going to be a pretty strong opening, because one of the things that will really threaten Wanderer is just damage. And having a King Squire on Linny is actually quite a lot of damage.
That is true. Now we get to see both players going to be starting off standard. We did see Stranger think for a moment whether he wanted to start with Mona, but I think in this matchup there's no real reason to really switch things up, especially since it looks like he's going first as well. So yeah, Mona start works pretty well.
I mean, I think one of the reasons probably that this Mew deck hasn't done that well is it's so predictable, right? Like, there's really no room for it to deviate from its lines. Really, its only chance of doing something different is if it goes to Eula instead of Wanderer, but that really is dictated by what Wagner is going to draw. And Wagner is kind of the weapon gacha of this deck. There's 3 weapons in the deck. You draw one of them. You're usually hoping for one, and ooh, it's an early swap to one.
Ooh, okay. So Stranger, understanding that Chikua is obviously the more aggressive deck, is actually going to try and be more aggro right off the bat.
That's really surprising. He tuned the Wagner. So Stranger electing not to pull on the weapon banner and instead using his dice for saving for a guarantee here. Oh, okay. I kind of like that.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to roll for weapon. Sometimes you want to roll for Wanderer instead. And so he actually switches back to Mona to end turn in advance as well. Though Chikua not going to let that happen. Looks like he's actually going to set up the support cards here to make sure he has turn priority.
Yeah, he's going to...
Or is he?
Yeah, he's going to go for Gilded here. I mean, you almost need to commit to this line as the final lead deck. You're not really looking to ramp in the early game. You're looking to put out damage. But this is a very interesting opening from Chikua. Although we might see, if Chikua actually goes to Linny here, it's going to be not that great for him.
Ooh.
Because Wanderer is going to hit Fischl, which doesn't have an element. So we might see Chikua swap over to Linny.
Maybe, but he did just draw Adeptus. And we've actually seen like more than once the situation of Nahida Adeptus Burst taking out Wanderer.
Yeah.
Telling him to go back to his room, basically. So maybe we'll get to see that happen again. For now, the raffle has ended. So for those of you who didn't make it in time, don't worry. You'll be able to participate again in Game 3.
Yeah, everyone stop spamming in chat. Your UID is no longer going to work. The raffle is over. We'll see the winners at the end of this match. Ooh.
Chikua praying. He needs good dice. Again, he was really put behind by bad rolls in the previous game. So he is he really wants good dice here. He needs it.
Ooh. That looks great.
Whoa, that's nice.
And you can see, Chikua again, so expressive. You can tell exactly what is happening just by watching his face cam. It's actually very helpful at the casting desk to know and to be able to just watch his reactions for how he's feeling and thinking.
So that is definitely enough dice for Chikawa to commit to the Nahida skill into Nahida Adeptus Burst.
Yeah, exactly.
And that would be exactly 10 damage to take out Wander as well if Stranger decides to greed and stay on him for multiple turns.
But Stranger also does have that Hash Brown in hand. I mean, I think he's going to see it coming. We've seen, I think, Nahida Adeptus Burst take out 2 different competitors here on Wanderer. So I think he's going to be able to identify that and be able to play around it with Hash Brown. Although he doesn't have enough dice, actually. He can't Hash Brown. Ooh. That might actually change everything. Yeah, I think Chikawa seeing his opponent on 3 dice. Obviously, you know, we've been familiar with this magic engine, this Gilded Dreams plus Lyasong. Chikawa has to be thinking, well, he's on 3 dice now, but is he actually on more than 3? Ooh. That Gambler's Draw, pretty big.
Yeah, Quick Swap Gambler's Draw as well. 2 very good utility items, especially in a round where he has the potential to take out a character. I think you still go for the regular play. I think what Chikawa would be most concerned about is the possibility that Stranger can pull an energy out in his hand.
Yeah, and that's why I really like that Boar Princess play. It's playing around Calc's Burst. Obviously, Calc's able to get that 3rd energy, but Chikawa seeing that that's not a possibility, I think he's going to go for it.
Yeah, you definitely go for it in this position. Not much reason not to.
Yeah. The only thing he needs to think about is, does he... Yeah. Oh, actually, if he goes for the Gamblers triggering Boar Princess here, he's going to actually have another skill after this. So this is actually really huge.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference, actually. The Boar Princess actually having a multi levels of value, because if Nahida ended up dying to Calc's Art Burst, he would have gotten a dice. If not, he can replace with Gamblers and get another attack. So Chikawa definitely planning things out now that he has the dice to play around with.
Yeah, Stranger's put in a really tough position now, because if he goes to Eula, Eula is going to eat another Nahida skill, get Seeds applied, which could be really bad. But if he switches to Mona, it's kind of the same problem. You know, Nahida is going to skill again and apply more Seeds. So yeah, it's going to preserve kind of the flexibility of having 2 characters.
He unfortunately doesn't have much of a choice in this situation, because you don't want to lose Mona. But ending turn on Eula means basically giving Chikawa a quicken as well.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, Chikawa is already in a very good spot to just win the game.
Yeah, I think without any equipments and without a Wagner kind of being able to turn the game around with a Wolf's Gravestone or something like that, this is gonna be a pretty decisive victory for the Final League deck, and it's kind of doing what it does best. I'm still really surprised that Stranger elected not to go for Wagner here, because I kind of get that you might want to take the conservative route and play for a line that is guaranteed to be effective rather than, you know, rolling on that weapon. But I think in this matchup, you don't have the time to kind of play the safe route. You have to be aggressive. You got to hope that you roll well. And I think that might have been a mistake even from the first round.
Yeah, because by now, if he did high roll and get like Wolf's Gravestone, then he would actually still be in an okay spot, because all of Chikawa's board is quite low. And even if he did end up drawing a Catalyst instead, that could have helped reduce the amount of health on Chikawa's side a little bit as well, since Wagner on turn 2 would just be able to give an equipment for free.
Yeah.
So that may have definitely costed here. I did like the variation of going for a more aggressive play, but maybe Wagner was not the card to tune.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for that play, you're going to tune Wagner because there's never a chance to play it. So it was the correct card to tune, but it's just, again, questionable of that play. I think I'd rather still go for, like, it's basically a 66% chance that you draw the white weapon, but this is almost like 66% chance to win versus a guaranteed loss by taking this unusual line.
Yeah, and now Stranger, we can see in his hand, he's got no form of healing.
Yeah.
Just goes for the freeze, but Chikawa with a fast swap will be able to secure this game basically no matter what at this point.
Yeah, there's no stopping it, and it's even going to go for the slow swap here. Huh.
Yeah, actually just making sure Stranger has no more dice in hand. Still playing it safe.
You can see, again, Chikawa is so expressive. You can see him making this expression because he knows he should have played the quick swap there. He had the win. He almost threw it away for some weird combination of cards that could have come out of Stranger by not quick swapping there. He understands he made a slight misplay, but it's those tiny misplays like can add up over time to really cost you in these really close matches.
But I do always love watching Chikua play. The expressions on his face are just so entertaining and just something very endearing about him as a player as a result. Just watching him like breathe, calm himself down at the end of that. It's gonna be a 1-1, so no longer going to be a clean sweep like we saw in the previous matchup. And I think that's how it should be, right? These are two champions on the stage right now. Just like our two raffle winners. We got Scotch Bobs and Freeze Redo. Congratulations, you guys got 1,000 primos.
Yeah, congratulations indeed. It's very easy to enter. You know, once we get into our next match, you'll see how you can enter. So no spamming right now. Again, there's a lot of that when I was in Twitch chat earlier. But yeah, they've given out a lot of prizes. And of course, we have 2 more days of tournament broadcasts to go through. And these 2 players are playing for a spot or an opportunity to get into the next round, get into the next match of the lower bracket here, and still fight for a chance at the championship.
It's just unfortunate that one of them has to go home at this point, right? Like, these are 2 champs. We want to see them meet up once again, like later on in the competition. But that is what happened. The group stages turned out to be a lot more difficult than I think a lot of people were expecting going into this. A lot of dark horse players making their way into the upper bracket. So very exciting. Looking forward to see what happens next. But for now, we're going to focus on what's going to happen in game number 3.
Yeah, I'm going to see a good Chikua now that he's won a game, not able to use finally. So I'm going to see what is going to be the matchup. So it is finally into Yilan.
Now, this has traditionally not been a very good matchup for the Yilan OTK.
It's not.
So that's going to be difficult for Chikua here.
Yeah, and I think this is very well calculated from Stranger's side, choosing not to ban that Yilan deck because he has like 2.5 maybe aggro decks. And actually, Chikua banning the Ningguang Stall deck, which might be the only good matchup for that Yilan deck, and Stranger leaving it open is going to kind of, I think, swing already in Stranger's favor in the overall course of the game. Because again, the format is Conquest, meaning you don't have to just win 3 matches. You have to win a match with every single deck that is left unbanned, which means if one of your decks has a bad matchup into all of your opponent's decks, it's basically, you can win maybe 2 games, but you cannot win the set potential unless you get really lucky.
It just puts that much pressure on making sure that you pick and ban the exact, like, perfect decks here. Because if you put yourself in a bad spot right from the get-go, it can be pretty difficult to get yourself like hyped up going in.
And you know, I've been reading a lot of comments about kind of the gameplay and the matchup we saw in the group stage, and I think a lot of people in chat have kind of looked at this Yilan deck, and it's been, you know, people have been talking about it for quite a while, but it hasn't done very well on camera. So a lot of people are thinking, what is the big deal with this deck? Like, why do people care about it so much? And really, I think one of the things that we're seeing is it doesn't match up very well into the tournament metagame, right? Like, specifically, people are bringing like the aggressive decks, like finally, like we're going to see in this matchup, we have that Tartaglia aggro deck that Stranger just showed us can do very well. And both of those decks, along with the many other options, are just so good into this specific matchup. And no one's really playing stall. Like, you know, Yilan is very good against those slower deck strategies because it can safely build up to its burst. But with the decks that people are playing, they're not giving Yilan an opportunity to do that. And it's really just an unfortunate thing of the matchup. So I think Chikua might be the only player who brought Yilan OTK into the top, into this best of 5s.
From what we've seen so far, it does seem that way. So it's interesting to see, and I'm glad that he's confident enough about it to go for it. But yeah, like you explained, a lot of the tournament meta just has generally bad matchups for the Yilan OTK deck. And even in the case where players bring stall, the most popular form of stall so far has been Dynamo, which has some aggressive elements as well. So that also can be a little trickier than the typical matchup for Yilan. So we'll see what happens, I guess.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, very interesting. It looks like, at least to me, that Strange and Chikua didn't really try and, you know, mind game too much with their deck choices, right? Both of them are playing decks that they're very comfortable with and playing decks that, you know, they think have a decent chance against the overall metagame. I mean, it's very different from the upper bracket, right? Like, we saw a lot of cooking from the upper, especially like in that first round, you know, basically no meta decks at all. And then even in round...
We got to see Hu Tao.
Yeah, we did get to see Hu Tao.
I didn't get to highlight this until now because like so much has happened here, but we did get to see Hu Tao today. I am very happy, very sad I didn't get to cast it, but also probably for the best because I would have bias 100% and I need my job.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no Hu Tao making appearance here. Again, both these players electing to pick very standard decks. In fact, I think the most unusual deck out of each of them did get banned. We're not going to see Stranger pilot that Ningguang Stole deck. We would like to see how he carries, because he didn't bring that into the group stage, but is not going to get a chance to play it.
For now, though, we're going to be jumping straight into game number 3, and you know what that means. That means we have a brand new raffle for all of you watching at home. So again, mention in the comments which of these 2 players you think is going to win. Include your UID so that we can send you the Primo Gems if you're selected as a winner, and maybe you'll get to see your name on screen after the game.
Yeah, and looking at these opening hands, Chico has yet to select which cards he wants to put back. Almost certainly going to keep that Manifestation talent. Very good as an opening card. Able to draw you a lot of cards throughout the game. It's one of the reasons you run Thunder Manifestation in your deck is to really get access to that talent card. It's so powerful, and yeah, going to keep that.
Ooh.
Second one.
That's probably not what you're looking for now. For a moment, I did wonder whether he would try to keep like Covenant and Mao on the chance that you like high roll Northern Smoked Chicken.
No.
But yeah, I guess that's a bit. That's kind of expecting a bit too much.
Yeah, with a lot of the if you run Covenant in this deck, a lot of the time you're not hoping to draw that in your opening. It's really important to draw a food in your opening to get that 3 energy on Yilan right away. So much so that it's better to put Covenant back and try for an additional chance at drawing one of those cards. But I don't think Chikua did draw into a food, but hopefully he might be able to get one off of one of those Thunder Manifestation talents. Now, even though he drew 2 copies, it's one of the cards that are still okay, because if you re-equip it, you can actually try again on the draw.
For people who may not be aware of how Thunder Manifestation talent works, would you like to explain?
Yeah, so notably, once a character is targeted by that probe, it's that status effect that is on the character and allows Thunder Manifestation to lock on. If you deal damage to that character from any of your characters, then you get to draw a card. And it's one of the ways that this deck gets so consistent.
It's a very valuable card because it not only can you equip it onto Manifestation when it's not active, you don't have to use a skill. Any character that attacks the character with Lightning Rod draws a card for you. So it's just a very good card to have in general, not to mention it's 0 cost, so why not?
Yeah. Stranger here with an extremely powerful opening. That combination of Seed Dispensary plus Sealy, giving him the opportunity to play it for free, and getting that Gilded Dreams, allowing him to fix his dice perfectly for what's going to be a official interlinear opening.
Yeah, most likely, considering that he knows Chikua wants to stay on Yalan as long as possible. Going for the more aggressive, higher damage / overload comp is very good. Chikua actually did kind of high roll that Northern Smoked Chicken, but now he's going to get switched off of Yalan.
Actually, I think that was his plan the whole time. Look at his dice. He isn't going to commit to that Yalan line, and instead is going to go straight into Yilan Thunder Manifestation. So maybe playing this as kind of just more a mid-rangey deck.
He actually did reapply the talent straight away to get that second draw, and now Fischl actually taking a lot of damage right off the bat. Even Stranger, I think, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I think this is one of the hidden ways you can play this deck. A lot of people focus so much on Yilan, and we've seen kind of that being their downfall. Playing into these unfavorable matchups by going the regular line is really a losing strategy. You have to play different. You have to hope you draw well, and maybe based on how your opponent is playing, allow you to Yilan burst later on, or you could just completely forgo that entirely, because Yilan does so much damage by herself.
Absolutely. For now, Chikua actually going to be drawing that Covenant of Rock back into hand. So, unfortunately, not quite able to get Yalan burst out yet. So I think he definitely hoped that would come a little bit later. In terms of roll, Stranger getting a pretty nice dice roll right there. Lots of dice to use. Chikua hoping that he's going to be able to get something good again.
Yeah, Chico planning on his turn. I saw that Yayoi draw there plus Echoes of an Offering. He's actually going to be able to play both of those in this round for free, and that's actually going to be really huge. He has that Seed Dispensary, going to go into Yayoi. I think he's just gonna go for like a value, you know, damage on Yilan here and not really worry about going for the combo because his hand's just that good. Oh, Stranger playing very fast. And yeah, he's got a... Okay, Stranger's countering with an equally insane opener. The second Gilded Dreams.
This turn is going to be very scary for Chikuwa here because having the Yayoi into Gilded and a Liar Song in hand means that Stranger does have quite a lot of effective dice here. So that's going to be a lot of damage coming his way if he's not able to balance around the elemental applications correctly.
Yeah, Stranger here using Prop Arrow a second time. So now Lenny's up to 2 stacks of his Prop Arrow, which effectively means his skill is going to be buffed by 2 for 5 damage. That's going to threaten Thunder Manifestation perfectly.
And even more so, Yelan is still sitting there with the Electro application, only 1 energy. So that basically makes it impossible for Chikuwa to really safely switch back to her at any point.
Yeah, Stranger's in a pretty good position here. He's also got a handful of cards as well with that Boar Princess, Liar Song, and 2 artifacts that he could choose to replace. So it's going to be a tense moment. I think Chikuwa really has to think carefully here because I think he has the tools to also do a very efficient turn, but Stranger's hand is pretty scary.
So we're going to eat the Northern Smoke Chicken on Signora, probably trying to dig for something with Chef Mao.
Is he got a normal attack on Signora?
I mean,
I guess so.
You would have to at this point now that you use the Northern Smoke Chicken. It's just more efficient. And he does use the Echo so that he's able to get the draw from the normal attack as well.
Okay. Very interesting to stay on Signora. You know, we've seen a lot of players try to avoid getting her below 5 HP. And yeah, Stranger's going to save that Linny Prop Arrow stack for Thunder Manifestation. Instead, going to just apply Seeds. Actually, Seeds on Signora is a very annoying thing because one of the things is it's one of the ways you can get through her revive. Obviously, her revive puts her back onto 1, but if she has a stack of Nahida Seeds on her after reviving and she took reaction damage, it will actually immediately do 1 damage.
The state of the board right now is very bad for Chikuwa, very good for Stranger. He's basically taken over the momentum completely. Now that Signora has been dropped below 3 health, she will transform next round unless Chikuwa heals her up just a little bit. And Yelan is still nowhere near burst. So Stranger basically doesn't have to worry about too much, not to mention the 3 summons he has on his side of the board at the end phase. This is not looking good for Chikuwa.
Yeah, you can see why this matchup is so bad for Chikuwa. And even though Chikuwa drew a pretty good hand, I think Stranger's been able to match that bit for bit. Ooh, okay. Swapping into Manifestation, so we might see a talent. Oh, you know, we might see him try and take out Linny before Linny can use up those 2 prop stacks.
May not be a bad idea, but that's only for 5 damage, actually.
Yeah. It's going to be very inefficient, unfortunately. So I think Stranger very well calculated to keep Linny at just the right amount of health. That makes it difficult for Chikuwa to efficiently take Linny out. We probably will just see a burst, because I think a burst, the summon will still target Linny at the end of the round and is the most amount of damage. But he's going to have to tune 3 for it, which is really costly.
Yeah. It's a rough place to be because Chikuwa does have kind of a rainbow dice situation left with what he's got. I guess a way to tune might be Gilded, but then he would only get 2 dice back as well. So it's not going to be quite enough. Not to mention, he also has to think about which character is going to be eating all the summon damage at the end. I think it will have to be Yelan.
Yeah, Yelan is the character you don't need alive at the very end. I mean, Stranger's also getting pretty low as well. If he loses Linny here, he's going to lose a lot of the momentum he's kind of built up. Luckily, those summons have been doing a good amount of damage at the end of the round. So Nahida ready to burst. Okay.
Yeah, and Stranger securing priority next turn as well means that it's very likely that he's going to be able to get a kill on one of these characters right off the bat. Because if you do eat the summons on Yelan, you're going to get overloaded onto Manifestation, who's also going to take burning damage.
Yeah.
But you can't exactly end on Signora either, unless you're willing to sacrifice the reincarnation. So Chikuwa's just stuck between like a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I mean, I think the plays always burst, but it's a matter of what cards do you tune? What cards do you think are going to matter going into the next round? Yeah, he's gonna have to tune that Gilda, which is really unfortunate because he has that Yayoi, and so that Gilda would have been really nice next turn. I actually don't know if I like that. I wonder if like tuning Covenant is better, but he might need to use Covenant to swap off of Manifestation at the end of the round. So he's really looking. He needs to basically use 4 cards this round and be only left with 2, which could be really tough. Oh, there goes the egg.
Oh, I figured he might want to keep that.
But I think the other cards are just too important.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is not going to be the most efficient either, because 2 damage is just going to be wasted after taking out Linny. At the very least, it means that Stranger won't be able to make use of the I haven't lost yet next turn, so that's one consolation, but it's not a very good consolation.
Yeah, I want to see who. So yeah, definitely predicted the Covenant there to swap off of Manifestation. You want to keep him alive because every round Manifestation gets used a skill is an additional damage, right? He has that passive that does 1 extra, so it's going to be Yelan.
Maybe you use the Lotus on Manifestation here. Yeah. So you get overloaded off of Yelan, and then the Lotus will eat the burning damage, at least.
Yeah, but Manifestation still is going to go down to whatever thing, but this does force Stranger to use that burst on Manifestation. So Chico will need to finish the game with a combination of Yelan and Signora. We might actually see Yelan like take the finish here to deal the last points of damage, because Electric Charge is going to take out Fischl. I think we're going to see Stranger though use that Hash Brown. The Hash Brown's going to be crucial to get Fischl out of range of a Electric Charge reaction. So I think it's be important for Stranger to keep as many characters alive as he can. Those Cryo Die.
Yeah, that's a bit too many Cryo Dice, considering he has 0 Cryo characters. That looks a little bit better. Especially since Linny is gone, so he's not going to need the Pyro Dice. As for Chikua, that rolls pretty alright as well. Definitely leans towards having either Yelan or Signora as the main DPS, especially since, well, Manifestation is just going to get taken out here.
Yeah. Okay, one of the really good things actually going for Chico right now, notice he has no elemental applications on any of his characters. So even though the Nahida burst could keep coming out, maybe it's not even a burst, maybe you just want a skill.
I think skill is more than enough.
Like, skill will spread seeds on the other characters, but burst is just going to take a Manifestation. And you have no other elements that are applying reactions. So there actually is a world where you just skill here.
Well, like, I think that is the world to go for. And there's no reason to use 4 damage on the Nahida burst here.
Yeah.
And yeah, the seeds are going to have way more value overall. Because that's actually enough damage to even take out Signora from off-field if Yelan takes 2 reactions.
Yeah, unfortunately, if Chico had I haven't lost yet, he could have bursted to punish a Nahida here on Signora, take her out. But without it, I haven't lost yet, it's looking pretty rough for him. Because no matter what he does, you know, I think Nahida is going to go out to get the burst off.
If only Signora had just a little bit more HP to survive the seed. Because, like, then you could switch to Signora. You could overload off of Nahida. Fischl can only maybe do, like, 1 or 2 damage. But I think at this point, it is basically Stranger's game. I'm trying to see what lines Chikua still has, but I'm not really finding any.
Yeah, I think Stranger's kind of... I saw him put his hands in his hand. I wonder if he's thinking if he should have put that Lotus on beforehand, because that would have protected Nahida from a lot of things. But either way, I think he's pretty safe right now, based on what we know is in Chikua's hand. You know, you have to remember, you know, if you're sitting at home watching these games, it's very obvious to see a lot of the plays because we get to see all the dice, all the cards in both players' hands, and so we know exactly what the correct play should be. But you know, the players have to play around all these possibilities of the combinations of dice and cards, and it's a lot tougher when you're in the seat.
Yeah, the players only have half the information that we have to work with, and they also have the added pressure of the stakes in the tournament. For now, that Adeptus Burst is going to come out to finish off Yelan, and I think that would basically be it at this point.
Yeah, that Gambler's Refresh is going to be it. And, you know, Stranger not even needing that Lotus. You know, he could have equipped it onto Nahida to be completely safe of anything. But, you know, if Chikua had the I haven't lost yet burst, he would have used it last round to take out Nahida. So I think Stranger knows that that's not in play right now. So knows this line is most likely safe. And, yeah, I think he's going to take this game too. But again, this matchup was already so heavily in favor of Stranger that I'm not surprised that he's taking the win here, provided he didn't, you know, completely low roll, which this is pretty average for finally.
Yeah, nothing too high rolly here compared to what we've seen today so far, but it's still good enough that because the matchup is already favored towards Stranger anyway, he just has to play pretty normally. And unfortunately, Signora is always in a really awkward spot where she can't quite do 3 damage. So Nahida will be able to survive this, return the favor, and finish things off for game number 3. As Stranger now 1 victory away from potentially moving on in the competition.
Yeah, that was a really well played match there by Stranger. Again, very much in his favor, and Chico understands that. But bringing Yelan OTK when everyone so far has been able to play against it so effectively, there's so many aggressive decks floating around that match well into it. It's a pretty, risky choice, I think. And in this case, the risk didn't pay off, because I think if Chico had matched into a player that maybe brought 2 stall decks, it would look a lot different.
Maybe so. For now, though, let's talk about the people who were able to win out our raffle for game number 3. And of course, congratulations to Exarch and Hoang7. You guys will be able to get 1,000 Primo Gems. Thank you very much for watching and participating in our raffle. And again, for anyone who wants to get these Primo Gems, we still have some chances here as we go into game number 4.
Yeah, and we're really about to get to kind of the high, the end of today here as we reach into our final matches. Only at most 2 matches left. Either Stranger's going to take this one, or Chico is going to mount a comeback, even the score, and bring it to a game 5. I mean, we did see it, I think, in our second match of the day, we did get to a game 5. The other ones have not quite reached that, so it could be the second one of today.
We'll see whether that's the case. I think a lot of it will come down to what the deck choice is going to be. I'm still trying to remember what's left over, but I think we'll get to see that very soon.
I believe it was Mew. I think Monoyula Wanderer is the last deck from...
I think so.
Because I don't think... I think Stranger didn't win with it. Yep, there it is.
You are correct. Good memory there. We got Monoyula Wanderer going up against Chikwa, still sticking with the Yelan OTK here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Chikwa's choices don't matter because he needs to beat this deck to advance, and he needs to beat it with the 2 decks he has remaining. So I think the Yelan choice is fine. Like, both of these decks have okay matchups against Mew. I think the unfortunate thing for Chikwa is, for a deck that really can roll really well, can draw very well for the opening, Stranger now has 2 chances for that to happen. Right, he has 2 opportunities to high roll with Mew and basically open in an unstoppable way for Stranger. And so I think going into these last 2 games, even if Chikwa does manage to break this one, it's very much not in his favor now with the scores at 2-1.
Well, let's not put too many eggs in one basket just yet. Players have been able to overcome insurmountable odds in the past. And in this case, for this game in particular, although Mew is an aggressive deck, the damage isn't quite as front-loaded as some other aggro decks, so maybe we'll get to see the Yelan Burst come out.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, you have the option of denying the Yelan Burst with a quick swap into Eula to freeze Yelan before the start of the next round. But I think we've seen that played a few times, and it's never really gone well for the Mew player. Really, what's mattered more is just getting that Wanderer Burst out or the skills and the damage and swirls from Wanderer out as quickly as possible. Pressure Manifestation and Signora. So one of the ways that you can really get ahead in this matchup is normally if this deck tanks a lot of damage on Yelan and then leaves Manifestation and Signora healthy, then once the burst goes off, it's very easy for them to win. But because Wanderer can hit off field, it's usually hitting Manifestation or Signora with those attacks off field, which means they get really low and don't have as much freedom to normal attack and make use of Yelan's burst. So even though, the Wanderer deck doesn't quite have the tools to take advantage of that, I think in this matchup especially, Stranger needs to not play conservative and just needs to slam Wagner and hope he draws 1,000 Floating Dreams, because I think that's really the key.
I mean, other options that we have seen players play is going for the Mona into Eula line to get the instant freeze onto Yelan as well. So that could be another option depending on how Stranger is able to roll his cards and his dice. As for Chikwa, he just needs to be able to avoid all of this from happening and just play the game as per usual. And the deck definitely wins out once you hit into the mid game.
Yeah. And I think it is. Me personally, I feel it's slightly favored in Yelan's favor just because it's it's the assertive one in this matchup, right? It's the one that has the more explosive game plan, and Mew really has to just hope it draws well But yeah, we'll have to see if Stranger can roll and win his 50-50 on the weapon banner with Wagner.
Oh, well, we've seen players in different circumstances in terms of the Wagner 50-50. Pulling on the Wagner banner definitely can be a little bit inconsistent, but hey, this is something that I think a lot of us are already quite used to. So we'll see what happens for the players up on stage right there. Chikuwa definitely has a lot of thinking to do. You don't want this to be the end of your journey after coming this far.
Yeah, I think one thing that's going to work in Stranger's benefit is, we talked about how he has the option of going to Eula, and before that, look at that. Thank you, audience, for sticking with us. It's quite late here in Shanghai. I haven't looked at the time, but I believe it's already past 9 for us because we have gone over time a little bit. So thank you so much for sticking with us and supporting the players here.
Yep, thank you as well to everyone watching from home, no matter where you may be around the world. And it's always nice to see that there's so many people who are enjoying TCG and how the community has been growing as a whole. Hopefully we get to see even more growth as the year continues. But
tell your friends, they can win primos as well just by watching. So
yeah, that is true. But this is going to be a massive tournament here. It's the first one of the year, but it kind of acts as the culmination of all the players' efforts from last year as well to really start things off with a bang. So as we jump into game number 4, as per usual, if you want to participate in the raffle, tell us in the comments below which player you think is going to win and include your UID so we can send you the prizes.
Wow. Okay, so Stranger there does draw an instructor. I didn't see what his redraw was. I was too focused on Chikua's hand. He does have that Northern Smoke Chicken. Very crucial for getting 3 skills off of Yelan. Oh, and those dice rolls are beautiful. Yelan, if she gets 5 Hydro, has a real good time. Okay, so 1 shot. But the other thing he drew double Chef Mao with a seed dispensary. So he's going to have a very good first turn here. Going to be able to set up very well on Yelan and have the potential to draw into a lot of good cards.
We could see that Stranger not very happy with the dice he ended up getting.
No.
It's enough to scale on Mona, but if he did want to go for, say, the Eula freeze strat, that's no longer possible. And he unfortunately doesn't really have ramp to eat a lot of these dice either.
Yeah, one thing I was going to point out before I was interrupted by a wonderful audience there in the shot was, one of the great things in this matchup is even if you do roll on Wagner and hit Wolf's Gravestone, which is usually bad in other matchups, this matchup in particular is okay because you can then go for that freeze line and it's fine. So you can recover, but not having anything at all. I mean, this is the danger of playing Mew, and this is where we've seen it really struggle to get a high win rate because not only are you fighting the bad matchups for the deck, you're also fighting against the deck's own inherent RNG built into it.
Well, RNG is kind of built into the game systems as a whole, so every deck does have a certain degree of it, but yeah, I think this deck does feel it a little bit more because of the dependence on certain bits of equipment. So Stranger, unfortunately, not having the best start, and Chikuwa definitely getting much better cards overall. So we might actually get to see that Yelan burst after all.
We should see it. I mean, there's almost no way to stop it from this run. Oh, actually, that Gilded Dreams draw is even bigger. It's one of the main pieces that Chikuwa's going to need to really enable a huge dice advantage turn. So we're almost only going to see, I believe, double Chef Mao. Might only just be 1. I actually don't remember what the exact... Yeah, it should be double. Yeah, because I think with 2 Chef Maos and Northern Smoke Chicken after Seed Dispensary, this puts you exactly at the right amount of dice. Even 1 extra. Yeah, you can see Stranger kind of just like putting his head into his hands because he knows that that's just an incredible opening out of Yelan.
We already saw earlier how players would be like reacting and thinking, ooh, how do you draw? Oh my god, he actually gets Yayoi as well?
And
okay.
This is even better because he would have had an extra dice left over. Now he gets to play Yayoi with that extra dice and just normal attack on Yelan once again. Oh, that's so good.
And can he actually Yayoi into Genshin this turn?
He can. So there is a world where actually Chikuwa might want to skill on Yelan here just so he can apply Hydro onto Wanderer right away. He's thinking about it. It's funny, I can kind of watch Chikuwa and be like, imagine myself in that scene. And I see this is the exact line of thinking I'd be going like, do I play Gilded here just so I can skill instead of normal attack? Because of course, Yelan's normal attacks are infused with Hydro, but only if her passive is at 2 stacks or more. You can see Chikuwa already used one of those stacks already to normal on Mona, so the attack here would only be physical damage. So he could have the option of applying Hydro very aggressively. He will lose that artifact equipped on Yilan. I believe it was a Heart of Kavarina.
Yeah, whether or not that's worth it.
Yeah, I think he just
he's debating.
Normal. It's so important. Yeah, it's so important to save the equipment discards for a Boar Princess that you might draw later on. That it's really not worth it. Ooh.
Stranger gonna be able to heal Wanderer back up after the normal attack with the Hash Brown. But the Yayoi coming, you look at the smile on Stranger's face.
Yeah.
He really is in a situation of like, really? He gets all of that? The raffle has just ended as well, so we'll see who gets to be our winners for Game 4. For now, we'll continue watching and seeing whether or not Chikua can actually bring this to a Game 5 for those of you who are still missing out on winning some primos.
Yeah, I mean, I said this matchup was pretty close, and it really depends. It's on Mew to kind of high roll. Stranger in this case has not high roll. He's kind of done the opposite. Having been forced to go to Wanderer on round 1 is very much not what the deck wants to do. Also having to burn a Hash Brown early. So he's already playing from behind, whereas Chikua is playing very ahead right now. So I think we're going to go to a Game 5, which for you, for people watching and in chat, means another chance to win Persia. I don't want to call it too early. Stranger did draw the 1,000 Floating Dreams, but because he's not able to equip that through Wagner, it's too expensive for him to go for at this point. So he's really forced to just normal attack or skill and normal attack another time.
Chikua just pulled a liar song. So he's basically getting everything he needs in the artifact engine here.
Yep.
Which is great. He can easily burst on Yalan here and then start switching over. What's unfortunate is that he has 2 Pyro, 2 Geo. So those dice are not very useful for him right now.
No.
But I think with Gilded, it should make up for the difference.
Well, one of the great things about this deck, and I think we're about to see it in action, is it can operate on very few usable die because so much of your damage is from normal attacks.
That's true.
Right? You only need 1 Electro per hit from Thunder Manifestation. And when you have double Chef Mal, potentially, giving you extra dice that you need. In this case, not, but still going to be fine. And you have Gilded as well. Like, look, Chikua has everything in his belt.
Yeah.
I mean, his heart rate is climbing. Like, he's getting excited. Almost hit 180 there.
Yeah, this is a massive high roll. Like, Yelan OTK players dream of drawing cards like this.
I mean, this is making me happy to watch because I played this deck so much. And Stranger kind of shrugging. He's taking some notes. He's like, yeah, you know, I think my opponent just has this one. We've got to go to a next game. But I think it's going to be a much more favorable matchup next game anyway. And that's kind of why it's so important for Stranger to be up 2 games going into this match, because he now has another chance of, you know, drawing a fresh hand and getting a better opening than he did this game.
Yep. So Stranger's still going to be playing to the default. He does have Wanderer Burst built up now. So potentially could threaten one of Chikua's anchors if he's not careful.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what food he has, whether or not he has a Lotus in hand right now. That would allow him to play around the burst, but if not, then he has to be quite cautious about who he switches to here.
Yeah, Chikua did already use a Lotus on Manifestation, so that was a pretty heads up there, you know, knowing that Wanderer is going to hit Manifestation, tanking a lot of that damage on the Lotus initially. And yeah, now Stranger now seeing that Gilded Dreams is going to know he's going to be in for a ton of hurt this round. I mean, I think Wanderer basically goes down. So what does he need to play around here? Oh, maybe he's going to go to... I'm just going to stay on Yilan.
Yeah, he's going to stay on Yilan to try and make sure that Stranger doesn't have any dice in hand left. Because if Wanderer cannot burst this turn, yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage with the Liar Song combo. Stranger wants to delay ending round as long as possible.
Yeah, and I really like that play from Chikua there. You know, a lot of people were very tempted to go right away to Manifestation, but Yilan, even with her own burst, does a lot of damage. And you know, he was able to trigger that passive from Yilan, letting him draw that extra card. And every extra card is so crucial for these OTK decks because it often means 3 or 4 dice. And yeah, there's that Liar Song. So I think Chikua was correct to play around that. You know, the Liar Song could very much have added to an extra 3 dice. But we know, of course, Stranger doesn't have the Gilded Dreams. But had he had that, would have been able to Wander Burst, take out Thunder Manifestation. So Chikua very heads up there playing around the potential kill.
Luckily for Stranger right now, we can see that Chikua doesn't have any more normal attack discounting food. So the fact that he did have to play a bit safe there for another normal attack on Yilan means that he cannot spam normals here. So he goes actually for the skill, the Lethal Wanderer.
I wasn't even watching for the damage there, but yeah, Wanderer having taken enough damage there. The Hydra application actually from Yilan. So I think that was Chico's plan the whole time, right? Having the probe stuck on Wanderer guaranteed him the kill that turn with that normal attack from Yilan. So again, pretty unusual from this deck, but you can see, you know, the flexibility here when you don't take that OTK strategy and just the power inherently in these characters.
Yeah, the gears are turning in Chikua's head. Like, now that you have so many resources to work with, there's so many different paths, so many different lines that you can play around. And because he's got such a resounding lead against Ranger at this point, it's going to be very difficult for him to throw this away, especially now he just drew another Gilded. So that's even more dice to work with. And Manifestation doesn't have Hydro applied, so at no threat of being frozen.
And that's what Chico was deciding there. You saw him thinking about the end of round. He had one dice left. He could have had the option to swap over to another character, but because he doesn't have a quick, well, he does have a quick swap in hand, but he's choosing to stay on Thunder Manifestation because he doesn't yet have that Hydra application. But I think with the quick swap, it's going to be lights out for Stranger. So Chico is going to be able to attack once on Manifestation. Stranger's obviously going to go to Eula and use a skill, but then Chico's going to be able to freeze Eula right back with Signora attack.
We're going to apply the second Gilded.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a skill for Manifestation, because that would be just enough to finish off Mona as well.
It would, but you don't really need to finish off Mona, and you'd much prefer... Well, it really doesn't matter either way, because when you have Yulan's burst up, every hit from Manifestation already should do 5 damage, which is the same amount as skill would. So it really doesn't matter here. I think the basic attack is better because it does actually do a little bit more splash damage, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, Mona's gonna get taken out here. Even if Eula does freeze on Manifestation, Chikua actually has a quick switch into Signora, and then that would freeze Eula. So basically, at this point, the game is already over.
Yeah, you can see how fast Stranger is playing. That's because he knows that he's pretty much dead to, you know, a quick swap card. And Chikua, having been able to execute his plan perfectly, has enough cards to have drawn through a lot of his deck to be able to find that quick swap easily. And yeah, this is gonna be a quick victory for Yelan GK. This is what the deck should do.
Second Liar Song. Okay, as if Chikua needed more resources at this point of the game. Save some of that luck for game 5, because it is already guaranteed. Chikua evening things up once again with the Yelan OTK being able to get the burst out. We are going into game number 5 once more for our final match of the day.
Yeah, and, you know, I think Chikua knows that game was really no context. He was, I think, still slightly favored, especially with those opening hands. You know, you can see how much that Wanderer deck struggles when it doesn't get its ability to ramp into round 2. And, yeah, I mean, very heads up play there. I think, you know, that attack on Yelan was very good. You know, not getting baited into going to Manifestation to start attacking, but instead making sure to get that kill on Wanderer was really crucial.
Yeah, it was a crucial play that he was able to find there. And we also have 2 more raffle winners at the end of game 4. It is Unknown Kuma and Phoenix Bird. Two users with underscores in the name.
Yeah, 2
It's actually quite interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and Unknown Kuma is now very much known, so they've just revealed their own identity here. But worth it for 1,000 primos.
You know what? I think there's a lot we'd be willing to do for 1,000 primo. So not too bad. And now that we're going into game 5, that means we get another set of winners too.
Yeah, so good job, Chikua, hanging in there for our loyal chat and viewers at home to be able to give them another opportunity to win 1,000 primo gems. But we're going to head into our last game of today, guaranteed. Someone is going to be knocked out, and someone is going to have the opportunity to take on, I believe, PP Pig for another opportunity to advance into the championships.
And it is going to be Mew again from Stranger versus Dynamo from Chikua. How does this matchup look?
I believe it's pretty favored for the Wanderer deck. You know, it's better to get those weapons so quickly and pile on the damage. The Swirls are also great at, or Wanderer's charge attacks are great at circumventing, you know, the tenacity shields and things and hidden characters off field. And having that Wanderer burst, of course, go off to take out Lynette or Jean, whoever has the weapon equipped, is going to be very difficult for the Dynamo deck to deal with. You know, it really depends. I mean, it always depends on the opening hand, but it really, in this matchup, if there's a stumble at all from the Wanderer deck, then the Anemo deck can definitely take over. But I believe this is favored in Stranger's direction.
Yeah, but this matchup as well is going to have a lot of emphasis towards those weapons and artifacts.
Yeah.
Because both sides are going to want to get their main characters equipped as fast as possible. So depending on how long it takes to actually draw the weapons you're looking for, that could actually play a major role as well.
Yeah, and one of the things, so we've seen this matchup a few times in the group stage, and one of the things that the double emoter can do, especially if it's going first, is if they have the tools to end before the Mew deck, they have the option to swap off of the character that has Hydro applied as their first action. So the die roll here is going to be pretty crucial. What Chikwa doesn't want, if he goes second, then he needs to basically completely forego Daya's skill in order to make that play. But we've seen Chikwa in this matchup before very aggressive at denying the Hydro application. He knows that that's what matters in this matchup. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see him try and keep a hand that basically full ramps on the first turn. So Tenacity, Wagner, Liben, Paimon, like those are going to be the cards he's looking for.
Now, what will happen in the first round especially is going to actually depend on which player gets to start first. So the active character, the lines that they take is going to differ in terms of who is able to start things off. And that's always going to be an interesting one to watch out for, because it means that right when the game starts, we already have something to pay attention to.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things like that I think newer players don't really appreciate is how important the dynamics change between going first and second. It can really not only change, I mean, obviously going first is a huge advantage, but you know, even if you go second, there's slightly different plays and options that are available to you that can let you come back from behind of going second. And if you're not aware of those, if you just play into the standard lines, then you can often leave yourself at a great disadvantage.
And that's something that these players want to avoid at all costs, especially now that basically this series is a best of one.
Yeah.
A single game will send either of these players home, and these are two champion level players from their respective Prince Cups. Like, we definitely expected it to go into a game 5 because these are very evenly matched individuals. But after this, we are guaranteed to be having a victor, and it just feels bad to have to say goodbye to either of them.
And there is more of our audience with this. I really got to get one of those signs before I leave, I think. Just take
They're so nice.
Hang it on my wall.
I have to ask, right? I'm not that like deep into the TCG community. Is magic a term that's actually being used for the artifact engine?
So I believe it was actually started by players from like the Dynamic Cup and in that circuit where they've been calling it magic, and then we kind of picked up on that term in the English.
So there's something about that, because the sign that audience member was holding actually meant use magic to defeat magic.
Oh, okay.
That's what the sign said. So I was wondering, did magic come from here? Like, is this a term?
I think so.
I think so, right? But raffle's ongoing. This is going to be your last chance today. Tell us which player you think is going to win. Include your UID, and you stand a chance to win 1,000 free votes.
Ooh, both sides actually with very strong openers. Chikwa has that Wagner, you know, put away that weapon. You know, you don't want to play your weapons from the beginning without Wagner, so very astute there. Oh, he's going to look on Lynette.
Ooh.
Already changing it up.
I mean, we did see a player, I can't remember which player, basically stay on Lynette for like 80% of their game earlier today.
Yeah, that was specific in the stall mirror though. I'm a little bit surprised to see that opening here. Maybe Chico identifying that, I think he must be going second. Yeah, okay, this makes sense if Chico is going second, because Daya's skill would not be able to stick anyway, because Stranger is always going to be able to go first, ramp with the 5 cards, and then end before you can swallow Daya anyway. So we're gonna probably see Stranger try and tank Chico try and tank a lot of damage on Lynette. But Stranger did have to tune 1 card there in order to play that Mona skill. So already running a little bit behind.
Yeah, we actually did see Chikwa react to that as well, realizing that Stranger doesn't have the most ideal dice. Means that he may have some freedom to play with here. So I'm wondering whether he will stay on Lynette here to try and like build up skills and start threatening Wanderer, or maybe he used Lynette as a way to absorb Hydro and then maybe switch to Jean to instantly like switch off of Wanderer or something.
I think if Chikwa had Tenacity right now and he were able to put have a turn where he equips Tenacity onto Lynette, maybe equip a weapon or something and just spend all of his dice on ramp, he would take it. I have almost certain like he would take it, but that's not the hand he's been dealt. So instead, he's probably going to need to skill on Lynette here. Ooh, does get a sacrificial sword. Double Chef Mao.
Unfortunately, no food. Double Chef Mao and no food is always not what you're hoping for here. And that could be a lot more effective dice if he just had something cheap to eat.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing going in his favor is Stranger did not get a Wagner. You know, Wagner is so, and a weapon is so crucial against these slower decks because every turn you have that weapon equipped, it's just +1 damage on all of your attacks, and you really need that to break through the defensive capabilities of the opposing deck here. But pretty close on both sides.
Yeah,
I mean, I still like Stranger's opening a little better here.
Ooh, immediately into the sacrificial sword on Jean. Actually gonna float some dice. Ooh, just to make sure he gets turn priority. I actually quite like that.
That's a really aggressive opening here. I don't know if I like that, but I guess we'll find out.
You did mention earlier before the game started that if the Dynamo deck was able to end first, then their first action of the second round would be to switch off to avoid this whirl.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Chico was doing. So the one thing that is going for him in this matchup now is Stranger, for his 2-cost ramp, drew Instructors, which would have been a lot worse than if he had drawn Wagner. If Stranger had Wagner here, he would have immediately slammed Wagner and been very happy that Chico was taking this line of play.
Yep. Just like how we're probably not too happy that the raffle has just ended, but the people who win once the game ends will be very happy. So we'll see which one of you all lucky viewers watching at home will be able to see your names on screen afterwards. For now, the dice are pretty even. We do see Stranger pull out the Wolf's Gravestone, but again, no Wagner to be able to play it cheaply.
Yeah, Chico drawing that Tenacity 1 turn late. If he had that Tenacity last round, I think he would have been in an overwhelming advantage, you know, being able to deny that application and also set up Tenacity. But I mean, those 2 dice wasted could have been such a huge difference. So really a shame to draw it then. But Stranger also not drawing super well, getting that Wolf's Gravestone, which is not very important right now, and a second copy of Instructors. Actually, his hand's pretty dead. If Chico swaps here, it's going to be very good for him.
Yeah, I think you definitely go for the swap, right? He already has the weapon on Jean. I feel like you can definitely set up Tenacity on Jean as well and just slow swap over. And then Stranger, because he has the quick swap off of Mona, isn't going to be able to match that stall as well. And that could even up the dice a little bit. Ooh, going to Dea.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this play from Chico before in this exact matchup. He's going to go to Jean after this. It's basically, you know, try and start the game. It's going to force Mona into a 3-skill turn. But of course, the correct play here, you know, don't get baited to skill a 3rd time on Mona. You can still go to Wanderer, use the skill. But now Jean set up perfectly to push Stranger off of Wanderer back onto Mona, even if we see a quick swap here.
Yeah, basically what Chico has done is perfectly set things up so that Stranger has to go for a 3rd skill on Mona to be as efficient as possible, but he doesn't have the Hydro dice to go for it. So he is still going to be forced to switch over to Wanderer, get the skill up, and then Chico will probably just switch him off.
Yeah, almost certainly going to be the case, but I like this play from Stranger. You know, this is the right play. Don't be tempted to go again a 3rd time on Mona, so simply not worth it. But between Tenacity and the Sacrificial Sword, Chico has so much dice. He's going to be able to use 2 skills this round. And in fact, once he pushes Stranger off of Mona, Stranger has really no other way to use the dice. We might just have to see a Wolf's Gravestone equip onto Eula, and that's not what you want out of the Mona Eula Wanderer deck. Spreading out your investments into 2 different characters. We have 2 dice invested in a Wanderer, and we're going to have 3 probably now going on to Eula. Well, this is not a good opening for him.
I think Wolf's Gravestone is still pretty solid, though. I think he realizes that he's not going to be able to stop Chiguwa from switching him off of Mona anyway.
Right.
So maybe get Eula equipped straight away to maybe dissuade Chiguwa from forcing the switch even.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chico's pretty happy just with a normal attack, right? A force switch is still almost better than allowing your opponents the option, although it does use up Stranger's die. And with Stranger, without having any ramp, I think, yeah, making him use that die to swap is very important. Because what you don't want to happen is, you know, you have Tenacity equipped. The longer you can stretch out the game, the better. You don't want your opponents to get 3 skills off next round, because that could be 2 Wanderer attacks into a burst. And so denying 1 die even just a single die is so important here.
Yeah, especially now that we are getting into the phase where a stall deck really wants to gain some sort of dice advantage. Chikuwa is definitely set up in a pretty comfortable spot. The dice are not the best, but if he could get a skill set up on Dea, then it's pretty okay. Now that he does have Hydro on every character, though, the swirls are going to start.
I mean, his dice don't look good, but remember, he has an operating hand. He has one active, which is about to pop. He also gets a tenacity trigger. So
that's true.
You say that now, but 3 more Anemo die are going to come out immediately. And Chico has a really good opportunity now to burst. He might actually, though, still skill on Jean. So skilling on Jean here sets up Wanderer to be taken out by another skill. So I think I like skill here more than burst. You want to push your advantage here, be aggressive, and really force your opponent into an awkward situation. And he also drew, wow, he drew another weapon now. He was saved those Wagner stacks, I think, hoping to draw into a second weapon, and he does have that. I can't quite see whether it's lo-fi.
It's lo-fi.
It's lo-fi? Okay. Not ideal. I think he definitely would have preferred Aquila, but lo-fi will do. Almost certainly going to go on to Lynette when the time is right. There's no need to rush it, of course. Those Wagner stacks are not going anywhere. But if you just look at the full board... Oh, he's going to go...
Ooh.
Okay.
I actually figured that Chikuwa's side of the board wasn't really low enough to want to go for this, but I guess he is a bit concerned about the potential Calx burst.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, the Calx burst definitely would have been a point of consideration that I didn't think about. So that does play around the Calx burst, but now that it hasn't come, I think Chikuwa knows it's pretty safe.
Well, now it's just a regular burst.
Yeah, now the regular burst could come in here. So Chikuwa does decide, is it worth playing around a potential extra die? But where would that die come from? I'm trying to think. It would have to be a gilded into a Lyre Song. 2 Lyre Song. Yeah, you're basically playing around 2 Lyre Songs here, which I don't think is worth it. Yeah. Let's see a skill here.
I mean, Jean is the only character that would survive a Wanderer burst anyway, so you may as well just stay.
I believe with those stacks, though, Wanderer burst should be doing 8. So that would have been enough to take out Jean. But Chikuwa identifying that the only thing he loses to would be exactly Gilded Dreams, I think, into double Lyre Song, because Stranger would need an extra dice to swap off of Mona here. So very, very good gambit there. Is going to pay off. Yeah, switching to Dea here is the correct thing at the end of the round. And Stranger in a really tough spot.
Yeah, so far, Chikuwa has definitely been getting better odds in terms of rolls here. I can actually even equip Lo-Fi for free, but I don't think he has to be rushed to do that.
Yeah, you want to save that as a surprise for Lynette, because Wagner's not going anywhere. But even having the right dice to Dea skill here, this game is really quickly slipping out of Stranger's grasp here.
Wanderer Burst is still going to be enough to take out any member of Chikuwa's team, though that Lotus will change that.
Yeah, that Lotus is actually really important because it's going to... Basically, Stranger has a window where if you can get the Wanderer Burst on the right character and take him out, he can clean up with Eula, because Eula does have the Wolf's Gravestone equipped. We can't forget that.
Chikuwa actually just drew the fried egg as well, so that could potentially negate a Wanderer Burst kill, depending on how things go.
Yeah, most likely not. We're probably going to see... Let's see, does...
Ooh, the dice are not quite as good this round. They're pretty bad.
Yeah, is Stranger going to go for the burst here? I think you have to, yeah. Even though Dea's like the least important character here, you do need to take her out because there's really not going to be another window to use Wanderer Burst. It is going to get back 1 die, of course, from that Instructor, proccing that Swirl.
It's actually quite valuable that that procs the Swirl as well, because not only does it remove Dea, it applies Hydro to both remaining characters. So since Stranger knows that Wanderer is going to get taken out here, now Eula can actually get started freezing. So I think that's not bad.
Yeah, we might actually see... I wonder if we're going to see a slow swap from Jean here. There's a chance we just go over to Jean. Or we could see an egg swap onto Dea. That's actually also quite a valid play, because taking out Wanderer here is decent, but it will set Stranger up to just go on Eula either this round or the next and freeze. But maybe that's fine. I think the main danger here is if Jean gets taken out by Eula in 1 round, we do have to remember Eula does have Wolf's Gravestone. So if a character drops below 6, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Chikuwa eats a Lotus and pulls out a second Lotus.
Yeah, that's actually really huge here.
So that's going to be very helpful, yeah, as you pointed out. Wanderer is going to go down. I think it's fine for Chikuwa to do this because playing around Quickswap at this point isn't really worth it because we know that Stranger has 2 Quickswaps in hand.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty safe for Chikuwa to assume he has at least 1. So regardless of whether Wanderer goes down or not, Eula is going to get to attack. So why not take out a character?
I mean, I think the main thing Chikuwa's playing around is less like quick swap, but more just an extra die, right? Like if Eula is able to freeze again, it'd be good for him. But I think it's pretty good to just swap out to Jean. Jean should be pretty safe. Being above 7, of course, Wolf's Gravestone passive is not going to proc. She can take a lot of damage from that freeze here, but if Chikuwa gets frozen this round, then it means Stranger can't freeze again the next round. But I think you're forced to swap here.
Chikuwa can only swap or end turn here, and it's not worth ending turn when he can actually swap skill and then fully feed Livin as well.
Well, actually, it's possible we might see him go egg into swap Dea here, because Lotus works as well. Yeah, so this will protect Jean no matter what. But unfortunately, this is going to play a little bit into Stranger's bad hand, because Stranger already wanted to end here. Okay, so he's going to quick swap to maintain turn priority.
I mean, it's quite safe for Chikuwa to play the Lotus. He wants to make sure Jean survives no matter what, but considering the circumstances, that did end up being a waste, because it also means that Stranger knows Chikuwa doesn't have any left, since he used both this turn.
Yeah, but I think it's not going to matter. I think if Chikuwa just uses a skill here, you know, a skill's going to put Mona down to 1, it's going to force Stranger onto Eula, and then that swell from the Jean summon is going to take Mona out. So Stranger's going to be left with just Eula, but we've seen Eula with Wolf's Gravestone can do a lot of damage here. Fortunately for Chikuwa though, Lynette being at 6 is actually very, Lynette not having Hydra on her is going to be very important in the next round. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I did wonder whether he would go for egg instead of skill, but this works as well.
Yeah, skill here lets him deploy Liven as well at the end of turn. Most likely going to replace that Wagner. There's no other artifact weapons you really care to draw here. So Chikuwa just needs to basically play around the incoming freeze on Jean. That's going to be a little bit tough, right? Jean's going to need to survive all 3 hits. Stranger, I don't think he's out of the game yet. You know, he set up that Dunyazad. I think he needs to draw... Oh, he has 2 Tamayas. He needs to... If he draws Gilded with that double Liar Song off of Tamayas, that's actually going to be really important.
The dice rolls, once again, going to be quite important here. Because Chikuwa actually did draw Tandori as well.
Ooh,
so
okay.
The damage, if he's able to get a skill out on both Jean and Lynette this turn, then that'll play really big. Tenacity is probably just a little bit too late.
So we'll see what Stranger draws. Oh, it's a Gambler's. Actually, that's actually not very good for him. Because I don't think Chikuwa is going to be in a position where Stranger will take out 2 characters here.
The most difficult situation is that Chikuwa doesn't have a quick swap. He was really hoping to get like an Animal Resonance. Then it's basically free onto Lynette. Luckily for him, the Grim Heart on Stranger's Eula was already used in that hit. So Lynette will not die to 1 attack. But without Lynette talent as well, Chikuwa may be somewhat lacking damage this turn.
Hang on, so Eula's burst is 3. So actually with the Wolf's Greystone, I think Chikuwa might actually be over. He has 12 dice, but he's got no way to prevent Lynette from going down. This Aquila equip is not going to be enough.
It keeps Lynette...
Oh, there's a shield from... Well, no. There's a shield from Dea, but it's not active because Dea is down. Oh, that's really unfortunate. I do wonder if egg was actually the correct play from before. Ooh,
it's hard to say, because if he didn't egg, then Mona would still be alive to switch to as well. Ooh. Stranger just ended.
Yeah, I guess Stranger identified that... Wait, I thought a Eula burst there would be enough. Maybe not. Well, okay. Well, that's going to seal it.
Strange.
Yeah.
I feel like he could have actually still done something, but he would have had to tune a lot of his dice, and maybe he figured he wouldn't have enough damage to finish things off anyway. Which means that Chikuwa
will be able to come out on top in game number 5, and the champion of Prince Cup Japan moves on in the tournament, taking down Stranger, whose journey will end here.
Yeah, I think right at the end there, you saw Chico breathing silent relief. I think he needed to basically play around Lysong. You know, that Tamiya's draw right at the end was so crucial. We saw Stranger play it. He drew the Gamblers, but, you know, without being able to take out Jean in that first round, that didn't give him enough dice kind of momentum. He needed that Gilded to really get those 2 Lyasons going.
It's quite rough there for Stranger, but not for the people who won 1,000 Primo Gems from our raffle here. We got Crazy Scientist Lab, and then SVYR14.
Yeah.
Congratulations for being our raffle winners, our last raffle winners of the day as well.
But, you know, we have 2 more days of coverage to go and plenty more games, and I believe this will continue where every game is another chance to win in the Primo Gem raffle, which really added up is going to be quite a lot over the course of the tournament.
And if you think Primo Gems aren't enough, we're also giving you guys lucky coins so that you can fill out your TCG deck list. Make sure you guys use the redemption code that you see at the bottom of the screen right now. It's only going to be valid until the end of today. That's in UTC +8 as well. So depending on what you are, make sure you check those time zones so you know when you can use it by. And then you can grab 3,000 lucky coins.
Yeah, I believe based on how long today has taken, it should be expiring in about 2 hours. So if you haven't yet, make sure to claim it. If you have any friends that want lucky coins, share the redemption code. Tell them to tune in tomorrow as well for a chance to win Primo Gems. I mean, what better way is there to enjoy TCG content than to be able to do it with fellow players as well, you know, fellow TCG players, and also win prizes.
But that is going to be it for day 1 of the Asia Invitational's elimination phase as well. It has been a long day. We've had a lot of ups and downs, and I think a lot of unexpected victories and defeats as well.
Yeah, it's been quite a tough set of games, I think, for all the players involved here. But, you know, big congratulations and hats off to our 2 lower bracket people to go through. We have Chikua advancing as well as PP Pig, and also you know, very well done, well played by Inzaghi and Stranger, our 2 Prince Cup winners who will be having to go home, but still getting top 8 in this tournament, very respectable.
Yeah, considering this was initially a pool of 16 of the top players from all across Asia, it's definitely something to be proud of to be able to make it into that top half. But that pool has now been narrowed down to only 6 as we move on into day 2. And then after that, it's just going to get smaller and smaller until we are able to crown a champion. And I am so excited to find out who it's going to be.
Yeah, I'll be able to eliminate 2 players today, and then tomorrow we'll come back for the other sets of best of 5s. You know, 1 in the upper bracket, and then the rest of the lower bracket for the eliminations. We'll probably see that soon, but again, another 4 games, getting rid of another 2 players as well before we move on into our finals. And I'm really just excited. We saw so much deck variety today, you know, that we've seen ever, right? We've had a lot of interesting group stages, but one of the patterns that kept coming up, we saw a lot of the same decks being played over and over again, as that was the first opportunity for players to jump in and play in this tournament setting. But even as the group stages evolved, and definitely after the players have had a week to go back and strategize, kind of maybe research their opposing players, we've seen some very interesting and unique choices come up.
Yeah, the players have definitely been trying to figure out and maybe outplay the tournament meta that's been developing to varying degrees of success. But for now, Chikua's post-match data definitely showing quite impressive performance. The average rounds as well, probably the lowest we've seen today.
Yeah, yeah, we did have to cast a pretty long one to start, but fortunately for us, no other stall mirrors into stall mirrors. You know, players pretty aggressively actually banning that Ningguang double Hydro deck. Even the one time it was played on camera, it did not achieve victory there, but was very close to it.
I think the average number of effective dice has also been kind of dropping over the days, but this has just gone back up again.
Wow.
And we get to see the average and peak heart rate comparison between these 2 players, and again, it does look pretty comparable between both Stranger and Chikua.
Yeah, you can really see the heart rate's kind of ramping up as the tournament progresses. It got more and more on the line, but of course, kind of going back and forth, right? We had a win, a loss, a win, a loss, but then Chikua able to break that momentum with what was essentially a very poor draw, I think, from Stranger's side. You know, that last game was definitely in Chikua's favor for quite some time, and being able to navigate it properly Would really love to go back over the last few moments of that game and see, you know, what really happened there. Because I must have miscounted the damage there. But again, 1 damage is all it takes to both win a match and also lose a match unexpectedly. Just the slightest miscalculation.
Perhaps we are seeing a little bit of equivalent exchange as well, where Stranger was really high rolling in terms of dice and cards in the first couple of games.
True.
Then Chikuwa started taking the advantage back in the later games. So despite the decks not looking favored in one way or another, the players were still able to overcome the differences and play around the RNG. So it's good to see that the skill level here still remains constant and the players are still putting their all on the line because, well, this is the lower bracket.
Yeah, and I do wonder, Mew has not done very well today either. It had a lot of people bringing it in the group stages and it had a pretty bad win rate, and I think that didn't improve today. So we keep seeing players bring that deck, but honestly, maybe it's not a very good choice. And you know, the players definitely are going to be looking and watching these matches to take notice of what isn't working. So maybe they're going to bring something different, change up their strategies going into day 2.
Yeah, we've definitely already been seeing the popularity of the deck go down in general, but we'll continue talking about that later. For now, let's just show you guys some highlights of this previous match, and then we'll be back to tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. To think it's only day 1 of the elimination phase, and we've already gotten to witness a champion level matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the players had to fight really hard in the winners bracket, but honestly, the lower bracket here was what I was really more excited to see. You know, so many Prince Cup champions, and really the Prince Cup players are the ones I've been following a lot closer, having casted a lot of their matches before. So a bit of sentimental value here in watching their matches, but again, also very sad to see 2 of them go home here. So yeah, we're going to be entering to a very interesting day 2 as we have more and more players fighting for their, you know, their 1 life basically, their 1 loss that they can take in this tournament before being knocked out for good.
It does definitely feel like certain players as well are really emerging as unexpected dark horses based on how they've been performing. Names we never expected to get very far compared to like other players in the tournament, but have proved all expectations wrong. And that's always what's so interesting to see about these big stages. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, and you know, you never know if you could be a winner of Primo Gems, because you know, day 2 of course comes with a new set of rounds and matches, and for every new game is another chance to win. So make sure you're tuning in tomorrow, same time as we started today.
Absolutely. Even more matches going to be coming your way, even more excitement, and I'm personally hoping for more interesting decks. And hoping to see Hu Tao again.
I was gonna say, like,
let me cast Hu Tao, please. Thank you.
Ask you what you're gonna be looking forward to and hoping for the ones, but I think I already knew the answer.
Yeah.
For me, you know, I do like seeing that Yelan OTK deck in action. It's one of my favorite decks, but again, hasn't been performing very well because it's matched up poorly. But you know, Chico showing us the power of that deck when it does go off. We'll have to see. It's going to be very crucial what the players choose as their 5 decks, or the 4 decks going into these best of 5s, because, you know, a lot of it does come down to the deck selection in a Conquest format.
Obviously, you want to be able to give yourself every single advantage you can find. And when you're at this level of competition where the player skill levels are so evenly matched, deck choices really start to make a major impact. We already saw it today where some players simply could not overcome the deck favorability based on what was picked and banned. So I think a lot more thinking is going to have to go into day number 2. And it's good to know that these players will be able to get a little bit of time to really think about that.
Yeah, not too much time. It's only going to be a day. I mean, they had a lot of time to prepare for this first day, obviously having 4 or 5 days in between from their group stages. Some of them even having a full week because, you know, the players who played in our first group stage was started on Thursday.
That's
true. So they've had more than a full week to prepare, watch the matches, and really lay out their plans coming into today. But between today and tomorrow, they're only going to have a short amount of time to maybe change up any strategies they want. They're facing different opponents than they did today. So they might make different decisions based on that because every player is different. Every player has different strengths and weaknesses. And we'll have to see that as we progress through their games. And I mean, knowing your opponent is a very important strategy here at these tournaments where, you know, you're not facing a random person, you're facing a known person who, you know, has played on stream before. You can see how they play and what they're good at.
A lot of these players have probably interacted at some point in the past as well. So there's also going to be that factor of really knowing your enemy and figuring out how their brain works to be able to maybe metagame even further. But considering it is the end of day 1, we are getting that much closer to the end of the Asia Invitationals. It almost feels like just yesterday where we opened up the broadcast with our very first time on this screen. It gets you sentimental.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm eagerly anticipating finding out who is going to be in the finals, but at the same time, you know, it is going to be the end of another big event, another really fun event. I've never really stayed for we've been here basically a full 2 weeks to bring you this coverage here, and the players as well. You know, it's not easy being away from home for that long. It's fun.
I'm just starting to like forget what my life was like before this event now. It's
no,
like,
just old
like,
TCG.
Did I
TCG.
exist before TCG?
No. I mean, I haven't. I'm gonna go home and make TCG videos, so my life is just completely consumed.
Well, let's talk about what happened today before we allow more of ourselves to be consumed. LL Rise Falcon was able to eke out a victory against Z Crimlet with 3-1 in the first match, followed by Whip Kong taking down Voice and 3-2 in the second match.
And we had PvP, of course, winning 3-0 in a very convincing series against Inzaghi here, able to advance in the lower bracket. And of course, we just watched Chikua take down Stranger in a very close best of 5, going 3-2, again, dragging it out to all 5 matches.
I think we all knew that elimination phase was going to have intense games, but this has definitely surpassed expectations.
Yeah.
And with Stranger and Inzaghi being eliminated from the competition, this is what the brackets are looking like now with our official top 6.
Yeah, so we're going to have LL Rise Falcon going up against Whip Kong in the upper bracket, and whoever wins that match is going to advance to the finals. They're going to be done. They're going to have, you know, the safety of knowing that they will at least be able to come second. I mean, even second prize is so much, but of course, it's not just the money at stake here. It's also the bragging rights of being the champion of the Asia Invitational.
And being able to move on straight into the finals from the upper bracket as well just gives you so much time to prepare and like get ready for everything. But tomorrow's schedule is going to start in a slightly different manner because we're actually going for the lower brackets first with PP Pig up against Z Crimlet and Chikua versus Voice End before moving on into LL Rise Falcon versus Whip Kong.
Yeah, and of course, Z Crimlet was knocked into this lower bracket and Voice End as well after losing their matches in the upper bracket. But they do have that second life. They do have a chance to prove themselves again. So we'll have to see. I mean, it was so tough, you know, seeing those matches there and just like the amount of I don't know. I'm really at a loss for words. I mean, it's late over here. We've been watching a lot of TCG action, and just thinking about the matches tomorrow, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, many unexpected twists and turns have happened here for day 1 of the elimination phase, but tomorrow there's going to be a whole new day of action and matches
where we get to watch these players go head-to-head once again. So that's gonna be the end of day 1. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. My name's Staffa, this is Blep, and we will get to see all of you once again tomorrow.